Prologue. Itachi Hakai, or Kai, as everyone in their small village called him, let out a long sigh.
"What's wrong?"
The young girl who asked him this was his younger sister, Ikari. She was small and had long black hair. Her large eyes shone with the innocence of an 8-year-old girl. Despite her innocence and young age, she was already a yellow belt. Kai had yet to develop a core, and seeing as he was already 10 years old, the chances were growing slimmer by the day. This led their parents to expect great things of Ikari, but not so much from him. Kai debated making up some lie, but they never kept secrets from one another. Besides, it wasn't like she didn't already know that he didn't have a core. "I don't understand why you wanted me to come in here with you," he grumbled. "You know I can't protect myself." Ikari just gave him a strange look, as though she was having a hard time understanding why he was annoyed.
"Because I don't like going into dungeons alone," she replied. "I don't like the dark."
Kai let out a snort of laughter that made Ikari's bottom lip turn down in a pout.
"What's so funny about that?"
she asked, her voice sounding hurt. Kai had to remind himself that despite how strong she was, Ikari was still only 8. Not only that, but she was a particularly sensitive girl, though he blamed that on his parents. Their clan was relatively small, no larger than 100 people. No one from their clan had ever shown any real promise, and they were constantly at risk of being wiped out. Ikari had given them all new hope, and because of that, their parents were placing a lot of pressure on her to become stronger as quickly as possible. He was mostly ignored, already being written off as one of the regulars, those born without cores. There was nothing any of them could do about it. It was just a fact of life. It wasn't that uncommon, as 1 in every 6 or 7 people would never develop a core. He'd just been hoping he wouldn't be one of them. Things were very different for Ikari. Not a single individual had been born with her potential in the history of the clan, and they saw a real future for themselves through her. Itachi, in the old language, meant weasel. The name had been bestowed upon their ancestors when they'd displeased one of the larger clans and had been cast out. Instead of shunning the name in favor of another, their ancestors had chosen to keep it, though Kai had no idea why. The name was still spoken of with scorn and malice. In fact, he was pretty sure that the only reason the other clans hadn't come to wipe them out was simply because they had no reason to. That was all about to change, though. In just a few more years, Ikari could be an orange belt, or perhaps even a green. Once that happened, their clan would approach one of the others, probably the Inu, and forge an alliance. From there, they could strike out at one of the larger clans. The clan was so pleased that their parents had produced such a prodigy that they'd insisted they have another child, contrary to custom. Their parents, having been elevated to statuses of importance in the small clan due to Ikari's potential, had agreed. Little Geiki was only 4 years old, so he was too young to form a core just yet and spent his time at home learning the basics of martial combat from the clan's best instructor. "I'm sorry I laughed at you," Kai said. "I just think it's funny that a darkness artist is afraid of the dark." Ikari stuck her tongue out at him and sped up, forcing Kai to do the same. The problem was that despite their difference in age, he was just a regular human, while Ikari was a martial artist. And so, after about half a minute of running, Ikari began to outstrip him. "Slow down," he called, as they reached a bend in the tunnel.
"Catch me if you can, slowpoke,"
she called back, her voice receding as she picked up her pace yet again. Kai tried to keep up, but by the time he rounded the bend in the tunnel, his little sister was nowhere to be seen.
"I know you're using essence to hide,"
he called, leaning over and panting hard. There was no reply, which wasn't surprising. Ikari often played tricks like this on him, hiding in his room or the outhouse, or literally anywhere with a lot of shadows. She liked to jump out and scare him, and though he hated it when she did that, it was the only time she really seemed to have fun. He knew how hard her life was already with the weight of so much expectation on her shoulders, so he did his best to let her enjoy the few small moments of happiness she had. Even now, though they were alone, they were still in a dungeon where she would be forced to train 5 to 7 hours a day. Everyone had been busy today, and since this was a relatively weak dungeon, with the strongest beasts only being at second dawn white, they were content to allow her to go in alone. She'd only asked for him to come along because she'd wanted company. Kai didn't know if she really was afraid of the dark or not, or if that was just an excuse so he wouldn't feel bad. In all likelihood, she'd asked him to come along to keep an eye on him, not the other way around. Because, although it wasn't uncommon for someone to be born without the ability to form a core, he was the only one in his clan who'd been born with that defect. He also knew that there were those in the clan who thought his mere existence was an insult to his family, and especially to Ikari. And though his parents didn't say as much, he could tell that they thought the same. He was an outcast for now, but in just another couple of years, when it became clear he wouldn't be developing a core, he may very well find himself the victim of an unfortunate accident. Even now, he was sure that there were those in the clan who would see him dead for besmirching the honor of his sister by simply being alive. And despite her young age, Ikari was extremely perceptive. It was sweet of her to bring him along when he really thought about it, but it made him feel even more useless that his younger sister had to be watching out for him. Boo! Kai let out a yelp, jumping nearly a foot in the air as Ikari's head popped out of the wall just a foot away. "That's not funny!" Kai yelled, clutching at his chest as Ikari laughed at his expense. "It is for me," Ikari replied with a grin. "Now come on, I think the Guardian is just up ahead." Despite knowing that the Guardian was the last step and that they'd finally be able to leave this dangerous place, Kai felt his heart sink. Defeating the Guardian would mean that he would have to go back outside, and that the next time he saw Ikari would be for a few minutes at supper time. Her training had become more intense and focused since her advancement to Yellow Belt several months back, and their time together had been cut down more and more. "Don't look so sour just because I scared you," Ikari said as she skipped ahead. "It's not my fault you're such a scaredy cat." "I'm not the scaredy cat, you are," Kai shot back, not really having a better retort. Ikari just blew a raspberry at him and continued skipping down the tunnel, giggling all the while. Not really having much choice, Kai followed her, having to jog to keep up. The dungeon was nothing special, just a short series of tunnels interspersed with a few beasts. This was more of a light workout as far as Ikari was concerned, but for Kai, coming in here alone would have been a death sentence. "And there she is," Ikari said, stopping at the end of the tunnel and gesturing forward. There, on the far side of the small cavern, lay a small black and gold badger. It looked completely harmless, though Kai already knew that looks could be deceiving. The badger was the guardian of this dungeon, meaning it was the strongest beast in here. "Wish me luck," Ikari said in a sing-song voice as she skipped into the open cavern. The badger immediately rose, its beady black eyes fixing on Ikari and letting out a small, barking growl. Ikari didn't so much as flinch, continuing to skip forward until she'd nearly reached the badger. As soon as the badger moved, her countenance changed. Ikari stopped in place, her back legs sweeping out behind her. At the same time, she balled her fists and bent her knees. Blades of darkness essence extended from her closed fists and the points of her elbows, its shadows writhing about her. Kai sighed, leaning against the tunnel wall as he watched Ikari get to work dismantling the badger. It also used darkness essence, though seeing as it was still in the white belt stage, it didn't have a chance in hell at winning. He watched her fight anyway, noting her graceful and fluid movements as she danced around the badger, a misty darkness seeming to trail behind her as she moved. Ikari was incredible. Even Kai could admit it, through his petty jealousy. She made it look easy, but Kai knew that if he were to try the same thing, the badger's mighty claws would tear him to ribbons. A small flash of movement from an adjoining tunnel caught his attention. Kai turned just in time to see a mole making a mad dash for Ikari's exposed back, its body trailing darkness essence. Logically, Kai knew that the mole wouldn't be able to hurt her, but logic didn't really come into play when he perceived danger. Before he knew what he was doing, Kai was running across the room, calling out a warning to his sister as he did. Hikari half turned, her eyes widening as she saw the mole, and Kai charging towards her. He knew it wasn't the mole she was afraid of, but of what he was about to do.
Kai, don't!
Even as she began her sentence, it was too late. Kai dove in front of the mole, its small, dense body slamming into him and forcing him to the ground. He struck out at it as he fell, hoping to perhaps stun the beast so that he might give his sister some time. Kai had forgotten one critical piece of common sense in his desperate bid to save his sister, though. He was powerless, while this creature, though small, was a beast. He cried out in pain as the mole lashed out, its powerful claws tearing into his arms and chest. Pain, the likes of which he'd never felt before, flared throughout his body. White-hot lines traced across his flesh as blood splattered on the floor around him. His arms flopped to the sides, his vision going hazy, even as he felt the weight of the mole vanish off his chest. There was a dull thud as it impacted against the far wall, but Kai barely heard it.
Kai! Kai, stay with me!
Hikari yelled, her blurry form looming over him. He felt something wet hit his cheek and blinked a few times to see his sister. She was clutching one of his limp and bloodied hands in hers, and fat tears were streaming down her cheeks. "Don't cry," he said, trying to give her a smile. His entire body was going cold, and it was starting to get hard to breathe.
"Why did you do that?"
she demanded, now hiccuping as she tried to stem the flow of tears.
"It doesn't matter. We need to get you back to the village. They can help."
"No," Kai said, as she tried to get her arms under him. "I'm too far gone. You know there's nothing they can do."
"Don't say that,"
Hikari said, her voice cracking and shoulders slumping.
"You can't leave me. Not like this. I still need you."
"You haven't needed me in a very long time," Kai replied, giving her a weak smile. "You'll do great things. I'm sure of it. Just promise me one thing."
"Anything,"
Hikari replied, her entire body shaking. "Don't be like them. Be better." Hikari nodded a few times, and he gave her another smile. He wasn't so cold anymore now. In fact, he felt quite warm, comfortable even. This was as good a place as any to go to sleep. A bright red light flared in his mind's eye, and Kai mentally recoiled. There, standing out in his subconscious, floated a round, bright sphere, flickering softly in the darkness. Kai didn't know how, but he could feel a strange sort of sentience coming from the small sphere, as though it were alive but not alive at the same time. What are you?" he asked, his voice echoing strangely in the darkness. "I am the dungeon," the sphere replied. "I have a proposition for you." Azure, as he was currently being called, sat high above the clouds, legs folded beneath him as he watched the world below. From his perch high atop the clouds, he could easily see the essence of the world ebbing and flowing, like the tides of the oceans. At this height, it was easy to see the world as it was, sectioned off into 8 distinct parts, each representing one of the 8 advancement paths. The world was in flux, patterns emerging that had not been seen in many thousands of years. Small pinpricks of light dotted the areas where the essence was warping, and it was easy to see their source, the cavern beasts. These were dungeon creatures of such immense power that they'd broken free of their dungeon's control, absorbed said dungeon, and then escaped into the world at large. From there, they'd begun absorbing essence alarmingly fast, which was why the world appeared so agitated. It happened from time to time, but never before had there been this many at once. Just from what he could see, Azure counted 6 cavern beasts, and that was just on this continent. He had a feeling that if he traveled further east, he'd begin to discover more. He had no idea what was causing this to happen. Things like this always needed a catalyst, a trigger, some person or event to cause something of this cataclysmic level to occur. Cavern beasts were not just a threat to small villages or towns. They could threaten entire clans. Not only the weak clans, but the powerful, more established ones were at risk as well. Even the 7 great clans of Buryoku weren't immune, and right now, there was a cavern beast trundling right towards one of their borders. This one appeared to already be somewhere near the Red Belt stage, and was growing by the day. Less than 2 months ago, this would have been just a regular dungeon beast. Perhaps Green Belt, if it had worked really hard. By the time it reached their borders, it could be as high as Brown, and the clan's greatest martial artists didn't live anywhere near the borders. If they were lucky, they'd catch it after only a couple of towns were wiped off the map. If not, then the entire clan could be wiped from existence. Azure wished he could intervene before that happened, but his ideal bound him to remain as a neutral third party until the beast reached a certain threshold. Unfortunately for this clan, there wasn't a single artist among them who'd be able to stand up to the cavern beast once it reached that advancement stage. This meant that by the time he'd be able to step in, they'd already be nothing more than a memory. Duragon marched swiftly through the corridors of the main house of the Herald clan. He was still a bit dizzy from seeing the Sovereign in person, but the effects were slowly wearing off. Only the message he'd been given still stuck with him. The Sovereign believed his son was still alive, and currently somewhere in the Chikurine Empire. The empire was massive. Worse, it was the home of one of their rivals, a fellow member of the 7 great clans, the Itachi. Duragon didn't look like a herald, as he'd come from a land far from here and had done his best to keep attention away from himself. He'd been sure not to make any friends and stayed away from any close connections. It also helped that his heritage wasn't exactly what one might expect, especially with the way he looked now. Sure, he'd once been part of the Tande clan, but those days were long behind him. Besides, he doubted any of them would dare leave the safety of the crater. He still had his personal revenge to attend to, but Irusaru could remain in his prison until Duragon was strong enough to kill him on his own. The old man hadn't made his life easy, and he'd be paying him back tenfold for all he'd done. Irusaru probably didn't even remember what he'd done, or what he'd taken from him, and for the longest time, neither had he. When he'd been found by the Sovereign, lost, alone, and on the verge of death, he'd discovered the truth. Irusaru would pay for everything he'd done, but only after Duragon was sure he could beat him. For now, he had a mission to complete, one given to him by the Sovereign himself. His son, the only one he'd ever had, who'd been lost for nearly 16 years, was still alive. It didn't matter how long it would take, what he had to do, or who he would have to kill along the way. Duragon would find Harold Leroy and bring him back to his father. 1. Roy felt the air explode from his lungs as a bare foot drove into his stomach, extending all the way into a perfect sidekick. He didn't really have the capacity to appreciate the form, as the kick sent him to the ground. "That was just pathetic," Jian said, as Roy hit the ground and felt something sharp dig into his spine, making him gasp for air. He lay there, groaning softly as stars danced before his eyes, but he knew he couldn't stay here for long. If he remained on the ground for more than 3 seconds after a fall, Hermit would command Aika to start kicking him until he got up. Despite their friendship, Aika had no qualms doing so in the name of training. Roy climbed slowly to his feet and faced the girl in question, the one who'd been beating him black and blue since the day Hermit agreed to train them. Aika stood before him, hands raised, legs slightly bent, and not so much as a hair out of place. Her smooth features were calm, her almond-shaped eyes focused, and her lips pursed. He knew she didn't like beating him up like this, but Hermit had explained that there was no better way for a martial artist to grow or learn humility than near constant defeat. Roy wasn't so sure about that, and wondered if the strange man simply liked seeing him get pummeled by a girl half his size. Aika was only a few inches shorter than he was, but she was far slimmer, making her appear to be much smaller in comparison. Roy slowly got back into his stance, taking a deep breath and hiding a wince at his sore ribs. His bare feet dug into the relatively soft ground, his toes curling in a bit as he prepared to attack. "You're doing it again," Jian said before he could move forward. Cursing silently to himself, Roy forced his toes to uncurl. He'd been planning to launch a kick, but the tell, even one so insubstantial, would have been more than enough for Aika. She was a second Dan green belt, a full stage of advancement ahead of his own first Dan orange. If he ever wanted to even land a hit on her, telegraphing his intent wasn't going to help him. "You know the kick won't work now, right?" Jian asked as he shuffled to one side, trying to put the sun in Aika's eyes. "Yeah, I know," Roy replied. He'd gotten over his hang-ups about communicating with the Corps telepathically over 3 months ago, when they'd begun their training with Hermit. This seemed to give Jian an endless amount of delight, as the stupid meatbag way of communication was inefficient. "What do you suggest?" "Feint the kick, then try and counter her counter," Jian replied. Roy thought about that for a moment, then gave a small mental nod. A physical one would have given away his intent. As far as he was concerned, he'd been hit enough times today. Without warning, he shot forward, the ground beneath him exploding in a shower of torn grass and dirt as he used his movement technique, the shockwave. During sparring practice, they were the only techniques allowed. For Roy, it was because his martial combat style, the Unaru Kuma, demanded one to be used properly. It was allowed for Aika only because it would make it harder on Roy. She was only allowed to use the first stage. Not that it really helped him. If Aika really wanted to dodge, she could do so easily and hit him 5 or 6 times before he could even react. That was the stark difference between someone at the green stage versus someone at orange. He'd gained a lot more control over the shockwave in the past few months, so he had little trouble aiming correctly. His core had also been expanded and deepened as he continually absorbed and purified essence from the cores he'd taken during the months spent following Hermit around. Even so, he hadn't moved so much as a single dawn since starting, and it was beginning to irk him. That thought distracted him, and although it was only for an instant, Aika was easily able to slip his clumsy sidekick aimed at her waist. She flowed around his leg effortlessly, her body twisting perfectly as she stepped into his guard. Roy could see the attack coming. Not that it helped, and was subsequently sent flying as Aika's palm strike cracked into his chin. Stars danced before his eyes as his vision flashed, and Roy found himself flat on his back once again. "You're distracted," Aika's voice called, seemingly from far away. "What's bothering you?" Despite her not softening her blows, he could still hear the concern in her voice. It was something he'd gotten used to in his time with her, and it helped to keep them close, despite the daily beatings. Aika cared about him, though for what reason, Roy could not fathom. Still, she was the only human he could really call a friend, and had been there for him through so much. "It's the advancement," Roy groaned, pushing himself back to his feet. "You're still worried about that?" Aika asked, the exasperation clear in her tone. "In case you haven't noticed, I haven't advanced either. You need to stop obsessing over it and just focus on your training." Roy knew that what she was saying was true, and that it came from a good place. Still, with a collection of bruises currently riddling his body, and the ringing in his ears from that last attack, he wasn't exactly in a listening mood. His lips turned down in a frown. Then he charged once again, telegraphing a punch aimed at her head. Aika easily avoided the attack, neatly blocking the knee that had come up, and drove a closed fist into his liver. Roy doubled over in pain, then heard a light swishing sound, followed by a tremendous impact against his temple. He was knocked out in less time than he could blink, and found himself waking up several minutes later with Aika leaning over him. "Damn it," he muttered, as she pushed a green pill between his lips. "You're allowing your mind to wander," Aika admonished, even as she smoothed his hair to the side and prodded at his temple. Roy hissed in pain, but Aika ignored it, giving him a pointed look that told him that she could tell that he didn't swallow the pill. He rolled his eyes, that made an exaggerated swallowing motion. It would aid in his recovery, and Hermit had made it clear that taking it after an injury to the head was mandatory. Aika wasn't pulling punches anymore, so attacks from her, even unenhanced, were enough to cause permanent damage. In fact, if Hermit hadn't shown him a trick to reinforcing his body without the use of an armorer technique, that last attack, Aika's roundhouse kick to his head, would have cracked his skull like an overripe melon. "You pulled that last attack," Roy accused as he began to sit up. His head wasn't throbbing nearly as badly as it should. He'd taken enough blows to the head from her to know at least that much. "I felt bad," Aika said, her cheeks coloring a bit in embarrassment. "Don't," Roy replied, as he began cycling the pill's healing properties through his body. "You'll only make it worse for me the next time. If Hermit finds out..." "Hermit already knows." Both Roy and Aika winced as a dark figure dropped down from the tree above, landing with his legs folded neatly beneath him. In his hand was the leg of an oversized beast that he must have caught. Over the last few months, Roy had seen a stark transformation in the man he'd named Hermit. While he still had that strange dark skin, long tangled black hair, and powerfully built body, his demeanor was completely altered. When they'd first met, Hermit had walked with a slouch. He'd had a permanently bored and lifeless expression that clouded his features. Now, he walked with a straight back, his eyes sharp and calculating, and a near-constant look of disapproval was painted across his face. "Damn," Aika whispered, giving Roy a guilty look. "You know the punishment," Hermit said simply, taking another bite of the oversized leg. "Yes, sir," Roy and Aika said, getting back to their feet. Roy dropped his arms to the sides and did his best to keep his body relaxed and loose. This was going to hurt, but he'd dealt with this punishment enough times to know that tightening up would only make it worse. Aika took up a fighting stance before him. She hated this even more than he did, which he found to be ironic. Apparently, it was something that kept her up for days on end after having to do it, though that was of little comfort to him as her muscles tightened up. "Sorry," she mouthed, the amount of guilt written across her face almost unbearable to look at. Roy didn't have any time to reply, as Aika stepped forward, then twisted her whole body around in a 360-degree pivot. Her back leg came whistling around, soaring 6 feet into the air on a collision course with his head. He only had a second to admire the girl's ridiculous flexibility before her foot connected, and he was knocked out for the second time. This time, when he came to, it was with the familiar splitting headache, accompanied by soreness in his side that told him he'd landed hard enough to break something. If one were to think it was dangerous for a second Dan Greenbelt to strike a first Dan Orange in the head with a spinning hook kick, they would be absolutely right. Under normal circumstances, even with Roy's enforcement of his skull, the blow would undoubtedly have killed him. That was why Hermit was always around to watch when this happened. Roy still wasn't sure what the man did to stop the attack from ending his life, but when it was all said and done, he was in too much pain to care. "I hope you'll think twice about holding back next time, Aika," Hermit's voice said from off to his right. "I don't like having to keep punishing you like this." "Yes, sir," Aika said, as she pushed another pill into his mouth. "Punish her?" Roy asked indignantly. "What about me?" "I believe," Jion answered, "that the idea is to make her feel too guilty to hold back. If she were to hit you normally, you'd be in pain, but not nearly as much as you are now." Roy thought about that quietly as Aika smoothed his hair back once again and prodded at his temple. It made sense in a sick way when he thought about it, but he was surprised he hadn't figured it out until now. Then again, they'd likely discussed this when he was unconscious, and seeing as he was the one getting hammered in the skull, he'd just assumed that the punishment was for him. "How are you feeling?" Aika asked. Roy cracked an eye and saw her hazy form swimming in and out of focus. His head was cradled in her lap, which felt oddly nice, and but for the splitting headache, he might have actually enjoyed it. "Head hurts," he muttered. "Ribs, too." Sorry about that, Ika replied. You hit a rock hidden in the grass when you fell, and it was enough to fracture a couple of your ribs. At least they're not broken, Roy said with a grimace. A shadow fell over his face then, and he craned his neck to the side just in time to feel a wet and very cold nose press into his cheek. Hurt? The slightly growling feminine voice sounded in his mind. I'll be fine, Roy replied, reaching up to stroke at the fur beneath her chin. The oversized black ferret had advanced all the way to 4th Dawn Orange and was on the verge of moving to green, according to Hermit. Fairy had learned to communicate in single words over the last couple of months, though her vocabulary was still quite limited. Jian was still stuck as a translator, but Hermit had told them that once she advanced to green, she'd become far more intelligent. The ferret continued pushing at him with her nose, a small whining sound coming deep from her throat. He'll be all right in a few minutes. Don't you worry about that, Ika assured her, allowing Roy to relax his head back into her lap. It was quiet for a time. Hermit always allowed them a half hour after this particular punishment, and Roy enjoyed the silence. He also enjoyed being able to feel all the pain receding, his headache and side pain growing more and more muted as he cycled the new and more potent recovery pill. Jian remained silent as well, knowing how Roy got after a blow like that to the head, and Ika hummed quietly to herself as she ran her fingers through his hair. He didn't know why she did this, and though he'd never admit as much out loud, it felt quite nice. He enjoyed the way her fingers toyed with his hair and the way her nails lightly scraped over his aching scalp, sending chills down his spine. It was such an odd sensation, one that he simply could not place. No one back in the Shaw clan had ever done anything like this to him. If there ever was any physical contact between him and another clan member, it normally consisted of a beating of some sort. It was so strange to him that Ika, who was stronger than anyone in the Shaw clan, could have such a gentle touch. Roy found his muscles unclenching and his body relaxing as Ika continued to hum, her fingers still stroking, and her lap beneath his head, warm and soft. He wondered if he might actually fall asleep like this, as it was past 5 in the evening and he'd been training for most of the day. He was suddenly very tired and opened his mouth to yawn widely. All right, you've had enough time to rest. On to technique training. Ika jerked beneath him as Hermit's voice broke through the silence, apparently startling her. Her fingers immediately stopped their movement, and the tune she'd been humming abruptly broke off. Yes, sir, she called, gently removing Roy's head from her lap and placing it on the ground. She then stood quickly and jogged off. 2. Roy was feeling much better now. The pill was working as intended, though he was annoyed that Hermit had ruined such a peaceful moment. As he rose into a sitting position, he caught a glimpse of Ika's back as she disappeared into the trees. The back of her neck was red and flushed, and he had to wonder if she was upset that the piece was broken, or if she was embarrassed for some reason. They did their technique training in separate places, so Roy only had to assume that she was eager to get the day's training over with, as this was the least physically intensive technique session of the week. It was only an hour long today, due to the fact that sparring took up most of the day on 4th day. Hermit had set it up in a way so as to ensure that they never did the same sort of intensive training 2 days in a row. For example, on 1st day, they focused on endurance training. That meant a lot of running and physical exertion designed to keep them constantly out of breath and straining. Even Ika, who'd achieved her core body, labored beneath Hermit's brutal training regimen. They did as they were told, as it was clear that Hermit knew what he was doing and had reasons for why he did things the way he did. Neither of them really knew who he was or where he'd come from, but they knew he was strong. He was a base gray belt, the belt above brown, which apparently came after gold. Hermit had said that black belt came after gray, and even among the 7 great clans of this continent, which was apparently called Sophia, there was not a single black belt among them, at least not as far as he knew. When Roy had asked more about the 7 great clans, Hermit had simply stated that they were the superpowers of the continent, containing the most powerful martial artists, had the most wealth and influence, and basically ruled of Sophia in its entirety. The crater and Waterwood, where he'd come from, was apparently located in an area called the Outer Edge, a neutral zone that no clan claimed as their own. Roy still wondered how he'd ended up there, especially with how he looked compared to the others. When he'd asked Hermit if he'd ever heard of his family name, the man had simply shrugged, saying that there were a lot of clans out there and that he didn't know them all. Roy's thoughts trailed off as Hermit stepped into view, his arms folded over his chest and a frown touching his lips. Roy knew what the man was trying to convey. He was still sitting when he should have been on his feet, running through the exercises. The man didn't have to say a thing, but Roy was on his feet in an instant. No matter the fact that he never physically punished him, the increase in his workload would be punishment enough. Had Hermit's methods not been as effective as they were, Roy probably would have run off by now, or quit. Despite the fact that he was still the same stage as he was 3 months ago, his control, capacity, technique, and overall martial skill had all improved greatly. 30 exploding fists, Hermit said, folding his arms. He usually only had to do 15, but Roy knew better than to complain. Moving to a nearby tree, he set himself into a stance and allowed essence to begin flowing through him. The golden power essence flowed out of his core, through his channels, and into his fists as he twisted his hips and delivered the first strike. The exploding fist was a physical technique, one that needed to make physical contact to work. His fist struck the rough bark of the blue tree, and there was a muffled boom as the power essence exploded in a small bubble, tearing a chunk from the bark. Roy twisted his hips the other way, delivering another punch in the same unhurried fashion as before. Another boom tore a chunk of bark from the tree, and Roy continued on with his training. This exercise wasn't about expelling as much power as possible, but maintaining control at all times. That was why he never used the second stage of his technique, which he'd called the exploding fist increase. With that technique, each successive strike carried with it more force, and subsequently cost more essence. His fist struck for the 30th time, and Roy stepped back, breathing evenly and admiring the sizable dent he'd left in the trunk. 50 rapid shifts using the shockwave, Hermit said, appearing before him as soon as he stepped back. He'd gone to check in on Aika, but somehow always managed to make it back to Roy right as he finished his current exercise. Roy let out a breath, but didn't say anything, instead using his skill and taking off through the trees. Essence burned through him in a loop, supporting his back and keeping it straight, even as he stepped hard to his right, changing his direction by a sharp 90-degree turn. This was another of his exercises, and one that had finally brought the unruly shockwave under control. Hermit had him constantly pulling sharp turns or dangerous maneuvers while the skill was active. At first, this had resulted in broken bones and some unspeakably horrific injuries. He was now able to make the turns with only minimal effort, though Hermit still insisted he continue with the exercises. I wonder when you'll find the second stage of this technique, Jian said as he whipped around a tree and ran the opposite direction. After I figure out how to use a containment or armorer technique, he shot back. Will that be before or after you kill the Beast King? Jian asked. Probably before, seeing as he'd wiped the floor with me as I am now, Roy replied, trying desperately to keep the annoyance from his voice. Jian was still single-mindedly bloodthirsty in his path for revenge against those who had wronged him. Long before Roy had even been born, the Beast King of the Crater and another person, called the Supreme of Cloying Darkness, had somehow stolen Jian's power and locked him at the yellow stage forever. It was only after he'd merged with Roy that the Dungeon Corps was able to break through that wall, though it had taken Roy nearly a year to get where he was now. It was hard to believe that it had been so long since he'd left the Shaw clan and his old, miserable life behind. Roy understood Jian's need for vengeance and planned to dish out some of his own once he was strong enough. More than that, his ideal, the promise he'd sworn to, the very thing that defined him, was freeing the oppressed. He'd help those who were trodden down because they did not conform with societal norms, and those who were ridiculed and belittled due to their perceived weakness. In Roy's opinion, one should not be able to rule simply by the strength of their fists and might alone. Leaders needed to be compassionate, have a level head, and not be clouded by power and greed. He would end the current system of rulers ruling because of their might, and he couldn't think of a better place to start than with the Shaw clan. He hadn't been the only one who was treated badly amongst the Shaw. Those who didn't want to fight or simply weren't strong enough were ostracized. It wasn't to the point of being beaten and nearly killed, but they were forced to live in squalor on the outside fringes of the clan. Once, Roy had hated them as he'd hated the others, because even though they were also outcasts, they treated him just as badly as the rest, if not worse. He now understood that it was because of their fear and pain that they lashed out at him. He was the only one lower than them, and when they could not take their frustrations out on anyone else due to their poor stations in life, he was the only available punching bag. Even though he understood it, he didn't yet forgive them. That was something they'd have to earn on their own. But those were plans for the future. Right now, they were heading somewhere else entirely. The Chikureen Empire. Roy came to a halt back by the tree he'd hit with his exploding fist, chest heaving lightly, and his core just a quarter of the way empty. There was once a time when just 5 uses of this skill would have drained him, but his essence reserves were absolutely massive now. Aika was receiving the same training, but because she was already a green belt and relied more on ki than essence to advance, it was far less effective. In fact, when Aika had done a comparison, she told him that he had more than twice the reserve she had. That was a month ago, so he could only imagine that the reserve was a lot bigger now. 50 void spheres. Roy didn't even bother turning, as he was sure Hermit was already gone. He did as he was told, knowing that the man was still somehow watching. Setting his feet, Roy pumped essence through his body and up to his open palms. It took less than a second for a glowing golden sphere to appear above his hand, already twisting and spinning. He'd discovered that his first void sphere, the one that took him roughly 3 seconds now to conjure, was a second-stage technique. That void sphere would expand to over 5 times the size of this one, its many layers spinning and whirling in a mesmerizing pattern. This one only had a single layer and formed as soon as he summoned and shaped it. He'd subsequently renamed the larger one Void Sphere Tier, due to its nature. His hand whipped forward, sending the glowing ball into the tree, where it exploded, ripping a chunk of the bark away and leaving a clean gap a few inches wide in its wake. Even as he pulled one arm back, the second was coming forward with another void sphere already formed. Unlike the exploding fist exercise, this one was all about speed and timing. Roy had to hurl the spheres in as little time as possible. He also had to do so while keeping his timing purposefully thrown off. This would both stop him from forming patterns that could be read and force him to be able to concentrate enough to keep the techniques going, even when distracted. "You know," Jian said, intruding into his mind in a very distracting manner, "you really should think better of yourself. You can't constantly be putting yourself down. That's my job, so stop stealing it from me." "That's so thoughtful of you," Roy grunted as he hurled another sphere, missing his mark by several inches and having to add another to his count as a result. "I know," Jian replied, still ignorant to sarcasm. Roy didn't know if Jian ignored the sarcasm or if he truly didn't understand it. He really needed to break the habit of using sarcasm, as it served to aggravate him instead of the dungeon core. Roy finished the full 51 attacks, further draining his core by another third and leaving him breathing hard. This was even more challenging than using the shockwave, as it was easy to run and keep his breathing even. This required uneven movements, which made keeping his breathing the same nearly impossible. 20 constellations, Hermit said, appearing before him and promptly vanishing, not even giving him a second's respite. The constellation was what he'd named his terrain technique after almost 2 weeks of debate. He'd wanted to call it the exploding line, but Aika wouldn't allow it. They'd finally settled the debate when they'd been staring up at the stars one night, and Aika had pointed out how his technique could be formed into a constellation. Roy didn't do that pattern now, instead drawing a straight line with his essence, pulling all the accrued power essence his attacks had pushed into the air. They were currently in an area called the Shimmerwood, a forest flush with light and darkness essence. However, his and Aika's training as well as his use of his power essence, had generated enough for him to use the terrain technique as Hermit had commanded. It was why the constellation was always the last exercise of the day. A golden line formed in the air as over a dozen small spheres condensed and exploded along their path. "Mix it up. Don't just draw straight lines." Roy grimaced as Hermit's voice echoed out of the forest, and his carefully crafted plan to take it easy fell apart. "Doesn't pay to cheat, does it?" Jian said smugly. "It does if you don't get caught," Roy replied, tightening his concentration. The constellation was by far the most difficult technique in his arsenal at the moment, requiring his full attention at the best of times, when he was just tracing simple lines. Once more complicated patterns started being traced, it took all of his concentration and then some. Roy's focus tightened as he traced an intricate line, one that would target the shoulders, neck, chest, hips, and knees on an average-sized human. A pattern like this would more carefully place the exploding spheres of essence, rather than just blowing things up in a straight line. Hermit had explained that attacking targeted areas was always better than just blowing stuff up and hoping it would work. Roy found this to be contrary to his essence's very nature, but there had been no displeasure from the essence, nor had he had more than average difficulty with getting the essence to do as he wished. Had he been attempting something that went against power's nature, like trying to target an opponent with small, precise blows, it would have been impossible. Since this attack would still blow up and cause massive damage, not just sever nerves or muscles, but blow off entire limbs, his essence seemed to be just fine with it. He watched, with no small amount of pride, as the explosions went off, leaving the perfect imprint of a human body for just an instant before vanishing. Roy then did the same attack, only this time tracing the lines of a body that was crouching. This was slightly easier, as it grouped the explosions together, but was still quite challenging. He kept going like this, tracing a human body in motion, one midair, one with its leg extended, and so on, until he'd completed the exercise. "Good work," Hermit said, appearing before him once again. Aika came stumbling through the trees just behind him, her face slicked with sweat, and her long ponytail of normally lush black hair looking particularly limp. "You look tired," he commented. "Speak for yourself," Aika replied, giving him a half-smile. "Wash up," Hermit commanded. "Then meet me back at camp for dinner. We have a lot to discuss about the coming weeks." He half-turned to leave, then stopped, turning back halfway and giving them a pointed look. "And make it snappy, otherwise you'll be going hungry tonight." Roy and Aika both took this threat very seriously and were quickly off running towards the stream some half-mile away. After the day they'd had, neither of them felt like going hungry. 3. "I feel so much better," Aika said on their walk back from the stream. She was now dressed in a light robe with the sleeves cut off by her shoulder, leaving her slender arms bare. She had also opted to wear a lighter pair of pants that cut off a few inches above her ankle. And, of course, she had on her green belt with the 2 blue stripes on one end. At first, Roy had found this style of robes to be strange and a bit too revealing. Where he'd come from, women never exposed so much of their arms, and the shortest sleeved robes always ended before the elbows were exposed. However, after receiving a similar pair from Hermit, Roy had found that it was much more comfortable to sleep in, especially in a warm environment like this. Neither of them had talked much during their baths, the divider Hermit had rigged being enough to discourage conversation. Besides, they had no idea whether he was secretly watching or not, though for Aika's sake, Roy really hoped that wasn't the case. "Yeah, me too," Roy admitted, running his fingers through his short brown hair. It had felt good to wash away the dirt and grime that had collected on his body throughout the day, and even though the water was cold, the warm climate made it far more bearable. "I wonder what he wants to talk to us about," Aika said, running a long-toothed comb through her black mane of hair as she walked. Roy had no idea how Aika managed to fight with all that hair in the way, even if it was done up in a ponytail. He found that her long hair suited her, but still had to wonder how it was worth it for her. "No idea," Roy replied. "Maybe some new form of hellish training, Ika scrunched her nose up at that, her face contorted in a sour expression that made Roy grin. I hope not, she replied. Training is hard enough as it is. I don't think anything extra will really do more than hurt us by this point. It was at that moment that Fairy came bounding out of the surrounding trees and practically bowled into him, nearly knocking him off his feet. Her wet tongue lapped at his face as he laughed and tried to stave her off. Take it easy, he chuckled. I just got clean. Admittedly, he hadn't been paying her as much attention lately, as he'd been preoccupied with training. That was probably why she was being so friendly right now. Fairy responded to that by sticking her nose in his hair and sniffing, then backing away and shaking her head. What? I used soap. Roy defended himself as Ika burst into a fit of giggles, and even Jian let out a single ha. They continued on like this, bickering and playing as they headed back to camp. It was nearly dark out, and the phosphorescent trees of the shimmerwood had begun to glow in soft greens and blues. It was one of the odd things about this place that Roy didn't know if he'd ever grow used to. The way the bark lit up, or the way the leaves overhead sparkled as the wind rustled through them, was always kind of weird to him. An orange glow from up ahead heralded their arrival back at camp, and it seemed that they were just in time, as Hermit was lifting a plate to begin eating, an already empty one sitting beside him. Roy felt wind tear at his robes, and a second later, Ika was standing a few feet from the dark-skinned man, the plate clutched triumphantly in her hand. Roy moved quickly as well, snatching the third plate before Hermit could think to reach for it. Sitting down next to Ika, he tucked his legs neatly beneath him and balanced his plate on his lap. Hermit wasn't the best cook, though seeing as he and Ika were too tired to cook for themselves, they were grateful for what was provided. Tonight's meal consisted of rice and beast meat. It was nothing special, but filling all the same. Roy's stomach let out a loud rumble as he took his first bite. Though the meat was a bit overdone, and the rice was just a little too crunchy, Roy finished everything on his plate. He even went so far as to pick the individual grains that stuck to the plate with his fingers, though it was considered bad manners. So, Ika said, her plate still half full, due to her not wanting to speed eat like Roy did. What did you want to talk about? Hermit, to his credit, didn't make them wait. Roy found that he was like that. This was very much unlike Irusaru, who'd tell him to do something, then make him wait or dance around answers. If he didn't want to tell Roy something, Hermit would simply say so. And if he said he was going to say something, he didn't make them wait. We're getting close to the border of the Shimmerwood, which means we'll be reaching civilization soon. Really? Ika asked curiously. Where exactly are we going? Hermit had refused to tell them up until now, but now that they were close to the border, perhaps he'd finally divulge that information. Light City, he replied. Home to the main family branch of the Itachi clan. Why are we going there? Roy asked. Didn't you kill a whole bunch of Itachi clan members? Also, in case you've forgotten, they turned me out to die and held Ika prisoner for a whole month before threatening to kill her as well. Me? A voice chirped in his mind. And Fairy, too, Roy added, lowering his plate to the ground. Fairy's head landed in his lap as soon as the plate was gone. Roy obliged her, dropping his hand on her ears and stroking her luxurious black fur. Yes, but those were only branch members, and they were the ones sent all the way to an outpost near the crater, Hermit replied. To put it simply, they were placed there because no one wanted them around. They were the worst of the worst as far as I'm concerned, and should have been exiled from the clan long ago. Still doesn't answer why we're going to the head family of the Itachi, Ika said. She was staring at Hermit now, her eyes hard and unwavering. More than what they'd done to her, it seemed she hated the Itachi for what they'd done to Roy. Neither of them had been strong enough to do anything about it, and it was only thanks to Hermit that they'd made it out alive. That being said, it was hardly a surprise that neither of them seemed excited at the prospect of going to visit their head family, especially if outcast branch members were so strong. I was getting to that, Hermit said. Nothing changed in the way he was speaking, but both Roy and Ika shut their mouths. Neither of them knew how, but Hermit just had a way of conveying annoyance without even appearing to. It was the same with half a dozen other things, especially intimidation. Beasts never dared venture near him. Not that they could get away from him if they tried. He was too quick, too strong, and utterly ruthless, though he no longer hunted the beasts for anything other than their meat. It's going to come up as soon as we enter the city anyway, so I may as well get it out of the way now. I am part of the Itachi head family. Not only that, but had I not left, I would be sitting at its head. Don't ask any questions about why I left, because I won't answer them. Now, as to the reason why, well, that's simple. All we've been doing for the past 3 months is getting you ready.
Ready for what?
Aika asked, Roy still being too shocked at the revelation of Hermit's true identity to even process what he was saying. For your real training to begin. Aika opened her mouth to ask another question, but Hermit held up a hand to forestall her. Rising to his feet, the man gave them a once-over, then turned to leave. We leave at first light. Be ready. Then he was gone, vanishing off into the trees. I hate it when he does that, Roy muttered. Did you have any idea?
That he was part of the Itachi clan's main family?
Aika asked with a raised brow. Sorry, Roy replied, feeling a bit embarrassed.
I always assumed he was part of one of these 7 great clans he told us about,
Aika continued, brushing the apology away.
But I had no idea he was this important.
She trailed off, leaving the two of them to think alone in silence. Well, Aika got silence, seeing as she didn't have a dungeon core living in her.
Do you think we can get him to kill the Beast King for us?
Jian asked excitedly.
If he's the leader of a powerful clan, maybe we can convince him.
Why don't you try? Roy asked. He seems to be able to hear you.
Well,
Jian said,
I don't know about that.
Roy could hear the slightly defensive tone in the core's words. By now, he'd figured out that it meant Jian was simply too shy to ask. He had no idea why the dungeon core didn't like the idea that other people could hear him. Roy would have assumed he'd love it, especially with how much he liked to chatter when the mood struck. Does this mean that the Itachi clan is one of these 7 clans? Roy wondered out loud.
I would assume so,
Aika said thoughtfully.
It seems the Itachi clan is far more powerful than we'd originally thought. But if Hermit isn't in charge of the clan, then who is?
Roy let out a long yawn then, and Aika, already quite tired, soon followed suit. Fairy yawned as well, her mouth opening wide to reveal dozens of razor-sharp teeth and her long tongue curling upward.
I think that's as good a sign as any that it's time for bed,
Aika said, covering her mouth. Agreed, Roy replied, trying to get Fairy to move her head. I guess we can talk about this more in the morning. Aika nodded, rising smoothly from her seated position and heading over to her sleeping mat.
Good night,
she said, her voice drifting to him from the darkness. Good night, he called back, finally getting Fairy to move her head and getting up himself. He never got to sleep alone anymore, and even as he headed for his own mat on the opposite side of the clearing, Fairy followed, her nose bumping against his lower back every other step. Do you really have to do that? Roy admonished as he sank onto the mat.
Yes.
Roy snorted out a laugh as he dusted off the bottom of his feet. His feet tended to get dirty a lot, seeing as how they didn't wear shoes when training. He didn't even technically need to wear them, and seeing as any attack he used would blow the shoes apart, he'd taken to just walking everywhere barefoot. He still kept a pair of shoes with him at all times, just in case he ran into a similar problem as he had a few months ago. Hermit had assured him multiple times that now that he'd found his ideal, losing his core wasn't likely to happen again. At least, not unless someone physically tore it from his chest, by which point he'd be too dead to care. Dismissing that morbid thought, Roy swung his now clean feet onto the mat and laid back, letting out a sigh of relief as he was finally able to fully relax for the first time all day. Fairy sank down next to him, pressing herself into his side and practically smothering him with her thick fur. I don't know how you can live out here with all that fur, Roy complained as he shifted sideways to escape. It did him no good, as Fairy simply shifted along with him, snuggling even tighter to his side. He blew out a long breath but didn't try moving again. Fairy's tail came around his legs then, and her upper body curled around so her head lay right above his, placed on top of her front paws. Roy didn't get an answer from her, though she did shift a bit closer to him over the next few minutes as she got more comfortable. By the time she was done moving about, one of her large paws was sitting on his chest, her lower jaw was pressed to his head, and her tail was half covering him. Roy might have been annoyed had he not already been used to this. As it was, he was glad he was wearing such a light robe, because sleeping with Fairy as a blanket when it was 80 degrees outside was not pleasant at all. 4. Kai, or Hermit, as he'd come to think of himself over the last 3 months, sat high in the branches of a shuka tree some few miles from the camp. It was a sign that they were getting close to civilization, as the tree wasn't one that was natural to the region. This species of tree had been brought in by the clan from outside the empire for both its essence-rich fruit and medicinal properties. The wood itself was all but useless for construction, as it was too fibrous and soft, but a tree that provided as much as this one did would never be cut for something so mundane. Hermit took a bite of one of the plump green fruits. This was his second, the pit of the first already tucked away in his robes. These were valuable, as they carried with them the potential for another shuka tree. Though this was only the first he'd spotted, Hermit knew that in just a few days they'd be walking through entire orchards of the stuff. It was one of the Itachi clan's main exports, for both the fruit and the healing pills crafted from its bark and sap. "You seem to be enjoying that fruit an awful lot," the core in his chest commented. "It's something I haven't tasted since I left," Hermit replied, taking another bite and savoring the flavor. Unlike a lot of fruit, the ones that came from the shuka tree were completely sweet, without a hint of tang or sourness. The flesh on the outside was like that of a grape, but on the inside, the darker green flesh was far softer. "You seem ill at ease." "I am," Hermit said. "I'm going to see my little sister and brother again for the first time in 300 years. I didn't exactly say goodbye when I left, and we didn't part on the best of terms." There was also something else that was bothering him. It wasn't tangible, but rather something that he felt in the air, a distinct sense of menace that made him feel both nervous and tense. It was as though there was an unseen predator tracking their every movement, preparing to pounce at any time. The fact that even he could feel nervous about it was what really set him on edge, and though there was no tangible evidence of this, his instincts were rarely wrong. "I wonder how the Empire has changed since we've been gone," the core said, pulsing lightly in his chest. "Do you think your sister is still in charge?" "Without a doubt," Hermit muttered, taking another bite. Hikari wouldn't give up control of the clan without a fight, and as far as he knew, there was no one strong enough in the entire clan to challenge her. In fact, when he'd left, she could probably beat all of the supremes the clan had without even breaking a sweat. And while he'd slacked over the last few centuries, she'd undoubtedly continued training. He wondered how close she was to achieving the dream of every martial artist, or at least the ones who knew what they were striving for. Black Belt was seen as the pinnacle of power for any true martial artist. The Scions were the top superpowers on Buryoku, and as far as Hermit knew, there were only 4. There were 2 men and 2 women who'd reached the heights to transcend this world and leave for another. They'd remained here, though, and everyone else could not fathom as to why. The Scions stayed out of any of the major clans, each preferring to pursue their own interests, which was why the 7 great clans were able to maintain a balance of power. Hermit had met one of them once, Hana, the Scion of Tales, and had been awed by her sheer presence. That had been back in his younger years, when he'd been known as the Sage of Ruin. He'd been brash, quick to anger, and killed without thought. But even he had bowed before the power of the Scion. When he'd felt the sheer magnitude of her strength,
He'd finally understood just how large a gap there was between them. He'd already been a second Dan brown belt by then, and it had been a turning point in his life. She hadn't said much to him, just a few words, but they were ones that still resonated with him to this day. Ruin leads only to destruction, and destruction leads only to ruin. That was all she'd said, but it had been enough. From that point on, he'd no longer felt the same primal joy during a fight or the same sense of satisfaction in destroying another clan. Every time he went on a rampage in the name of the Itachi clan, Hana's words echoed in his mind.
"You haven't thought of the scion in quite some time," the Core said as the silence stretched on.
Hermit silently berated himself. If the Core was hearing his thoughts, then he'd allowed his control to slip far too much.
"It's unimportant," Hermit said,
pushing down the confusing mix of emotions that came up every time the scion came to mind.
"I doubt that Ikari has managed to become a scion just yet, and if she were close, we'd have heard about it. In all likelihood, she's stuck somewhere in the middle, trying to break through a wall she cannot breach." "And what makes you so sure of that?" "I know my sister," Hermit answered plainly.
For all her power, Ikari had one glaring flaw: her pride. So long as she held on to that, she'd never advance to the end. Hermit froze, his body going still as he felt something very unusual. Turning on the branch upon which she was seated, he craned his neck upward and narrowed his eyes. All he saw was an empty sky, but that didn't dissuade him from continuing to look. Something was definitely up there. All he had to do was... There! He leaped into the air, kicking off with his essence. Anything more would have damaged the tree, and propelling himself upward. Each step took him a bit higher, until he was finally level with the figure, standing on the air, as though it were made of solid ground. This, in and of itself, wasn't a particularly impressive trick. Hermit himself had a variation of the exact same technique. What was impressive was the fact that the only warning he'd gotten of the man's presence was the slightest hint of a foreign power. From previous experiences with this man, Hermit was surprised he'd gotten even that, though he suspected that his advancement to Grey Belt and the Reiki suffusing his core had something to do with it.
"You spotted me," Azure said, brow furrowing ever so slightly. "How unexpected."
"What are you doing here?" Hermit asked, though not at all disrespectfully. Of the many people Hermit had met in his lifetime, Azure was still the greatest mystery. He'd appeared during his first trial after he'd defeated the fire golem and chosen his path. To this day, he had no idea how the man had made it into the trial, but he'd had many visits from this man over the years. The last time he'd seen Azure was a single day before Harold Leroy had appeared in his clearing.
"Oh, I'm just checking in," Azure said, affecting a nonchalant air. "Are you finally going to tell me why you're interested in the boy?" "Same reason I'm interested in you," he replied with a shrug. "And that reason would be?" "My reason," Azure said with a grin. "Don't you worry about little old me, though. Tell me, how's he doing?"
Hermit debated telling the man to get lost. Even after all this time, he was exactly the same. However, he suspected that this man had powers he couldn't even fathom. The mere fact that there was no belt around his waist clearly meant that he was more powerful than him. If he were one of the scions, it would be very unwise to anger him, though Hermit suspected that this man was something else entirely. He just had no idea what the man could be. He didn't give off the impression that he was from around here, and though his accent and dialect were perfect, something about him had always seemed off. Besides, he didn't know of anyone, scion or not, who could break into another martial artist's trial. It was just one of those things that was supposed to be impossible.
"He's coming along quite well," Hermit replied, "though he's still quite far behind the curve. Care to tell me how a herald ended up all the way on the outer edge? Or why you have me, of all people, training him?" "Come now, do you really think I'd tell you that?" Azure said, his grin undiminished. "And as for you being the trainer, well, I thought that would be obvious."
Hermit knew that Azure was pointing to his chest, where the dungeon core was, but somehow resisted the urge to look.
You know, we're not on great terms with the Herald clan,
he tried again.
Oh, I'll say,
Azure replied.
Your clans are on the brink of outright war, if I'm not mistaken, and I generally am. Anyway, you don't exactly have a big affiliation with your old clan, and the boy hardly deserves to die, wouldn't you agree?
Hermit could feel a headache coming on, something that was impressive, seeing as he now had an immortal body, and things like headaches were supposed to be a thing of the past. What Azure had just said was that the clans were on the verge of war if he wasn't mistaken. He then followed that up by saying that he often was. What the hell kind of answer was that?
I believe he's, as you say, messing with you, the core supplied. I am indeed, Azure said. Still hasn't given you a name, I see. Yes, quite rude of him, especially seeing as we've been together for so long.
Can we please get back on track? Hermit asked, letting out a long sigh.
Of course. How rude of me.
Azure said, bowing at the waist. Yet another sign that he wasn't from around here, Hermit noted. No one of superior rank would ever bow to a lesser martial artist. Not unless someone superior to them was making them. And even then, it would be with a lot of complaining and protesting, not the sincerity that this man projected.
So how far behind is he? Years, obviously,
Hermit replied.
But that's hardly unexpected, seeing as he only started about a year ago. Honestly, I'm surprised he's so well-grounded, given his lack of experience and temperament. Well, he did spend quite a bit of time hoping and practicing in his youth, Azure replied. Besides, he has ample motivation to keep pushing. I take it that that's the reason you're approaching your old home city. Well, he does need to face something challenging to progress to Greenbelt. Otherwise, he'll stay stuck where he is. Honestly, he could push all the way to 4th Dawn right now, and possibly even beyond that if it were just an issue of power. But the barrier between Orange and Greenbelt isn't so easily breached, though I'm sure you're well aware of that. You're using the excuse of building his foundation and giving him ample room to grow, instead of allowing him to hit a wall. Very sneaky of you, Azure said with a conspiratorial wink. I am still building his foundation. I'm just constantly expanding until there's no more room. Once he hits that limit, he'll have to push for the next dawn. But once he does that, it won't be long until he hits that limit as well. You can only squeeze in so much before the jug is full, Azure replied. It is the way of the martial arts, after all. Hermit sighed, but nodded all the same. While the analogy wasn't exactly eloquent, it was accurate. At his stage, Roy still had room to gather more power and expand his foundation. However, at a certain point, there would be no more room. That was when an advancement was necessary, but once that happened, they couldn't exactly build another foundation on top of the first. There would be a little more room to grow, due to the larger capacity to hold essence. But that jug was a very small one, and Roy would reach it within a week at most. From there, it would only be about 2 more weeks until he was knocking on the door of Greenbelt and finding that the door wasn't even there. His body had already been purged of all impurity by an outside force, so it was technically ready, but his soul was not. Reaching Greenbelt and attaining the core body took a certain kind of trigger, one that could only be set off following a specific chain of events. It had already been set in motion, but was far from reaching its end. The first step was overcoming adversity from an outside force, something that Roy had clearly done. The next step would be facing a challenge that pushed him to the very brink. Then, he'd have to figure out how to turn his essence into ki. Finally, he'd have to overcome a personal failing, one that would hold him back from achieving the core body. The step that required him to form ki wasn't entirely necessary, but would be extremely beneficial to his future growth. It would also strengthen his core body immensely, as it would already have ki to draw upon and could focus its energy on him instead of wasting so much to change the essence to ki. With each passing stage and each new body attained, it paid to come prepared.
The best analogy that he could come up with was building a fire. If you started one with a single stick, you'd constantly need to stand up and fetch more wood to keep the fire going. This would stop you from being able to sit and relax while the fire burned. It would also prevent the fire from growing any larger, and it would stay relatively small until it burned out. But if you came prepared, stacking dozens of logs around the fire and continually feeding it, the fire would grow larger and larger, while you could simply sit there, continuing to feed it with minimal effort on your part. Both fires would eventually die out, but one would burn much hotter, larger, and brighter, while the other would be a small, sad thing, barely large enough to boil a cup of water. "Well, I can see you're busy," Azure said, snapping Hermit from his thoughts. "So I'll leave you for now." "Should I be expecting you to visit again soon?" Hermit asked, wondering if Roy had had the pleasure of meeting the man just yet. "Probably," the core thought. "Well, there's a smidge of trouble down there, so I think I'll be steering clear. Don't want to anger the big man upstairs." With that, Azure stepped into nothingness and vanished into thin air. Hermit caught the barest hint of a ripple in the space where Azure had once stood, and then it was gone. It barely registered as he was busy thinking about what had just happened. What Azure had just said was something he'd never even alluded to in the past. He was implying that there was a higher power watching over this world, one that he answered to. His lips turned downward ever so slightly, as the feeling of unease that had permeated the air strengthened by several degrees. He didn't know what was going on, but one thing seemed to be sure. His world was about to change, and not in a good way. 5. Roy woke early the next morning, feeling well rested, if not a bit stiff. He shoved at Fairy's side until the ferret shifted enough for him to get up. He winced, craning his neck from side to side and hearing a series of crackling pops. Arching his back got the same result, and when he twisted his shoulders, he finally felt his muscles begin to loosen up. "For someone who doesn't need sleep, you sure seem to enjoy it," he muttered, looking down at Fairy's prone form. If the ferret was awake, she ignored him, though, judging by the slow rise and fall of her sides, she was still fast asleep. It was barely light out, but Roy was used to getting up early by now. Besides, today would be a traveling day, so if he didn't warm up and stretch now, he'd be dealing with sore muscles all day. He could already feel them tightening up again, the small relief that came from loosening them already fading away. "Good morning," Ika said, greeting him with a warm smile as he shuffled into the center of camp. She looked as she always did in the mornings. Perfect. Her hair was done up in her usual ponytail, falling all the way down her back until it reached her waist. 2 strands framed the sides of her face, which was clear of all grogginess, though he had no idea how. He mumbled a greeting as he stumbled forward, not understanding how she could be so chipper at this early hour. "She's clearly not human," Jion supplied. This coming from the core of a dungeon. "Obviously. Who else would be talking to you like this?" "Fairy," he shot back. "Fairy, smart as she is, can only communicate in single words. She is also fast asleep." Roy gave up on arguing and instead began to loosen his muscles up. "Going for a jog?" Ika asked as he began rolling his shoulders. "Just enough to warm up," he replied. Stretching while cold, as Hermit put it, wasn't nearly as effective as doing so once the muscles had warmed up a bit. If he was going to really stretch, it would have to be after he'd built up a bit of a sweat. "Care if I join you?" she asked, already rising and beginning to loosen up herself. Roy just grunted in reply, bending at the waist to touch the ground. He only held the position for a few seconds before straightening and starting on his legs. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Ika doing the same, except she could reach way farther than he could with any single stretch. He'd asked Hermit if he'd be able to do the same once he was a green belt, but Hermit had said it wasn't likely. Women were just naturally more flexible than men, just as men naturally had more muscle mass. Big muscles didn't make a difference when it came to the martial arts, but the physical differences between the two simply meant that Roy wouldn't be able to do some of the things Ika could.
That was not to say that Roy didn't have advantages of his own. More muscle mass might not mean that he was any stronger, but when it came to things like endurance, Hermit said that male martial artists seemed to have an edge, if only a slight one, over those of the same advancement. He had added the stipulation that once they passed Purple Belt, this all became a moot point. After that, the differences between men and women only had to do with their relative path, personal power, and ability. Hermit had then demonstrated a stretch that nearly made the both of them sick, which assured Roy that he'd have no trouble in that department so long as he continued advancing. Roy straightened, arching his back one last time before taking off at a light jog. He wasn't concerned that Ika was still stretching. She could catch up to him whenever she felt like it, and if she really ran, he'd have no hope of keeping up. His legs pumped rhythmically as he began to set his breathing into a pattern, cycling his essence as he ran. The golden light within his core began flowing through his body, cycling to his head, arms, and legs, before looping back into his core. The essence permeated over him, clearing the last vestiges of sleep from his mind and allowing him to pick up his pace. Ika soon joined him, her arms crooked slightly at the elbow, and hands held in loose fists as she moved them back and forth. Her form was perfect, very much unlike his own, though that was through no fault of his own. Roy had been a cripple for most of his life, with one of his legs confined to a brace. That had hardly given him the opportunity to practice something like running. Ika, on the other hand, had been training ever since she was a little girl, and although she was a year younger than him, she had a wealth of experience he couldn't hope to match. At least, not yet. They ran on in silence, the only sounds being their breathing and the crunching of leaves underfoot. The morning air was pleasantly cool, though Roy knew that in just a few hours it would be just a memory. Still, he enjoyed it while he could. His body soon began to warm, and when they looped around to head back to camp, Roy increased his pace yet again. He was pretty much running at a full sprint now, his arms and legs pumping mightily as he ran. It was hard not to lose his cycling rhythm while running like this, but it was something Hermit always insisted on. Cycling was the single most important thing for any martial artist if they wished to fight, and ruining your breathing was the fastest way to disrupt your cycling. By the time they finally made it back to camp, Roy's lungs were on fire, the effort needed to maintain his breathing instead of just sucking in huge lungs full of air, having taken a lot of effort. "That was a good run," Ika said, her chest rising and falling just a bit faster than normal. It was nothing compared to him, and while she had a light sheen on her forehead, he was practically dripping. Roy didn't bother with the feelings of petty jealousy and began to stretch as he recovered his breath. Ika joined him a moment later, and the two of them went through the series of stretches designed to loosen them up for the day of travel ahead. 20 minutes later, Roy straightened up with a long sigh. He was a sweaty mess, but all of the stiffness was well and truly gone. "I'm going to wash up," he called, already heading for the stream. "I could use a wash myself," Ika said, walking over to join him. As far as he could tell, she didn't really need it, but Roy was glad to have the company. It wasn't like the stream was a far walk, but half a mile in the woods was about 10 minutes each way, and it was always nice to have someone to talk to. "What do you think this city will be going to?" Roy asked. "I honestly don't know," Ika replied. "I mean, they did some pretty horrible things to you, not to mention how they kept me locked up for months. More than anything they did, I hate how they tried to turn us against each other. If they'd just tried to kill me, I could understand. But what they did was just—" Ika trailed off with a sound of disgust, unable to complete her sentence. "I know," Roy replied. He remembered the feelings of anger and betrayal that had overwhelmed him. He'd been so distraught that he had come close to taking his own life after what the Itachi clan had shown him. He'd nearly died out in the woods as well, and again after going back to break Ika out of captivity. His overall impression of the clan as a whole wasn't all that great, and the fact that Hermit was not only part of their clan, but an important member of their head family, hadn't been sitting easy with him. "Are you having doubts about Hermit now?" Ika asked quietly. "A few," Roy admitted. "Though if I really think about it, he was the one who saved us. He even killed members of his own clan to do so." "And that's what's bothering me," Ika said. "I don't know if I'd ever be able to kill a member of my own clan, no matter what they did." "I would," Roy replied flatly.
If any member of the Shaw clan showed themselves, I'd kill them without a second thought. Ika shivered lightly at the cold tone, but nodded all the same. Well, maybe Hermit was doing the same thing? I'm just really not sure. Think about it this way, Roy said, not sure when he'd become Hermit's advocator. At least he's important enough to keep us safe while we're there, and if worst comes to worst, he can probably get us out of there. I guess, Ika replied, still unconvinced. Listen, he didn't specify how long we'd be staying for. Maybe we're just going for a short visit, and if not, we only have to stay for as long as he's agreed to teach us. This seemed to finally get her to relax, and the tension she'd been carrying with her seemed to fade away. Yeah, it's only temporary, she said, as though to assure herself more than anything else. Thanks for that. I needed something to hold on to. How many times have you calmed me down? Roy asked with a half-smile. I think we're well past the point of you needing to thank me for being a friend. Ika smiled back, bumping him lightly with her shoulder. I really hope that we can train together again once we get to the city, she said wistfully. What? You don't call knocking me around for hours on end training? Roy joked. You know what I mean, Ika said, swatting his arm. Actual training, not me beating you up. You seem to enjoy doing that, Roy said, rubbing at the spot where she'd swatted him. Now you're just being a baby, Ika said, giving him a pointed look. What? Roy said defensively. You're a lot stronger than you seem to realize. Oh, you poor baby, Ika said, affecting a tone one would use when addressing an infant. Did Ika hurt you? Do you need her to kiss your boo-boo away? Roy snorted out a laugh, dodging out of the way as Ika swiped for his arm, presumably to kiss away his boo-boo, as she put it, and smacked his head into a low-hanging branch in the process. Ow! Roy complained, as the branch shattered against his head, sending him sprawling. Ika stared down at him for a few long moments, shock clearly written on her face as Roy rubbed at his forehead. Then she started laughing again, her mirth ringing out in the silent forest and echoing off into the distance. I don't see what's so funny, Roy muttered, as she helped him back to his feet. That really hurt. Let me see, Ika finally said after calming down. Roy glowered at her, still rubbing at his forehead, but she just rolled her eyes and motioned for him to move his hand. With a sigh, Roy did as he was bade, removing his hand and bending down so that Ika could examine his forehead. It doesn't look too bad, she said, tracing the small lump with cool fingers. Yeah, well, it doesn't feel too great, Roy muttered, already moving to step back. Ika did something very unexpected then. Grabbing the sides of his face, she leaned up, and Roy felt a pair of lips gently press into the center of the throbbing bump on his forehead. He froze, unsure of what to do, as Ika released his face and took a step back. There, she said, her face a bit flushed. Better now? Roy didn't really know what to say. He could feel blood rushing to his face, something that was very foreign to him. Unsure of what to do, he just nodded a few times in lieu of words. Good, Ika said with a smile, before whirling in place and heading for the stream once again. Roy watched her go, his hand unconsciously drifting up to the spot she'd kissed. He could still basically feel it, and he was sure he'd never forget the way it felt. He'd never been kissed in his entire life, not by anyone. Maybe his mother had kissed him before she'd been killed, but if she had, he couldn't remember. The Shaw weren't exactly great caretakers, and he'd received little in the way of affection in their rigid clan. Roy could feel blood pounding in his ears as he watched Ika's lithe form disappear between the trees. There was an odd fluttering in his stomach, and the burning heat in his cheeks refused to go away. Though he'd never felt this way before, he knew well what it was, as he'd heard the whispers of the youths in the Shaw clan, even if they hadn't included him in their conversations. The boys would often talk about the women and girls in the clan, discussing which ones were the prettiest and who would marry whom. As a cripple, he'd never even thought of romance as an option for him. There was no way anyone in the clan would marry him, so it hadn't even crossed his mind. Now, though, things were different. And who knew?
Maybe one day?
Roy gave himself a hard shake, expelling the strange mix of emotions welling up inside him. Ika was a friend, his only friend. He'd been around the clan long enough to see many friendships end over things like this, and he wasn't going to ruin his only friendship for something that he may very well be imagining. Ika was likely just having fun at his expense, something that she did often, and he wasn't going to read into something that wasn't even there. He could feel the heat receding now and allowed his shoulders to relax. "That's it," he muttered to himself. "She was just messing with me." That said, Roy hurried towards the stream. He was still very much in need of a bath, and Hermit was probably already making breakfast. If they didn't make it back before he was done, neither of them would be eating until lunch. 6. Roy noticed the tension between them as they headed back to camp, but chose to ignore it. Ika clearly felt strange over what she'd done earlier, and it was manifesting itself in the form of silence. Thankfully, Hermit was already done making breakfast by the time they returned, and the awkwardness seemed to fade with a third person being there. "How far is Light City from here?" Ika asked, as she dug into the rice porridge that Hermit had prepared. "A few days by foot, but if we run, we can make it there by nightfall." Roy let out a sigh. So much for having a peaceful day of walking. He made sure to finish everything in his bowl, as he was sure he'd need the energy. If Hermit had said they could make it faster by running, then they'd definitely be running. Fairy, by contrast, seemed thrilled at the idea of running all day. She continuously bounded about the clearing, stopping every so often to whack her head into his back or shoulder, all while practically yelling in his mind, "Run! Run! Run!" "She's excited about the—" "I know," Roy snapped, cutting Gian off mid-sentence. It was hard enough to try and eat with the oversized ferret whacking into him every other minute, and he didn't need Gion's insulting commentary on top of that. "No need to be rude," Gian huffed. Roy debated snapping back, but decided that it ultimately wasn't worth the hassle. He and Gian were stuck inhabiting the same body. Aggravating someone who could literally make sure he didn't have a moment of peace wasn't a good idea. "So, how exactly are you related to the head of the Itachi clan?" Ika asked. Roy looked up from his porridge, definitely interested in this topic of conversation. "When I left, it was my parents who ruled the clan," Hermit answered. "I very much doubt they're still alive now, as they weren't exactly strong martial artists to begin with. If I were to guess, it would be my younger sister who holds that title." "Why did you leave if you were supposed to take over?" Ika asked. "I told you I wasn't going to answer that question," Hermit answered, eliciting a frown of annoyance from the girl. "What was your life like growing up in the head family of such a large clan?" Roy quickly asked, afraid that Hermit would stop answering questions if Ika said anything else. "The Itachi clan was nothing more than our namesakes back when I was a child," Hermit answered. "We became strong through force. So if you really want to know, my youth was filled with blood, violence, and death." Roy snapped his mouth shut at that, and both he and Ika finished eating in silence. As soon as he set his bowl down, Hermit was on his feet. "Pack up, we leave in 5 minutes." There was no time to talk to Ika about the discovery of the Itachi clan's founding. He'd been sure they were a clan at least as old as Ika's own, if not more so. The fact that they'd only really come to power because of Hermit and his family was entirely a surprise to him. "Wait, just how old is Hermit anyway?" Roy wondered as he packed up his bedroll. "Oh, so now you want my opinion?" Gian asked. "I almost never want your opinion," Roy replied, "but you seem to give it regardless." "Yes, that I do," Gian said, as Roy rolled his mat into a bundle and tied it off. "One must always be willing to aid those of lesser intelligence and means. It's my duty, after all." Roy ground his teeth together, wondering if Gian had just purposely insulted him or not. If he were a human, then he would have to say yes. But Gian had a different way of thinking, and it didn't always mesh with human norms. However, the core had been around him long enough to know how to push his buttons, and was very good at doing so when the mood struck him. Well, then, enlighten me, O wise dungeon core, Roy said before he could stop himself. Damn it, he yelled. But Gian had already jumped on the opening. Gladly. If I were to hazard a guess, I'd say that our friend Hermit is somewhere around 700 or 800 years old. Oh, really? And on what merit do you base this guess of yours? Roy responded. Well, if you recall, Aika once told us that Kaeru, the leader of the Tande clan, was a supreme at base red, and that he was around 500 years old. Now, going up from there would only take more time, and seeing as Hermit would have had to gain another 2 belts in between, gold and brown, it only stands to reason that he's around that age. Roy thought it over for a few moments, wondering when the dungeon core had gotten so smart. When he thought about it, Gian was several hundred years old himself. He'd only lost a big chunk of his knowledge due to their bonding, so it was easy to forget that he had had a wealth of knowledge. Roy could see a flaw in his logic, though, and was eager to point it out. That would be assuming that people in the crater advance at the same pace as those outside. Seeing as they seem to be a lot stronger, I would say the hermit is younger than you think. Probably only 600, Roy said smugly. If you're quite done arguing about my age, Hermit said, startling the both of them, we really should get going. Roy shot Gian the mental equivalent of a glare as Hermit turned his back, while Gian did the mental version of turning his nose up at him. And for the record, Hermit said as he continued heading away, you're both wrong. I'm only 546. Before Roy could say anything else, Fairy came bounding up behind him and began nudging him forward with her head. We're really gonna have to talk about boundaries, Roy said as he began walking, the ferret willfully ignoring his complaints. Just let her have her fun. She's not going to stay like this. Gian abruptly cut off mid-sentence, going utterly silent. Not going to what? Roy asked, his curiosity piqued. Nothing, Gian said. Don't mind me at all. Gian? Yes? What were you about to say? How little I enjoy your chattering when I'm trying to rest. Roy ground his teeth together, but tried again, taking a different approach this time. Why don't you tell me what you were about to say about Fairy? He asked, coaxingly. I don't know what you're talking about, Gian said. Gian? Yes? You're an asshole. No, I'm not. I am a dungeon core. Not a hole for excretion. I don't know how you can mix the two of those up. Are you feeling all right? Roy sighed, feeling his shoulders slump as he finally gave up. He was just going to have to wait and see what happened with Fairy, as it was clear that Gian was not going to help him. Ready to go? Hermit asked, as he and Aika came to the center of their now-cleared camp. Ready as I'll ever be, Roy muttered, adjusting the strap of his pack. Yep, Aika answered, sounding far more chipper than he. Well, we best be going then, Hermit said, immediately taking off through the trees at a light jog. This, of course, meant that Roy was following at his full speed, while using his movement technique. He knew he'd be running out of essence at some point, but right now, he didn't want to think about it. This run was already taxing him, and they'd just begun. If he thought about the long hours that they had ahead of them, he might just quit right now. Tande Irusaru sat in a prison of his own mind. The prison capsule functioned much in the same capacity as many intangible prisons, trapping his mind in an illusion and thus incapacitating his body. While his wayward pupil might believe to have trapped his soul within this prison, Irusaru had been alive long enough to know the difference. A construct capable of trapping a soul would not fall into the hands of someone like Doragon. He was too weak and did not have the connections needed. Even he, with all his power, could not lay his hands on something of that rarity. He doubted that even Kaeru, the leader of their clan, could manage it. If a Supreme couldn't do it, he very much doubted Doragon could. Aside from that assurance, Irusaru could see the cracks in this prison, spaces where his mind was beginning to slip. Doragon was probably neglecting to feed him, thinking that the prison capsule would keep him alive. If this truly had trapped his soul, then that would very much be the case. But seeing as he hadn't, Irusaru was slowly starving to death. He'd already been trapped in here for months, and though he'd initially railed and yelled, he no longer had the strength. Now he simply sat in the center of his small cell, eyes closed and legs folded beneath him. His body was dying, of that he was certain, but this may very well afford him the opportunity to escape. Prisons of the mind only lasted for as long as there was a live brain to sustain it. As soon as that brain began to fail, so would the prison. It would be a horrific and painful experience, but if he could just last long enough once he was back in his own body, Irusaru was confident he could escape back to the Tande clan. Then, once he was recovered, he could head out after Doragon in force to bring the sniveling coward to justice once and for all. His mind then drifted to his wayward granddaughter, and he wondered if she was still with that Harold Leroy. Roy had betrayed his trust, and Aika had gone along with him, likely seduced by promises that he wasn't planning on keeping. He'd yet to send the full might of his clan after them, but as soon as he made it back, that lying snake would feel the wrath of his clan. Irusaru began to laugh then, as images of his dead foes began to play out before him. Enemies of the clan had to die, and he would make sure of it personally. Doragon and Harold Leroy would both pay, and he would take the greatest of pleasures in ending their lives. Had Irusaru been in his right mind, he might have realized that the long incarceration in the prison capsule had been slowly driving him insane. But that was the thing about being insane. By the time it happened, one would already be too far gone. 7. Are we there yet? Roy panted out between breaths. No, Hermit replied, not sounding even the least bit winded. And if you ask again, I'll double our pace. Roy bit back an angry retort at that, and simply continued plodding on. It was nearly dark out, and they'd been running for most of the day. Hermit had given them the courtesy of slowing down every hour or so, but it still wasn't enough of a break in his opinion. He was completely drenched in sweat from head to toe, his muscles were on fire, and his legs felt like they were about to fall off. Either that, or they'd transform into jelly and no longer support the weight of his body. Aika was a bit better off, though she was also covered in sweat. Her clothes didn't cling to her quite the way Roy's did, but they weren't exactly fluttering in the breeze. Fairy was the best off out of the three of them, her bestial nature keeping her going for far longer than either of them, but even she was starting to look a bit worn out after the long day of running. Now, instead of bounding along with the group, switching between Roy and Aika, she merely ran alongside him, her head drooping and tongue flicking out every few seconds to lick her chops. Hermit was completely unfazed, and looked exactly the same as he had that morning. If anything, he seemed to be even more awake now than he had been when they set off. They'd left the forest behind about an hour and a half ago, and were now just running on open land. There was a clear road underfoot now, and every few minutes they'd pass another orchard of trees that looked weird to him. The only reason Roy even noticed the oddity of the trees was because they didn't glow, unlike every other plant he'd come across since leaving the crater. They seemed to be some type of fruit tree, so he just had to assume they were here for the city where they were currently headed. We'll stop here for the night. Roy was so tired that it took his brain several moments to register what Hermit had said. As soon as the words penetrated, Roy was able to put the brakes on his running. He leaned forward, placing his hands on his knees and panting hard. His cycling rhythm had abandoned him hours ago, and despite his best efforts to replenish what he could, he'd been unable to do much. His core was completely empty, which would mean hours of cycling and refining. Well, he would have had to do that, but he could cheat. He still had plenty of power cores left, and would use them to replenish the lost essence. The essence inside the cores had the added benefit of already being as pure as he could make it at his advancement level, so it would save him the hours of work he'd otherwise need to do. Why are we stopping here? Aika asked. Unlike Roy, she was standing straight-backed, though by the slight tremble in her knees he could tell she was just about ready to drop as well. She might be a full belt above him and have a core body, but there were still limits as to what a person could endure, especially when running at the speeds they'd been going all day.
I can see the walls of Light City,
Hermit said, moving off the road and toward a copse of the fruit trees.
We don't want to approach at night. They won't let us in if we do. Plus, you both look disgusting.
I wonder whose fault that is,
Ika muttered. Roy was too tired to complain, merely shuffling after the man and into the trees.
There are several large streams in the area that are used to water the shuka trees,
he said as they headed in deeper.
You can wash up in those, but make sure the water is not at all stagnant before you do. We don't need you corrupting the source.
Your kindness knows no bounds,
Ika said sarcastically.
Why did we have to run like that all day if we're just going to stay the night outside the city?
Roy asked. His breathing recovered enough to talk by now.
Couldn't we have just taken it easier and arrived tomorrow afternoon? Morning is the best time, Hermit replied. There are generally no patrols out this late, and I'd rather get to the city gates without having to be escorted there. Getting into the city along with the morning crowds will be far easier.
But won't you be recognized?
You did say you were part of the head family, Ika asked.
I haven't been here in a while. The only people who would recognize me are far too important to be watching the gates, Hermit said,
stopping, looking around, and then nodding to himself.
We'll set up here for the night. Just follow the sound of running water to wash up. Roy, you go first. Ika, stay here and help me set up camp.
Roy was glad that Ika didn't argue. It was clear by the way he was slumped that he was the worst off. He was also the weakest of their little group, very included, and so was the most likely to drop. He dropped his pack to the ground, only taking the time to snag a new pair of robes, and headed off in the direction of running water. He was surprised when Fairy came along with him, sliding her shoulder up to his and pushing her head beneath his arm to support him.
Thanks, girl,
he said, patting her lightly. Fairy let out a tired squeak in response, but didn't otherwise say anything else. She knew he was tired, and Roy appreciated the sentiment. With Fairy's help, he soon reached the bank of the running river and was amazed by its sheer scale. When Hermit had told him there were streams back here, he hadn't exactly expected something like this. He thought it would be a small stream, perhaps a couple of feet across, or maybe even a few streams that connected near the trees. Instead, he was greeted by a literal maze of interconnecting streams. A single one ran before him, flowing fast and deep, and on the other bank was another copse of trees. From the stream, hundreds of smaller streams flowed off, disappearing into the darkness. Roy wanted to look around a bit more, and had he not been so exhausted, he might have. Despite his curiosity, he began to strip out of his robes, dropping the sodden garments to the ground. Much to his surprise, Fairy actually turned her back on him until he got into the stream, but Roy was too tired to think much of the odd behavior. Instead, he focused on simply enjoying the feeling of the lukewarm water washing over his sore muscles. He'd never had to deal with such an intense day of exercise before, and had this been 3 months ago, Roy was sure he'd have dropped about an hour into their run. Exhausted as he was, Roy knew that tomorrow would be far worse. If he took the time to cycle a bit of essence through himself before he went to sleep, it would mitigate the damage somewhat. There was a loud splash as Fairy jumped in after him, her sodden head emerging from the water just a foot from his face and spraying water all over him.
"Someday, huh?"
Roy said as she paddled around him, shaking her head and thrashing about to get clean.
Tired,
Fairy's voice came to him, sounding quite tired indeed. I would imagine, Roy replied with a chuckle.
Fun,
she said, her tone indicating that she'd enjoyed it nonetheless.
Maybe for you,
Roy said, scrubbing at his hair and body to get rid of any dirt. He knew that Ika was hurting as well, and that she would need to wash up after him. Taking his time wouldn't be fair to her, and besides, he knew that if he stayed here for too much longer, he might just drift off here, and it wouldn't be very beneficial to his health.
She says you should do it more often,
Jian said, piping up for the first time all day. He'd been oddly silent during their run, and Roy got the distinct impression that he'd been sleeping. Jian's behavior still greatly confused him, but as time went on, there were some things he was beginning to pick up on. Do what? Roy asked, already knowing that Fairy was using him to communicate what she couldn't.
Run together. She says it's been far too long since the two of you have really spent any real time together, and she misses that.
You do? Roy asked, looking into the ferret's small glittering eyes. Fairy nodded slowly, leaning in and bumping her nose against his cheek.
Miss Roy?
I've just been so busy with training lately, I guess I haven't really had time, he replied, pressing his hand to her snout.
More time soon?
Roy's brow furrowed at that. But before he could ask Fairy what she meant, the large beast pulled herself from the water and began shaking herself dry. Roy took this as a sign that he should probably get out as well.
You should really fill me up with more essence,
Jiang complained, sounding a bit cranky.
I don't like feeling so empty.
Since when does the lack of essence bother you? Roy asked. Realizing that he forgot to bring a towel, he shook himself dry as best he could. He then started to put on his new robes.
I'm not sure, but seeing as you haven't been this empty in months, I have to assume it started at some point between the last time and now.
I'll ask Hermit for one of the cores when we get back then, Roy replied, sticking his arms through the holes in his sleeveless robe. The shimmering orange belt with a single green stripe flowed from Roy's core then as he called upon it. No matter how many times he did this, the sheer wonder of seeing the belt never faded. For all his life, he'd been a freak. He was a weakling, without a shred of essence in him. So now, whenever he called upon his belt and drew it forth from his core, it was a testament. It represented not only how far he'd come since meeting Jian, but also the fact that he was no longer helpless. He still wasn't nearly as strong as Aika, nor was he likely to be anywhere close to the level of power of anyone in the city where they were headed. But he was getting there. It wouldn't be too much longer before he moved up to the next dawn. Of that he was certain. He was starting to get the very distinct sense of being full, for lack of a better term. It was like his core had nearly expanded to the maximum it could at his stage of advancement, and that once he reached that point, his advancement to the next dawn would happen automatically. It was very different from the feeling of pushing for an advancement, like this would happen naturally and far less abruptly. And though he couldn't be 100% sure about it, Roy was pretty certain that once he advanced, there wouldn't be much room to expand his core before the next one came along. Perhaps that was why Hermit had insisted he keep working on widening and deepening his core now, because it would be much harder later on. Jian had told him that Aika, despite being far stronger than him, actually had a lot less to work with, which was quite surprising, given their differences in both advancement and ability. If anything, he would have assumed Aika's essence would far outstrip his. Apparently, that wasn't the case. However, Aika was far more efficient in her use of essence due to her years of training and ability to use ki. Whenever a technique was used, there was always some essence that would escape. And for Roy, whose control still wasn't the best, he found that he lost a lot more than she did. Aika, whose control was nearly perfect, barely lost any at all. She also generated the same amount of power using far less, as her techniques were polished and refined. Roy, on the other hand, had to pour nearly twice as much in just to make them work. After all these months of constantly deepening his core, Roy had essence to spare. Well, he actually had nothing at the moment, but that was about to be remedied. He shuffled back into camp and saw that his bedroll had already been set up. Aika and Hermit were sitting around a small beast core and eating from clay bowls. Roy assumed that the core was being used as a light source instead of a fire due to their proximity to Light City. And though he couldn't see it, Hermit could, and he trusted the man's freakishly good eyesight far more than his own. Hermit could probably sense the gathered power in the city as well. Roy's ability to sense others' essence was limited to perhaps a few feet, and that was only if he were really trying. Jian was helping him with that, but it was a slow process. Good, you're back, Aika said, giving him a weary smile. It came off as quite sinister, as her face was lit from the bottom by the glowing red core. Here, Hermit said, holding out a bowl as Aika rose to go bathe. Can I have one of the power cores? Roy asked as he took the cold bowl and sat down to eat. Hermit dug into his robes and removed the gem-like core glowing with golden light. Roy took it with a grunt of thanks and placed it in his lap before beginning to shovel down the contents of his bowl. It seemed that Hermit had made his specialty, cold, plain rice. Roy didn't care, wolfing down every last bite in just a couple of minutes. He took a long draw from the water bottle that Hermit handed to him, then stood and headed to his sleeping mat. He quickly got into his cycling position and reached for the core clutched between his fingers. This core had come from a beast in the mid-purple stage and was brimming with essence. There was also something else in there, a small knot of condensed power that he could sense at the very edges of his mind. He knew this to be key, but until he understood it better, he'd be unable to access it. Besides, as far as he understood, one had to already be a green belt to create their own key, and he was still some ways off from achieving that particular goal. Warmth flooded his body as he pulled the essence into his own core. Had he been less exhausted, Roy might have taken the time to fully replenish his core. As it was, he barely managed to pull in any at all before his mind began to shut down. After he'd nodded off for the 4th time, he was forced to give up and lie down. He could always finish in the morning. Roy only had a passing thought about where Fairy might be. She hadn't returned to camp with him, before his exhausted mind finally gave in to the inevitable pull of slumber. 8. Hermit watched his sleeping pupils, as he did almost every night. This time, though, he was doing it from the center of camp, not high in a tree. There was a simple reason for this, one that he hadn't told the others, not that they really needed to know. The trees were scripted to alert the clan if anyone of sufficient power touched them. That was why he'd avoided stepping on so much as a single root. Both Roy and Ika were too weak to set them off, so he wasn't worried about them. He turned his head in the direction of Light City, the powerful signatures of several martial artists standing out in stark contrast against the hundreds of thousands of smaller, weaker ones. There was one that stood out against the rest, and he recognized it quite well. She'd grown stronger since their last encounter, and her core had grown even darker. He couldn't help but notice that the red tinge in the core signature had lessened greatly, though.
Being the leader of a clan doesn't give one much time to fight and kill,
the core said. Hermit slammed the doors on his emotions closed, and once again berated himself for allowing himself to slip. The closer he came to the city, the harder it was for him to control. So many memories, both good and bad, were tied up in this place that it was hard to stay calm and collected all the time, especially knowing what he was about to face. His ideal demanded that he returned, and had he stayed away after what he'd seen back in the lighted fields, it would have destroyed him. He still wondered now if he would have been better off just allowing himself to die, if it would have been better for his miserable existence to end, just as he'd ended all those thousands of lives. Honor dictated he live, and it would dishonor the dead if he allowed himself to die. Besides, breaking one's ideal wasn't exactly easy, not when it was tied so closely with one's identity. The longer one lived and the further they advanced, the stronger the ideal would become. For someone like Roy, breaking his ideal would come with minimal consequences, and though it would damage his advancement in the short term, he would eventually recover with no adverse effects. For someone like him, however, breaking an ideal would all but undo him. In this way, the powerful were still shackled, if not by others, then by themselves. Still, he'd wholeheartedly accepted his ideal, and even if that hadn't been enough, the 2 youths currently sleeping next to him would have kept him from death. They'd grown on him in the last few months, and despite how he treated them, he was proud of how far they'd come. There was a sudden flash of darkness essence in his spirit field, and Hermit turned in surprise in the direction of its source. This was quite unexpected, to say the least, as he'd been sure this wouldn't happen for at least another month.
Looks like the ferret is finally advancing, the core noted. I wonder which direction she'll go in.
Though he didn't say so out loud, Hermit already had a pretty good guess. Roy was going to be in for quite the surprise come morning, and he would be there to witness the entire thing in all of its horrific and embarrassing glory. Roy stirred as light from the early morning sun practically blasted through his eyelids, bringing him from the land of dreams and back into the waking world. He groaned silently to himself, his mind desperately trying to reject the truth and go back to sleep. However, now that he was awake, all the aches and pains that had come along in the night assaulted him all at once. He resisted the urge to groan, just barely, and tried not to move. Everything hurt. His legs and lower back especially, but his hips and shoulders as well. Everything had tightened up, and now he felt like he was just a ball of tangled knots. His leg twitched involuntarily, and this time he did groan, feeling the tight muscles pull. It was a very, very painful experience, and one that he knew he'd have to face when he opened his eyes. He could feel Fairy pressed up next to him. She must have come back at some point after he'd fallen asleep, and could feel her breath ruffling his hair. Without opening his eyes, he could feel that one of her legs was draped across his chest. Oddly enough, it wasn't as heavy as it should have been. In his current state of drowsiness and pain, Roy may very well have ignored that fact. However, something else stood out to him. It wasn't something that was there, but rather something that wasn't. Normally, Fairy's tail would be draped over his lower body, and one of her back paws would have trapped one of his legs. Instead, he felt only the lightest brush of something on his bare feet, and that was it. Roy's brain finally began to work, the oddity of what he'd noticed breaking him out of his stupor. The angle of Fairy's head was all wrong, as he could feel her breath near his scalp instead of running down the back of his neck as it normally would. He could also feel one of his hands, half numb by now, trapped beneath her. The fur he felt when he flexed his fingers was a good deal shorter and softer than he remembered, and he could feel skin underneath. Roy finally opened his eyes, blinking blearily as he turned his head to find out what the anomaly could be. Perhaps Fairy had chosen to sleep at a different angle last night, or she'd simply rolled away at some point instead of coming closer. It had happened a few times before, but the mixture of odd sensations was just too much for his curiosity to bear. "What the hell?" Roy exclaimed, his body reacting before his mind had time to fully process what he was seeing. He jumped to his feet, springing back from the sleeping creature and trying to raise his arms in a defensive posture. As soon as he did, his entire body locked up, his muscles cramping horribly and bringing him back down to the ground with a cry of pain. The loud way in which he'd gotten up had woken the creature, and she looked up at him with bleary eyes. He had no doubt that this creature was a female, although he had no idea what she actually was. Roy stared back, trying to shuffle away but finding his legs uncooperative. Then the creature did something very unexpected and smiled at him. "Good morning, Roy." A light feminine voice sounded in his mind. For a few moments, Roy looked about, trying to find the source. However, when the creature began to look around as well, it finally dawned on him. "Did you just talk to me?" he asked hesitantly. "Yes," the creature said, sounding oddly delighted. "Isn't this wonderful?" There was something familiar about the voice, something that he couldn't put his finger on. "Fairy?" Roy asked, as understanding finally dawned on him. "Wow, it only took you forever to figure out," Gion's voice sounded in his mind. "Someone should check to make sure you didn't sustain a serious brain injury as a child, because I'm led to believe that you're seriously lacking in the mental department." "Yes, it's me," Fairy said, before Roy could reply to the rude dungeon core. "But how?" he asked, eyeing the ferret. Could she still be called a ferret? Up and down. Fairy was now very distinctly humanoid. Her new body was complete with a curving feminine figure and covered in short, downy fur that prevented her from seeming indecent. Her face, though mostly human, still carried with it the traces of her bestial nature. This came with enlarged black eyes with yellow sclera, as well as a short pink nose and black lips. When she smiled, he could see that her teeth were slightly larger than average and far sharper than normal. Her cheekbones stood out, prominent and slanted, and a pair of pointed ears protruded from the top of her head. She had no hair of which to speak, but there was plenty of fur, so she didn't seem to be bald in the slightest. The fur covering her body varied in shades of dark black to light tan. Her face was covered in the shortest and lightest fur, and it seemed to run in a gradient as it traveled down her body. It flowed over her collarbone, over her breasts, and down her stomach. A large tail swished in the air behind her, and Roy couldn't help but notice how large she still was. She wasn't nearly as big as she had been, but if he guessed correctly, she'd be well over 7 feet tall when she stood at full height. The more Roy looked, the more embarrassed he became, and by the time he reached her feet, which were covered in a dark black fur and contained pads on the bottom, his face was burning with embarrassment. He didn't know why, but seeing her like this felt strange. It was like she was naked, and he'd just stared at her openly and violated her privacy. "What's wrong? Don't you like the way I look?" Barry asked, sounding a bit unsure of herself. "No, it's not that," Roy said, still averting his gaze. "This is way too much for this early in the morning," he thought to himself. "Then what is it?" she asked, crawling closer and placing one of her long-fingered hands on his thigh. Roy jumped involuntarily at the contact, let out a groan of pain as his muscles protested the movement. "Oh no! Did I hurt you?" Fairy asked, quickly snatching back her hand. "I knew that I'd be stronger after the advancement, but I thought that I was being gentle enough." So that's what happened, Roy realized. Fairy had advanced to green last night, and her body had changed as a result. He'd heard that there were entire clans of beasts out in the world, but had never understood how they functioned like normal humans. Now, seeing Fairy, things began to make a lot more sense. "No, it wasn't you," he said, trying to relax into a more comfortable position. "My muscles are all locked up from yesterday, and I'm sorry for the way I reacted. I was just surprised, that's all." He then forced himself to look up and meet her eyes. There was so much more intelligence there now, though it was clear to see that she was more akin to a human child than a full-grown adult by the way she smiled and the expression of innocence on her face. He then forced a smile onto his lips and said, "Congratulations on advancing. You look great." "You really think so?" Fairy asked shyly. "Yes," Roy replied. "You look amazing." It would definitely take some getting used to, but underneath, she was still the same. She was a lot more intelligent and appeared less like a beast than a human, but he'd always known she would become smarter. Thank you," Fairy said, throwing her long arms around him and squeezing him tight to her chest. "Ow, ow, ow," Roy cried, as both his body and muscles protested the movement. Fairy was very strong, far stronger than even Ika on a purely physical scale. Not that he was surprised. Her hug also pulled at all the muscles that were tight as could possibly be, resulting in a mix of searing pain from them and the crushing pain of having his ribs compressed. "Sorry," Fairy said again, immediately releasing him and looking guilty. "It's all right," Roy said with a wince. "It'll just take some time for you to get used to your new strength." Roy tried to rise again, and once again he failed as his legs buckled beneath him. "Do you need me to help?" Fairy asked, leaning in with a worried expression on her face. "Maybe you can help me to my feet?" Roy asked, feeling a bit odd about the whole situation. "I need to stretch out my legs, and I don't think I can do it on my own." "Ooh, I have hands now," Fairy said, her face breaking into a wide smile as she wiggled her fingers before his eyes. "I can help." "I'm not so sure about," Roy began. But strangely enough, Jian interrupted him. "An advancement like this is very hard on her kind. She's been fundamentally altered, and it will take her some time to adjust. You have to be very careful with how you speak to her over the next few weeks. So if she offers to help, take it." Though Roy really didn't want to, he decided to take Jian's advice. Not because the Dungeon Court told him to, but for Fairy's sake. She'd been with him through so much already, and was the first living creature to befriend him. He didn't count Jian. She'd saved his life on multiple occasions, and if he would have to suffer through some pain over the next few weeks for her sake, he would do so gladly. "On second thought, I think I could use your help," he said, forcing another smile. His smile became real as he saw the transformation on her face. He went from forlorn and sad to elated over the span of just a few seconds. just like a child who'd been scolded, then told that they could have a treat.
And for the sake of all that's good, stop being such a weirdo and look at her, Jian snapped. She's a beast and she's got loads of fur. She isn't naked, and she doesn't care.
But I do, Roy snapped back.
Suck it up, then. Stop being such a baby. Fine. Good, asshole. I'm not an...
Roy slammed his mind shut on the dungeon core and let out a long sigh.
Is something wrong?
Very asked. It's nothing, Roy replied, forcing himself to look at her and not avert his gaze. It was still strange, and he felt like he was looking at a naked woman. But Jian did make a good point. Very didn't seem at all bothered by the fact that she wasn't wearing any clothes, and she was technically covered in fur. Right now, the only one making things awkward was him, and that would confuse Fairy more than anything.
Okay,
Fairy replied chipperly.
So, what do I do?
9. Roy took a deep breath, then pointed to his ankle and knee. Place your hands there and slowly begin to straighten my leg. I'll tell you if you're going too fast. Fairy nodded eagerly, then did as she was told. Her grip was firm, but surprisingly gentle, and as she began to straighten the leg, Roy was glad he had someone here to help him do it. It was only then that he realized the camp was completely empty. Both Hermit and Aika were gone, and when he expanded his spirit sense, he couldn't feel anything. Granted, he could only accurately feel something a few feet away, but he could get a vague sense of another living being for at least a few hundred yards. He couldn't sense anything now, though. Nothing at all.
Do you know where Aika and Hermit are?
He asked, as Fairy pulled his leg straight and held it there.
Oh, yes, Fairy replied. They went to look at the city walls. Hermit said that we needed time to adjust, whatever that means, and that he and Aika would give us space. Aika didn't seem happy for some reason. I wonder why.
Roy could think of a few reasons, though he didn't say any of them out loud. He winced as Fairy pulled a bit harder on his leg, and she eased up a bit. I have a question for you, he said to distract himself.
Really?
Fairy asked, sounding eager.
You can ask me anything. You're my best friend, after all, and friends don't keep secrets.
Yeah,
Roy said, feeling oddly touched by her sentiment. He'd known Fairy liked him. That much was obvious, but he hadn't known she considered him to be her best friend. He'd have thought that honor would belong to Jian. Why are you still talking to me with your mind? You have lips and a different tongue now, so why not speak out loud?
Oh, well, I can't,
Fairy replied.
I don't know how.
Sorry, Roy said, realizing that this might be something of a sensitive subject, and Jian had warned him to avoid those. It stood to reason that a beast that had just become humanoid and had never spoke aloud before wouldn't magically know how to speak now. Can you talk to anyone else yet? He quickly asked, trying to gloss over the last question.
No,
Fairy replied, her bottom lip beginning to quiver.
I did try to talk, but I couldn't make the right sounds.
It's okay,
Roy said quickly, reaching out a hand and placing it on one of hers.
I can teach you.
Really?
She asked, her voice sounding hopeful.
I learned how to do it, Roy said with a shrug. So how hard can it be?
Fairy smiled once more, nodding in agreement. He winced as the movement tweaked his leg once more, but this time there was a bit less pain. Once she was done helping him stretch, he was going to have to cycle. He needed to get more essence into his body if he wanted to soothe the sore muscles. For now, though, he needed to be able to move, so stretching was his first priority. Hermit and Aika returned to camp just as Fairy was helping him stand up. The horrific, cramping pain was gone now, though he was still quite sore.
I see you've gotten acquainted with Fairy's new look, Hermit said, dropping a bundle of clothes on the ground. These are for her.
I don't need clothes,
Fairy said, wrinkling her nose.
If you're telling Roy that you don't need them, think again, Hermit said. You might be comfortable walking around like that, but you won't be allowed into any cities. I should also warn you that the further you advance, the more human you'll appear, so I'd recommend getting used to it.
Fairy pouted, but did as she was bad, lifting the bundle from the ground and awkwardly trying to put it on.
Here, Roy said, already moving behind her. Let me—
I'll help her,
Ika quickly said, moving forward and practically shoving Roy out of the way.
I want you to help,
Fairy complained, but Roy only shrugged his shoulders.
It really doesn't matter who helps,
He tried to say.
She's a girl,
Ika replied coldly.
You don't get to help.
Why is Ika talking to me like that?
Roy asked, as the shorter girl helped the towering beast into a set of robes.
How am I supposed to know? You humans are weird,
Jian answered.
Why do I even bother asking you things? Because some part of your feeble mind recognizes my superior intellect,
Jian said smugly.
Where did you get those?
Roy asked, turning to Hermit.
I actually got them last night,
Hermit replied.
I had some things to fetch from my old campsite, and these just happened to be lying around.
You traveled all the way back to your campsite? Roy asked skeptically.
That's like 500 miles from here.
And? Hermit asked.
Right. He's an all-powerful martial artist. Of course he can travel 1,000 miles in one night,
Roy thought in annoyance.
Can I please have a core? He asked,
realizing that his mood was likely stemming from his soreness, which could be solved by essence intake.
You have 30 minutes, then the roads will start to fill up,
Hermit said, tossing him a core. Roy caught it deftly and immediately sank to the ground, pulling on the core as he stilled his breathing. Cycling was far more efficient now, and he soon had a steady stream of essence pouring into his core. From there, he cycled it through his channels, soothing sore muscles and easing tension. By the time his 30 minutes were up, Roy felt much better. His core was swollen with essence, and he'd even managed to push a bit more, absorbing a little extra to allow his core to expand. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see that the road, which was just 50 feet from where he sat, was now flush with people, carts, and animals. How hadn't he heard that? It wasn't like they were being quiet or anything.
Your situational awareness needs some work,
Hermit said, making him start in surprise.
How else would you fail to notice all that noise?
Yes, sir, Roy sighed, getting back to his feet. Ika was sitting a few feet away, her legs folded and eyes closed. A diamond-shaped light essence core was held between her hands as she cycled. Fairy sat beside her, her tail swishing back and forth as she gnawed on a darkness core. It was the strangest sight Roy had ever seen. A large, humanoid ferret, dressed in a set of blue and gold robes, chewing on a core.
Why is she doing that?
Roy asked in an undertone.
That's how beasts absorb essence, Hermit said. Did you think that would change because of her appearance?
Well, yes, actually, Roy replied, watching as another sliver of the core was broken off and vanished down her throat.
Beasts are fundamentally different than humans, even the ones that are nearly indistinguishable from the rest of us. They think differently than we do, act differently, and have different strengths and weaknesses. Don't ever forget that.
Roy nodded, watching as Fairy's eyes slowly fluttered open, and she gave him a lazy smile.
This essence is really tasty,
she said, her voice sounding drowsy and content in his mind. As though sensing that everyone was waiting for her, Ika's eyes snapped open as well. Her gaze darted between Roy and Fairy, before eventually settling on Hermit. Are we heading out again? She asked, unfolding her legs and rising smoothly to her feet. Apparently, she and Hermit had gone to view the city from a distance this morning, as some sort of training exercise involving enhancement using ki. Roy would have liked to go along for that, but seeing as he couldn't exactly use ki, he was left behind to deal with Fairy.
Yes, Hermit replied. Pack up. We head out in 5.
A few frantic minutes of packing later, and their small group joined the throngs of people moving by. Roy honestly had no idea where they'd all come from, as they hadn't run across a single person in their travels. Then again, Hermit may have just steered them clear of everyone up until now, and only joined up in a group when it was convenient. Oddly enough, no one paid them any mind. No one was even staring at the 7.5-foot humanoid ferret walking happily by his side. Well, no one but Ika, who was constantly shoving him out of the way to walk between them. He briefly debated asking her what was wrong, but when he caught the look of anger in her eye as he opened his mouth to ask, he decided against that particular course of action. If Ika wanted to tell him what was wrong, she would. Until then, he'd just keep his mouth shut and enjoy the sights. There was no shortage of interesting things to see, especially when the city walls came into view. Roy let out a gasp of surprise when he first laid eyes on them. The walls were huge. They were so big, in fact, that at first he'd thought that a mountain had risen into the sky in the middle of the road. However, as they drew closer, he began to see the telltale signs of people moving atop the massive structure, as well as the individual blocks that made up the wall.
How did they make it so big? And why even go so far? Roy asked, turning to Hermit.
The man let out a sigh before replying.
Obviously, Earth artists help make the walls. As to why they're so tall, you have to ask whoever built them.
So they weren't this tall the last time you were here?
No.
Roy debated asking another question, but the way Hermit had answered that last one told him that he was not in the mood to be answering any more. So instead, he simply kept his mouth shut and continued ogling the landscape. Their progress slowed considerably as they neared the walls, and he could soon see there were dozens of entrances dotting the massive stone structure. Some allowed people in, and others let people out. He saw dozens of people, all dressed in the blue and gold of the Itachi clan, moving in and out of the city. Most carried large nets or buckets, all brimming with the green fruit and strips of bark from the many trees dotting the landscape. All were martial artists of at least Greenbelt, and some, who he took to be either coordinators or something higher, were ranked into the high blues. The dozens of people about didn't seem quite as powerful, but the lowest among them seemed to be orange, and those belts generally graced the waists of either the elderly or the very young. There didn't seem to be any young adults or middle-aged people among them. He wondered why that was, but seeing as he had no one to ask, he kept that question to himself. Their approach to the walls took nearly an hour, traffic moving slowly, even though there were so many entrances. Roy soon saw what the holdup was. There were guards by each and every entrance, checking papers and talking to those seeking to enter the city. They also gave priority to anyone dressed in the blue and gold of the Itachi clan, and since Fairy was the only one among them with those particular robes, they wouldn't be getting that perk. Still, Roy didn't mind too much, as he'd never been to a city quite so large. Sure, he'd seen a Tande outpost city and a few smaller villages back in the Waterwood, but nothing like a city of this scale. He couldn't really measure all that well, but he had to guess that the walls, now meeting the sky when he looked up, were at least 1,000 feet high, if not taller. The endless stream of workers were fascinating to watch, so much so that Roy didn't even realize when they passed under an archway and lost sight of them.
All of you stay quiet and let me do the talking, Hermit said, as the man before them was stopped by the guards.
Why? Roy asked.
Because you are clearly all not from around here. I am. If I say you're with me, you'll have less trouble.
Before Roy could say anything else, the man before them was ushered through, and the guard, a tall man with a 5th Dan blue belt tied around his waist, motioned them forward. Now feeling a bit more nervous than before, Roy fell back, allowing Hermit to take the lead and talk on their behalf. A 4th Dan blue belt had somehow materialized around his waist, and though Roy had no idea how he'd done it, he could see the logic behind it. If the man at the gate couldn't see his belt, he'd grow suspicious. This way, Hermit appeared to be weaker than the guard, though not by enough for the guard to give him a hard time.
Appearance is everything, Gion said as Hermit stepped up to talk to the guard. Let us hope that we can get in without too much fuss.
Agreed, Roy replied. He'd had enough of unwanted fights where settlements were involved. For once, he'd enjoy entering a place without being immediately attacked. Knowing his luck, Hermit would somehow cause the entire city's guard to come flooding out to kill them all.
Papers,
the guard said in a bored tone, holding a hand out.
I'm afraid I don't have any of those,
Hermit replied with a shrug. The guard's eyes became more alert at that, and he motioned to his partner, another 5th Dan blue belt, to come and join him.
Well, I'm afraid I can't let you enter without the proper paperwork, he said, voice taking on a bit of an edge. Please come back once the proper papers have been filled out.
Well, crap, Roy thought regretfully. There goes any hope of a peaceful entrance. 10. Roy tensed up, sensing Ika and Fairy doing the same as they prepared for the inevitable conflict. Hermit seemed to not be bothered at all by this seemingly insurmountable obstacle. "Last I checked," he said calmly, "only merchants and sales representatives needed paperwork to enter the city." "Clearly you haven't been here for quite some time," the guard said, seeming to relax, if only a little. "Entry into Light City for any martial artist under Red Belt requires the proper documentation. This can be in the form of a writ from your clan head, city representative, or from a known martial artist carrying the rank of Supreme or above." Hermit's lips quirked down in a frown, and he leaned in a bit. "I've come a very long way to get here. Do you have any idea how many months it would take for me to make that sort of trip again?" The guard hesitated at that, turning to give his compatriot an uncertain look. It seems like the guards here aren't heartless, Roy thought, appreciative that they would consider other people's circumstances. "Tell you what we can do," the other guard said, stepping forward. "We'll have you move over to Gate 59 and call one of the higher-ups. What was the reason for your visit?" "I've come to see some old family," Hermit replied, giving the man a grateful nod. "You don't look like you'd be related to anyone from the main branch of the clan," the guard said with a frown. Roy thought that the guard might change his mind, but after a few seconds, he shrugged. "Then again, the main branch is quite large, and outsiders marry in all the time. Honestly, your personal affairs are none of my business." His eyes then swiveled to the rest of their group, but if he thought the towering female beast, the bulky foreigner, or the slim girl with a staff over her back were odd, it didn't show on his face. "If you'll just follow me," he said, "hopefully we can get everything all sorted out easily enough for you." Hermit gave the man a curt nod, then motioned them to follow. "Do you think we'll have any trouble getting in?" Roy asked in an undertone as they cut through the crowds, heading for the gate with the correct number. "Probably not," Hermit replied. "We aren't viewed as a threat that the city guards can't handle. In all likelihood, we'll get a speech about proper paperwork, have to pay some sort of bribe, and then they'll allow us in." "That sounds wrong," Roy said, not sure how honorable it was to take bribes. "Just the way of commerce," Hermit answered with a shrug. "Guards hardly get enough pay as it is, so I actually don't begrudge them for taking a few small bribes. In my time here, it was almost expected. Besides, if someone were looking to cause trouble for our clan, they'd hardly attack the city where their most powerful martial artists were close at hand." "I guess I see your point," Roy said, though he still didn't like it.
"Roy?"
"What is it?" he asked, turning to the beast walking to Ika's left. This earned him a suspicious look from the girl, who turned between him and Fairy a few times as though to make sure nothing funny was going on. He was really going to have to talk to her about it once they had some time alone.
"What's a bribe?"
Fairy asked, a look of puzzlement on her face. The innocent question took Roy by surprise, though if he thought about it, the concept of bribery wouldn't exactly come up in a beast's everyday life. So he explained it to her, making sure to talk out loud so that Ika could see he wasn't talking about her behind her back. It also helped Fairy to see him mouthing the words so that when he started teaching her to talk, it would be easier.
"Humans have some really strange customs,"
Fairy finally said, her small pink nose wrinkling up in an adorable way.
"Why don't they just ask you for money over at the gate and let you in back there?"
"Because they still have to keep up appearances," Roy answered. "If they let everyone in for a payment, no one would bring paperwork and their superiors would notice something was wrong."
"I'm still confused,"
Fairy said, her brows wrinkling as she tried to wrap her mind around the concept. "Think about it like this," Roy said, trying another tactic. "You want to go hunt in another pack's territory, but to get in, you need the pack leader to allow you in. But the pack leader is busy hunting, so they place other beasts in charge of patrolling the borders. So instead of getting the pack leader's permission, one of the beasts allows you in. And all you have to do is give them a small amount of essence. Do you understand now?" Fairy was nodding along as he spoke, the look of confusion now gone, a wide smile having replaced it.
Other beasts would never allow you to hunt in their territory, but I do understand now. Thank you.
Roy gave her a smile. Fairy seemed to have just a bit more bounce in her step as they approached the much less busy entrance. There, as predicted, they met with one of the head guards, a woman wearing a purple belt with a single red stripe. She listened to the guards as they explained Hermit's situation, scolded him on not bringing the papers, then demanded a small fee to file the correct paperwork. Through the whole thing, Roy was amazed by how she treated them. Sure, she was stern about them not having their papers, but never once did she talk down to Hermit, even though she would perceive him as a blue belt, someone who was weaker than her. He was amazed that someone of such power would be guarding a city gate, but she did seem to carry a bit more clout than the two who'd escorted them here. She even wore an official-looking seal, pinned to her left lapel. She then asked for each of their names and where they were coming from. Hermit made up a bunch of names and said they were from somewhere called the Hilly Expanse. The woman made a few more notes, took Hermit's money, then pressed a seal into the bottom of the document. "Don't make any trouble and behave yourself inside the city," she said, handing him the papers. "Any funny business and you'll be exiled and banned from returning. Do you understand?" "Yes," Hermit said. "Welcome to Light City, then," she said, moving aside and allowing them to enter. Aika followed Hermit first, bowing slightly at the waist as she passed. Roy went next, doing the same, but when Fairy passed, she didn't so much as look at the woman. Roy felt a momentary twinge of fear that she would take offense, but clearly the guard wasn't expecting anything of the large beast and had turned back to continue her paperwork. "Why didn't that woman take offense at Fairy for not bowing?" he asked Jian as they headed through the long tunnel and approached the city proper. "Would you have expected her to bow if she still walked on 4 legs?" Jian replied. "I suppose not," Roy answered. It seemed that beasts could get away with a lot, and he'd have to start learning how intelligent beasts' behavior differed from that of humans. But that was work for another time. Right now, Roy could see the end of the tunnel and the light streaming in towards them. It wasn't the length of the tunnel that amazed him, but rather the thickness of the wall. It stood to reason that walls as tall as these would be thick, but by his estimation, there were several hundred yards between the entrance and exit, which was absolutely astounding. Could anyone break through these walls? Roy wondered as he looked around in awe. "There is no such thing as an unbreachable wall," Hermit replied. "So yes, people can break through these walls, though they'd have to be either extremely powerful or extremely stupid." "So where exactly are we going?" Aika asked, speaking up for the first time since they'd approached the walls. "Like I said," Hermit replied, "to visit some old family." "Why didn't you just tell them who you are?" Roy asked. "You could have saved yourself the money and hassle." "No," Hermit said. "Had I announced myself, it would have caused a complete uproar and definitely would have drawn attention to our presence. They would have had to call on the Sovereign herself to come to confirm it, and that would have caused a serious spectacle, one that I'm very happy to have avoided." "But won't they find out who you are anyway?" Roy asked. "Yes, but only once we're well out of the public eye," Hermit answered. "Now please, no more questions." Roy, who'd opened his mouth to ask a bunch more, snapped it shut with an audible click. "What do you think the city will be like?" he asked, turning to Aika instead. "I don't know," Aika snapped. "Why don't you just ask Fairy?" She stalked away then to march beside Hermit, leaving Roy feeling confused and offended. "I don't know anything about cities," Fairy said. "Why would she tell you to ask me?" "I don't know," Roy replied with a sigh, feeling his shoulders slump. "Don't be upset," Fairy said, moving closer to him and placing a hand on his shoulder. "I can try to tell you about cities. Maybe if I guess enough, I can get some things right." "That's okay, Fairy," Roy said. "You don't have to worry about me." "But I do worry, Roy," Fairy said, pulling him tighter into her side. "You're upset, and Aika doesn't like me anymore. Did I make a mistake by not staying in my old shape? I just thought everyone would like me more if I looked more human." "No, you didn't make a mistake," Roy replied.
And no matter what shape you choose, I'll always like you the same.
Fairy squeezed him just a bit tighter, letting out a small squeak of happiness, before thankfully releasing him. Roy was sure that had she squeezed any tighter, she might have broken something important. He noticed Ika shooting the two of them a glare over her shoulder, but she quickly turned around when she realized that he'd spotted her. Before he had time to be troubled by this, the tunnel came to an end, and they walked into the city proper.
Oh, wow!
Fairy exclaimed, letting out a loud gasp.
This place is amazing!
11. Roy stared around at the massive open courtyard that greeted them upon exiting the tunnel. Turning both right and left, he could see thousands of people streaming into the city, all moving off towards various branching paths. Tall buildings surrounded the courtyard, some towering as much as 500 or 600 feet into the air, casting long shadows over the courtyard. Massive panes of glass coated at least half of the buildings, giving everyone below a clear view inside. Never before had Roy seen buildings on this massive scale, nor could he imagine what purpose they might serve.
This way, Hermit called above the noise of the crowds, and stick close to me. You don't want to get separated.
They then began to push through the massive bodies, carts, animals, and beasts. They followed closely behind Hermit, who was heading for the centermost path, leading out of the courtyard. Everywhere Roy looked, he saw the blue and gold colors of the Itachi, interspersed with every other color imaginable. The other colored robes belonged to visitors. They were mainly merchants, but he could see several groups surrounded by official-looking escorts.
Who are they?
He asked, moving closer to Hermit. The man sighed, clearly not wishing to answer more questions, but thankfully obliged after another few seconds.
They could be visiting diplomats, martial artists from branch families, arranged outings from one of the more important families, or just someone wealthy who wants to look important.
Wait, how big is the main branch anyway? Roy asked.
I didn't realize that there were that many living here. There aren't, Hermit replied. The main branch consisted of 10 families when I was here last, each with a representative on the Sovereign's Council. They speak for all the branch families within the city, of which there are several thousand.
But I thought this was the city of the main branch, Roy said.
It is, Hermit replied, but that doesn't mean that regular branch families can't live here.
So exactly how large are the main families?
I don't know. As I said, it's been a while since I've been here.
Well, how large were they when you left?
The 10 main branches had a total of 91 members when I left,
Hermit said, starting to sound a little annoyed. Roy decided to change the subject then. There were so many things to ask about, so he chose a topic that he hoped wouldn't annoy Hermit too much.
What are those buildings for?
He asked, gesturing around them.
For workers, Hermit replied.
What kind of workers?
All kinds.
Why would they make the buildings so tall?
Because it takes up less space.
Why make them out of— Do you ever shut up? Ika exploded, whirling on him. Roy started as his normally chipper and happy friend practically screamed in his face. Before he could say or do anything, she turned back around, stalking away into the crowd.
Great, just what I need, Hermit muttered. Teenage drama.
Why did Ika just yell at you?
Fairy asked, leaning down over his shoulder and watching the girl stalk towards the center road with Hermit sticking close behind.
I don't know, Roy said,
feeling an odd sensation in the pit of his stomach. Whatever was wrong, he knew he didn't like it. All his life, people had been treating him badly, so it wasn't like he was unused to harsh words or criticism. But it was the fact that it had been Ika who'd yelled at him that bothered him. She'd always been nice, friendly, and always advocated for him. For her to suddenly turn on him like this was very unlike her, especially since she was always so happy and easygoing.
You're sad,
Fairy said, placing both hands on his shoulders as he started walking again.
Wouldn't you be if your friend yelled at you?
But you would never yell at me, Roy,
Fairy said in a sure voice.
You're way too nice.
I'm glad you think so, he said, keeping Hermit within sight but hanging back somewhat. He felt Fairy's hand squeeze down lightly on his shoulders, trying to comfort him. She only succeeded somewhat, and Roy found that he missed the way she would have snuggled up to him had she still been in her more bestial form. Maybe it was Fairy that was bothering Ika. Though he didn't know why she was taking it out on him, it wasn't as though Fairy had really changed all that much. Sure, she looked different and was far more intelligent, but she was still the same Fairy under it all. He peered over his shoulder and saw the ferret's head swiveling from side to side, her small nose twitching as she smelled the air around them. Her small black eyes were practically shining with curiosity and wonder. The more he watched her, the better he found he felt. For her, everything here was new. It was all new to him as well, but not quite in the same way. She was viewing all this for the first time with real intelligence. She could now understand a lot more and process information better, and although she still acted much the same, there were still some very distinct differences in her behavior. The old Fairy would have been bouncing around excitedly, and while she was bouncing from foot to foot, one couldn't exactly say that it was the same. Fairy used to act just like a regular beast. She'd had some intelligence, but her overall mannerisms were distinctly more human. So maybe he was in the wrong here in thinking she was still the same. Perhaps that was why Ika was so upset, because she could see the differences and didn't like them. Maybe she preferred it when Fairy acted like an excited dog, rather than as an excited, oversized child. As they left the main courtyard and entered into the busy road, Roy noticed Fairy doing something odd. She sniffed once or twice, let out a light squeak, then pulled Roy to one side and tried to duck down behind him. This was somewhat odd, as even though Roy was tall by the standards of humans, Fairy was a good 1.5 feet taller. "What are you doing?" Roy asked, trying to look behind him. "Don't move," Fairy said in a panicked voice. "He'll see me." "Who will see you?" Roy asked, immediately alert. "Are you in danger?" "Him," Fairy said, pointing a shaky finger over his shoulder before quickly dropping it. Roy's eyes scanned over the crowd in the direction she was pointing until his eyes landed on a 6.5 foot tall bear-like creature with far more human features than Fairy. The only features that were bear-like at all were the rounded ears, black nose, and the powerful build of his body. As he moved through the crowd, Roy caught a glimpse of a furry chest through his open-fronted robes and a small line of fur tracing the man's arms. "Why are you hiding from him?" Roy asked, now confused. "Do you know him from somewhere?" "No," Fairy said, finally allowing Roy to turn to her once the bear man had passed. She had her hands over her face, though she was clearly peering through her fingers at the bear man's back. "Then what's bothering you?" "He smelled really nice," Fairy said, the fur on her face showing 2 patches of darkened color. "My stomach feels all fluttery, and my face is all hot. Is something wrong with me?" Roy stared at her for a few seconds incredulously before understanding finally hit him. While he thought he knew, he wanted to check with Jian before answering. "Jian, is Fairy feeling attraction towards that bear man that just passed?" "It's possible," Jian replied. "How old is she?" Roy wondered, as Fairy continued following the bear man with her eyes. "Technically, she's as old as I am. Her body can experience everything a full-grown adult can. But from a mental standpoint, I'd say she's maybe 10 or 11 by human standards." "Great," Roy said with a mental sigh. "Now I have to explain to her why she feels the way she does. How the hell am I supposed to do that?" "Not my problem," Jian said. "But you better tell her the truth. Don't go damaging her mental growth because your human emotions make you uncomfortable." "What's the hold-up? Why are you just standing there?" Roy turned as Ika came stalking back, Hermit on her heels. Fairy, unsurprisingly, was still watching the bear man as he vanished into the crowd and didn't even pay the 2 of them any heed. "I think Fairy might just have experienced a, Roy tried to think of a tactful way to say it, but after Ika's eyes narrowed even further, he decided to just spit it out. She smelled a passing bear man and got really embarrassed. I think she may be experiencing attraction for the first time in her new form, and I don't really know how to explain that to her. For animals, there were no feelings of attraction as far as he knew, nor did they feel embarrassment or shame. When they wanted to mate, they simply did. Some animal species would stay together for a bit, but the male would normally leave after a while, wandering off while the female raised their young. Roy couldn't be sure if Fairy ever had any kids, though judging by the fact that she'd been a dungeon guardian up until a year ago, chances were that she hadn't. How did one go about explaining that? Ika's entire demeanor seemed to change all at once. The anger melted from her face as she looked between Fairy and the bear man, who disappeared from view after another few seconds. Then, much to Roy's shock, she pushed past him and placed a hand on Fairy's shoulder. This was only possible because the ferret was still crouched, as though she were trying to hide. "Hey, Fairy, I hear you're feeling funny after seeing that handsome bear man walk by. How about we have a little talk and I can explain everything to you?" Fairy turned at the sound of her voice and then gave Roy a confused look. "Why is she offering to talk to me now?" she asked, her cheeks still containing the same rosy hue. "I think Ika can explain what you're feeling better than I can," Roy said carefully. "Yes, I can," Ika said, giving the ferret a warm smile. "I am a girl, after all, and we know things that boys couldn't possibly understand." Fairy looked uncertain, but Roy gave her a reassuring nod. Fairy took Ika's outstretched hand in her own much larger one and got back to her feet. "Stay close," Ika said. Just in case she needs to ask any questions. But not too close," she warned. "We can't have you overhearing our private conversation." "Are you all quite finished with all this foolishness?" Hermit asked, annoyance tinging his voice. "Because if not, I'm just going to leave you here." "Yes, I think we are," Ika said, giving everyone a beaming smile. "Let's go." That said, she took Fairy's hand in her own and began walking down the road once again, chatting animatedly. "Can you explain to me what just happened?" Roy asked, feeling very confused. "I can," Hermit said, "but you won't learn any lessons if I do. Now, come on. The city is very large, and we've still got a lot of distance to cover." Roy just let out a sigh, then followed the man as he headed after the pair of women, one chatting animatedly, and the other listening in rapt attention. 12. Hermit walked through the city where he'd grown up, hardly recognizing the place from his youth. Much had changed in his time away. The walls had been reinforced, the city was over 10 times as large, and the number of people had skyrocketed. He was only able to find his way around due to the cluster of higher-powered cores near the center of the city. He could feel one source of power that was far greater than the others, and knew that it belonged to his sister. Not even a hint of his power lingered in the air of his brother. One might wonder how he could sense his sister, and not the other way around. The answer to that was quite simple. Almost no one had the ability to sense the cores of those who suppressed them. Hermit was different, having long ago acquired the technique. He had a feeling that it had more to do with his own core than any specialty on his part, not that he told anyone about it. No one other than his immediate family knew of his unique situation, and aside from the core in his chest, not a soul knew he could sense those with suppressed cores. Most martial artists believed that a show of strength was important and allowed their power to blaze forth. This included some of those in the main family. He could sense them now, a few who allowed everyone to feel their strength. There were 2 red belts, closer to base than gold, and a single purple belt. All the rest were muted, letting him know that they were suppressing their power. The fact that he could sense all 10 signatures in the same place meant not only that this was very obviously the main family's compound, but that they were all currently in a meeting. That was good, as it meant that he wouldn't need to make more than one introduction to the main family heads. Many of them wouldn't even know him, as he'd left when the older generation was still in charge. The fact that many of them were under gold belt, and that they didn't have a single brown belt among them, meant that they were almost all either new or had replaced their relatives after he'd left. There was one other signature he recognized, but it was more muted than the rest. This Hermit knew was a sign of age rather than a more masterful suppression of one's core, but it would be good to have someone besides his sister there to recognize him. His thoughts were interrupted by a peal of laughter from up ahead, and he saw Ika give Fairy a pat on the back. He'd been worried that the girl would never work out her differences, and that he'd have to step in. It had been extremely obvious to him from the moment Ika had seen Fairy snuggled next to Roy that she'd been jealous. She clearly liked him as more than just a friend, but neither of them were experienced enough to admit as much. Roy was a bit harder to read, as his upbringing lent itself to him keeping most of his reactions muted or internal. He'd have some serious lasting damage from that, though the last few months had seen him open up a bit more. Even so, he was fairly certain that Roy felt the same way. Not that Ika was sensitive enough to pick up on it. She'd simmered in jealousy all day as she'd watched the two of them and was behaving like a petty child instead of an adult. Although she was almost 20 years old, she'd blown up at Roy a few times, and Hermit had wondered if she might even go so far as striking him if she thought that Fairy was making a move on Roy. Clearly, Ika didn't deal well with things like this, nor did she realize that no matter how womanly Fairy appeared, she'd never feel the same sort of attraction to Roy as Ika did. Fairy was a beast, and beasts were not attracted to humans in the way Ika feared. Love was irrational, though, and with a lack of understanding came jealousy and anger. It was only when Ika had discovered that Fairy was feeling attraction to a complete stranger, just because of his scent, that she finally started to grasp that Fairy wasn't trying to steal Roy away from her. In every sense of the word, Fairy was still a beast. That meant she had a different way of thinking, one that would never change, no matter how long she lived. If anyone was the victim here, it was Roy, as he was clearly confused as to why Ika had been treating him so badly, only to turn a complete 180 and act as though none of it had ever happened. Hermit had confidence that Roy would figure it out eventually. He was a smart boy, and once he put two and two together, he might start noticing other things in Ika's behavior. Perhaps the two of them might even end up together.
I still have a hard time understanding you humans, even after all our time together,
the core said. Clearly his thoughts were leaking through again, but Hermit didn't even bother trying to seal the connection. His inner world was in turmoil due to his impending visit with his family, and right now, he could use the support of his oldest ally.
Most humans never understand each other either, so you're definitely not alone, he replied.
He could see the road shifting up ahead as the marketplace came into view. It would be easy to get lost there, so he'd have to have his pupils stick close to him. He was sure that they were nearing the compound by now. Even from here, he could make out the slight shimmer in the air that signaled warding scripts. Getting into the compound might not be too difficult if he forced his way in, but if he wanted to get inside without making a ruckus, it was going to be far more difficult.
Going to be one hell of a family reunion, he muttered, speeding up his pace a bit to catch up with Ika and Fairy.
Roy trailed behind him, his face betraying not a hint of the inner turmoil Hermit knew to be taking place. Had Roy been able to read minds, he'd have been shocked at how accurate Hermit's thinking was at that moment. There was a good deal of inner turmoil going on as he tried to piece together Ika's strange behavior and why her mood had seemed to shift so abruptly. He was distracted from those thoughts just a moment later as Hermit picked up his pace and the main road turned into a sprawling marketplace. Here, he was able to see the thousands of merchants that had come to the city offering their wares or services. The entire thing looked like a massive, sprawling mess at first glance, but when one looked a bit closer, they could begin to see a pattern. Roy stuck close to Hermit as he wound his way between stalls, all selling crafting materials of one sort or another. There were materials for buildings, small household items, transportation, and so on. There was such a wide array of things to look at that Roy had no idea where to start. Merchants were also continuously trying to get in their way, showing them one item or another that they absolutely had to have. Thankfully, Hermit simply ignored them, and there was nothing here that Roy really wanted to purchase. Had they been a few rows over, where the pill and elixir refiners worked, he'd have had a far harder time. He suspected that Hermit had taken them through this mostly industrial section on purpose, so as to avoid having to deal with that particular problem. It took them nearly 20 minutes of pushing and shoving to break free of the marketplace, at which point they were faced with another checkpoint. The gates here were much smaller and made of wood. They seemed to be placed more as a barrier to separate the residential areas from the marketplace and work areas than anything else. After showing their papers to the guards, Hermit and the rest of them were allowed to pass through. Now that they were out of the busy part of the city, the noise levels began to drop drastically. There was still plenty of people out and about here, but the area was far nicer than it had been. Lush grass and colorful flowers dotted the sides of the cobbled paths, and every once in a while they'd pass a garden or outdoor training area. There were signs all over the place directing people where to go and how to behave in this area of the city.
Who knew there were so many rules? Roy commented as they passed yet another warning about making too much noise in the public training area. Wasn't training noisy by nature? It's the only way to keep a city filled with martial artists from devolving into a squabbling mess, Hermit replied, taking a turn and heading down another path. The noise had almost completely vanished by now, replaced instead by the pleasant sounds of trickling water, rustling leaves, and grass blowing in the wind. Almost everyone they passed now was dressed in the blue and gold of the Itachi clan, and for the first time since they'd entered, Roy began to see actual families going about their daily lives. The houses were pretty spread out, looking like small compounds that he assumed held several families that were closely related. Outside one of these, Roy saw a small boy and girl sparring. They couldn't have been older than 6 or 7, and each sported a yellow belt around their waists. Behind them stood a stern-looking man, dressed in flowing robes, with a blue belt tied around his waist. Another compound contained a few families sitting on blankets on their front yards, all eating together. Roy felt an odd pang of sadness as he passed each of these houses. They reminded him of everything he'd never had, and it pained him to see the sort of life he may have lived had his mother not died in Shaw clan territory. He'd probably still have been an outsider without a core, but at least he'd have had a family to support him. The longer they walked, the more despondent he became, feeling the crushing weight of everything he'd never known, coming down on him all at once. "Hey, are you okay?" Roy started and looked up to see that Ika and Fairy had fallen into step beside him. He'd been so distracted that he hadn't heard them approach. Clearly they were done with their conversation, not having needed him at all. Fairy seemed happy enough, but Ika was looking at him with concern. He wasn't really sure what to make of it, as just a small while ago she'd practically torn his head off over nothing. "I'm fine," he said, trying to give off the impression that nothing was bothering him. It clearly didn't work because Ika reached out and placed a consoling hand on his shoulder. "I know you never really had a family growing up, but don't let that get you down. You have us now, and a future ahead of you. You might not have gotten to experience what those children are, but one day you may get to have children of your own, and you can assure that they have the upbringing you never did." Roy thought on that for a few moments, relaxing a bit as he realized that Ika was no longer mad at him. "Yes, Roy, you have us," Fairy said, placing a hand on his shoulder as well. "We're your friends, so don't be sad." Roy snorted out a laugh despite himself. He was touched by their concern, and slowly the feelings of sadness and loneliness began to fade. He wasn't alone, not anymore. Besides, Ika was right. One day he might have a family of his own. After his hellish upbringing, he knew how not to treat a child, and would assure that his children never had to go through what he did. That was still a long way off, and he still had a lot to accomplish. The world had too much injustice, and as long as powerful martial artists continued to oppress those beneath them, his ideal wouldn't allow him to simply settle down. Still, he was glad for the support and made his gratitude known. "Thank you, both of you," he said, looking between the two of them. Before either of them could reply, Hermit broke into their conversation. "You can stop all the mushy stuff, we're here." Belle came to a stumbling halt, and Roy looked further down the path to see a 10-foot stone and brick wall stretching right across the path. It spread as far as the eye could see in either direction, and the only way in seemed to be the path ahead. A set of carved wooden doors stood in the center of the path, before which stood 4 purple belts, all with their eyes trained squarely on them. 13. Tande Kaeru danced back as the massive red frog beast unleashed a fiery blast that nearly took his head off. "Whoa there, you almost got me,"
he chuckled, striking out with a powerful punch and sending a lance of ice to slam into the beast's rubbery hide. Instead of piercing the frog with that strike, the ice shattered, turning to steam, and not leaving so much as a scratch on the beast's hide. The frog let out a deafening croak, then leaped towards him, flashing across the distance between them in an instant and twisting in the air to lash out with its powerful legs. Kaeru threw both arms up in a defensive block, but still felt the searing heat from the frog's body as it collided with him. He flared his core, switching to ki as the frog flipped off him and struck out again, using the same technique as before. The lance of ice that burst from his fist was 50 times stronger and about 10 times as fast, slamming into the frog midair and punching a massive hole in its side. The frog let out a croak of rage as molten lava rained from its side. The massive, sticky tongue lashed out, and Kaeru was forced to use his own movement technique to avoid it. His body flowed easily to one side as the tongue flashed by, slapping a boulder behind him and melting it to slag.
Now that was just plain rude,
Kaeru exclaimed, looking down at the hole burnt in his robe. It was annoying, and he'd just replaced them. The frog whipped its tongue to the side without retracting it, shearing through a dozen trees and lighting them on fire, forcing Kaeru to leap up and use his projected technique to get him aloft. A geyser erupted from his closed fist, throwing him skyward, but the frog wasn't about to let him go. Its massive tongue came back to its mouth with a snap. The frog jumped into the air, opening its mouth wide and spewing forth a stream of molten stone.
"Shouldn't have come up here, Froggy,"
Kaeru called out, then used his containment technique to surround the airborne beast. A whirl of water flowed from thin air, surrounding the creature in a cocoon of whirling water. The frog bellowed, belching up more molten stone, and even whipping its tongue out, but the constant stream of Kaeru's ki-enhanced containment technique kept the beast in check. Then gravity began to reassert itself, and the two of them plummeted to the ground. Kaeru landed gracefully, coming up in a roll and dashing forward, his body twisting and flowing between the pools of molten stone and fire as the frog came down. He lunged forward, the containment technique fading away, just in time for him to slam a fist directly into the frog's chest. He let out a sharp breath, reaching to the space that existed in the water molecules he just projected from his fist, expanding and freezing them in a star-shaped pattern. There was a loud, crackling sound, and then a dozen spiny shards of ice punched through the frog's body, spouting outward as though the creature had just grown a bunch of new limbs. Kaeru landed lightly, letting out a breath, as the solid thump of the frog sounded behind him. The beast's body twitched a few more times, the frog desperately trying to hold on to the last vestiges of its life, before it finally gave in to the inevitable and lay still.
"Phew,"
Kaeru said, wiping imaginary sweat from his forehead.
"Can't get a workout like that in the crater."
That much was obvious, as the beast before him was at first dawn purple, stronger than most of the martial artists in his clan, and just a single stage below him. Still, there was a big difference between him and the beast. For one, he was more intelligent. This was clearly not a beast that had chosen the same path as the Beast King. And for another, he was a supreme. Though that fight may have looked close to an outside observer, he could have ended it with the first blow had he chosen to use chakra instead of essence or ki. But what fun would that be? Besides, it was hardly conducive to a good training regimen if all fights were over in an instant. He also needed to train his newfound ability to control ice and steam, both components of water essence he'd previously believed impossible to touch. He'd learned a lot since leaving the crater over 2 months ago, like that the outside world had so much more to offer. Back in the crater, his strength had been stagnating. Only once he'd found his ideal had he moved past base red belt, and he now sported a second dom belt around his waist. The blood-red belt with 2 golden stripes was a testament to his hard work and determination, both to better himself and to ultimately give his clan a better future. His sister Hato had hardly been pleased when he'd told her he was leaving, especially after the war between their clan and that of the Beast in Kyofu. Still, without the Beast King around, and the Tande having achieved victory, Kaeru was fairly confident she'd be just fine. He did plan on going back, and he'd had to make that very clear to her several dozen times before she'd finally agreed to take over while he was gone. Kaeru crouched near the massive frog, ripping the beast open and retrieving the spiny fire essence core within. He'd taken to collecting any and all cores he could, storing them in his soul ring, a storage device linked to his core, to bring back to the clan upon his return. But he couldn't return just yet. He'd learned some troubling things from the Beast King before his old rival had died, ones that his ideal demanded he go out and investigate. The Beast King hinted that he himself didn't know why he'd incited such a large-scale war, and Kaeru's ideal that told him that his clan was still in danger from an outside source. So until he discovered the enemy in the shadows, he would continue hunting for answers. And right now, his best bet was Light City in the Chikurin Empire. Kaoru had come across several members of the Itachi clan, all of whom had been gracious enough to tell a traveling supreme about their clan's great city. He had a feeling that they were trying to recruit him, but Kaoru had no interest in working for others. Even putting in this much effort was unusual for him. But he did it because it would ultimately benefit his clan.
Okay, he said to the dead frog. Now that you've been taken care of, I suppose I should head back into town for a bit, don't you think?
The frog, of course, said nothing, continuing to bleed out on the ground.
You're right, of course, Kaoru said. A good meal and some new robes are in order. Though honestly, the quality of these last ones were a bit shabby. I'll need to have a talk with that merchant and see if I can get another.
He stared at the frog for a few moments, cocking his head to the side.
No, I don't think it's unfair of me to intimidate him into giving me a good deal. He ripped me off.
One of the frog's eyes rolled in its socket, and Kaoru let out a sound of disgust, throwing his hands in the air.
Fine. I'll pay full price because it was my own fault they got burned, not his. Are you happy now?
Another long moment of silence, and then Kaoru nodded. Yes, I'll tell them where they can find you so that you don't go to waste. That said, he turned away from the frog's corpse and headed back to the path that would lead to the small Itachi town.
Back so soon, good sir?
The merchant asked as Kaoru walked into his shop.
Yep. Need a new set of robes,
Kaoru replied, pulling the robe up and displaying the massive hole that had been burned through its side.
But of course,
the merchant said, all smiles as he rubbed his hands together. Could I perhaps interest you in a—
Just the robe will be fine.
Kaoru cut him off.
Of course,
the merchant said, bowing deeply at the waist.
If you'll just wait a moment, I'll return shortly.
Kaoru resisted the urge to sigh as the seedy man vanished into the back of his shop. He didn't know why, but every time he left this place, it was with the distinct impression of having been ripped off. It didn't matter, because he wouldn't be returning here. After this, he would be going back to the inn, collecting his things, and hitting the road once more. He'd overstayed his welcome in this small town for one reason. Two, actually. The first was that he needed the correct papers to enter Light City, and the person in charge of this small town had been taking her merry time. He suspected it was to keep him around for longer, or perhaps try to convince him to join the illustrious Itachi clan. Either way, she'd been holding him up for an inordinate amount of time. Luckily, there were plenty of strong beasts in the surrounding area, which brought him to his second reason for staying and not pushing too hard to expedite the papers. He was still not completely in control over the new aspects of his path, which was oddly exciting. It had been such a long time since he'd learned anything new that the experience was almost novel by this point. Out here, away from the constraints of his clan, he'd been rediscovering his love of the martial arts and what they truly meant to him. He was doing everything for the betterment of his clan, but that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy himself along the way. The merchant emerged from the back room then, a robe neatly folded over his arm. "Will there be anything else?" he asked, placing the robe on the counter.
No,
Kaoru said, dropping a single silver ginka on the counter before turning to leave. However, he stopped as the merchant loudly cleared his throat.
Yes?
He asked, half turning back. "I'm afraid that as of yesterday, prices have gone up," the merchant said, the light of greed glittering in his small piggy eyes.
Oh, has it now?
Kaoru asked, feeling the urge to throttle the greasy man.
I'm not the one who chooses the prices,
the man was quick to say, holding his hands up.
We merely price according to cost. And the new price is?
Kaoru asked. 3 ginka, the merchant replied smoothly.
You expect me to believe that the price on robes, something that everyone wears, tripled overnight?
Kaoru said flatly.
The quality of these robes can demand such a high price,
the merchant said, without missing a beat.
The stitching is only of the highest caliber and the fabric of the finest linen. Look at the crafter's mark on the corner of the label, which marks this robe as only one of 50 ever made. The merchant faltered as Kaeru slammed the robe back down on the counter with enough force to splinter the wood. I think I'd rather just keep my money, Kaeru said, deftly swiping the coin from the remains of the counter and heading for the door. Sir, the merchant called after him, a mixture of desperation and indignation in his tone. You cannot simply destroy property and then walk out without paying for damages. Kaeru turned then, eyes hardening as he beheld the greasy man. Clearly, after the many times you've seen fit to rip me off, you seem to have forgotten just who I am, he said, allowing a dangerous edge to creep into his voice. The temperature in the room began rising rapidly as steam began flowing from Kaeru's body, billowing out, coating the floor and flowing towards the merchant. I've paid your exorbitant prices for over 2 weeks while you continuously sold me shoddy products. If you thought to do this to any other Supreme, they'd probably kill you on the spot. But I made a promise to a frog, so I'll let you live. But if you value your life, I suggest you be more careful with how you do business in the future. That said, Kaeru turned once again and headed out of the shop, leaving the now terrified merchant to scurry after him and lock the door. Kaeru took a deep breath as he headed into the fresh open air, allowing himself a few moments to calm down. That merchant had seriously tested his patience. Honestly, the whole ordeal had almost nothing to do with the price. Kaeru had more money than he knew what to do with. No, his refusal to be ripped off had nothing to do with that. Rather, it was a matter of respect, and there was nothing Kaeru hated more than being disrespected. Well, Froggy, looks like you got your way after all, he muttered, as he headed towards the inn. The townhead was making him come in person to retrieve the papers, but after that, he'd finally be on his way. Just another hour, he thought, and then I'll be on the road once again. 14. Stop right there! This is a restricted area accessible only to those of the head family of the clan. Roy froze where he was. The command of a purple belt was not something one ignored. Both Ika and Fairy froze along with him, but Hermit simply kept walking, as though he hadn't even heard the man. One of the guards stepped forward, a woman wearing a first dan purple belt, and held a hand up in a blocking gesture. You were commanded to halt, she called in an authoritative voice. Turn back now, or you will be detained. Roy and Ika shared a worried look, while Fairy just watched on in interest, her nose twitching slightly, and her tail swishing behind her. She didn't seem in the least bit troubled, and though Roy knew that Hermit was powerful, he noticed that several people were looking over to see what the disturbance was. None of them were particularly close, as the main family's compound was somewhat isolated. But still, if Hermit didn't want to draw attention, he was doing a very poor job of it. I'm part of the head family, Hermit said, his voice completely calm. If you'd kindly let us pass, I'm long overdue for a reunion. The woman obviously wasn't convinced, as she motioned the others forward. The guards moved quickly, spreading across the path and arranging themselves in a semicircle before Hermit. This is your last warning, she said, voice hard. Turn back now, or we will be forced to detain you. By now, Hermit was a good 50 feet away from their small group, standing alone between them and the line of guards. He briefly peeked back over his shoulder, alongside drifting back to Roy and the others over the wind before he turned back to face the guards. Why do I always have to work so hard? He sighed. Then the entire area seemed to warp, the air growing heavy and an intense wave of heat washing over them. Roy was standing behind him, so he didn't get it nearly as bad as the others, but he watched in awe as all 4 guards were driven to their knees under the force of Hermit's aura. A bright red glow outlined his body, setting his robes whipping in the breeze that the change in temperature had caused. His blue belt seemed to catch fire, burning away until the shining gray belt, now with a single black stripe at one end, was revealed. Now I don't want to cause a scene, which was why I entered the city the normal way, Hermit said, voice still calm and even. I don't need a bunch of uppity children messing that up for me. So you just stay there while I go pay my sister a visit. Don't worry, we won't be long.
Roy watched in fascination as Hermit then patted one of the frozen guards on the head and walked straight past them. It wasn't that the guards couldn't move. Roy could see their eyes flicking back and forth and their bodies quivering in fear. They wouldn't move, not so long as Hermit was nearby. They knew that even if all four of them attacked at once, they wouldn't even be able to slow him down. Hermit could just walk right through them, not even needing to lift so much as a finger to destroy them all. So they remained where they were, frozen in terror as the monster walked past.
"Oh, wow. When did he become that?"
Jian said, as Hermit kept walking, the burning aura dissipating and the first dawn gray belt turning blue once again.
"Become what?"
Roy asked, still frozen in place.
"Sovereign," Jian exclaimed. "You know, the rank after sage."
"I thought sovereign was just a title like the head of a clan."
"You really need to have your brain checked,"
Jian began, but Roy just shut him out. Whenever Jian started on the brain-checking thing, he just ignored him. It was the best way to get him to stop.
"Are you just going to stand there all day?"
Hermit asked, not even bothering to turn back and check.
How did he know?
Ika hissed.
"Because I can't hear your footsteps,"
Hermit replied.
Oh,
Ika said, flushing in embarrassment. In a much, much lower voice, she said,
I keep forgetting he can do that.
Roy nodded in agreement, but began following Hermit towards the gates once again. There was a moment of tension as he passed between the guards, wondering if their lower advancement ranks might not give them the confidence to attack. Clearly, Hermit's presence was more than enough to keep them in check, as they didn't so much as twitch at their presence. A crowd was beginning to gather further down the path, some of them having witnessed what had occurred and calling their neighbors. By the time they reached the gates, Roy could see well over 100 people standing there, all watching in rapt silence. It was eerie, seeing that many powerful martial artists, any one of whom could utterly annihilate the Shah clan single-handedly. Roy felt a small pang of jealousy as he saw a teenage boy, maybe 15 or 16, with a solid green belt tied around his waist. Even the children here were stronger than him. Roy didn't really have much time to lament his perceived weakness as Hermit placed his hands on the gates and pushed lightly. With a cracking, tearing sound, the massive wood and metal gates were torn clean off and sent tumbling into the courtyard beyond. Several martial artists turned to them from inside, all staring in wide-eyed shock as the blue belt marched into their compound, completely unhindered. He was followed a moment later by an orange belt and a green belt, as well as some sort of beast. The sheer bafflement on their faces was almost comical, and Roy found himself feeling sorry for them.
"Which way to the Sovereign?"
Hermit asked the nearest person, a boy of perhaps 12. The boy raised a shaky hand, pointing a finger at the centermost house, a very impressive castle-like structure complete with dozens of ornamental decorations and an impressive rock garden out front.
"Thank you,"
Hermit said, then moved forward down the path. Roy and the others quickly moved to follow, sticking much closer to him now. Several heads poked out of houses, most of them young, as they passed. However, seeing the group moving towards their leader's house, they quickly retreated.
"Where is everyone?"
Roy wondered, as he looked around the mostly deserted compound.
I know what you mean,
Ika replied, looking around as well.
You'd think that a clan as strong as this one would have more members in their head family.
"They do,"
Hermit replied.
"Are they all inside that castle?" Roy wondered.
"No," Hermit said.
"But that doesn't really matter. The person we've come here to see is. The rest are irrelevant."
Roy and Ika shared another look, then went silent, following the man as he headed for the castle doors. Roy could feel the essence density increasing the closer they came, a dense mix of light and darkness clashing and twisting through the air. It was strange for them to see the two types together in such abundance, when the presence of one normally meant the absence of the other. Roy had long ago redefined his definition of impossible when it came to the martial arts. Anything was possible when someone could bend the very fabric of reality with nothing more than their force of will and the power in their cores. Ika and Fairy both seemed to be drinking it in, enjoying the essence-rich environment, while Hermit seemed indifferent. Roy wondered if he was the only one feeling uncomfortable right now. As a first Dan orange belt, he was clearly the weakest in the group, and not by a small margin. There was a stark difference between orange and green belt, one that he was very well aware of. If they got into trouble and were forced to flee, he was the most likely candidate to be left behind.
I thought you'd gotten over those feelings of inadequacy,
Jian said as Hermit approached the doors, shoving lightly and once again tearing them from the frame.
Yeah, well, think again, Roy snapped,
the feeling of unease rising in his stomach as they entered the looming building.
Why are there no guards?
Ika whispered.
Because with the people gathered here, they're hardly needed,
Hermit replied.
Now keep your mouth shut. We're about to meet some very powerful people, some of whom will not be happy to see me.
This place smells funny,
Fairy said.
Funny how?
Roy asked in an undertone.
I said be quiet,
Hermit said, turning to shoot him a glare.
It smells like two things that shouldn't be together, but are for some reason. Do you know what I mean?
Roy, in fact, did not know what she meant. He nodded all the same, heeding Hermit's warning about not talking. The corridor they were in was dark and silent, their footsteps muffled by the dark blue carpeting lining the ground. They passed many doors, all closed, and it soon became obvious that they were heading for the tall set of doors at the end of the corridor. As they approached, Hermit seemed to speed up a bit, his fists tightening at his sides and shoulders stiffening. Roy had no idea what they'd be facing on the other side of that door. He could sense nothing, even in his immediate surroundings. It was as though someone had thrown a blanket over his spirit sense and robbed him of his ability to see. He suspected it had more to do with the building than anything else, and wondered how they'd managed to accomplish it. Did those living here have immunity to its effects? After all, not being able to sense anything wasn't exactly a smart way to live, especially if you were the head of a powerful clan. Hermit had ordered him to stay silent, so he kept the question in reserve for later. He could feel his heart beginning to pound as Hermit approached the door. The man didn't even slow down, simply shoving hard. Instead of being sent flying off their hinges, these doors merely swung inward, moving far slower than Roy might have expected. Then they were inside, but as soon as Roy saw the group of people standing around a table and staring at them, he froze in place. He wasn't alone, as Ika and Fairy froze along with him. There was a good reason for that, seeing as the very weakest among the gathered group was a 7th Dan purple belt, and the strongest was a gray belt.
Kai,
the woman with the 5th Dan gray belt said.
Ikari,
Hermit replied. The entire room seemed to explode in a wash of power as everyone unveiled their cores at once. 15. Roy was immediately driven to his knees, his body locking up as the near dozen powerful martial artists released their cores. He gasped, hands hitting the floor next, as Hermit's aura flared, bright crimson light washing off him in waves. His belt was clearly outlined now, the gray belt flapping in the breeze that had once again been kicked up. The slender woman standing at the head of the table was completely shrouded in darkness, her body seeming to blaze despite the complete absence of light. The purple belt was the first to drop, her aura being snuffed out as she fell to the ground. The 2 red belts were next, falling to their knees, gasping for air. The remaining gold belts kept their feet for a few moments more before they fell, though not all at once. When the last man's knees hit the ground, Hermit walked further in. The woman, Ikari, stepped out from behind the table and approached him, both of their auras expanding wider and wider. Never before in his life had Roy witnessed such an awesome display of power. But instead of cowing him, as he'd expected, he watched in rapt attention. This was what real power looked like. This was the type of power he'd need to accomplish his goals. No, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered, you need more. If there were people this powerful, then he needed to be stronger than them. Hermit and Ikari were only a few feet apart now, their auras clashing against one another, the red and black light flashing as they drew nearer. The light in the room began to dim as the air grew even heavier, and Roy found himself driven to his stomach. He felt someone land on top of him, either Ika or Fairy. though judging by weight alone it was probably the former, and felt what little air remained in his lungs be driven out of him. He gasped as the two martial artists drew even closer, now just inches apart. They were roughly the same height, both staring the other right in the eye as their power flashed around them. "What the hell are they doing?" Roy asked the only one he could.
"How should I know?" Jian snapped back. "It's not like I can read minds."
It was clear that he was shaken up as well. That much was obvious from the panic in his tone. Still, Roy thought it was kind of rude to be taking it out on him.
"I'm scared,"
Fairy's panicked voice sounded in his mind a moment later.
"Roy, I can't breathe."
It wasn't like he could do anything about it, though the fear in her voice sure as hell made him try. With a monumental effort of will, Roy began to push himself up, his core flaring in his chest as he pumped himself full of essence. To him, it felt like the golden light was just a tiny speck in a sea of black and red, yet he knew he had to do something. He felt Ika slide off him as he moved, hitting the ground with a muffled grunt. He had to at least be able to turn so he could see them. Roy didn't know why, but he felt that so long as he managed to do that, everything would be fine. No air was entering his lungs, though, and he began to grow lightheaded, even as he flooded his channels with power essence, trying to buck against the invisible restraints keeping him locked in place. There was no way he was just going to lie here while the air was squeezed from his lungs until he passed out and died soon after. Not from some weird power contest between siblings. He shoved his trembling arms beneath himself, pushing with all his might. His path of power was specifically designed to smash through everything. He didn't have any fancy tricks to weave through attacks or try and circumvent or redirect blows. He met things head on. That was the essence of power. And if he couldn't even get to his hands and knees, then what sort of martial artist could he be? Teeth gritted, Roy continued pushing, feeling a vein throbbing in his temple. His muscles were locked and rigid as he finally managed to get himself back to his hands and knees. Sweat poured from his brow as his essence burned through his channels. He could feel his core straining, even with the abundance of power loaded inside. He pushed with one hand, slowly beginning to shift around. Blackness was creeping in around the corners of his vision, and all he saw now was the golden core standing out in his mind's eye. There was so much pressure, squeezing not only his body but his core as well. The very essence inside was condensing under the force, pulling in tighter, even as he tried to force it through his burning muscles. Another vein throbbed in his forehead, and a blood vessel in his eye burst, coating half of the room in a crimson tint. Not that it really changed much, as the room was now awash in a mixture of black and red so dark that it was starting to become hard to see. Roy couldn't see at all, his vision having gone almost completely blank. The only thing remaining was his core, burning brightly as it tried to push back the darkness. Roy fought to keep the gaseous essence flowing, pushing it to his tired limbs as he turned just a bit more. He was almost there, though his core was quickly emptying, and more of it was being compressed by the immense force. His arm buckled as he turned a bit more, dropping painfully to his elbow. He winced, pushing himself back up and burning through what little essence remained. His arms were trembling, his entire body beginning to shut down from lack of air. But still, he wasn't quite there yet. He still couldn't see his friends. All that remained in his core now was the small ball of compressed essence that appeared to almost be a liquid. He reached for it, pulling desperately on the small droplet of power. It resisted him at first, fighting against his will and condensing further and further until it was little more than a drop in the center of his drained core. "Come on, just a little more," he thought, fighting against his own rebellious essence as it completely transformed from a gas to a liquid. It shone far brighter than his essence had up until now. The clarity of the small droplet appeared to be the color of honey, though far less dense. It continued to resist him as the pressure mounted, but Roy was not one to be denied. With a strangled cry, he wrenched at the droplet of condensed essence, forcing it to obey his will. It flowed smoothly out of his core and down to his arms and legs. There was a momentary surge of power, the likes of which Roy had never felt before. A feeling of elation flooded through him as he completed the turn, his body burning with so much power that he was left utterly stunned. However, his elation turned to panic a moment later, as a horrible burning sensation began rampaging through him. Roy screamed as his channels began to burn, his entire body locking up and dropping to the ground. He began to thrash as the last of the essence burned out, leaving him feeling weak and as though he were dying. Just before he passed out, he felt the heavy weight lift off him, though by then he was far too gone to even notice. Hermit stood facing his sister, the power in his core fighting against hers. They'd started with essence, then moved up to ki, chakra, and now Reiki. He knew exactly what this was, a test. His sister wanted to see if he was still the same man who'd left all those years ago, or if he'd allowed himself to fall behind. He had, in truth, done exactly that. However, not by so much that he couldn't fight back, especially when it came to using Reiki. Had he still been at his last stage of advancement, he'd undoubtedly have dropped like the rest by now. Hell, if he hadn't pushed for his first dan, claiming the title of sovereign, he may very well have fallen as well. However, his mastery over the 9 techniques of Reiki strengthened him in a way that none but sovereigns and scions could understand. Reiki was a form of energy so pure that it completely restructured the fabric of a martial artist's body. The immortal body wasn't one crafted of flesh and bone, but rather one made up entirely of energy. Sure, it still looked and felt the same to those on the outside, but there was a fundamental difference, one that could not be explained. One either experienced it themselves or were forever ignorant. And Hermit, much as he disliked having to advance, had come prepared. His core had been brimming with Reiki during his test, and the transformation had used nearly everything he'd had stored up. The excess energy that had been saved, due to his providing the power source, went to empower him further, strengthening his body and spirit. If Hikari believed she could make him back down simply because she had a few dan higher, then she was gravely mistaken. They drew closer, both of them pushing with the force of will that only a sovereign could muster. The world around them was awash in their power. It was not a technique, but the sheer force of their wills. Hermit saw nothing at all, nothing but the woman standing before him, and she saw only him. Everything else was unimportant. The 2 martial artists deaf to the world outside their little contest.
"Seems like you've gotten a little stronger since our last encounter, little brother,"
Hikari said, her lips quirking upward.
"In case you've forgotten, I'm 3 years your senior,"
Hermit replied, keeping his expression neutral.
"But you are still my junior in rank,"
Hikari replied. "That much will never change."
"Oh, I very much doubt that," Hermit said. "You're pretty much at the end of your path, little sister, I can feel it. You have another dan, maybe 2, but you will never reach black belt."
His sister's eyes narrowed just a hair, but as she opened her mouth to speak, there was a bright flare of power, followed by a horrendous scream of pain. Both of them immediately contained their power, the heavy pressure that was slowly crushing everyone vanishing in an instant. Hermit's eyes immediately landed on Roy's prone form, the boy having turned himself around to face Ika and Fairy, both of whom were shaking him and calling his name.
"What the hell just happened?"
Hikari asked, as Hermit rushed over to the unconscious boy. "Move back," he commanded, as he neared, dropping to his knees near Roy and pressing a hand to his back.
"Core, what happened?"
he demanded, calling out to the core inside of Roy.
"I don't know."
The reply was weak, the voice sounding muted and not at all like its normal self.
"Can you tell me what happened?"
he asked, turning his attention inward.
"His channels seem to be horribly damaged, and his core on the brink of collapse. It's almost like—" "Damn it!"
Hermit yelled, springing to his feet and whirling to face the room at large.
"I need a core restoration pill, and I need it now!"
Hikari quirked a brow at him, though the others remained where they were, not daring to meet his gaze.
"And why should I provide you with such an expensive pill?"
"Because if you don't, he will die."
"That's no concern of mine," Hikari said with a dismissive wave. "He's just an orange belt, and he's, in his 20s? Someone like that will never advance past green, so he's hardly worth—"
"This boy is just like me,"
Hermit said, making sure to meet his sister's eyes. Hikari's eyes widened just a hair. Then she nodded.
"Violet, go fetch the pill my brother requested, and to be quick."
The woman with the purple belt, the one who appeared to be no older than 18, rose shakily to her feet and bowed to Hikari. Then, without a backward glance, she dashed from the room. Hermit turned back to Roy, pulling a power core from his soul ring and pressing it to his back. There wasn't really any way for someone to channel a different essence type, but Hermit had discovered a few tricks of extracting essence over the years. He injected a small amount of his own essence into the core, pushing it down and threading it into a sort of funnel. Then, using more of his essence, he guided the power essence through the funnel and down into Roy's core. It was somewhat crude and involved him opening a cut in Roy's back to reach down to the core, but it was the only way to keep him alive long enough for the pill to be used.
Hermit, tell me,
Ika said, grabbing his hand.
What the hell is going on?
The girl was barely holding it together. Hermit could see the mix of worry, fear, and anger that was clearly showing on her face.
I don't know what he was trying to accomplish, but your friend somehow managed to use ki before his body was ready for it. The damage to his channels and core is quite extensive, though not nearly as bad as it could have been, had he not been so clear of impurities. Whoever managed to burn all of those out of him may very well have saved his life, even if they didn't know it then.
Is he going to be okay?
She asked, her voice coming out in a hoarse whisper.
So long as we get that pill into him, he'll be fine, Hermit assured her. Things like this happen, and though they're rare occurrences, the damage can be repaired if treated quickly.
I think we can call this meeting to an end,
Ikari said from behind him.
We'll re-adjourn tomorrow, and my wayward brother will be in attendance.
Hermit turned to eye his sister, who was looking quite pleased with herself. He knew that he would owe her now for the pill, and she wasn't one to just accept money as a form of payment. No, Ikari would want something far more valuable, a favor, and it was one that Hermit would have no choice but to accept. 16. Roy swam in an endless sea of pain, the world seeming to roil and swirl around him. Jian floated next to him, the core looking quite beat up, with a myriad of cracks running across his normally smooth surface. Confusion reigned for a few long moments before Roy started to become more aware of his surroundings. He was standing, oddly enough, in his first trial, the place where he'd faced the massive golem and started along the path of power. Except there was no golem, and Jian was floating in the air before him instead of being inside his body. Roy panicked for a few moments before realizing that he could still feel his connection to the core, though it was oddly faint, as though he were trying to talk to him through a wall of cotton.
This is quite the mess you found yourself in, a familiar voice said.
Roy turned to see Azure, the man who'd shown up at his trial and one of his tests.
Where am I?
Roy asked, having a hard time remembering how he'd gotten here.
Technically, you're lying in a bed in the infirmary wing of the Itachi Castle, being tended to by several healers as they try and stabilize you enough to mend the damage you did to yourself.
Huh? Roy asked, blinking stupidly.
Figuratively, we're in a construct formed by your mind, a place where your consciousness has fled to avoid the pain.
I'm sorry, what? Roy exclaimed, trying to wrap his mind around what the man was telling him.
I see your mind isn't working at full capacity just yet, but that's fine, Azure said with a shrug. We are inside your head, after all, so you'll remember all of this when you wake up. So listen closely. What I'm about to tell you is of the utmost importance.
Blinding, burning pain from the center of his chest wrenched Roy back into the waking world. His body jerked, spasming uncontrollably, and he let out a muffled cry of pain. "Hold him down!" someone yelled. Roy felt strong arms seize his own, dragging them down to the bed and holding them there as something very long and sharp was shoved into his chest. Roy bucked, reaching for his essence, but strangely enough, couldn't find any. He really began to panic then, throwing himself to one side, then another. But no matter how he moved, he wasn't strong enough to free himself. Another sharp pain in his side was followed by a warm sensation in his chest, heat spreading from the point of the sharp object. His body began to lock up again, then relaxed as his mind began to grow cloudy. Roy slumped back, his eyes rolling up into his head as he fell into unconsciousness once more. When he woke this time, it was to a very familiar sight, the Waterwood, home of the Shaw clan. Except something seemed off. Everything looked bigger, and his surroundings were oddly hazy. Additionally, he was holding someone's hand, and it was much larger than his own. Strangely enough, though, he wasn't alarmed by this at all. In fact, he squeezed the hand a little tighter, feeling it squeeze back in turn. He felt safe, happy, and loved. Looking up, he saw the shadowed outline of a woman, her features blanked by the sun coming down behind her. He did see one thing, though, a smile. It was warm, happy, and loving. Then there was a loud explosion, and Roy felt the hand being torn from his own, his small body thrown clear and landing in a ditch. He was dimly aware of shadowy figures moving about the slumped form of the woman. Then a blurry face came into view before a rough cloth sack was thrown over his head. Coming back around the second time was far more pleasant than the first. This time his trip back from the land of unconsciousness was a slow, easy thing. Roy's eyes blinked open, and he found himself staring up at a dark ceiling. There were also a pair of familiar faces looking down at him worriedly. "What's going on?" he asked, slightly slurring the words. His tongue felt thick and swollen, as though he hadn't had a drink in days, and his throat felt raw and sore. "You're awake," Ika said, smiling down at him. "How do you feel?" Fairy asked. "We were so worried that you'd done too much damage, but—" "Can someone please explain what happened and why I feel like I was caught in a landslide?" Roy asked, wincing as his head throbbed. "You used ki before you were ready and nearly died as a result." Roy craned his head to the side and saw Hermit, sitting with his legs folded beneath him and an annoyed expression on his face. "I used ki?" Roy asked, trying to piece together his fragmented memory. "But that's impossible. I'm not a—" "Green belt?" Hermit finished for him. "You don't have to be a green belt to use ki. You do need to be one to use it safely." "But I don't know how," Roy said, still confused. "Clearly you do," Hermit replied. "Otherwise you wouldn't have burned your channels and nearly shattered your core." "I what?" Roy exclaimed, trying to sit up. "Stay down," Ika said quickly, placing a hand on his chest and forcing him back down onto the bed. "You've just been through a tough ordeal and you need to rest." Hermit rose and headed for the door. "Where are you going?" Ika asked, turning to look at their mentor. "I'll probably be gone a few days," Hermit said. "Thanks to Roy's stunt, I now owe my sister a favor, and I've got a feeling that will include running some sort of errand. She'll arrange your training while I'm gone. Oh, and don't tell her anything about yourselves, including your family names." Before Roy could so much as defend himself, Hermit stalked out, closing the door and leaving them alone. "Why does he seem so upset?" Roy asked. "Because you nearly killed us, you moron." "Jian?" Roy asked. The dungeon core sounded strange, as though he'd come down with a cold, which should have been impossible. "Who else? Your stupid stunt nearly broke me. I knew I should never have joined with one of you squishy meatbags. You're all too stupid to even think." "I'm sorry," Roy said, still having a hard time remembering anything past entering the meeting room. For some reason, he was just drawing a massive blank. "He was worried about you," Ika said, giving him a weak smile. "You really gave us all a terrible scare." "Yeah," Barry said, leaning in a bit too close and sniffing at his chest. "You almost died, and Jian would have gone along with you. But you smell much better now, so I'm not worried anymore." "Sorry," he replied again. "I just can't remember anything after going into the meeting room." "That's strange," Ika said, rubbing her chin. "Maybe if I tell you what happened, it'll jog your memory." "Worth a try," Roy said with a small shrug. So Ika told him what had happened, how Hermit and his sister had entered into some sort of staring contest that almost suffocated everyone in the room, and how he, for some reason, had decided to fight against it. "Your entire body lit up from the inside for an instant, and your skin was almost transparent," Ika said. "Then you collapsed. After that, Hermit did something with the core, while someone fetched some sort of pill. Once they administered that, you seemed to stabilize enough for them to move you here. They had healers come in to treat you. You woke up again at that point, and it took several people to hold you down while they stuck these massive needles into your core to give you injections of essence. After that, you passed out again, and stayed that way for the past 12 hours. Seriously? Roy asked, hardly believing that all that could have happened, and without him remembering even a bit of it. Yeah, Ika said, rubbing tiredly at her eyes. It's now around 3 in the morning, but neither of us wanted to leave. Even Hermit stayed until you woke up. I'm sorry again to have done that to you, he said, holding a hand up to his head. I just wish I could remember any of it. Ika just gave him a tight smile and patted him on the chest. I'm going to try and get a few hours of sleep. Apparently, we're expected to meet with Hermit's sister at 7:30, and I'd rather do that with at least a little rest. I'm sleeping with you, Fairy said, already shoving him over to make room for herself in the bed. Is that really necessary? Roy asked, wincing as his back twinged with the movement. One of us needs to stay here, Ika said, in case something happens. Fairy can alert the healers just as well as I can, and since I don't much feel like sleeping on the floor in here, she's the perfect candidate. I've never slept in a bed before, Fairy said. This is so exciting! Roy let out a sigh as the beast slid into bed next to him, cuddling into his side and wrapping an arm over his chest. I'll be back in a few hours, Ika replied. According to the healers, you should be good to go by the morning. They don't want you doing any heavy training for a few days, but you should make a full recovery. Thank you, he managed to say, just before Fairy clamped a hand over his mouth. No more talking. Go to sleep. Ika let out a light chuckle, then turned to leave, sliding the door closed behind her and extinguishing the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Fairy shifted around a few times, yawned right in his ear, then promptly fell asleep. The same could not be said for Roy, as his mind was far too troubled to allow him to do so. He had a distinct feeling that he was forgetting something important, something he should really know, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wrap his head around it. Instead, he spent the rest of the night talking with Jian. It was the first time in a long time since he'd done something like that, but he felt that both of them needed it after what had just happened, even if neither of them could remember it. 17. Hermit left the infirmary and headed down the long corridor. It was late, or early, depending on how you looked at it, but despite the hour, he knew Ikari was waiting for him. When one reached their levels of power, sleep wasn't at all a necessity. Rather, it was a luxury, and when one had to run a clan as large as this one, it wasn't a luxury in which one could usually indulge in. Though the layout was a bit different and the decorations had all been changed, this palace was as familiar to him as it had been the day he'd left. It even had the same feel, which was why he'd had no trouble navigating the corridors when he'd first entered. Sure, he'd known where his sister was, but his senses didn't give him detailed directions on how to reach her, only her location. The halls were well and truly empty by now, so Hermit didn't bump into so much as a single person as he headed back to the ornate meeting room. His sister was already there, waiting. Honestly, Hermit wasn't sure how to feel about her. They hadn't parted on the best of terms, and seeing her again had definitely brought up some old memories. But she was still his sister, even if she was a manipulative and conniving woman, and he couldn't help but love her. They'd simply been through too much together for that to go away. The door was already open when he arrived, and Hermit pushed, putting just a bit of effort into it. While the doors may have appeared normal to the outside observer, they were well over 2 tons in weight. Made of a special dense stone and reinforced with a script, this door was all but impossible for anyone short of a Supreme to even open. Yet another security measure that had been added since his departure from the clan. Good, you came, Ikari said, not rising from her seated position on the far side of the room. We did have a deal, Hermit said, shoving the door closed behind him. Unlike you, I keep my promises. Don't tell me you're still sore about that, Ikari said with a roll of her eyes. Come on, Kai, it's been Hermit. What? That name is no longer mine, Hermit said as he moved across the room. My name is now Hermit. Ikari gave him an odd look at that. Why would you change your name? Did living out in the woods for so long as a hermit make you want to call yourself one? No. The name was given to me by Roy, the boy who used Ki and nearly killed himself. The name resonated with me, and I have chosen to adopt it as my own. But you're not just some hermit, Ikari said. I mean,
Look at your belt. You're one of only 9 sovereigns on the entire continent. You are a man whose name still strikes fear into the hearts of our enemies, despite their belief that you perished long ago. You're Hakai, the sage, or should I say sovereign, of ruin." Hermit frowned at that, a very clear downturn of his mouth that showed great displeasure.
Time moves on, and change comes along with it. My core is no longer tainted with the blood of innocents. My soul is scrubbed clean of their deaths. I am a new man with a new ideal. Death and destruction no longer call to me. And so, Itachi Hakai is dead. Only Hermit remains.
"Fine," Hikari said with a long sigh. "You always were the philosophical type, so I guess I'm not surprised you went all soft in your old age."
Please, let's not pretend that age holds any sway over either of us. Barring someone outright killing us, we won't die. And seeing as the Scions are the only ones with that sort of power, and that our clan is the only one with 2 sovereigns, I think we'll be fine.
Though Ikari had said there were 9 sovereigns, Hermit already knew that one of them, the sovereign of Cloying Darkness, wasn't affiliated with any clan. Rather, he preferred to wander, allowing the winds to take him where they would. His younger brother, Geiki, hadn't yet joined their ranks, it seemed. Ikari's shoulders tightened at that, and a look of worry creased her otherwise smooth features. "That's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about."
"One of?" Hermit asked. "No time for family reunions, I see."
"Not now, I'm afraid," Ikari said. "We've gotten word that the sovereign of the Herald clan is close to a breakthrough."
"How close?" Hermit asked, all thoughts of idle chatter driven cleanly from his mind.
"We don't know exactly, as our spies haven't gotten too close, but we know that it's going to happen, and sooner than we might think."
"Another Scion," Hermit whispered. "How long has it been since the last?"
"Nearly 700 years, Ikari said, though Hermit already knew the answer. The Scion of Tales had reached her lofty position nearly 200 years before he'd been born. Ever since then, a new Scion had not appeared, though one of them had perished in a battle against a cavern beast. The fact that the head of one of the 7 great clans was close to such a lofty rank could only mean bad things. The whole power dynamic would shift overnight, with the heralds being able to subjugate the others to their rule. There would be no battles, no resistance. None of the sovereigns would have the strength to stand up to him, and therefore would already have lost. Worse, there was no way he was going to allow them to live. If a single sovereign from a rival clan managed to advance, it would pose a serious threat to his rule. Therefore, all of the clans would be expecting a visit from the newly minted Scion to consolidate his power.
"Do you have any ideas on how to prevent this?"
Hermit asked, wondering if it wasn't too late to just go back to living in the forest. "Unless we join with at least 2 other clans and attack him all at once, I don't see how we can beat him. He's already at the 11th dawn, which means he's stronger than any one sovereign already. The only reason he doesn't make his move is because there's still a chance of stopping him now."
"How convinced are you that he'll attack and not simply leave, as the other Scions did when they reached their new advancement ranks?"
"Come on, you know Harold Lionel as well as I do. Do you really think he's the type to just sit back and do nothing, especially with all that new power?"
"No," Hermit admitted, letting out a sigh.
Lionel wasn't at all the type to sit back. He'd been the least compliant of the clan heads, and it had taken no less than the combined threat of the other 6 clans to make him fall into line. In retrospect, Hermit now wished that he hadn't, as he now posed a significant threat to them all.
"Have you reached out to the others?"
"I have, but that brings us to our second and much more current problem. I'm sure you've noticed by now that our younger brother and almost every other powerful artist in the main family is gone."
"I assume there's trouble that demands their presence elsewhere?"
Hermit said with a shrug. It wasn't like it hadn't happened before. In fact, he remembered several instances where multiple powerful martial artists had been sent out to deal with the threat. "Yes, and don't think that this is some inconsequential problem that can be easily resolved," Ikari said grimly. "A cavern beast was spotted near our eastern border nearly a week ago, and from his last report, Geiki was having some serious trouble putting it down."
Hermit sucked in a long breath between his teeth, his mind beginning to whirl at that piece of troubling news.
So that was what we've been sensing,
the core said. He tended to listen in to conversations, but didn't often speak when others were around. News of a cavern beast was definitely enough to warrant a reaction, though.
Do you have any details?
As of 2 days ago, it was hovering near brown. However, when it was discovered, it was only halfway through gold. The beast seems to have some sort of power over time, space, or a combination of the two. Geiki has been unable to even slow it down. And no matter how hard they hit it, they can't seem to cause any significant damage.
That is how cavern beasts tend to work, Hermit replied, rubbing at his chin. How much time until it hits a village or town?
It already has, Ikari said grimly. 4 of them, in fact. Luckily for its residents, we managed to clear them out in time, but I'm sure you can guess where this beast is heading.
I would assume it was coming here,
Hermit sighed. The cavern beast would be attracted by the massive gathering of power the city offered. It would be like a magnet to the hungry beast, a target that could not be resisted. They might have tall walls, but it would do little to stop a beast gaining that much power so fast. There are over 6 million people here on any given day, Ikari said grimly. If that beast manages to breach the city walls, the death toll will be immeasurable. And that's not to mention the surge of power it would receive from killing that many people.
What I don't understand is how it keeps growing stronger at such an exponential rate, Hermit said. I'm assuming Geiki is keeping it isolated from other people, and the ambient essence can't be enough to sustain it. So, where is it all coming from?
We don't know, Ikari said, her lips flattening into a tight line. The area has become an essence void, and nothing works. Geiki, while strong, never quite managed to match up to either of us. Right now, he's only at base brown, and I don't think he'll ever be getting any stronger.
So I'm guessing that you're going to want me to go join him in killing this cavern beast? Hermit said.
Are you saying no?
Oh no, I'm definitely going to go, Hermit said, already rising to his feet. If there's a cavern beast growing that fast, then even the scions will be in danger soon. I'm actually surprised that none of them have come to fight this thing.
You know how they are, Ikari said, seeming to relax now that she knew he'd be going after the beast. They won't get involved until they believe they're needed.
Yeah, well, if they're not the only clan dealing with the cavern beast, then I see them being needed very soon, Hermit said, tightening his belt. I'll need some assurances before I go.
Ikari raised an eyebrow at that. Oh?
Yes, Hermit said flatly. I brought 3 visitors along with me, and 2 of them are my students brought here for training. I was supposed to start with them tomorrow, but seeing as I'll be gone, that responsibility will fall on you.
But I don't have that kind of—
You'll make the time, Hermit said, his tone hardening. The boy needs to be pushed to reach Greenbelt, and the girl needs to learn proper key control. They both have tremendous potential, something that our clan still values, if I'm not mistaken.
And just why should I care about 2 artists at their level? Ikari asked. We don't even look at those beneath blue, and in order to receive personal training from a sovereign, they'd both need to be at purple, and grandmasters to boot.
Because honor demands it, Hermit said simply. Your wild dogs nearly killed them near the border of the crater. One of them was cast out to die, and the other was kept captive for a month, enduring torture every day before being told of her execution by core destruction.
For the first time that night, Hermit saw Ikari wince. No one, not even the lowest of the low, would stoop so far as to shatter someone's core as a means of killing them. It was the ultimate humiliation, one that would ensure the total death of the martial artist in question, both in body and spirit. If word were to get out that someone in their clan almost did so to a random outsider for no real reason, it would reflect very badly on her personally. Even though Ikari had had nothing to do with it, she was still the leader, and so the blame would fall on her. Fine, Ikari said stiffly. Make sure they're here by 7 sharp.
Already have,
Hermit said, turning to leave. Ikari was never one to allow someone else to have the last word, and even as Hermit slipped out the door, she called after him, You'd better beat that thing! Hermit only smiled grimly to himself. The cavern beast was the ultimate challenge for any martial artist. These were beasts of pure chaos and destruction that drank essence like sponges and could never be filled. The fact that there were multiple cavern beasts attacking various clans at once wasn't a good omen. The last cavern beast sighting had been several hundred years ago and had resulted in the death of one of the scions. It had been defeated in the end, but only because that scion had been joined by one other. And even then, it had been a close thing. From what rumors he'd heard, the scion of Quaking Skies had never been quite the same since, and still carried injuries from that battle to this very day.
I don't think this is a very wise course of action, the core said as he headed out of the castle. A cavern beast may be too much, even for you. And yet I have to go, Hermit replied. Honor demands it.
18. Roy rose from his bed at 6:30 in the morning after extricating himself from Fairy's tangle of limbs. It hadn't been an easy process, either, as she'd clung to him tightly until he'd scratched the sweet spot behind her ears to make her loosen up. His legs felt somewhat shaky when he first stood, but after a few minutes of walking around the room, he began to feel his strength returning.
I still feel as though I've been run over by a charging bull,
Roy complained, clutching at the tight spot in his chest.
That's unsurprising, Jian replied. You did almost die, after all. Thanks for reminding me, Roy grumbled.
It had been an entire 20 minutes since Jian had last reminded him of his screw-up. He'd been beginning to hope that he might finally have let it go.
Glad to help,
Jian replied, still as oblivious to sarcasm as ever.
Can't have that squishy brain of yours forget what you almost did to me.
Roy simply rolled his eyes, then began to undo his robes. He froze halfway through removing his shirt, remembering that he wasn't alone in the room. Turning back, he saw that Fairy was still fast asleep, now lying across the entire bed with her feet hanging off the end. Beds weren't really made with someone of her height in mind. He knew she was still technically a beast, but with her new appearance it felt strange getting undressed with her in the room. So instead, he snatched up his robes and moved to change behind one of the partitions. Roy didn't know where they'd be meeting the sovereign of this clan, but Aika had said she'd be coming to get him soon. He would have simply stayed in his robes from the previous day, but they were wrinkled and a bit dirty, and he didn't think greeting someone of a sovereign's power would be proper with dirty and wrinkled robes. A light knock came at the door just as he was tying his belt, and Aika walked in, looking much better than she had the night before. She was wearing a fresh set of Itachi robes, with her second dan green belt tied around her waist. "You ready to go?" she asked in a quiet voice, eyeing Fairy's sleeping form. Roy nodded, and together, the two of them headed out into the corridor. Fairy wasn't technically training under Hermit, so she'd be left to her own devices. That was fine with Roy, as Fairy had her own way of growing, one that had less to do with training, more to do with accumulating power. "How are you feeling today?" Aika asked once they were out in the corridor.
Better, Roy admitted, though my chest is still a bit tight, and whenever I try to use essence, it still burns a bit.
"And what about your core?" Aika asked, a note of worry in her voice.
It's whole and undamaged as far as I can tell, Roy replied, being quick to assure her. If anything, it seems to be holding even more essence than before.
That was something he'd taken note of in the night. From what he'd heard, he'd completely emptied his core before passing out. He'd been forcefully injected with essence to keep him going, but he'd have thought that the amount would be negligible. Instead, his core now held nearly 1/10 more than it previously could, and was giving him a very interesting feeling. He would equate it to having overeaten at a big meal. "Yeah, Hermit said that your use of ki would have expanded your core exponentially, even if you almost killed yourself doing it. Your channel should be able to handle more too, which means you can inject more power into your techniques."
I still wish I could remember how I did it, though, Roy muttered.
It would have made Greenbelt so much easier to attain, especially seeing as he now knew that to advance, Hermit would demand he already have ki in his core. "I'm sure your memory will fill in the gaps soon enough," Aika said. "You should—" She faltered as they turned a corner and came face to face with a man and woman heading down the corridor. One was wearing a 7th Dan purple belt and appeared to be no older than the two of them. The other person was a man who appeared to be in his mid-50s, sporting a gold belt containing 4 slashes of brown. Ika quickly bowed at the waist, and after several seconds of staring, Roy remembered to do the same. The 2 martial artists acted as though they didn't even see them, walking past and continuing their hushed conversation. Roy sincerely wished he could have overheard it, but there seemed to be some sort of strange distortion hovering about them, and he had to assume that one of them was keeping their conversation from being overheard. They remained as they were, their heads bowed and waiting until the 2 of them walked out of sight. "Who were those people?" Roy asked, watching the corner around which they'd disappeared. "I don't know the man's name," Ika said, also in a low voice, "but the woman's name is Violet, and she's only 18. "What?" Roy hissed. "She's that young?" "Yeah," Ika said, starting to walk down the corridor once more. "She's already the head of her family, and supposedly they've been talking about trying to marry her off to Hermit." "Really?" Roy asked, his face twisting up a bit. "Aren't they closely related? I mean, people in the Shaw clan married all the time, but the relation was so distant that it didn't really matter. Also, how do you know all of this?" "I might have overheard a conversation while I was making my way back to my room last night, and they're not as closely related as you might think. Apparently, Hermit and his 2 siblings are at the head of the family. All the rest are either first or second cousins, and those were their parents' or grandparents' appointments when the clan first came into power. Violet is Hermit's 4th cousin 2 times removed." "Well, when you put it that way," Roy said. A 4th cousin was barely a relation at all, as far as blood was concerned. But still. "Isn't he like 500 years older than her?" Ika shrugged once again. "I'm only telling you what I overheard. It's not like I'm going to be making any decisions for them. They were all pretty shocked that he was still alive, though. Apparently, most people had never even met him, though he seems to be some kind of living legend." "Really? Hermit doesn't strike me as a legendary type." "I know what you mean," Ika said with a grin. "But when he was younger, he demolished thousands of smaller clans, along with his sister and brother, and consolidated them all into the massive clan they are today." "You'd think they'd have more faith in him staying alive if he was such a legend," Roy mused. "He hasn't been seen in over 300 years, Ika said. "And how do you know all of this information again?" Roy asked suspiciously. "And don't tell me you overheard it." Before Ika could reply, they came to the end of the corridor, the doors already swinging inward to reveal the room beyond. She mouthed the word "later" at him, then proceeded into the room, with Roy following curiously at her heels. "Good. At least you're on time," said a rich feminine voice as they entered. Roy's eyes were immediately drawn to the woman, sitting on an elaborate, throne-like chair, with one leg folded over the other. She was easily the most beautiful woman Roy had seen in his entire life, and not by a short margin. Every facet of this woman seemed perfect in every way possible. From the proportions of her body to the shape of her face, she was beautiful. She had completely flawless and smooth skin and slanted almond eyes, a perfect and pert nose, and full lips. The 5th Dan gray belt seemed to radiate a dark, ominous presence, yet fit perfectly with the woman's overall look. Her skin was lighter than Hermit's, so much so that she appeared more tanned than dark-skinned, which Roy found to be quite odd. Not that he really cared, as he was too busy trying to keep his jaw from hitting the floor. "Roy!" Ika hissed, jabbing him in the ribs hard enough to bruise. "What?" he asked, snapped from the spell the Sovereign had cast over him, and clutching at his ribs. Ika motioned with her head to bow, which Roy only now realized that he'd completely forgotten to do, entranced as he'd been. He could feel the flush creeping up in his cheeks, and oddly enough noticed the same, if somewhat lesser, effect that the Sovereign was having on Ika. He briefly wondered why Hermit didn't have a similar effect on either of them, but then the Sovereign began to speak. "My brother says he's brought you here for training, and since he'll be gone for a few days, it has somehow become my responsibility to teach you in his absence." Her voice was so smooth, rich, and melodic that Roy found himself having a hard time concentrating. The pain in his side from Ika's earlier jab gave him something to focus on other than the strange effects of the powerful Itachi leader, so he honed in on that. The fact that he was still bowing and couldn't see her also helped immensely. "I do not think either of you are worth his time," the woman continued, a note of scorn entering her voice. "To be so pitifully weak at your ages is a shame, both to your clans and my brother. If it were up to me, I'd cast you out and never think twice. However, I gave my brother my word that I would see you trained in his absence, and as the leader of this clan, I keep my word." Roy felt a small shiver run down his spine as something swept over him, piercing into his very soul and laying him bare. He didn't much enjoy the feeling and squirmed in discomfort as it coursed through him. However, he didn't dare move or say so much as a word. For one, he was too scared, and for another, he physically couldn't. Something had seized hold of his limbs, locking them in place and keeping him there. He heard the light pat of soft slippers and the rustle of cloth as the Itachi leader walked towards him. His heart began to race, his mind imagining a mixture of horrible outcomes that could come from this. He couldn't move, and was in the presence of a woman who just admitted to wanting them gone. That was hardly something that made him feel safe or welcome, and the cold tone in her voice had chilled him down to his very soul. A shadow fell over him, and Roy suddenly found his body straightening, forcing his head up until he was meeting the shorter woman's dark brown eyes. They seemed to be two fathomless pools, pulling Roy in deeper and deeper the longer he stared. The woman's lips turned down ever so slightly. She then moved out of his line of sight, and no matter how he struggled, Roy didn't have the strength to so much as twitch. Finally, the woman moved back into their line of sight as she fetched something from within her robes. "I did say I'd train you, but as you are now, you're both far too weak to even survive. Not to worry, though. I have the perfect test for you, something to give you the little nudge you need." Roy didn't know what was going on, but by the way the small device in her hands began glowing, a bright blue light that started cascading over the entire room. He had a very bad feeling about this. The Sovereign smiled, then, a display of perfect white teeth that sent Roy's head spinning, and she tossed the glowing blue object onto the floor between them. There was a loud whooshing sound, and then a literal whirlpool of twisting water formed in the ground, widening and deepening as the woman continued to talk. "You'll find the trials of water more than challenging enough, I should think," she said, taking a step back as the whirlpool continued to grow, Roy now feeling the very edges brushing up against his bare feet. He began to truly panic then, trying with all his might to break free as the water washed over his ankles, soaking into his robes, and beginning to drag him forward. "What's going on out there?" Jian demanded. "It feels like we're suddenly drowning in water essence." "The Sovereign just made a whirlpool in the middle of the room," Roy yelled back. "I can't move, and it's getting bigger." "Well, I guess it was nice knowing you," Jian said. "Why do you always go there?" "Because you have a nasty habit of always getting into situations where I'd assume death is the outcome." "There is a clear path out," the Sovereign said, interrupting his conversation. "If you make it out alive, I'll definitely be impressed. Good luck. Oh, and don't forget to hold your breath." The water was at waist level now, and Roy could feel his footing go out from under him, his body toppling backward into the whirling cyclone. He immediately clamped his mouth shut, closing his eyes and praying that this didn't kill him. He could feel a tremendous pull coming from the center of the whirlpool, and although he fought with all his might to escape, his body still refused to move. Around him, the water grew ever darker as he was dragged downward. The last thing he saw was the outline of the woman standing above him before the world turned black. 19. Roy felt his lungs begin to burn just as his limbs unfroze. He immediately began to thrash towards the surface, ejecting bursts of power essence from his hands and feet, using the exploding fist to do so. Unfortunately, he was unable to breathe, so the technique was greatly weakened. Still, it propelled him forward at far greater speeds than he could have otherwise managed on his own. The water around him was still very dark, and even as he thrashed toward the surface, robes weighing him down, Roy could feel his lungs straining for air. The more he pushed, the harder it became.
But Roy continued swimming upward, his eyes wide open now and looking for even a glimmer of light. After a few more seconds of swimming, the water above began to visibly brighten, and Roy pushed harder. Now that there was a goal in sight, new life flooded his limbs. The robe dragged at his body, but he knew there was no time to shed it, as his vision was already beginning to cloud. Stars were popping before them, and his lungs felt ready to burst. Another blast of power essence displaced the water around him, throwing him ever upwards. He could now see the clear and bright blue water. However, at the rate he was going, Roy knew he wouldn't make it. Desperately, he clawed upward, trying to force his sluggish brain to think of something. Then it came to him. His shockwave. Roy reached for his core, trying to activate the technique, but without the proper breath and with his lungs practically bursting, he couldn't muster the concentration to use the skill. Had this been a minute ago, he may have had a chance of succeeding. Now, though, he was on the verge of drowning. Jian was oddly quiet, though Roy couldn't spare the time to think about him right now. He kicked out a few more times, seeing the surface just feet above him. It was hard to measure distance underwater, but he knew he was close. Roy kicked one more time, and then his lungs finally gave out. A spray of bubbles billowed up around him in an explosive wave, but before Roy could inhale, his core pulsed once. Then a massive shock ran through his body as it expanded, dispelling the mass of water in a bubble. Roy gasped, getting in a half-breath before the water came rushing back in, but it was enough. With the little air he'd managed to gather, and new strength flooding his limbs, Roy pushed upward with one last kick, activating his movement technique. The shockwave launched him upward with such speed that Roy was forced to close his eyes, but within just a couple of seconds, Roy felt himself break the surface. His eyes snapped open, even as he took in a long, shuddering breath. He had a couple of seconds to see the landscape, or lack thereof, before coming back down and splashing into the water once more. This time, it only took a couple of seconds to break the surface of the water, leaving Roy to tread in place as he tried to get his bearings. All he could see in any direction was water. It didn't have the rough waves of the ocean, but the short, rippling waves of a large lake. That meant that there had to be land nearby. But just how far would he need to swim to get there? And what about Aika? He knew she'd ended up in here with him, but he didn't know where exactly she was. Roy wasn't too worried about her, as she was far tougher than he was, and light essence lent itself to speed far more than power did. Plus, Aika had access to light ki, which would have gotten her to the surface far sooner than him. Her body could probably last a lot longer without air as well. All he really wanted to do was find her, as he had no idea how difficult this area would be. "Jian?" he asked tentatively. "What?" Roy felt a huge sense of relief when the dungeon core answered. His lack of communication over the last few minutes had been alarming. "Any idea where we are?" "Well, we're not dead, so that's nice," Jian said. "All I can really see is water and water essence in every direction. I guess this is as good a time as any to see how well you can use your spirit sense." Roy let out a long breath, but knew Jian was right. First of all, Aika might be closer than he realized, and his spirit sense would help him locate her. Even if she wasn't super close, land would have far more variety where essence was involved, and would give him a direction. Not having much choice, Roy closed his eyes and began to expand his senses outward. It was tentative at first, just a tendril of his spirit, just in case there was something dangerous nearby that would feel his touch and come to investigate. Then he began to push further, expanding his range of vision in an outward bubble. At first, all he could sense was the blue water essence, permeating the entire area in a massive cloud. Soon, though, he began to feel something else. Above the water, mixing with the blue essence at first, and coming into greater clarity the further up he stretched his senses, he could feel the flow of wind essence. The green energy was wafting along in a single direction and sending small ripples across the water. Roy's brows knitted together as he began to hit the limits of what he could reach, and all without finding a space to land. "You need to keep pushing," Jian said, as he felt him straining at his bonds.
You just broke through to second dawn, which means that your core couldn't be filled any further. On the level of orange belts, you're probably one of the strongest in the world right now, and the range you have is pitiful compared to even some yellow belts.
Wow, thanks for the pep talk, Roy said, pushing harder.
I'm here to help, Jian replied.
While this would normally have annoyed him, Roy was glad for the company. As differently as he and Jian thought, he and the Corps still shared a singular goal right now, and that was staying alive. Hermit's sister had called this place the Trials of Water right before he'd been dragged in. His previous experience with trials told him that there would undoubtedly be monsters, beasts, constructs, golems, and every other imaginable creature under the sun. Seeing as it was also called the Trials of Water, he really hoped that there might at least be some land mixed in there. As his body was continuously rocked back and forth by the gentle waves, the light of the sun glinting down and warming his body, Roy found himself falling into an odd, trance-like state. His breathing calmed, his worries abated, and his mind relaxed. Slowly, the barriers that his senses refused to pass began to fade, allowing a few tendrils of power through. Normally, Roy would be tempted to rush, perhaps throwing himself against the barriers for all he was worth. But here, surrounded on all sides by the tranquil essence of water, Roy simply allowed himself to relax. Soon, he began to feel the light essence projected downward on the water's surface, easily picking it out amid the sea of blue. Then, as his senses continued to expand, Roy finally felt it. There, on the very edges of what he could feel, there was a small line of golden power essence. As soon as he felt it, Roy immediately locked onto it, turning in the water and angling himself towards it. Over the past year, he'd learned a lot about the various ways in which power essence could be generated. He'd coincidentally learned one of the ways while fighting a giant crab beast. Roy activated his shockwave, throwing himself forward into a breaststroke and allowing his legs to do most of the work. While the movement technique was designed to be used on land, the same principles held true in the water, and though he couldn't move as quickly, it was still far faster than he could have moved using regular means. Water fountained behind him in a spray as Roy rocketed towards the source of the power essence, slowly feeling a small line of earth essence turning into a small mass.
Looks like you finally got the hang of this,
Jian said as Roy continued pushing himself.
Yeah, I guess I have you to thank for that,
he admitted. Truthfully, it was only because of Jian's teasing that he'd managed to expand his senses as far as he had, and even if it were only by a few hundred more yards, it had still been enough. The water continued cascading around them as Roy kicked mightily, feeling the weight with each kick, as well as the resistance of the water. This was far more challenging than using his technique on land, and even though he could burn more essence at a faster rate now, both his body and channels were starting to feel it. He still hadn't recovered from his ordeal from the previous day, and the longer he pushed, the more he hurt. Finally, when the land began to come into view as a small dot on the horizon, Roy was forced to let go of his technique and stop to recover.
Are you hurting so bad that a half-mile swim winded you so much?
Yes, Roy replied, his chest rising and falling as he fought to regain his cycling rhythm.
In case you've forgotten, I almost died twice in the last 24 hours. I think I'm entitled to a bit of exhaustion.
This is why dungeon cores are so superior, Jian said.
We don't have any squishy flesh bags to slow us down.
Yeah, but you also can't go anywhere, or ever leave your dungeon.
I did.
And now you're stuck in a squishy flesh bag as a result, Roy finished, turning his attention back to the landmass. There was something about it that was bothering him, though he wasn't entirely sure what it was. He was recovered enough to continue swimming, though he now took it a bit easier. Instead of using his movement technique, he simply ejected essence from his hands and feet. This propelled him forward at a faster speed, all without causing him the same pain that using a technique would. The closer they drew to the landmass, the more worried Roy became. He thought he might have imagined it before, but now that his spirit sense had expanded, or as Jian put it, gotten to the level of a base yellow belt,
He was fairly confident he was correct. Still, he didn't want to jump to any conclusions, at least not until he reached the landmass. Another half-hour of swimming had Roy walking on the bottom of the riverbed, allowing him to rest his arms and leg muscles for the first time since he'd been forced here.
It feels so good to be on solid ground, Roy exclaimed as he walked onto the sandy beach, already pulling at the power essence created by the water drifting in and out.
By the looks of it, there isn't much ground, though, Jian replied.
I know, Roy said with a sigh, heading up the beach to a grassy hill covered in strangely shaped trees, with wide leaves stretching out into a canopy. He reached the top of the bluff in just a couple of minutes and felt his heart sink as he beheld the body of water stretching out before him. Can you feel any sort of end to it? He asked hopefully.
Not if you can't, Jian replied. Remember, I'm just an extension of you. I can teach you to do things, but if it's beyond your reach, I'm pretty much helpless.
I thought as much, Roy responded dejectedly. I still had to try, though. He got a mental equivalent of a nod from the core in response before Jian went silent, leaving him to stare out at the endless expanse of glittering water on his own. They were on an island, perhaps 100 paces across, in the middle of what seemed to be an endless lake. He had no food, the water was plentiful, no sense of real direction, and worst of all, Aika was nowhere to be seen. Roy debated simply leaving the island right now and striking out in a direction until he found land, but his tired and aching body immediately protested the idea. Besides, he thought to himself, Aika might find her way here at some point. If he wasn't here to greet her, who knew when or even if they'd find one another? It was also still quite bright outside, which meant that if any monsters were coming, it would probably be later on, when darkness began to creep in. In the shape he was in now, Roy knew he wouldn't stand a chance, so his best bet would be to go lay down in the shade of the trees and rest. If Aika still wasn't here by tomorrow, he could decide what to do then. His mind made up, Roy trudged back down to find a comfortable spot to relax. He hoped desperately that his friend would show up soon. 20. Aika broke the surface of the water with a gasp, her hair clinging in wet strands to her face and back and her robes trying to drag her under. Thankfully, she was more than strong enough to handle it with relative ease, though the amount of water she found herself surrounded with was quite alarming. For just a few seconds, she began to panic, but reason quickly asserted itself, and Aika began to take stock of the situation. Both she and Roy had been sent through some sort of portal to a pocket dimension to complete some sort of trial. This place had to either have some similarities to a dungeon, the trials of testing for new belts, or a mix of both. She and Roy had been separated, and she couldn't sense him anywhere. She was fairly confident he wasn't beneath the water either, as power essence, even a small speck, would have stood out amid the sea of blue. She turned a few times, getting her bearings. The sun was high in the sky, which told her that time in this place ran a bit differently. When they'd left, it had been just past 7 in the morning, but now it appeared to be past noon. The sky was blue and cloudless, and from the water that had entered her mouth and didn't taste salty, she knew she was either in a river or a lake. Several small landmasses stood out in her spirit sense, each spaced perfectly apart from one another. If that wasn't a sign that she was in a strange place, then she didn't know what was. The only question now was which direction to go. She was worried about Roy, as he was still a bit helpless without her around. Okay, she admitted to herself. Maybe not helpless. Roy had come a long way since she'd met him, and he could hold his own in a fight, even against those of a higher cultivation rank. She just didn't want to admit as much to herself, wanting to shelter and protect him, even though he was more than capable of doing so himself. She couldn't help it. She cared about him, and in a way that was continually growing more towards the side of romance than regular friendship. She wasn't exactly sure when the change had begun happening, but somewhere along the way, she'd begun viewing Roy in a different light. And though she'd denied it, even to herself for the last few months, Fairy's transformation into a humanoid shape had opened her eyes to her true feelings. Ika shook herself out of her thoughts, remembering that she was in the middle of a massive lake with beasts potentially lurking nearby. She needed to head for land, but she wanted to make sure that whichever land she went to would most likely have Roy. Okay, she thought, reduce your range to what you know Roy can handle, then go from there. Calming her breathing, Ika allowed her field of perception to shrink, flowing back towards her and showing the world in greater clarity. She wouldn't exactly get the same view as Roy, because her senses were so much better, but if she reduced it enough, she should get a general idea. After about 2 minutes, Ika figured she was about as close as she could get. Well, this isn't ideal, she muttered, realizing that had Roy landed in a similar spot, he wouldn't be able to sense land at all. Her brow creased slightly as she began to think, trying to puzzle out how Roy would act in a situation where he couldn't sense any land. He'd probably start to become annoyed, perhaps even panic a bit, but Ika remembered that Roy wouldn't be alone. He always had company, the dungeon core that had given him the ability to become a martial artist. With Jian around to center him, Roy may very well have been able to expand his spirit sense. It wouldn't have been by much, but enough to sense the closest landmass. Ika expanded her senses again, more slowly than before. It took a few minutes of her inching her perception field forward until she finally found the first island. She immediately stopped the advance of her spirit sense and turned to face the land in question. She was making a lot of assumptions, but Ika really had nothing better to go on. Roy thrived in life-threatening situations, and that was where he tended to see the most growth. Angling herself towards the island in question, Ika set off at a brisk swim, streaking through the water at an easy speed that she could maintain for hours if needed. Sure, it would take her a bit longer to reach land, but this looked like something that would take them a while to figure out, and if she didn't pace herself now, she could end up burning herself out. Roy would probably stay on his island for a day, maybe 2, before heading out once again. He was much better at survival in the wild than she was, and had lived around water his entire life. He was strong and capable, even if he didn't know it himself, and Ika just hoped he'd survive until she found him. The first attack came just as the sun was beginning to set. Roy had set himself up a small camp by then, scrounging around the island for materials that might be useful for survival. He'd found a few shells that were large enough for him to use as a makeshift drinking vessel, and after searching the tops of the trees, he found some hard fruit growing high in their leafy canopies. Unfortunately, the fruit seemed to be more water than actual fruit, and seeing as they were in limited supply, 7 to be exact, he had to ration himself to a single one, not knowing when he might find his next meal. The fruit wasn't unpleasant, though it contained a very hard outer shell that needed to be cracked to get at the insides. He'd actually wasted the water within by smashing the first one open, shattering the hard shell to get at the insides. However, as he sat, scraping the thin layer of white flesh off with his teeth, Roy noted that these could probably be used in the place of the seashells as far as water was concerned. In fact, he might very well be able to fashion some other things from them, and the first rule of survival was that everything was useful. After eating, he'd spent his remaining time talking to Jian and relaxing, trying to decide in which direction to go next. He traveled in a mainly eastward direction to reach this small island, but did that mean that if he continued heading east, that he'd find more land? Or would he simply swim on forever and eventually drown, due to exhaustion and hunger? At some point, Roy drifted off to sleep, only to awaken to a sound other than the gentle lapping of waves on the sand. His eyes flickered open, yawning expansively as he wondered what could have woken him up. The sun was beginning to set, painting the water in brilliant shades of red and orange. As far as the eye could see, water reflected the light of the setting sun, illuminating everything, even the strange little creatures coming up the— "What the hell are those things?" Roy sprang to his feet, instantly alert as he began cycling his essence through himself. "No idea," Jian replied, sounding oddly sleepy himself. "I'm guessing they're not here to make offers of friendship, though." The creatures, seeing they'd been noticed, stopped trying to be stealthy, and instead rose to their full 3-foot heights and charged. There were 4 of them, all slimy and wet-looking. Their skin was a muddy gray-brown and covered in tangles of long, wet weeds. They walked on two legs, though their backs were oddly hunched, so that their knuckles were nearly dragging across the ground. They had bony fingers tipped with long black claws, and their faces appeared to be amphibian in nature, complete with slitted yellow eyes, slits for nostrils, and large mouths full of needle-like teeth. They let out loud, hissing cries as they neared, clumping up together in a way that told Roy they weren't the most intelligent of creatures. He stayed put, keeping the high ground, and waiting for them to come to him. He could sense their power now. Though they didn't have their own cores, their bodies were glowing with essence enough to indicate that they were in the late yellow stages of advancement. That wasn't too alarming to him, but Roy knew better than to underestimate an opponent because of perceived weakness. Essence flowed up from his core as he used his void sphere, calling the small ball of essence into being and hurling it at the lead creature. It let out a hiss and attempted to dodge, but it was ultimately too slow. The sphere slammed into the creature, tearing its head clean off and leaving its corpse to collapse onto the ground. Roy was so shocked that his attack had worked that he failed to follow up, giving the others the chance to close with him. The lead creature let out a hissing, spitting sound, then swiped at him with his long claws, now trailing blue light. Roy easily stepped back, avoiding the clumsy swipe, and used his superior reach to lash out with a low kick. The exploding fist was channeled through his kick, and upon impact, detonated against the smaller creature, literally blowing it to pieces. Roy recovered, now feeling a lot more confident, though still quite baffled at the ease in which he'd taken out the first two. The last two came at him at once, one going left and the other charging straight in. Roy stepped to one side, avoiding the clumsy swipe of the leftmost creature and using it to block the other. The second creature stumbled, nearly colliding with the first and causing a very convenient distraction. Roy's next attack caught them both, the powerful low roundhouse kick impacting their bodies and sending them flying. One was blown clean in half, and the other's body let out a sickening crack as it bent almost double. Their corpses landed in pieces along the waterline, greenish-brown blood already soaking into the sand. "You beat them?" Jian said, sounding both shocked and amazed all at once. "I guess I did," Roy said, still in shock as well. "I didn't expect it to be so easy." "Yeah, neither did I," Jian replied. "Guess all that training you did was actually good for something." "Yeah," Roy said, looking down towards the beach and the line of corpses littering the sand. He'd yet to win a single fight against Aika, and even when training by himself, he never seemed to do well enough to please Hermit. He'd supposed it was because he was too weak, and even after having Jian tell him he was strong, he hadn't really believed it. Even now, he was having a hard time, his brain making excuses and giving him reasons not to overinflate his ego. They were only at the yellow stage, after all, and he was at second dawn orange. It was only natural that he would win without too much fuss. After all, an entire advancement stage offered a vast difference in power. "I think I can sense something else coming," Jian said, snapping him from his thoughts. In truth, Roy was almost glad for it. Right now, he didn't need anything undermining his confidence, not when he was the only thing standing between life and death. When it came down to it, Roy knew that he was on his own right now. If he didn't pull himself out of this situation, no one would. The creatures that began to emerge from the water looked similar to the last group, but these were a couple of inches taller. Their skin was a bit darker as well, and their teeth looked even nastier. As the lead monster let out a hiss, Roy got into a fighting stance, preparing himself for the long night ahead. 21. Roy let out a long breath, his chest rising and falling just a bit faster than normal. His hand moved up, wiping a line of blood from his cheek before he examined the color. Red. So it had been his blood that he'd felt. The creature that had managed to inflict the wound, a much fiercer and more terrifying version of the smaller creatures from before, now lay halfway down the beach, bleeding out from a massive hole in its stomach. It was full night out by now, the moon shining bright overhead and illuminating the entire area in a brilliance that the moon on Buryoku couldn't hope to match. Roy had been fighting for well over an hour, only getting a few minutes reprieve between each wave of attacks. They'd been getting stronger as time went on, though the time between each successive wave seemed to be lengthening.
Do you think that was the last one?
Roy asked. While the first waves had contained 4 creatures, the numbers had been slowly dwindling. The last one he'd fought had been comprised of a single monster, the one that had managed to cut him, and it had been pretty tough. Roy estimated the creature to be at base orange, the first to be above yellow since he'd started fighting.
Somehow I doubt that, Jian said, crushing his hopes.
Why would you say that? Roy asked, scanning the beach for any signs of another creature rising.
Because the last creature wasn't challenging enough, Jian replied.
Before Roy could ask what he meant by that, Jian continued.
Trials are designed to challenge those who enter into them. The way this one has been working, by slowly raising the difficulty, tells me that this is a scaling trial. In other words, it's a trial that will continuously grow more difficult until you've been sufficiently challenged before allowing you to rest.
Are you sure about that? Roy asked, watching the shoreline nervously.
Nothing is ever sure inside a trial, Jian answered, but I'm fairly confident I'm correct.
Great, Roy muttered. Just what I need, to fight waves of monsters without getting anything in return. None of the creatures had any cores, and even if they did, they'd all be full of water essence. In fact, the only way he'd been able to recover any amount of essence was from the power stirred up by their fighting, and that hadn't been nearly enough to replenish what he'd spent.
No need to worry about that,
Jian said, surprising Roy, as he'd been sure the conversation was over. What do you mean? He asked suspiciously.
What I mean,
Jian said, his voice sounding very smug,
is that you will be rewarded upon completion. This is a trial, after all. What sort of trial wouldn't reward those who successfully complete a task?
Before Roy could comment further, the water by the beach began rippling once more, indicating the rise of another creature of the deep. The first thing Roy saw was the broad amphibious head, at least twice the size of the last, immediately followed by a pair of massive wide shoulders rippling with muscle. As the creature continued to emerge, it became clear to Roy that this one was nothing like the others. While this creature still carried the same overall appearance, it was far more intimidating. Its back was straight, its shoulders were pulled back, and it held its head high. Its arms, torso, and legs all rippled with knotted muscles, and the clumps of weeds hanging from its body looked more like ropes than anything else. Fully emerged from the water now, the creature looked up at him, its slitted eyes narrowing. The creature was at least half a foot taller than him, that much was obvious. By the feel of its core, Roy could tell that it was a third dawn orange, or so close to it that he couldn't tell the difference. Either way, this monster was one far more intimidating than anything he'd faced so far, and Roy didn't think he'd have such an easy fight with this one. The creature's body was suddenly outlined in blue, and it shot forward, sliding effortlessly between the scattered bodies of its comrades, despite its massive bulk. Roy didn't need to be a genius to recognize a movement technique, and activated his own, flooding his body with power essence. He dashed forward, knowing that momentum was more valuable than position right now, especially when the creature in question was technically stronger than him. His hands glowed with the power of his exploding fist as Roy closed, then struck out at the monster. The creature flowed to one side, its water essence nature allowing it to slip Roy's attack with ease. Roy had been counting on this, and even as his fist passed through empty space, he triggered his technique early, detonating the built-up power essence in a wide blast. Though it lacked the power of a proper technique, due to not having made physical contact, the blast was more than enough to take the creature by surprise and throw it off its feet. Roy followed quickly, using his shockwave to pounce on the off-balance creature and begin raining down attacks. He was now using his second-stage physical technique, Exploding Fist Increase. Each blow that struck the creature landed with more force than the last, the blasts of displaced air and detonating essence increasing with each landed attack. The creature threw up a defense, a layered, watery barrier that sprung up between it and Roy. Cursing silently to himself at his inability to conjure his own armorer technique, Roy continued pummeling the creature, driving it further down the beach and keeping it from retaliating. He was burning through essence quickly, and had this been a few months ago, he'd already be out. Luckily for him, he'd gone through some intense training, so the amount of power he had to call on was more than enough to keep him going. His fist struck with a massive boom, sending a visible shockwave away from the point of impact as his glowing fist struck the barrier once more. It gave beneath his fist this time, and Roy drew back for another blow. This time, though, the creature reacted in time to stop him. As Roy's fist was coming in, the creature's own hand snapped out. Its movement was graceful and smooth, catching Roy's blow at the wrist and directing it to the side. Then its other arm came around as well, snagging his shoulder and throwing him off balance. Roy suddenly found himself airborne, only to land in the water, soaking through his recently dried robes and knocking the air from his lungs. He was on his feet quickly, water lapping up at mid-calf, and facing down the creature once again. Its body glowed blue as it entered the water, and Roy activated his movement technique as well. He knew that as long as he was in the water, he'd be at a severe disadvantage. So instead of charging the creature, Roy attempted to circumvent it and head back to land. He'd underestimated the monster's speed as it moved to intercept, finally throwing an attack of its own. Roy ducked the swiping claws, only to have to throw his arms up to block the projected technique that it had perfectly placed in his path. Pain flashed through his body as the water tore into him, ripping at his forearms and nearly making him lose his balance. The creature spun then, lashing out with a powerful kick and driving Roy back even further. He stumbled, feeling the gritty sand and pebbles beneath his feet shifting as the ground sloped ever downward. The creature advanced, moving swiftly through the water that was now lapping near his knees and threw another attack. Roy knew he was on the back foot right now and needed to recover. He tried to dart to one side, using his void sphere as cover, but the creature countered with a sweep of its hand, sending a wave of water to intercept. The glowing golden sphere slammed into the water, tearing a hole through its surface before vanishing. He cursed silently to himself as he struck out again, hurling another destructive ball in hopes of catching the creature with a lucky shot. The monster continued avoiding his attacks with uncanny ease, striking back in between his blows and driving him deeper into the water. It was now lapping around his waist, and Roy was starting to run out of steam. Blood dripped from his arms through the shredded remains of his robe's sleeves, and his chest was really starting to hurt. His channels were already burning, his exertions over the last hour having pushed him too far. The creature followed, its arms slicing through the air and sending blades of water whistling towards him. Roy used his shockwave, but the deep water slowed him. He suppressed a groan as one of the blades tore into his shoulder, cutting through his skin and sending pain shooting down his arm. That's not a good sign, he thought. Roy struck back, using his only viable skill, the void sphere, once again. This time, he sent a literal hail of the spheres at the creature, throwing over a dozen in the span of a handful of seconds. Then, as the creature countered, throwing up a wall of water, Roy used shockwave, dashing to one side and trying to circle back to the island. "I could really use some help here," Roy yelled as he pushed through the waist-deep water in a bid for land. "What do you want me to do?" Jian replied indignantly. "I don't have any hands." "A plan? I need a plan," Roy yelled as the water began to recede. The creature was suddenly before him, its massive clawed hand slashing out and cutting several bloody lines across his chest. The only way Roy could avoid deeper injuries was by jumping back once again, surrendering the small amount of land he'd managed to gain. "Use your head," Jian snapped. "I know your squishy brain isn't good for much, but you have to think for yourself." "Fine," Roy yelled, throwing his backhand forward just as the creature charged. In it, he held the spinning sphere of interlocking, multi-layered destruction. Roy's blast momentarily blanked all sound as he used his void sphere's second stage. The massive sphere expanded to 5 feet, engulfing the massive creature before it could get out of the way. The flash of light was nearly blinding, and when it faded, it left nothing in its wake. Roy watched the area for a few moments, noting the spreading pool of dark blood on the surface of the water. "Would you look at that?" Roy said, allowing his shoulders to relax. "Looks like I can think for my—" Roy was cut off as something slammed into his torso, knocking his breath from his lungs and sending him staggering deeper into the water. He gasped, whirling in place and looking for the source of the attack.
He was struck again, this time in the lower back, and Roy let out a cry of pain as his spine bent the wrong way. "Looks like the thing is still alive," Gian commented. "You think?" Roy yelled internally, trying to make a run for land. "Well, I'd have thought that was obvious, seeing as I just told you." Roy stopped listening, as the creature slammed into him again, and he felt a rib crack. But so long as the creature was underwater, Roy couldn't counter effectively. Even with his spirit sense trained, he couldn't find it, as the creature was using water essence while being surrounded by water. This made it all but invisible, both to his senses and his regular vision. He stumbled to one side, now chest-deep in water, as the creature continued hammering him from all sides. He knew he was in a bad spot, worse than any he'd been in before. He was at a major disadvantage, as water and power were pretty much opposites in every way. Because he was literally surrounded by it, he was in a really bad place. While most might think that weakness, the opposite of power, would be the worst matchup, they still shared many similarities. Water, on the other hand, was the antithesis to everything power-related. Where power was rigid, water was flexible. Where his demanded overwhelming might, water used precision and redirection. To put it simply, water was the worst matchup for him. He stumbled again, gasping as something sharp tore into his side. He could feel the blood even through the water, and had to fight to remain standing. If he lost his footing now, he was pretty much done for. The creature struck from his left, and Roy whirled, throwing a punch into the water. The exploding fist displaced a bit of it, but he knew he'd hit absolutely nothing with that blow. "Use your essence!" Gian yelled, as Roy continuously turned and attacked. "What do you think I'm doing?" Roy shot back, feeling a blow connect with the back of one of his knees and buckling it. For just a moment, Roy became completely submerged, but that was enough for the creature. His legs were swept out from under him, and a moment later, his back was driven into the ground, with about 5 feet of water between him and fresh air. The creature was atop him, its body glowing blue with its armorer technique to prevent Roy from throwing it off. Not that he didn't try. Roy threw punch after punch, but without the proper leverage or being able to even breathe, they weren't doing much. "You're going to run out of air if you don't get that thing off you," Gian yelled. Roy didn't even bother responding, letting out a mental scream and thrashing in the creature's powerful grip. For the second time that day, he was drowning, and this time there was no hope of getting to the surface without dislodging this thing. "Listen to me for once!" Gian yelled, as Roy began to feel his muscles slackening and his blows weakening. "You have a lot of essence, so use it." Finally, Gian's meaning penetrated Roy's panicked mind. He'd been using his essence sparingly, the way one might if they didn't have much to burn. He, on the other hand, had plenty to spare and then some. "I really hope this works," he thought, then let out his breath in an explosion of bubbles. Along with it came the blast of uncontained essence projected from Roy's core, throwing the creature off him and tearing through the water as though it weren't even there. 22. "See? What did I tell you?" Gian crowed, sounding extremely smug. "You were right," Roy said, slowly getting to his feet. He could feel his robes clinging to him and the damp sand beneath his feet. He was standing on the bottom of the lake, water reaching well over his head, yet not touching him at all. The water surrounded him in a bubble, leaving a clear opening to the sky and allowing him the air needed to breathe. Power essence coursed all around him, pouring from all of his channels at once and pushing the water back, giving him what he so desperately needed. Roy knew he couldn't keep something like this up for long. The sheer amount of essence he was projecting was staggering and would have drained most martial artists in a matter of seconds. But as Gian had pointed out, he had essence to spare. He began walking, the essence pushing the water back as he went. Despite having the essence needed to maintain this bubble, he was in a great deal of pain. His chest was constricting horribly, and his channels were on fire. That was not to mention the broken ribs and all the cuts on his arms, chest, and torso. Still, he was headed for land, and the creature was nowhere to be seen.
His bubble afforded him a protection that pushed back all other types of essence, and although he was surrounded by water, the sheer outpouring of power was enough to keep him safe and dry. A shadow loomed in his peripheral vision, but with so much of his own essence in his surroundings, Roy could now sense the creature's approach. It streaked through the water, leaping through Roy's essence and swinging viciously at his head. Its claws were coated in sharpened blades of water, and its mouth was open in a frightening approximation of a grin. The creature had made one critical error in its thinking. It had assumed Roy would still be vulnerable. However, by leaping into Roy's bubble, the creature essentially robbed itself of its biggest advantage, the fact that Roy couldn't strike back. Now that it was out in the open and attacking Roy through his field of power essence, Roy had no trouble countering. His constellation traced a straight line across the creature's shoulders before exploding, tearing huge holes in the monster's skin and painting Roy in a mixture of unpleasant substances. The creature stumbled, thrown off balance, and hissing in pain. Roy made sure to continue walking, the water now only at waist level, and the creature was swallowed by the water once again. Roy didn't think it would give up that easily, and was already tracing another constellation, this one in the complete opposite direction of where the last attack had come. Despite his earlier pounding, Roy had noticed a pattern in the creature's movements. No matter where it attacked from, it always attacked from the exact opposite direction the next time, before changing angles. The problem Roy had had to deal with was the fact that he didn't know when the creature would be striking, and thus couldn't prepare a counter. Right now, it didn't make a difference. Golden lines traced through the air as he tightened his focus, feeling the creature barreling towards him. This would be its last opportunity to attack him while still in the water, so it was coming at him with everything it had. Just as the creature closed within striking distance, Roy flared his core, gritting his teeth against the pain, and expanded the bubble a further 2 yards. The creature, suddenly finding itself without water and unprepared for the attack, was left completely defenseless. It hung in the air for a few long moments before Roy's attack struck. The constellation had been perfectly traced to match the creature's proportions, and though the angles were a bit off, they still had their intended effect. The monster screamed as it was thrown clear out of the water, its neck and the joints of its elbows, hips, knees, and ankles all being caught in the multiple blasts of the constellation. Blood sprayed in a fountain, tracing through the air in an arch as the creature flew back, slamming into the ground with a crackling, crunching sound. Roy finally stepped onto land then and allowed his essence bubble to die down. For a moment he staggered, the massive fatigue of needing to keep such a huge amount of essence flowing from him taking its toll. His core was barely at 10% capacity right now, and even that was absolutely astonishing. He'd used so much in keeping the water back, even going so far as to double his output for the last few seconds, and he still had some essence remaining. There was no time for celebrations just yet, as the creature began to stir, trying to get back to its feet. Its joints were dislocated, and there was a sizable indent in its neck. Still, the creature posed a significant threat, and Roy wasn't going to allow that to stand. Staggering forward on tired legs, Roy dropped a knee into the monster's ribs, driving it back down to the sand with a loud crunch. The creature only had time for a single hiss of pain before Roy drove his fist down, slamming it into the creature's already damaged neck and expelling a blast of essence. There was no technique involved with this attack, much as there hadn't been any with his earlier stunt, but the expulsion of essence was more than enough to finally do the job. With a sickening, tearing sound, the creature's head was torn from its shoulders, finally ending the battle and allowing Roy to collapse next to it, completely exhausted, both physically and mentally. Hermit had been running through most of the early morning, avoiding any towns or villages and taking the quickest route to the area where his brother and most of the Itachi's top fighters were located. He could already feel it, all the way out here, the distinct lack of essence. It was as though the entire world had gone dark, yet at the same time, everything still looked the same. It was only when one opened their senses that they could see how wrong the world looked. He also knew that if this continued for much longer, the effects would start showing on the landscape as well. Without the constant nourishment of essence, everything would start to wither and die, and he couldn't allow that to happen. His honor would not allow it. The landscape blurred by as he ran, speeding past the first deserted village he'd come across. From here on out, there was nothing in his way. All the people had been evacuated,
moved from the beast's path, and led to safety by other members of the clan. He picked up speed, tapping into his reserves and switching his movement technique to use chakra instead of ki. The world seemed to warp somewhat as he moved his Awai Pharea, the blue flare, to the 5th stage. With each refinement of energy, one gained far more power, and shockingly enough, burned far less of it. Ki was burned at a 5th of the rate that essence burned, even for someone who had terrible control. Ki was just a purer form of energy, so there was less waste involved. Likewise, it was far denser and therefore burned much slower. Chakra was a significant step up from Ki, burning at 100th the speed of essence, and Reiki burned at 1,000th. The only reason he didn't use his Reiki now simply had to do with the time necessary to craft it. It took hours of work to produce even a single drop, and thus had to be used sparingly. However, chakra became significantly easier to craft, and Ki even more so. Refining essence down to its purest form took only a matter of seconds for him now, whereas it would take hours when he was just a yellow or orange belt. As far as he knew, Scions didn't use a different type of energy, though he'd yet to confirm as much. They had a far easier time crafting Reiki than a sovereign, or so he'd read. Much to most people's shock, Hermit, or Hakai, as he'd been known back then, was a very learned man. When it came to the martial arts, he viewed knowledge as the single most important tool to promote growth. While others thought differently, he didn't think that pills, elixirs, or potions were the way to go about growing. He saw it as a way to cheat, to gain a new advancement faster. No, the one and only way to become the best version of yourself and assure continual growth was through seeking out new knowledge. He attributed that to why he had a clear path to black belt, while his sister was faltering. She'd always allowed her pride and her natural ability to drive her forward, not listening to anyone's advice and thinking herself above all. Back then, she had been, and even now, she remained as the most powerful martial artist in their clan. But Hermit knew those days were numbered. While she had reached an advancement rank most could never even dream of, she would never join the ranks of the Scions. Though Ikari didn't want to admit it even to herself, Hermit could see that the realization was beginning to set in. Her growth was stagnating, and she was at the end of her path. It was true that she would never die, not unless someone killed her, but to live on forever, stuck at the same advancement level with no way of progressing, would be torture. And to think that if she would have simply listened to him, even when on the brink of advancing to purple, she still could have managed it. She likely wouldn't have advanced past base black, but she would at least have joined the ranks of the Scions. As things looked right now, Hermit, the biggest failure of the family, would be the only one to achieve that goal, if he managed to live through the upcoming battle. Hermit slowed as he felt a group of martial artists up ahead, all in the red belt stage or above. The strongest stood out in stark contrast to the others. It was a bright white core, blazing with an inner light, yet seeming to be full and at the end of its journey. That would be his brother, Geiki. He was the other prodigal child, the one whom everyone believed could be equally as great as Ikari. As children, even after merging with the Dungeon Corps, Hermit had always been lagging behind the others. When Ikari was testing for her green belt at the ripe old age of 10, Hermit was still a white belt, while Geiki, just 6 years old, was already on the verge of yellow. By the time Geiki was advancing to green at the age of 9, Hermit was pushing to reach orange, and Ikari was already closing in on purple. But Hermit had to do something that the other two hadn't. He'd had to work for his advancements. That was not to say that Ikari or Geiki slacked in their training, but everything that came easy to them was difficult for him. While he spent weeks or months on one particular problem, they simply breezed straight through. So by the time Geiki was an adult at the age of 18, he was already pushing at the bounds of red belt. Ikari, at 22, was already a second dan red belt, while Hermit, at 24, hadn't even passed his trial to advance to green. That was the largest their divide had ever been, and though they'd already begun attacking and subjugating smaller clans, he was always left behind. It was only after they'd taken down one of the bigger clans that he'd discovered a certain secret, one buried in a book hidden in a panel in the clan's library.
It had been titled The Way of the Martial Artist and had contained secrets about cultivation the hermit had never even imagined. He'd always been interested in learning, as it was his only path forward. No help was forthcoming from his clan because he was weak, and no matter how many times he explained his reasons, no one believed him. The Way of the Martial Artist had been written by a scion of generations past. He had been someone who'd seen fit to pass his knowledge on to others and not just hoard it for himself. After reading that book and gaining a true understanding of himself, Hermit found his ideal. Back then, though, it had been far different than it was now. His old ideal had been to prove his strength to all those who doubted him, and he'd accomplished just that. Within just 2 years after gleaning the new knowledge, Hermit had advanced to Purple Belt and gained the title of Grandmaster as soon as he did. Everyone was shocked by his rapid growth, and even though both Geiki and Ikari had continued growing, theirs had slowed down. He continuously strove to be the best, joining in on ever bloodier campaigns and striving to show himself. He'd never managed to surpass Ikari, though he had just managed to scrape past Geiki before his fallout with his sister. Now, despite his lack of any real training in nearly 300 years, Hermit was still only a little behind her. He could have lamented the wasted time, but he knew that he never would have taken the test for Grey Belt so long as his core remained so stained with the blood of innocence. He was a different man now. Hakai, the Sage of Ruin, was gone, and in his place was Hermit, the Sovereign of Honor. This would be the legacy he built from now on, and it would be the name that spread far and wide. The small group of martial artists came into view then. Along with being able to see them came the ability to see the gigantic cavern beast for the first time. It was so massive, the hermit had to crane his neck upward to get a good look at it, and if its core was anything to go by, then this beast was already close to brown. The best way to describe the creature would be if one were to mix a mountain lion with an elephant and then give it a head that looked similar to a fox. Even as he watched, the creature opened its mouth and roared, the air rippling and distorting as it flexed its power. One of the martial artists froze in place, while another disappeared entirely, his core appearing again some 5 miles away. Hermit smiled grimly as one of the martial artists turned, sensing his approach. He sped up, switching from the heavy chakra, which had a density akin to that of honey, to Reiki, which had a consistency that was best described as tar-like. The purer the energy, the denser it became, and the more power it took to control. Hermit didn't even think someone of Roy's level would be able to so much as move if he had Reiki in his core. It had a very heavy feel to it, the likes of which nothing could even come close. There was a serious distinction in power between chakra and Reiki, and Hermit was about to see how it would do in battle, for the first time in his life. The family reunion would have to wait. Right now, there was a fight to win, and millions of people to save. 23. Fairy arose fairly late on the morning of Roy and Ika's training day. She stretched luxuriously on the bed, inhaling deeply and catching Roy's scent, which was still lingering on the sheets and pillow. She let out a content purr, burying her face into the pillow and inhaling again. Roy smelled really nice, in a way that others just didn't. The main reason she liked sleeping next to him at night was because his nice scent relaxed her. She turned her head, cracking an eye and finding the room completely empty. Not that it was a surprise. Roy and Ika had left for training with Hermit's weird-smelling sister. Something was off about her. The fairy couldn't figure out what it was. All she knew was that she didn't like her. She turned the other way, wriggling her back and trying to get as much of Roy's scent into her as possible before getting up from the bed. It still felt a bit strange to walk on 2 legs, and even now she had the urge to drop to all 4. The ground was really far away, and it just felt strange to see so much of the world. An itch began at her lower back then, and she hissed in annoyance, her long fingers reaching back and scratching at the horribly constricting and very itchy clothes she had to wear. Fairy didn't understand why her fur wasn't good enough for the strange humans. Roy didn't care, so why should anyone else? The itching stopped after a few moments of scratching, and Fairy let out another content purr, sitting back down on the bed and swiping her tail across the sheets. She needed to think of something to do today, as Roy wouldn't be back until later. Maybe she'd go into the city and see if she could sniff out that strong bear man, or see if she could find any new cores. Fairy was really hoping she'd be able to see the bear man, and she felt herself grow warm whenever she thought about him. She was almost out of cores anyway, and Roy had given her a few Earth Essence cores to trade for ones containing Darkness Essence when they reached a city. She had an odd compulsion to chew on a Darkness core right now, and an urge to create something with her essence. She assumed it was Ki that she'd be creating, but that would have to wait until she got more essence. Nodding to herself a couple of times, Fairy rose from the bed, stretching out once again to try and get all the tiredness from her muscles. It always took her so long to get going in the morning, and she really hated that. Tilting her head from side to side, the way she'd seen Roy and Ika do dozens of times, Fairy headed to the door. There were bound to be some interesting things in the marketplace, and if she found something really exciting, maybe Roy would come and look at them with her later. That thought made her very happy, because she really liked spending time with Roy. He smelled nice. He always gave her the best scratches, and he was her best friend. A wide smile curled Fairy's lips as she thought of surprising Roy. He would be happy, and she would be happy. Then they would both be happy together. Those were the only thoughts occupying Fairy's mind as she left the room and began bouncing out of the castle, completely oblivious to the shadowy figure stalking her every move. "I feel horrible," Roy groaned, rolling to one side and wincing in pain. "I would imagine so," Jian said. "After all, you have several lacerations, 2 fractures in your ribs, and at least a dozen bone-deep bruises." "Are you sure that they're only fractured and not broken?" Roy asked. "As far as I can tell," Jian replied. "And seeing as I'm inside and have a much better view than you do, I can safely say that nothing is broken." Roy was oddly surprised. He'd been sure the creature had broken at least a few bones. His ribs hurt enough, and the sound of bone cracking had been quite evident. "Are you sure?" he asked one more time. "Yes." Roy carefully ran his hand over his side, feeling at the ribs he was sure were broken. However, aside from the flare of pain with each probing touch, Roy could feel no breaks. Fractures were still bad, but far better than a full break. "I guess I'm tougher than I thought," he said, sitting up painfully and removing his upper robes. "You've been training against those more powerful than you since you started," Jian pointed out. "The only reason you've never won a fight is because you're always so severely outclassed." Roy thought about that as he looked himself over. There were several blotchy bruises that were especially prominent over his ribs where the fractures had happened. His arms were covered in deep scratches, as was his chest, but the bleeding had mostly stopped by now. He forced himself to his feet and headed back to the water, though this time he was far warier. He had no way of knowing if another creature might attack, or if that had truly been the last for the night, but he wasn't taking any chances. His body was already drying, though his pants were still quite drenched, and now covered in sand. So after he'd washed his wounds clean, Roy stepped back into the water, body tense the entire time. He'd begun to relax by the time he emerged from the water. It seemed that Jian had been right, and the last creature he'd fought would be the final challenge, at least for tonight. He trudged back up the beach, wiping his sandy feet on the sparse grass, then leaned down and snatched up his robes. His sides twinged in discomfort, but Roy ignored them as he tore the shredded sleeves from his robes and used them to bind his aching ribs. The sleeves were mostly useless for protecting his arms by now. Roy had learned a lot about survival before leaving the Shaw clan, and had experienced it firsthand when he was banished to the wilds of the lighted fields. He'd learned a lot, and one of those lessons was on how to properly bind wounds. There were a few strips remaining when he was done, and Roy wound them around his arms as best he could. The cuts on his chest were partially covered by the rib bindings, so despite not having enough to completely cover them, Roy was happy enough with the outcome. He yawned as he tightened the last knot, looking back towards the water and wondering if it would be safe for him to sleep. The beach was completely empty. Roy blinked a few times, rubbed at his eyes, then blinked again. Jian? Where did all the corpses go?" "Haven't you ever been in a dungeon before?" Jian asked.
Roy felt a bit embarrassed at not having realized that immediately. It had been so long since he'd stepped into a dungeon that he'd sort of forgotten. When he looked a bit closer, he noticed a few small specks lying along the shoreline and what seemed to be a miniature blue chest where the last creature's body had previously been lying. Excited at the prospect of rewards, Roy forced himself to rise once more, biting back a groan as his muscles, which had already begun to tighten, were forcibly loosened. He'd neglected to stretch after his fight due to the pain, and knew he would have to do at least some stretching if he didn't want to be an aching mess in the morning. What do you think the rewards will be? He wondered, as he moved down to the waterline first. How should I know? Gian asked. Because you were a dungeon, Roy said, stooping to retrieve the first item. It appeared to be some sort of seashell, though it was clearly flushed with essence. It glowed a dull blue to his spirit sense, but other than that, Roy couldn't make any sense of it. Shrugging to himself, he continued down the beach. Just because I'm a dungeon core doesn't mean I know what other dungeons will give you, Gian said with a snort. Besides, dungeons and trials are different. We create beasts who have cores. Those are the rewards. Sure, we also happen to have some rare resources, but that's only a byproduct of the essence-rich environments we cultivate. So I'm guessing you have no idea what these are, then? Roy said, lifting yet another shell. Nope. Great, Roy muttered out loud. Why would me not knowing something be great? Never mind, he said, too tired to have yet another conversation with Gian about the concept of sarcasm. Even though he didn't know what the armful of shells were, he wasn't just going to throw them out. He didn't exactly have a pack to use, but he was quite hungry, so he'd probably crack open one of the strange fruits. He could store the shells in there when he was done with its contents. Roy then headed up the beach to the spot where the small chest lay. He'd purposely skipped it at first because he thought that it would probably be the best reward and he'd wanted to save it for last. Crouching down, he scooped the oddly heavy chest from the sand and headed back up the beach to his makeshift camp. Slumping down with his back to one of the trees, Roy flipped the latch and stared inside. A single shining blue key lay within, with the number 1 embossed on the handle. His brows furrowed as he lifted the key, examining it from all sides to see if he might have missed anything. But no, the key was just that, a key. It seemed to be forged of pure water essence, which meant it began to dissipate, albeit slowly, as soon as he lifted it. He found that putting it back in the small chest stopped that from happening. Any idea what this is for? He asked, closing the latch and placing the box on the ground next to him. I would assume that it opened something, Gian said dryly. Or can you not figure even that out on your own? You know, your constant condescension is really starting to get old, Roy replied, leaning forward with a groan to begin stretching his legs. If I'm not condescending, you'll never learn, Gian said. Although seeing as you're still stupid after all our time together, it makes me wonder if you are simply a lost cause. Roy chose not to answer that, and instead just went through as many stretches as he could. He'd taken worse injuries during his training over the last few months, but there had always been a recovery or healing pill to go along with them. Now, he was forced not only to bear the pain, but the discomfort of trying to sleep with them. Worse, his channels were still very sore from his earlier expenditure of essence, and his chest was still tight, so he couldn't even soothe the pain by cycling. He'd need to do something to replenish his lost power come morning, but for now, he just needed to sleep. Placing his back to the tree once more, Roy closed his eyes. He was worried that he'd have a hard time falling asleep, especially with all that had happened and where he was right now. However, the gentle breeze and the sounds of the lapping waves soon had him drifting off to sleep. 24. Hey, wake up! Roy was suddenly awoken as his internal alarm, Gian, rudely jolted him from a very peaceful sleep. What is it? Roy asked, already pushing himself to his feet. Are we under attack? No, you've just been sleeping for too long, and I was getting bored. Though Roy was still half asleep, he was still awake enough to curse the dungeon core for all he was worth. He winced as the pains that had vanished with sleep came coursing back.
though not nearly as bad as they would have had he neglected stretching the night before.
He slumped back to the ground, closing his eyes once more and allowing himself to wake more slowly. The sun was rising in the east, painting the water in a rosy hue that he would have enjoyed had he been here in any other circumstance. Even if he were in these circumstances, if Ika was here with him, the experience would have been much more bearable. Instead, Roy simply took the time to continue cursing at the dungeon core, who'd woken him from his much-needed sleep.
Hey, if a monster had attacked, you'd be thanking me, Jian huffed.
But a monster wasn't attacking, Roy said, anger tinging his voice.
You just woke me up because you were bored.
Well, yeah, Jian said.
I was bored. Also, that key thing you got last night is shining really brightly inside the box.
Roy's eyes immediately snapped open, and he scrabbled around for the box in question. Of course, Jian would fail to mention the important thing right away, instead spending his efforts on annoying him and instigating pointless fights. His fingers finally brushed up against the box, and flipping the lid open, he could see that the key was indeed shining very brightly. He opened his spirit sense then, lifting the small key from the box and trying to see if there was some sort of hidden message or something like it, somewhere on its surface. What happened instead, at least in Roy's opinion, was even better. As soon as the light of the early morning sun washed over it, a beam of light flashed out from the key's tip, tracing quickly over the water and vanishing into the distance.
Whoa,
Roy exclaimed, nearly dropping the key in surprise.
Well, what do you see?
Jian asked.
Can't you see?
If I could, do you think I'd be asking? Roy thought for a moment before deciding that, yes, that was definitely something Jian would do if it meant messing with him.
The key isn't doing anything, Roy replied. I think I'll just throw it away.
Roy pulled his arm back, as though preparing to hurl the key into the water.
Wait!
Jian yelled.
You idiot! The key's obviously pointing west. It's giving you directions. Don't throw it away.
So, Roy said, placing the key back into the box.
You could see where the key was pointing. Would you look at that? I don't know what you're talking about,
Jian replied.
What key?
You know, at the point when you've been caught, it's kind of pointless to pretend ignorance, Roy said flatly.
Caught? What does that even mean? I think you might be losing it in here, Roy. You should really
get my brain checked, Roy asked dryly.
See? You can learn,
Jian said. Roy just let out a snort of amusement, then went about packing up what little he had. His clothes were all dry, and his wounds had all scabbed over. The only thing that was really hurting him now were his ribs, and to a lesser extent his core and channels. He broke the top off one of the fruits and downed its contents, then scraped out the insides with the other shells. The blue shells made a light tinkling sound as they fell into the empty fruit shell, and Roy placed it on the ground next to the others. Then, stretching his arms overhead, he got to work. Walking over to the first tree, Roy pulled his fist back, cycling his essence through his channels, and struck out with a powerful punch. There was a loud crack as the tree fractured, a few pieces of bark splintering away. Roy swung again, driving his other fist into the tree and trying to ignore his ribs. Several strikes later, and the tree finally toppled, falling to the ground with a loud, splintering crack.
What are you doing?
Jian asked, as Roy immediately sat down and began cycling.
Killing 2 birds with 1 stone,
he replied, as he began pulling in essence at a prodigious rate.
What birds? I don't see any birds. And where do stones come into this? I don't see any of those either.
It's a metaphor, Roy replied. I'm knocking down the trees to fashion a raft and cycling the power essence generated by the fall. An interesting byproduct of breaking things was the outpouring of both power and weakness essence. The type of item didn't matter all that much, but the larger it was, the more essence was generated. Since Roy had to build a raft to avoid a lot of painful and exhausting swimming, and also needed to refill his core, the old metaphor of killing 2 birds with 1 stone fit quite well.
Metaphors are stupid,
Jian huffed.
Why say something about killing birds when you're just chopping trees?
Roy chose not to dignify that with a response. When Jian knew he was in the wrong, he would act one of 2 ways. He would either pretend he didn't know what Roy was talking about, or viciously attack whatever had shown him up. In this case, metaphors. The burst of essence from something as large and old as a falling tree was quite substantial, and by the time Roy had pulled in everything the tree had to offer, he'd nearly filled his core halfway. Of course, after refining, it would have been less than a tenth of what he'd accumulated, but that would have to wait. Rising back to his feet, Roy moved on to the next tree, taking the time to fill his core once again, but this time until it was completely full. Only once his core was full to bursting did Roy begin the process of refining. Pulling the essence out of his core and into the flower-like pattern surrounding it, Roy began the process of cycling it through and shedding the impurities. With each loop, the essence glowed a bit brighter and seemed just a bit more substantial. By the time he was completely done with refining his essence, nearly an hour had passed. His channels were sore, but not nearly as bad as they'd been yesterday. Roy then moved on to the next trees, felling 2 more and pulling their essence in. The refining process was a bit faster this time now that he was fully into it, and seeing as there was less room in his core now than there had been before, there was less to refine. Roy repeated this twice more, knocking down 4 more trees and pulling in their essence, having to break more often to pull more in. The trees weren't all that thick around, so if you were to find Aika, a raft using only 4 wouldn't support both of them. Likewise, they were only around 10 feet tall. If you were being truthful, Roy probably could have avoided knocking down the last 2, but he'd needed that little extra bit of essence to feel secure.
"That took forever," Jiang complained, as Roy finally finished his cycling and rose back to his feet.
The sun was already well up by now, the temperature increasing slowly along with its rise. If you were to guess, Jian had woken him between 5 and 5:30. The cycling and refining had taken just over 3 hours, so it would be around 8:30 in the morning at the latest.
"Don't you have any patience?" Roy asked, moving towards the downed trees. "You are a dungeon core, after all." "So, just because I'm a dungeon core doesn't mean I can't become impatient. What if the directions are gone and the key doesn't work anymore?"
Roy flipped the box open, removing the key and holding it up to the sun. As soon as he did, the same beam of light projected to the west in a straight line.
"I think this key will point us in the right direction so long as we have sunlight," Roy said, placing it back in the box. "Now relax. It'll take me about an hour to construct the raft, and then we'll head out."
Now that they had a direction, he couldn't simply waste his time here. If he'd gotten a key, he had to assume Ika had as well, which meant they would both be heading in the same direction. And if he were really lucky, they'd bump into one another eventually.
"Another hour?" Jiang complained, sounding oddly whiny. "Can't you just swim?"
"No," Roy replied simply.
"It was bad enough being wet last night. I could have fallen ill. Also, we have no idea how far the next patch of land will be, so I refuse to leave this island without a raft."
The finality in his tone must have gotten through to the dungeon core, as he didn't argue any further. Letting out a silent sigh of relief, Roy began the arduous task of dragging the individual trees down to the waterline on the western side of the island. It was painful work due to the pain in his ribs, and his arms twinged as well, the scabs being strained as he pulled. He was able to reinforce his body with essence to make the transition easier. His core was only about halfway full, maybe a bit more, but that was all the essence he could gather here right now. Hopefully the next island would have a better source of power essence than this one, and he could fully restore himself. Though Roy had been around water artists for most of his life, and had seen his fair share of boats, pontoons, and rafts, he'd never actually built one himself. The Shah prized their vessels, and would never have allowed a cripple and freak to so much as touch them. That didn't mean he was ignorant of how they were built, though. He'd seen how they were constructed, and had read many books on the subject. It was one of the only things he'd been allowed to read, oddly enough, and Roy had read all he could in his spare time. He'd read other things, of course, though those had had to be read at night, after he'd bolted his flimsy door and removed the books from their hiding place. Roy finished dragging the trees to the shoreline and took a few moments to recover. Bending down by the edge of the water, he scooped some into his hand, taking a few drinks before going about preparing the raft. Several things were needed to build a proper raft. He only had 2 of them, but he could make do. Moving to the tops of the trees, Roy stripped them of their long, wide leaves, taking extra care to leave them as intact as possible. Only once he'd done that did he even out the 6 he'd dragged over, striking the tops until he had 6 trees roughly 6 feet long. Roy then moved to drag 4 into a frame, placing the last 2 underneath to finish it out. He then moved around the frame, using the long leaves to lash the trees together. He used all the leaves he had, twisting several in his palms to strengthen them before making the knots. Once this was completed, he decided to test its strength. Several polls showed that while there was a bit of wobble, the craft should hold up well enough in the relatively calm waters in which he was going to set out. Taking another water break, Roy headed back up the beach towards the last 2 trees. He stripped them of their leaves as well, then broke off a short length from the bottom of one and split it in half. Heading back down to the raft, Roy then set about twining the leaves between the gaps on one side of the frame to keep his body out of the water. It wouldn't be perfect, but it should keep him mostly dry. He then crafted the last piece of equipment needed, a paddle, by lashing the split length of the wider end of one of the trees to one of the long poles he had left over from evening out the trees for his raft. Roy made 2 of these, one to use and a spare, before he finally stood back to admire his work. It wasn't very pretty, but the frame was solid, with a seat of woven leaves upon which he could sit. His legs would be propped on the front of the raft, hovering above the water. It would be a bit unwieldy, and his ribs wouldn't like the paddling, but they'd enjoy the act of swimming even less. "All right," Roy said, leaning down to shove his raft into the water. "Let's see where this key is pointing." 25. Fairy wove through the crowded streets, taking in all the amazing sights and scents. She'd never been in a city this large before, and any she'd visited in the past had made her fur itch and prickle. Here, she felt quite comfortable walking around, smelling all the strangers and wondering where they'd been to pick up such strange scents. Several times she'd passed a food cart, and the scent had become overwhelming. Never before had she really craved meat, cooked or otherwise. But now, strangely enough, she found that her mouth would begin to water and her stomach would grumble when the smell would waft over. Unfortunately, she didn't have any money, and when she'd tried to just take one, the person in charge had slapped her hand away. She wished she could have bitten him, but he was too strong for her, which was very strange. Why would a meat stall owner need to be a blue belt? It just made no sense. She tried to locate the area where people bought and sold cores, but the city was so large that she was having a hard time finding it. Normally, Roy would just ask for her, but seeing as she couldn't talk to anyone else, there was really nothing she could do. There was also too much interference from all the people and items for her to get a scent or lock on with her senses. Her ears drooped slightly as she began to head back to the compound. She hadn't managed to find anything exciting for Roy, so he probably wouldn't want to come out with her. It was also only around midday, so she was sure that he'd be training for hours more. A long sigh escaped her new lips as she began pushing through the crowded streets. She was just leaving the main market district when a familiar scent caught her nose. She turned, a bit confused, her eyes sweeping over the crowd. There were too many people about for her to see, and for a moment she debated just going back to the compound to lounge about, as she'd been planning. Curiosity ultimately won out, her nose twitching again as she smelled Ika's familiar scent. Or was it her? Fairy's head cocked to one side as she tried to puzzle it out. The scent was familiar, yet somehow different. It was growing fainter by the moment, and she knew she had to make a choice. Finally, her wish to know what was happening won out, and she turned to head in the direction of the strange smell. After all, if Ika was around here and on her own, it meant that Roy was probably by himself. And if Roy were alone, it meant she could go and keep him company, without any of his other friends to take up any of his attention. With that happy thought in mind, Fairy headed swiftly in the direction of the scent, still completely unaware of the figure tailing her. The water splashed pleasantly against the bow of the small craft, showering Roy's bare feet in droplets of lukewarm water. He'd been out here for about 2 hours already, and the constant motion of his moving paddle had reduced the throbbing in his ribs to a dull ache. Every so often, he'd remove the key to check his course, before placing it back into the box to maintain its shape. The paddling was boring and monotonous, but the seat was comfortable enough, and his pants were only a little wet. The island was completely out of sight now, and Roy had his senses spread as wide as he could manage. All the way out here, in the middle of this massive expanse of water, there was little to do to occupy his time, other than cycling and breathing, so that was what he'd been doing. The motion of the paddling threw up tiny specks of power essence with each stroke, and though it wasn't much, he still snatched them up before they dissipated, pulling them into his core. He'd accumulated just a bit over the last 2 hours, but the longer he continued on, the more he'd collect. Where do you think the key leads? Roy wondered, not for the first time. I don't know why you keep bringing that up. If I didn't know the first time, why would I know now? It's called speculating, Roy said with a sigh. Why would you— Never mind, Roy said, cutting Jian off before he could start up with his annoying line of questioning again. He let out a long sigh as the dungeon core went silent and just continued paddling. He really hoped this place wasn't as large as he feared, because if it were, it could be months before he could get out of here, and all while things continued moving forward in the outside world. He was worried about Fairy, and wondered how she was handling his absence. She would have no idea where he'd gone, nor would she be able to communicate to anyone about their disappearance. What if they'd decided to throw her out, or lock her away somewhere until Hermit returned? Whatever the case was, Roy knew one thing for sure. He'd never trust anyone from the Itachi clan again. And if Hermit insisted that they remain in Light City after he got out of this place, he'd leave the man and set out on his own. He'd been so confident in Hermit's ability to keep them safe that he hadn't even considered the fact that his sister, who appeared to be even stronger than him, would just simply throw them in here to die. The fact that they'd been separated only added to his anger at the Itachi clan sovereign, and no matter what it took, he'd find a way to make her pay. The Itachi clan had crossed him for the last time. Several hours of paddling saw Roy drifting out in the open water. He was starting to feel the repetitive motion by now, and his ribs were aching, even despite the tightening of the makeshift bandages. His arms were also burning and itching with each rotation of the paddle, leaving him to grit his teeth and fight the urge to scratch. Pulling the key from the seat beside him, Roy checked the direction once again, confirming that he'd drifted a little too far north and needed to correct his course. Placing the key back into the box, he continued paddling, trying to blank out the pain it caused, and focusing instead on gathering essence. His core was nearly full by now, which meant he'd need to start refining what he'd collected. The fact that he'd been able to fill his core with something as mundane as paddling spoke bounds about the sheer distance that he'd covered. He estimated he'd moved some 10 miles already, and dearly hoped that he'd find land soon, as he didn't want to spend the night out on the open water. He had no way of knowing if more creatures would attack in the night, and he didn't want to take that risk. It was on his 4th scan of the horizon that he finally felt something. It was so minor at first that it barely registered. However, after the 2nd sweep, Roy sat up, now alert as he concentrated on the area ahead. "I think I can sense land," he said excitedly, picking up the speed of his rowing. "Well, it's about time," Jian complained. "We've been out here for hours." "I really don't know what you're complaining about," Roy said. "I did all the work." "And I had to sit here and listen to you prattle on and on, asking the same questions over and over," Jian said. "I think we both suffered plenty." Roy resisted the urge to snap at the core, instead basking in the feeling of joy as a small speck became visible on the horizon. It was late afternoon, perhaps 4, or maybe even a little later. If creatures were going to attack, he'd barely have any time to rest. He really hoped that this mass of land would be larger than the last island that he'd found. Roy's shoulders slumped as he drew closer, and his spirit sense felt the mass of earth essence turn into water essence once again. It seemed that this was just another island. That was still fine, so long as he had the key. He'd continue with the knowledge that he knew where to go. Another 30 minutes of paddling, and the island was in sight.
and 20 minutes later, Roy was hauling the raft out of the water and high onto the shoreline. He straightened, stretching to one side, then the other, wincing as his sore body protested the movements. He then began examining his surroundings, taking note of anything out of the ordinary. This island looked much the same as the last, with the exception of the trees, which were much more familiar to him. The shining red fruit hanging from their branches told him that these were indeed apple trees, and Roy moved swiftly up the beach to pick a few. This was one of the signs that he was in a truly strange place, because apple trees didn't grow in climates like this, surrounded by sand and a few sparse patches of grass. The apples were the perfect mix of sweet and tart, the fruit crunching in a very satisfying way, releasing a burst of flavor, followed by a rush of liquid. He took the time to scan the horizon as he ate, looking for any signs of other islands. Of course, he saw nothing, but he figured he'd just keep following the key until he found more land. Reaching for the box once again, Roy opened it, retrieving the key and holding it up to the sun. The key glowed for an instant, but then suddenly dimmed, and nothing else happened. Roy's brow furrowed as he lifted the key higher, thinking that the shade of the tree might be preventing him from seeing the path. But no matter which way he held it, the key didn't show him a thing. "Jian, do you have any idea what's happening? Why isn't the key working anymore?" He expected a snarky response from the core, perhaps a line about how stupid he was, along with an explanation. But instead, he got the last thing he'd been expecting, an answer. "The key probably pointed you here. If you want to keep going, you're likely going to have to beat whatever comes out of the water and follow that one to the next area, and so on." "How long do you think this will go on for?" he asked, wondering if he'd ever return back home. "I don't know," Jian replied. "All we can do is wait and see." Jian went silent then, leaving Roy to recover and await the attack he knew to be coming. The first creature emerged just as darkness set. This one far different than the creatures from last night. Their skin was red and warty, their faces distinctly fish-like, and their eyes were bulbous and disconcerting. Their bodies were, once again, humanoid, though they were more like fish than the creatures he'd faced the night before. Roy was already on his feet, feeling out for their advancement, and determined not to end up in as bad a situation as he had the night before. Aika's fist drove into the ugly creature's chest, a lance of brilliant white light spearing through the thing and toppling it to the ground. She stood back, panting hard and wiping a line of blood from the corner of her lip. It was her 6th night in this place, and the creatures were growing stronger. At first, she'd been able to handle them with relative ease, but as the nights wore on, she found herself having a harder and harder time. She was continually moving west now, following the keys that were left behind after the lead creature's death. Each trial sent her to another island, and hopefully closer to Roy. Though she didn't know where he was, she was confident he was still alive. She rose, looking out across the sparkling water, and almost seeing him standing out in the middle of the lake on some distant island. She let out a sigh, then slumped to the ground and got into a cycling position. The fight had taken a lot out of her, and she needed to replenish what she could before the next creature came. The last one she'd beaten was tough, but not so much that she believed she'd been really challenged. At the rate they'd been coming, she figured that she had about 20 minutes until the final creature of the night showed its ugly face. Even as she cycled, she found herself continually distracted by thoughts of Roy. She couldn't help herself. It wasn't just that she worried about him, but that she missed him. She missed talking to him, laughing with him, and training with him. They'd been through so much together that not having him here with her felt wrong. It was like she was missing a part of herself, a void that only Roy could fill. Growling to herself, Aika gave up and rose back to her feet. It was no good. She couldn't concentrate on anything but Roy, so she'd just have to go into this fight with what she had. There was still a little key in her core, and she had about half her total essence capacity. It would have to do. "Wherever you are, Roy," she thought as the creature began emerging from the water, "I hope that you're safe and that I'll see you again soon." Then the creature attacked, and all thoughts of Roy were driven from her mind. 26.
Roy dragged his raft ashore on the 7th day, wincing at the collection of injuries he'd managed to acquire over the past few days. Dozens of new bruises, several cuts, a concussion, and another fractured rib all graced his body. Thankfully, he'd somehow avoided any broken bones, though that seemed to be thanks mostly to his massive expenditure of essence to keep himself safe. He'd faced dozens of creatures on each new island, receiving a key and a bunch of the same odd blue shells with each victory. He had no idea what they did, but as with the keys, he held on to them. Each new key looked distinctly different, each inscribed with the next number in the sequence. As of now, he had keys 1 through 6, and over 100 of the small shells. He groaned, straightening up and stumbling towards the trees, oranges this time, and proceeded to gorge himself. He was starting to grow weary of all the nights of fighting and the days of rowing, but something positive seemed to be coming from all his idle time. For one, his range with his spirit sense had nearly doubled, and for another, he was getting close to a proper armorer technique. It had all started on the day when he'd been expelling essence to keep the creature and water away. It had given him a few ideas on how to adapt it into something more substantial. He'd been spending his time trying to tighten the expended essence and form it into a shell around his body. He'd succeeded to a degree, but he wasn't quite there yet. Likewise, he'd been working on his containment technique as well, as it seemed to work on the same principle as his armorer technique, only involving someone else rather than himself. They were the last two techniques he had yet to master before he could move on to trying to learn the full body or full area techniques. According to Hermit, that was where his massive pool of essence would really come into play, as both techniques were extremely taxing and most martial artists couldn't hold them for very long. With his power, Roy could keep his strongest techniques going for minutes on end. Or at least, he should, in theory. Dropping the rind of his 5th orange to the ground, Roy finally sat and began eating more slowly, thinking over his options for the rest of the day. It was about 3 in the afternoon now, and the creatures attacked at around 8. He could either spend his time resting or continue trying to work out his armorer and containment techniques.
I think you should rest, Gian advised when he asked him. You need it, and you always do better with techniques in the heat of battle anyway.
I've noticed that as well, Roy admitted. But I think I can save myself from more injury if I can get the armorer technique to work for me.
Why don't you at least take the time to cycle before you get to work? Gian suggested. You have a core packed full of essence, and I can feel that we're close to the next dawn already.
Roy had noticed that too. He'd been expecting another long stretch to third dawn, but as of right now, he felt far closer than he thought he even could. That same feeling of fullness permeated his entire being, and as far as expansion went, Roy didn't think he'd be able to do much more. His core was as physically large as it could be, and his foundation, according to Gian anyway, was the most solid he'd seen in his entire life. Gian had absorbed the memories from hundreds of powerful martial artists when he'd been a powerful dungeon, so Roy trusted in his judgment. It also helped that Gian was regaining memories at a far faster rate than he had been, Roy's continual growth pushing him further and further to the core he used to be.
I just hope Hermit isn't mad that I've pushed ahead, Roy said, popping the last section of orange into his mouth. Why should you care what that guy thinks? Gian replied. His sister dumped us in here to die.
Yes, she did, but I don't think this was what he had in mind as far as training, Roy pointed out. He was always very upfront about that and almost never really threw any surprises our way, and even when he did, they were never this extreme.
I suppose you have a good point, Gian conceded. But that doesn't mean I don't blame him for what happened. If he hadn't left, he could have prevented this.
That much Roy had to agree with. Regardless of whether or not it had been intentional, they were here in part due to Hermit's negligence. He was going to have to answer for that. But for right now, they were still stuck in here. Roy really hoped that this was the last challenge, as he was seriously growing tired of the routine and really needed a break for his injuries to heal. Roy stood then, heading down to the water to grab a drink and wash his sticky hands before heading back up to begin cycling. He'd gotten much better at snatching up essence as soon as he could while rowing and could pull essence much faster now.
His channels barely hurt anymore, and the only chest pain he had now was from the set of teeth marks left by one of the creatures he'd faced last night. He dropped to the ground, closing his eye and regulating his breathing, slowly beginning to loop the essence from his core through the flower pattern surrounding it. At the same time, he reached outward, to the strings of power essence generated by the lapping water against the shoreline, and began streaming it into his core, taking up the space that the unrefined essence had been wasting. The gaseous essence twined through the pattern in his chest, lighting him from within before circling back to his core. Slowly, his core filled to its maximum capacity and began to strain as he pulled more essence in. He was close, he could feel it. It was just a matter of time now. Roy inhaled sharply as a shudder ran through him, his core contracting for an instant before expanding outward, giving him just a bit more space. The essence ran wild within him for just a moment, some completely vanishing as it sank into his muscles, skin, and bones. His eyes snapped open just in time to see a third green stripe shimmer into existence above the other two. "Congratulations," Jian said. "Thanks. You're one step closer to killing the Beast King and the supreme of cloying darkness." Roy sighed, resisting the urge to answer, and just continued cycling. He felt refreshed, some of the aches and pains he collected over the past week vanishing entirely. Even the constant ache from his ribs had subsided tremendously. Nothing quite measured up to the feeling of advancing, and it always came with some pretty great perks. His muscles felt a bit stronger, his body felt more durable, and his bones denser. The amount of space that had opened in his core was next to negligible, but it would take a little while to fill it and push for the next dawn. Honestly, at this point it was less pushing and more like just waiting. Never before had he had such an easy advancement, nor one that felt so natural. He still got the same feeling of fullness when looking at himself from within, meaning that his next advancement would likely be just as easy. Just one away from green, he thought. Just one more, until I can finally measure up to Aika. That thought gave him strength, and Roy set to cycling with a determination he'd previously been lacking. However, there was only so much essence the gentle waves could produce, and within just a few minutes, all the power essence in the area had been drained. This wasn't any great loss to Roy, as he simply stood, stretched, and prepared for the second part of his training. He didn't want to go at it for too long, because he wanted at least a few hours of rest between now and when he'd have to fight. He set himself a strict time limit of an hour, then began to work. Slowly, he allowed several threads of essence to leak from his skin, careful to contain them immediately and try to pull them closer to himself. It worked, the essence seeming to respond more eagerly than before as it flowed toward him. He began to weave more essence into the framework, allowing more and more to pour from his core until he was surrounded in a halo of whirling golden light. The expenditure was still quite massive, but as Roy tightened his concentration, pulling the sphere in and trying to shape it to his body, something incredible began to happen. The essence, previously only given substance by its sheer quantity, began to crystallize, hardening into triangular plates of golden light some 2 inches across. Roy grinned as he felt the cost begin to drop significantly and almost lost his concentration as a result. He caught himself in time and kept working at it, pulling the weave of essence ever tighter. "I did it!" Roy exclaimed, feeling the strange clicking sensation as the technique locked into place. I dare say you did," Jian admitted. "2 accomplishments in one day. How unusual. Maybe you're finally starting to gain some semblance of intelligence." Even Jian couldn't ruin Roy's good mood as he began walking around, getting a feel for the strange new coating. It hovered just half an inch above his skin, not quite touching it, but close enough that it didn't impede his movements. He threw a few punches and kicks, admiring the way the technique sparkled and reflected light. The pattern of tiny triangles seemed to be designed to be as flashy as possible, which meant that there would be no chance of stealth when using this technique. That fit the profile of his essence perfectly, as power didn't skulk and sneak, but rather took everything head-on. Roy began testing his techniques to see if he would be at all hindered, but of course, he wasn't, not in the slightest. There was something quite noticeable, though, and that was that the technique took a continuous stream of essence to maintain. Roy looked around for a few moments before his eyes alighted on the tree. Taking a running start, Roy leaped straight at it, having to fight every instinct to try and defend himself. His technique flashed as he slammed into the tree and was subsequently sent sprawling. "You know what? I take back my earlier compliment," Gian said, as Roy rose to his feet. "You're still an idiot." Roy looked down at himself with a grin, noting that there wasn't so much as a single chink in his armor. Sure, the impact had sapped more essence, but the cost was manageable. Best of all, he didn't feel a thing. Roy knew that a simple test like that wouldn't be enough to determine its durability. Backing up down the beach, Roy activated his shockwave and blasted towards the tree. "Stop, you idiot! You're gonna get yourself—" Gian began, just as Roy slammed into the tree. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs and sent him staggering back, but judging by the splintering crack from the tree, it had suffered far more than he had. Roy shook himself, looking down to note that several cracks had appeared in his technique. He'd felt that one, though it had been greatly muted. The essence cost had also increased exponentially. At the instant he'd slammed into the tree, a massive chunk had been siphoned off to keep his technique intact, and even then, it hadn't been fast enough to completely stop the thing from taking damage. Even as he watched, essence streamed into the cracks, and the technique was whole again within a few seconds. "So, if it's hit hard enough, the technique can be overwhelmed," Roy noted as he allowed the shimmering armor to fade. "The cost increases when I take damage, and the greater the damage absorbed, the greater the cost." "I could have told you that," Gian snapped. "You didn't need to run headlong into a tree. You could have killed yourself." "But I didn't," Roy said, craning his neck from side to side. "And now I know how much damage I can absorb before the technique is overwhelmed." Being a new technique, it had taken a significant amount of essence to form and maintain. It would be doable if he managed to avoid being hit. If the cost became too much, he'd have to let it go. This made him curious about something else, and he began to run another test. The first thing he did was form the technique several more times, making sure he remembered the feeling. Next, he began to work on his other thought, summoning the technique in sections. It was much harder than bringing the whole technique into being, and Roy didn't manage more than a shimmery haze over his right arm before his self-imposed timer ran out. But he was very pleased with his progress. Tonight's battle would be far easier, now that he had a way to defend himself. Sure, the opponent would likely be stronger, now that he'd advanced to Third Dawn Orange, but there was little he could do about that. He'd also wasted the time he'd given himself to develop his containment technique. But after learning the armorer technique, he'd discovered that the two were quite a bit different than he'd first believed. Now that he had an armorer technique, a whole new possibility opened before him. The ability to combine his 3 physical techniques and form his full body technique. He honestly had no idea where to even start. Even Aika, who had some of her techniques up to the 3rd stage, didn't have one. But that didn't dissuade him in the slightest. If anything, it just made him more excited. He'd never managed to beat her at anything, so if he could develop his full body technique before her, he'd finally be ahead, even if only by a little. Wherever she was in this massive world of water, he was sure she was making her way across, just like him. He really hoped they'd meet up again soon, as he missed her company. Gian was hardly a great conversationalist, and he wasn't much to look at. Aika, on the other hand? Roy forced his thoughts to stop right there. Aika was a friend, one of the only ones he had, and he wasn't going to jeopardize that, not for anything. Forcibly turning his mind on the fight that was fast approaching, Roy relaxed against a tree and allowed his mind to rest. He wouldn't go to sleep, that was far too risky, but he would try and meditate to clear his mind and prepare himself for the trial ahead. It would be difficult, but he was in the best position he had been since he started. Most of his injuries were gone, thanks to his advancement, and he now had an armorer technique. There was still the matter of choosing a name, but Roy was confident he'd come up with something. For now, all he needed to do was rest. 27. Roy's eyes flickered open as the sun's last rays vanished over the horizon. The wind was picking up, and the sky was dark and growing darker by the minute. Lightning raced across the black expanse, lighting the world for an instant, and revealing the creature emerging from the water. There was only one this time, and Roy knew that this would be the last test. He didn't know how he knew that. If someone were to ask him, he'd just say that it was a feeling, something he knew deep down. The creature was massive, nearly 9 feet tall and built like a wall of solid stone. Bunches of knotted muscle covered its blue-green scaly skin. Its arms were as wide as tree trunks, its chest bulging grossly, and its legs appeared to be more like the beams that held a house in place than anything else. Its face, like the others, was distinctly fish-like, containing an elongated snout complete with multiple rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its fingers were webbed and tipped with 5-inch claws. A large dorsal fin rose from between its shoulders, and its eyes, twin pinpricks of red, gleamed with the light of intelligence. Despite what Roy may have been expecting, the creature didn't attack right away. Thunder cracked across the sky, booming mightily and causing him to flinch involuntarily. The wind began to pick up then, whipping across the small island and sending the previously small waves on the lake washing higher up on shore. Roy could clearly sense this creature's power, but even if he couldn't, he'd have known its level of advancement. This monster was at the peak of Orange Belt, a 4th dan on the verge of advancing to green. Under normal circumstances, he didn't think he'd stand a chance. But his previous victories had shown him just how strong he really was. Roy was confident he could win. What he wasn't as sure about was how much pain and damage he'd have to endure in order to beat this thing. He could see the mixture of essence building out on the lake, the green wind whipping and swirling, the blue water leaping as it was thrown skyward, the small ripples on the lake growing to 5-foot waves. Golden power essence coated the sky and hung above the water, interspersed with the silver of weakness. White light essence and black darkness fought against one another with each flash of lightning, and fire essence burned brightly before it was extinguished. The only essence type that was absent in this storm was earth, but Roy already knew that it was the only type that was not generated by a thunderstorm. Waves began pulling higher onto the small island, now washing up around the ankles of the monstrous creature. And still it did not move, standing and watching, its arms held to the sides. "Jian, what is that thing waiting for?" Roy asked, his muscles tense as he prepared to call upon his armorer technique at any second. "Probably a signal of some sort," Jian replied. Before Roy could ask what that meant, there was a massive boom of thunder. It was so loud that it shook the entire island. This was immediately followed by a jagged streak of lightning, which flashed down from the sky, slammed into the tree behind him, and reduced it to ash. At the same time, the creature on the beach acted, throwing back its massive head and letting out an earth-shaking roar. Blue light coated its arms and legs. It was right in front of him then, its tree trunk arm swinging to remove his head. There was a massive boom as Roy's shockwave activated, taking him to the side. Golden light flashed around him, small triangles tracing in the air above his body as the armorer technique was activated. His foot lashed out, the exploding fist channeling through him as he threw the kick right at the creature's exposed side. The attack landed, and the bubble of force blew outward, knocking the monster back a couple of steps. Roy followed, hammering a series of punches into its ribs, using the Unaru Kuma. He braced his feet with each strike, throwing as much power as he could into them, and with a loud cracking sound, one of its ribs caved in. The monster hissed, swinging an oversized fist at his head in retaliation, but Roy danced away. The creature was large and fast, but not as fast as him. Its defenses were impressive, even without an armorer technique. But if he kept hammering at it for long enough, he should be able to win. Roy dashed to one side, then leaped in. The creature swung, claws extending a full foot into shimmering blue blades. But Roy had already anticipated a counter and sharply changed direction, slamming a fist into the creature's other side, aiming just below the ribcage. A crack of thunder drowned out the creature's roar as Roy slammed another fist into the same spot. Before he could throw another, he was forced to back off as a massive fist tried to close around his head. Roy skidded to a stop, still breathing evenly as he examined the monster. There was a small indent in its left side where he'd broken the rib, and a splotchy bruise was spreading on the right. Still, it was hardly more than a flesh wound for a creature of this size, and Roy knew that it would take more to bring it down. Lightning flashed as he ran in once more,
the wind picking up to a literal howl, just as he swung for the monster's abdomen. His fist stopped halfway to the creature, a tendril of water circling his wrist and snaring him in place. Roy tried to twist out of the containment technique, but only partially succeeded. His left leg was snagged by another ring of water, but he managed to keep his left arm and right leg free. Not that it really helped him all that much. The monster barreled in, slamming a massive fist right into his head. A streak of blue trailed in the air behind it, and Roy's head rocked back with a loud snap. For just a second, he was afraid that the creature had broken his neck. Then he noticed the massive loss of essence, along with the sudden disappearance of his armorer technique. Another fist flashed forward, but Roy had already been preparing a counter and met the fist with a strike of his own. His left elbow drove in, power essence coating his arm in a makeshift armorer technique, and met the massive fist mid-swing. The smarter move would have been to block the strike at the wrist and redirect it, and had Roy been a water cultivator, that was exactly what he would have done. However, both his path and the Unaru Kuma favored meeting force with even greater force, so it came down to a contest of strength. It was now the monster's punch against his fist. While some might think that the creature, being some 9 feet tall and weighing roughly 600 pounds, would have a clear advantage in strength, their advancement paths were more indicative of their chances of success. The creature, while huge, was on the path of water, a path that favored flexibility and evasion. Roy, on the other hand, was on the path of power, one that favored overwhelming might and destruction. The explosion that rocked the small island threw both contestants back. Roy's containment technique shattered right along with his left arm. He cried out in pain as he sprawled onto his back, his arm screaming in protest and falling limply to his side. The massive monster didn't get away clearly, though. It roared, rising back to its feet and clutching at the ruined remains of its hand, which was shattered, blackened, and smoking. Roy stumbled to his feet as well, swiping at the tears that had come unbidden to his eyes. His left arm was completely useless now, just as the creature's right was to it. That didn't exactly even out the fight, as the monster was still a full dawn ahead and had the clear advantage of the terrain. Thunder rumbled overhead once more, and Roy felt a small drop hit the back of his head, trickling down his neck and into his robes. He shivered involuntarily as the unpleasant feeling faded, and the creature used that distraction to attack. Lightning flashed, nearly blinding Roy as the creature closed, and he barely managed a defense before the wall of muscle slammed into him, bearing him to the ground. Roy bucked, expelling essence from his body in a massive wave and hurling the creature off himself. Springing to his feet, he used his shockwave, chasing after it and tracing a constellation around its body. There was so much ambient power essence now that it only took a second before the small spheres contracted and expanded. Just before the attack went off, the creature's body was cloaked in shiny blue light that absorbed every explosion and forced Roy to back off. The creature had finally used its armorer technique, but had somehow managed to weaponize it at the same time. Had Roy not been fighting for his life, he might have been impressed. Now, though, he held his hand up and summoned his second stage void sphere. The creature swung its arm forward and tendrils of water whipped out. Roy danced to one side, then the other, all while using the shockwave in small bursts. One attack seared across his already damaged left arm as it swung outward, leaving a deep gash in its place, and letting him know that the water was far sharper than it appeared. Still, he'd been around water artists enough to know their strengths and weaknesses, and Roy was about to capitalize on one of their biggest ones. It was going to hurt him big time, but at this point, Roy knew that he had very little time left. Rain was starting to fall, cloaking the air with water essence and beginning to dissipate all others. If lightning struck now, chances were that he'd feel it, especially as exposed as he was. This fight had to end, and it had to end now. Dashing in using his shockwave, Roy pulled back for a powerful strike. The tendrils of water whipped all around him, slicing at his arms, legs, chest, and face. Roy tried calling up his armorer technique, but seeing as it had been dismissed so forcefully the last time, there was still a bit of a block there. It would take several minutes for his essence to calm enough for him to call on it, so he did what he'd done last time. Roy blasted essence from his core, expanding it in a sphere around him and countering any incoming attack. At the same time,
He began feeding his void sphere power. It was already as large as he could make it, but the longer he poured essence in, the more destructive it would be. The fact that this was a projected technique didn't mean he couldn't miss, so Roy was closing with the creature to assure he didn't. He was forced to rein in his essence as he neared, and barely avoided taking another attack. Dodging to one side to avoid the rings of water that would have ensnared him, he hurled the whirling ball of destruction right into the creature's chest. The flash of light that illuminated the sky was nearly blinding. The void sphere tear expanded rapidly until it covered all but the creature's legs. He braced himself, spreading his legs out into a wide stance and reaching for the power essence remaining in the air and preparing to trace a constellation the second the technique ran its course. However, when the void sphere vanished, it revealed something that he did not expect. All that remained of the creature was a pair of disembodied legs, the upper half of the monster clearly obliterated by his massive attack. Roy stared, blinking through the falling rain as the pair of legs toppled sideways, falling to the ground with a light thump and remaining there. For several long seconds, Roy continued to stare, expecting the creature to reform or for the legs to rise and charge at him to continue their fight. However, as they stayed down and the rain began to peter off, he realized that it was over. He'd won. Roy's legs buckled then, but he didn't fall, maintaining his balance as he stared at the pair of fallen legs. The fight was over, and he'd won. "So," Jian said, breaking into the odd stillness as the storm vanished unnaturally fast. "What now?" 28. "Drive that thing back! It's getting too close to the town!" Hermit hid his annoyance as one of the younger martial artists, a man who appeared to be barely in his 40s, but in all likelihood was nearly 200, called out. Despite the fact that he'd been doing most of the work in distracting this beast, the idiot still acted like he didn't know how to fight. In fact, none of them acted like Hermit knew what he was doing. Geiki was less than happy to see him, despite the fact that they clearly needed his help. He could hardly blame his brother for feeling that way, though. He'd left hundreds of years ago, abandoning his duty to his family, and now just showed up out of the blue to steal his glory. Beating a cavern beast would immediately give the one who defeated it a massive reputation boost. Not to mention, the prized core of such a monstrosity was worth more than all the money and assets their clan had combined, and the Itachi weren't poor by any means. A core like that could immediately boost Geiki several dan, even though he was stuck at base brown. Some things defied the laws of the martial arts, and the core of a cavern beast was foremost among them. The only reason people didn't seek them out was because of the massive threat they posed. Though they'd only been fighting it for half a day, it had advanced several hundred miles and grown to second dawn brown. The beast was almost impossible to pin down, and any time they inflicted any significant damage, it would just advance and heal. The beast's abilities were also extremely troubling, as it continually teleported them away, giving it time to feed on more essence and draw closer to Light City. Its attacks were nothing to be sneezed at either. 2 of their number, both gold belts, had been devoured, their cores feeding this monstrosity and giving it ever greater strength. At this point, it seemed that only a miracle would stop it from reaching Light City. Even now, they were approaching one of the larger towns, one that held over 250,000 within its walls. There'd been no time to evacuate, as the creature's advancement had been too quick, its movements speeding up as it sensed the massive gathering of essence. Its hunger seemed never-ending, and despite Hermit's best efforts, the cavern beast continued to grow. Reiki burned through his veins as Hermit summoned a sphere of burning orange light and blasted it into the beast's hide. The creature screamed, deafening all those who dropped their armorer techniques and teleporting half their number away. A massive scorch mark was left in its place, and the beast turned, blasting a beam of rainbow-colored light from its massive maw. Hermit whirled midair, throwing up his 5th-stage chakra armorer technique to absorb the blow. It was a true testament to the beast's power when cracks appeared across the solid red armor, and his chakra started to deplete at an astonishing rate as he absorbed the blow. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" yelled the same martial artist as before.
I told you to stop it, not allow it to teleport half of our fighters."
Had this man been yelling at the Sage of Ruin, his life would have ended right then and there. Seeing as he was yelling at Hermit, he only caught the tail end of the blast that had been aimed at the beast, but landed just a little too close to him.
"Watch your aim!"
the man yelled, patting at his robes. "I could have—" The air around the beast distorted, and the man vanished, appearing roughly 6 miles to the east. Despite the dire situation, Hermit couldn't help but smile. The moron wasn't gone for good, but at least he'd have a few minutes of peace before he came barreling back. Hermit honestly didn't even know the man, so he had no idea why he was being such an ass. Despite the man's rude behavior, they were part of the same clan and fighting to keep this cavern beast from wiping them all from existence. When this was all over, Hermit would only break one of his arms for disrespecting someone of a higher rank. His personal feelings aside, behaving in this way was hardly becoming of a martial artist, especially someone of his lofty rank. This clan had clearly lost its way, the younger generation acting more like spoiled children than the respectable leaders they should be. Ikari had really not been paying attention, letting them do as they wished, and now they were paying for their arrogance and weakness with their lives. Another sphere of burning destruction was summoned, slamming into the beast's head as it opened its mouth to attack again. A ripple flowed out from the beast then, as the spear impacted, and though he tried to resist, Hermit suddenly found himself some 7 miles from the creature. It was nearly upon the town by now, and if people hadn't already started running, they were about to receive a rude awakening. So many had died already, and if the creature continued on its destructive path, many more would perish before it was brought down. If it can even be brought down, a small voice in the back of his mind said. Hermit shook off his doubts and began running back towards the cavern beast. This fight was far from over, and he had yet to pull out his most powerful techniques. The problem he was currently facing was that he couldn't unleash them within 100 miles of any city. If he did, nothing would survive. The only question now was whether he sacrificed the lives of all those who'd be caught in the blast to save the lives of the millions in Light City and beyond. It was a hard decision to bear, but one that Hermit knew he'd have to make soon. Otherwise, everyone would perish, and those who'd already died would have done so in vain. Roy fell into a cycling position as the storm completely abated, pulling in as much of the lingering power essence as he could. The fight had cost him greatly, and he was covered in injuries, the worst of which was his shattered left arm. But if he could recover enough essence, some of the wounds could be closed. His arm would need to be splinted, but that could wait, as the trees on the island would still be here in an hour, while the power essence would not. Past experience also told him that the corpse of the creature wouldn't give him his prize for some 30 minutes after its demise, so he had some time to recover. Even as he cycled, he ran the fight over in his mind, running scenarios in which he could have avoided injury altogether. Running these simulations in his mind helped him understand where he'd gone wrong and how he could avoid these sorts of injuries in the future. The pain in his arm didn't help, throbbing and burning with a feeling of thousands of prickling needles. He'd had broken bones before, so semi-ignoring the pain was something he'd grown used to. That didn't mean he could completely ignore it, so the cycling wasn't exactly pleasant, especially when the refined essence began leaking into the broken appendage to try and bring down some of the swelling. He gathered all he could manage and rose about an hour later to find that the monster's lower half had vanished, leaving a very large chest in its place. This was extremely odd, as the last few chests had been pretty small. Still, Roy figured he could examine it after he splinted his arm. It was still throbbing, though not nearly as badly as before, the cycling having alleviated the pain somewhat. Heading up to one of the trees, Roy broke one of the larger branches off, snapping it in half and placing them to either side of his arm. Then, removing the strips of fabric that had once bound his chest, Roy wrapped the branches firmly around the broken appendage. He winced as the binding tightened, pulling the bone into its correct alignment. The pain that had been slowly fading came back with a vengeance, but Roy had other things to concentrate on, mainly the large chest sitting in the middle of the beach. Heading back down, he crouched, looking for a latch. Strangely enough, he couldn't find so much as a single seam.
Any idea of what I should be looking for? Roy asked, leaning in and running his fingers along the top to see if he might have missed something. You did collect all those shells and keys. Why didn't you try those? Jian suggested. Roy felt like an idiot. But in his defense, it was hard to think clearly while in so much pain. Heading back up to his camping spot, Roy fetched the 3 fruit shells filled with the small seashells, as well as the 6 small cases, each containing a key. Coming back down to the chest, he dropped everything to the ground. So, now what? He asked. I don't know, Jian said. Why didn't you try figuring it out for yourself? Because I have you here with me, Roy replied. You're a dungeon. You're supposed to be knowledgeable about things like this. He was getting sick and tired of Jian's attitude. The dungeon could be extremely helpful when he wanted to be, but was a total asshole the rest of the time. He didn't understand where this change had come from. It had been gradual in the beginning, but it just seemed to be getting worse and worse as time went on. Maybe Jian was always this way, but after he'd had his power and memories wiped, he'd begun reverting to his old ways? If so, Roy could understand why his power had been restricted in the first place. I can't do everything for you, Jian replied haughtily. Do it yourself. The dungeon core went silent then, refusing to talk, no matter how much Roy probed. Finally, he had no choice but to give up and try it on his own. Reaching into one of the fruit shells, Roy removed one of the glowing blue seashells and tapped it to the surface of the chest. Shockingly enough, there was a flash of blue light. Then the shell dissolved in his fingers, the essence contained within flowing into the box and leaving a small speck of blue on the top. Excited, Roy reached down, lifting the container full of shells, and carefully poured them out on top of the box. The flash was much brighter this time, and the immediate area was illuminated in blue as the shells dissolved. Roy watched the surface of the box as the blue lines began to trace once more, and after a few seconds, he began to realize what he was seeing. A circular pattern appeared on the box, tracing 6 very familiar shapes into its surface. They were very light, and so they'd faded. Roy knew how to fix this, and upended the other 2 containers full of the shells. The lines grew more substantial as the shells dissolved, and within just a few minutes, Roy was staring at a glowing pattern with 6 distinct indentations. Excited, he began flipping open the cases and placing the keys into their correct slots. With each one, the space lit up, the key fusing with the chest. Roy held his breath as he placed the last key, watching as it fused with the chest, leaving all the slots filled. A light whirring filled the air, and a line of light appeared on the top, tracing a wide circle. Then, with a hissing sound, a circle of the chest rose up a few inches, glowing with blue light. Reaching down, Roy tried first to lift it, but finding it stuck, he instead pressed down. A line of light traced across the side of the chest, and with several more clicks, the chest sprang open. By now, the anticipation had been building for quite a while, and with all the keys required to open this chest, Roy was practically jumping in anticipation. That was why he felt a distinct sense of disappointment when he found a new key sitting inside the chest. Letting out a long sigh, Roy reached in and removed the glowing blue key, etched with the number 7. It was a good deal larger than the others and felt far more substantial. He got an odd feeling from the key, one that was almost familiar but that he couldn't quite place. He knew that this key had to be fashioned of key, as there didn't appear to be a carrying case for it, and it seemed to be holding its shape extremely well. Not even a trickle of essence leaked off its surface, and aside from the light, springy feeling, it was a completely solid key. I got the chest open and found another key, Roy said, knowing Jian could hear him. So what now? I suppose we wait until tomorrow, Jian said. Roy sighed and was about to walk away when he noticed something sitting on the bottom of the chest. A small box that had been hidden by the key sat in a small indentation at the bottom of the chest. Curiously, Roy reached inside and removed the box. Flipping the lid, he was greeted with a burst of rainbow-colored light, along with the smell of damp grass and the ocean. The pill was just about the largest he'd ever seen, and Roy carefully lifted it, turning it in his fingers and reaching a tendril of his essence out to get a feeling for what it did. As soon as his essence interacted with the pill, it began to stream into him.
following the tendril of essence and pouring into his body. Roy tried to stop it, but his muscles locked up, his mind going numb as the foreign pill's energy poured into him. The last thing Roy remembered before the world faded around him was an odd rumbling that sounded like thunder, but seemed to be coming from under the water. Then, for what felt like the 100th time in the last week, he fell into unconsciousness. 29. Aika raised the key made of solid water key and turned it one way, then the other, examining its faceted surface and trying to find some deeper meaning behind it. It was clear that she was at the end of this part of the trial, though she had no idea what this key would unlock. Tucking the key inside her robes, Aika began feeling around the inside of the chest, looking for hidden latches or anything she may have missed. Along the bottom of the chest, her fingers ran across a smaller box. She removed that, but continued looking, her fingers probing carefully and searching for any additional seams. When she didn't find any, Aika concluded that this was all she'd be getting. Slumping back to the ground and letting out a hiss of pain as her shoulder, which had been dislocated in the fight and since reset, bumped the corner of the chest painfully. The last creature had seriously challenged her, so much so, in fact, that she'd nearly failed. The monster had used water key and seemed to have an almost limitless supply. It was only because of a few well-timed attacks and a lucky break that had seen her to victory. Still, the gains were unmistakable, and Aika was getting close to her next dawn, which was incredible considering how far she'd been upon entering. Flipping the latch on the box, Aika beheld something she'd only thought of as a fairy tale told to children about the fantastic things the world outside their small clan held. Yet there, in the center of a small cushion, radiating a multicolored light and smelling exactly as described by her mother in all her bedtime stories, was the martial elixir pill. It was a pill so rare that it had to be crafted using 7 near-mythical ingredients, all crafted into elixirs before being put through the process of refining into a pill. She had no idea what something so rare and valuable was doing here in this trial, nor how it had even been crafted. But as soon as she saw it, Aika knew that even going through these trials would help her advancement improve by leaps and bounds. Owning a key to these trials must have cost the Itachi clan a fortune. Something like this could not be crafted by mere mortals. She doubted that even a sovereign, with all their immense power, could have created this place. This meant that despite how they'd been thrown in here, the sovereign of the Itachi clan was actually helping them. These trials had been far from easy, but the reward was such that it was well worth the risk. Aika carefully lifted the pill, examining it from all sides and breathing in its relaxing scent. If the stories were to be believed, all she had to do was connect a thread of her essence to the pill, and it would do the rest. She'd immediately lose consciousness upon taking it, but that was simply because the process of absorbing the pill into one's core was supposed to be extremely painful. There was no way she wasn't going to take it, though, so lying down where she was, using the chest as cover, Aika reached for the pill with her essence. Roy was the last thing on her mind before losing consciousness. She hoped he'd made it through the last test and received this reward. Then, the world mercifully faded around her, taking with it all the aches and pains she'd accumulated over her time here. Roy awoke to the sound of birds chirping and the slightly damp feeling of the earth beneath him. Groaning, he cracked open his eyes, trying to remember what had happened before he'd fallen unconscious. This time, thankfully, he didn't have much trouble remembering. He'd beaten the creature, opened a chest, and touched a strange pill, then nothing. He winced, expecting pain to come rushing back at any second from his broken arm, but instead, Roy felt fine. Slowly, he sat up and began to look himself over. He was shocked to find that every single injury he'd accumulated over the last few days, including injuries from the fight with the monster, were all gone. Removing the splint from his arm, Roy twisted it this way and that, running it through a full rotation before he was satisfied. "That pill really must have done something," he commented to Jian as he stretched his arms overhead. The dungeon cord didn't reply, but that was nothing new to Roy. He was about to give his core a once-over, checking his channels and essence level, when he finally noticed the odd sound. Birds were chirping. Looking up, Roy's eyes widened at the miles of swampy land stretching out before him. Small trees poked from the ground, dotting the landscape, but for the most part, it was bare brown earth, interspersed with large pools of water. Turning in place, Roy looked behind him and once again beheld a massive lake. It stretched for as far as the eye could see, disappearing over the horizon. Roy wondered what would be back there now if he were to go out onto the lake again, but now that he'd found dry land, relatively speaking, there was no way he was going to go look. Rising to his feet, Roy took stock of his bearings, checking the position of the sun and noting that he'd been out for at least the entire night. Reaching into his robes, he removed the key and held it up to the sunlight, wondering if it would give him directions like the last. Nothing happened, leaving Roy with an odd feeling of unease. Still, he was on land, which meant that he could now walk or even run, which was far faster than paddling his unwieldy raft. Before he set out, he headed to the lake to grab a drink and fill the now empty fruit shells with water. He had no idea if the water in the pools dotting the landscape was drinkable, so he wasn't going to take that chance. He collected what fruit he could and then set out, expanding his spirit sense and seeing if he could find a direction in which to go. His range was far greater than it had been, which was why, when he finally felt the familiar presence of Ika's core, it was to find her some mile to the west and approaching fast. A wide smile spread across his lips as he felt her coming, the knowledge that she was safe and on her way causing him to relax in a way he hadn't been able to since coming here. He hadn't realized just how much he'd missed her, due to all the training and fighting he'd been doing. Now that he felt her familiar presence once more, he was overjoyed. It was then that he noticed his disheveled state and winced. His robes were bloody and torn, his hair, which had grown longer over the last few months, was unkempt, and he had at least a week's worth of stubble on his face. Roy was realistic, though, and didn't panic. There was nothing he could do about his hair or clothes, so there wasn't any real point in trying to fix them. His facial hair was a simple and easy fix, though. Concentrating inward, Roy pulled a tendril of essence up and pulled it through his face. With a few quick sweeps, his facial hair was cleaned away, leaving his cheeks and jawline clean once again. It was then that he noticed that something was off about his essence. Before he could look into it, a streak of light flashed in the distance, and just a few seconds later, Roy was driven to the ground as Ika caught him in a flying tackle. "You're alive!" she yelled, squeezing him so tightly that Roy began to wheeze. He would have liked to think that he'd have gotten used to Ika's enthusiastic hugs by now. He'd felt them often enough. But each time, he was reminded just how strong she really was. "It's good to see you, too," Roy wheezed, hugging her back despite the rapidly depleting air in his lungs. Ika's tackle had driven him to the ground, and she now lay on top of him, arms somehow wrapped all the way around him despite that. "I was so worried about you," she continued, squeezing him even tighter. "But I can see that you've gotten even stronger than before." "Yeah, you too," Roy gasped as his ribs began to creak. "Now, if you wouldn't mind." Normally, this would be the part where Ika immediately loosened her grip, apologized, and helped him to his feet. Instead, she did the exact opposite, hugging him even tighter and making him wonder if she might be trying to kill him. "Don't mind me," Ika said. "I just need a few more seconds to make sure I'm not dreaming." Roy was pretty sure this was real. If not, then they were both having an extremely vivid hallucination and he was really about to die. Thankfully, Ika loosened her grip after a few more seconds and finally sat up. Roy finally got a good look at her as she did and noticed that as bad as he looked, Ika looked even worse. Her hair, while still in its long pony, was limp and tangled. Her robes were just as torn up as his, the white of her underclothes peeking through in several places, and her face was smudged with dirt. It seemed she hadn't even taken the time to clean up before coming here, which made Roy feel just a little vain that he'd taken the time to shave, instead of running to meet her halfway. Ika was beaming, despite how disheveled and in pain she looked. She wasn't crying, as one might expect at a reunion like this, but Ika had never been much of a crier. In fact, Roy couldn't remember her ever shedding so much as a tear. Instead, she preferred to smile, and despite the dirt and grime, the effect wasn't diminished in the slightest. "Would you mind getting off of me?" Roy asked after a few moments. "As happy as I am to see you again, this is not comfortable at all." Ika looked down, noticed where she was sitting, blushed, and quickly got off of him. Roy noticed no apology forthcoming, even as she held a hand out to help him up. "So, care to fill me in on your adventures over the last few days?" Ika asked. "I can't help but notice the 2 new stripes on your belt." Roy smiled at that, glad that she'd mentioned it. Jian hadn't really felt the need to congratulate him, at least not without an insult mixed into it, so it was nice to hear praise, especially from someone like her. "I see that you've gotten stronger too," Roy noted, looking down to her belt, which now contained 3 slashes of blue. "Yep," Ika said cheerfully. "It happened right when I woke up this morning, after absorbing the martial elixir pill. Please tell me you got one too, and that you took it." "You mean that colorful pill that was sitting in a hidden compartment on the bottom of the chest?" Roy asked, wondering now if they'd both been through the exact same trial. "That's the one," Ika said. "I'll tell you all about it once we're on the move, but right now, you have to tell me what's happened to you over the past week." Roy was now very curious about the pill he'd taken. At first, he'd simply assumed it was some sort of healing pill, something that the trial provided to freshen him up before continuing. But Ika seemed to know exactly what it was, and the name alone was intriguing. Instead of pressing the issue, Roy did just as she asked and began to tell her everything. She would tell him all about the pill when she was good and ready, and until then, no amount of prodding or pleading would get her to talk. Ika could be extremely stubborn when she wanted to be, and for some reason, when it came to hearing about him, she allowed nothing else to get in her way. 30. Fairy followed the familiar yet oddly different scent through the city, weaving between the throngs of people as she tried to close with the person in question. Strangely enough, they seemed to be moving just fast enough for her not to be able to, which was both frustrating and intriguing. Several times now, she debated simply giving up and heading back, but each time, she told herself she'd follow for just a little longer. The crowds were beginning to thin out now as she was led deeper into the city to an area that she'd yet to see. She wasn't worried about getting lost. She never got lost. But she was starting to feel a bit of an uncomfortable itch on the back of her neck, as though she were the one being followed, and not the one doing the following. Several times, she took a few covert peeks over her shoulder, but each time, she saw nothing. By now, she was convinced that whoever this was, it wasn't Ika. Sure, they smelled almost the same, but there were a few small differences. Even if there hadn't been, the odd behavior would have given it away. The scenery slowly began to change from the bustling marketplace to rows of small hovels, all set near the city gates. Fairy's nose continually twitched by now, as the area smelled quite unpleasant. She could detect an undercurrent of violence about the place, and could smell blood in the air. Her fur continuously prickled as she swept her gaze from side to side, noting the odd person walking about. They slunk through alleys, giving her the sorts of looks that would make most humans cringe in fear. She could sense their cores, though, and knew that they posed no threat to her. Even if they attacked all at once, she'd easily best them. That alone told her which part of the city she was in. This was a place for the outcasts, those who'd never quite made the cut, who'd never advanced far enough along their paths. This was the place that the weaklings were sent to live out their miserable lives, away from the shiny, pristine buildings and compounds of those who actually had futures. Had Fairy not been a beast, she might have pitied them. But in her mind, these people deserved what they got. The weak had no place in the world. Only the strongest survived, and it was through strength alone that the world continued to turn. True, Roy wasn't all that strong now compared to others his age, but he'd gotten a late start and was now playing catch-up. In just a year, he'd advanced further than some would in a lifetime. She trusted he'd be one of the strongest one day, especially with Jian there to help him. Fairy's nose twitched as she smelled the scent that she was following change direction. Her pursuit suddenly sped up as well, forcing Fairy to pick up her pace. The pads of her bare feet splashed through murky puddles, the humanoid fairy paying them no mind as she set herself completely to the pursuit of this mystery human. The sky continued to darken as night fell, though it hardly bothered her. Her night vision was almost as good as her sight in the daytime. So long as there was a little moonlight, she would have an advantage over the human. The buildings around her began to grow more and more decrepit, turning into half-standing shacks. She began seeing more people moving about, half-starved skeletons who eyed her hungrily as she passed. She could sense their anger, bitterness, and loathing. Their murderous intent was clear, yet still she did not worry. Only the weak lived out here, and as far as she was concerned, only the strong survived. She turned a hard right as her quarry changed direction once more. But when Fairy pulled around the corner, she found herself facing the towering city wall. She came to a skidding halt, stopping right before she slammed into it, only just managing it in time. Her head turned first one way, then the other, scenting the air and trying to find her prey. Oddly enough, the scent trail had completely vanished, which made no sense at all. A core could be veiled, but a scent? It was possible, but most people wouldn't even think to mask something as innocuous as that. Who could track them by their scents, after all? Another thing was that even if the trail went cold, it shouldn't have been that abrupt. Her nose continued twitching as she turned back around, only to find herself facing a group of some 20-odd martial artists, a group comprised mostly of yellow belts and a few oranges. It was hard not to notice the orange belts, as they were the best dressed and seemed to be the least malnourished. Still, none of them looked good, and judging by the way they were eyeing her, they didn't view her as anything other than a beast, even if she did carry a human shape. Their presumed leader, a second-dan orange belt, stepped forward then, clutching a rusty knife and eyeing her like a starving dog.
No use in running, beastie. Just lie down, nice and quiet, and we'll make this painless.
Fairy bared her teeth, letting out a hiss and getting into a fighting stance. She was unaccustomed to this human shape and had yet to test it in actual combat, though by a purely power-based perspective, she was many times stronger than she had been. This wasn't the perfect opportunity to test her new body, as it wouldn't really offer much of a challenge. But it would have to do. There was a loud thump from behind, and Fairy's thoughts were interrupted as she whirled in place, finding herself facing, oddly enough, the bear man she'd scented earlier. She only had time for a confused squeak before his beefy arm flashed out, catching her in the side of the head and sending her sprawling. Fairy's head rang as she hit the ground, seeing stars popping in her vision, something that was quite alarming as it had never happened before. She sensed the bear man pouncing and threw herself to one side, feeling the passing air as his heavy foot slammed into the ground, sending up a spray of murky water. There was a flash of movement to her left, and Fairy shoved down hard against the ground, throwing herself into the air and avoiding the knife aimed for her throat, though there was little chance of such an inferior weapon harming her, especially when wielded by such a weakling. It was always best to err on the side of caution. The jump allowed her to regain her feet, and Fairy whirled, turning to face the bear man, confused as to why he'd attack her. That confusion was cleared up just a moment later, as one of the thugs moved to bow to the massive slab of muscle and bone.
Thank you for bringing her here, boss. We owe you much.
The bear man let out a huffing grunt, then waved an oversized hand away. His small eyes moved up to meet Fairy's then, and in an instant she understood what had happened. The bear man's lips peeled back in a wicked smile as the air was suddenly permeated with Aika's familiar scent. It was practically oozing off him in waves. She didn't understand why he'd lured her here to be attacked by these humans, but she knew now that she was in a bad spot. The bear man was far stronger than she was. He wouldn't even need the thug's help to take her down. And all the way out here, there was no one she could rely on for help. Fairy bared her teeth at the bear man as darkness essence began cloaking her body. She was angry at herself for having been fooled, but for some reason, she felt hurt as well. It was a strange mix of emotions, and one that didn't really make any sense to her. After all, why should she be hurt by this bear man's actions? It wasn't like she knew him, or vice versa. Did this have something to do with the whole attraction thing that Aika had explained to her earlier? The bear man's grin didn't waver,
even as he let out a soft grunt and took a few steps back. Then, for the first time, he spoke.
"Ensure that the pelt isn't damaged too badly," he said, his voice deep and gravelly. "If there are too many holes, it'll bring down the value."
Fairy's lips curled back, fully baring her enlarged teeth. There was a light snick as claws extended some 4 inches from the tips of her fingers, and her eyes narrowed as she was let in on this bear man's motivations. He wasn't hunting her for food. He was after her to collect those shiny pieces of metal that the humans seemed to prize. That, more than anything, made her angry. It was so unlike any of their kind that it aggravated her to no end, and there was no way Fairy was going to allow herself to be killed just so this man could make some shiny coins.
"Don't worry, so long as we get to keep the meat and core, we'll—"
the man began. His voice was abruptly cut off as Fairy flashed across the distance between them, darkness essence trailing like mist, and slashed her claws across his throat. The man, first on yellow, didn't stand a chance. With a loud gurgle, he fell to the ground, throat torn beyond repair. Fairy whirled then, making a dash for the wall and looking for an avenue of escape. The bear man appeared before her in a flash of brown, his massive hands snapping out and colliding with her head once again. Fairy twisted her body this time, avoiding any serious damage. The force of the attack still sent her flying, and though she recovered midair, she found herself landing amidst the rabble that had gathered to take her down. They attacked without preamble, all seeking to end her life so that they might eat, and though Fairy understood their motivations, it didn't mean she would simply allow them to kill her. Though her new shape was still unfamiliar to her, Fairy soon found that instinct was kicking in, driving her moves and alerting her to all incoming attacks. It was similar to her old form on a fundamental level, yet different in so many ways. Still, the differences were all positive, and Fairy found that she had little trouble maneuvering around, especially when using her techniques. A ragged woman came at her from behind, a board riddled with nails clutched in her hand. Fairy's arm swiped out, shattering the board with a powerful swing and ripping the woman's chest wide open. She spun, her back leg coming up, the claws extending from her toes, tearing the head from another man's shoulders. She was far taller than the humans, and with her speed, they wouldn't even be able to get within reach, unless the bear man interfered. Fairy chanced a glance at the now hated figure, who stood back, arms crossed over his broad chest, and teeth still bared in a predator's smile. It seemed he was content to stay back until she'd finished, though for what reason, she could not understand. If these humans had any chance of weakening her, it would make sense. Wounded prey was much easier to take down. But there was no way they could wound her, so he was simply wasting resources. It was only when Fairy savagely tore the head from another human that she began to realize that his actions were not driven by instinct, but rather by human greed. For some reason, she'd been thinking of this man as a beast rather than a human, even after the declaration of selling her hide for some coins. If she looked at his motivations from a beast aspect, they made no sense, but if she shifted her viewpoint to that of a human, it made complete sense. If there were no others left alive, this bear man would reap all the benefits without having to share his reward. This was hardly conducive to keeping one's pack safe, but it would be conducive to gaining him more wealth. This made Fairy even angrier, and she attacked with even more ferocity than before. Her claws, now stained red with the blood of her attackers, were suddenly cloaked in darkness essence as she used her physical technique. Back claws, nearly a foot long, extended from her bloodied ones, and Fairy set off in a whirlwind of destruction. Her claws tore through flesh and bone, ripping the remaining humans to pieces in a matter of seconds, leaving her facing the bear man from the midst of a circle of carnage.
"Very good, little ferret," the bear man said,
his grin undiminished.
"I like my prey to have a little fight in them. Makes this kill all the more exhilarating."
"You are no better than a greedy human," Fairy hissed. Though she knew that the bear man would be unable to understand her words, the sentiment would still show. The bear man's eyes narrowed at the insult, clear by the tone of her vocalization. Beasts had a strange way of understanding one another, even where human speech was not involved. They learned to speak for the simple reason of convenience. Humans wouldn't understand them, so unless they lived far from humans, it was more prudent to learn to speak out loud.
Say what you will, little ferret, the bear man said. Soon you will be dead, and your hide will fetch me a fortune. We will see how well you speak once I cut your throat.
The bear man charged, his body cloaked in brown earth key as he prepared to make good on his threat. Fairy could already see that she wasn't going to survive the encounter. There was little she could do against someone who was a full stage of advancement ahead of her. She regretted not being able to see Roy one last time, and just hoped she would be reincarnated. Though with Gion's dungeon having died long ago, there was little chance of that. Fairy bared her teeth, then gathered herself to attempt one last attack. It wouldn't do her much good. She was using an essence technique against a creature using ki. It was the equivalent of throwing a few droplets of water on a raging inferno, but Fairy didn't much feel like going down without a fight. The bear man closed with her in an instant, his massive arm pulled back to deliver an overpowered blow intended to end her life in a single strike. Fairy struck back, empowering herself with her physical technique, speeding her attack with her movement technique, and cloaking her body in her armorer technique. It wouldn't be enough to stop the bear man, but where she was aiming, she hoped to at least damage him enough that he wouldn't be able to enjoy his victory for too long. And though there was little chance of her shattering his core, she hoped to hurt him enough that he'd be forced to abandon her body. There was a muffled boom as Fairy's clawed hand and the bear man's collided, sending a shockwave over the surrounding landscape and sending ripples flowing across the murky puddles, now mixed with the blood of the humans that Fairy had killed. Fairy had been expecting to feel a lot of things when the bear man struck. She anticipated the agony of broken bones and ruptured organs, followed swiftly by the cold feeling of death. Instead, she felt nothing. It was only then that she became aware that while her attack had landed, it didn't feel anything like she'd expected the bear man's hide to be. She finally looked to the bear man, only to see them separated by a wall of glowing blue water, seeming both solid and pliable at the same time. Her claws were sunk halfway through, as was the bear man's fist, yet neither had broken the barrier, leaving their attacks suspended midair.
My. First day in the city, and I seem to have wandered into the worst part of town.
Fairy and the bear man both turned to see a man dressed in black and white robes, mostly open at the front, approaching at a lazy pace. The second dawn red belt gracing his waist told her that this man was powerful, yet his scent was oddly familiar, containing traces of the same as Aika's. For the briefest of moments, she wondered if the bear man was using his false scent trick again. But as the man neared, it became clear that it was indeed coming from him.
So,
the man continued, a placid smile spread across his face.
Which one of you can give me directions to the more civilized part of the city? I'd be ever so grateful.
31. So what do you make of this? Roy asked, scratching his head and staring up at the massive stone door standing in the middle of the path ahead. It was obviously part of the trial, judging by the simple fact that it was there to begin with. It was a monstrosity, towering over 20 feet tall and carved with all sorts of odd symbols.
I'm assuming this is what our keys are supposed to open,
Aika replied, fetching her key from her robes and holding it up. I guess, Roy replied, removing his key and moving up to the door alongside her. It was mid-afternoon, and the two of them had been walking for a couple of hours before stumbling upon this door. In that time, they both caught one another up on all that had happened in their week apart. Aika had been very impressed at Roy's unconventional attack when trapped in the water, and was thrilled by his discovery of an armorer technique. She told him all about her experiences and fights, and Roy found that he was glad that he hadn't had to fight the same monsters as her. If they'd been enough to challenge her, he'd have stood little chance. She also filled him in on what exactly the pill did and how much it would affect his future growth. In a nutshell, the pill was designed to ease the flow of essence in his channels, allowing for greater essence use and faster cycling. While that didn't sound like much at the level of essence, the real improvements would begin to show when one used ki. It tended to move a lot slower than essence due to its higher density, making cycling and creating ki a daunting and lengthy process. This allowed the creation of ki at a much faster rate, and from there, it only got better. When chakra had to be formed, things became infinitely more difficult. To create chakra,
One would have to take all the time to weave ki from essence and only then create chakra from that ki. The problem with doing that was that after hours upon hours of work, only a few precious drops of chakra would be formed before the process had to be started all over again. When put into that sort of perspective, Roy understood the value of such a pill. It would save him countless hours of cycling further down the line, which meant that this pill was probably one of the most valuable items he'd received, and made the entire week-long trial seem worth it. Even now, as he approached the door, ki held aloft, he could feel the new ease in which his essence flowed. He'd been pretty confident that his cycling technique, learned and then improved upon from an ancient scroll in his pack, was the best around. Now, even though there hadn't been any actual change to his technique, he could feel a real difference, not only in his essence flow, but in the strength of his channels as well. They felt more solid and robust, giving him the feeling that he could force far more essence through them than he could before, meaning that the pill had been a perfect complement to his evolving fighting style that seemed to favor heavy essence use. "Whoa," Aika said, a gasp escaping her lips unbidden, as both of their keys were sucked from their hands when they got closer to the massive door. They both stared as the solid constructs collided with the door, sinking halfway into the solid stone and sticking there. There was a momentary flash that outlined one more keyhole sitting at a point between the two already set in the door and forming a triangle. The light faded then, leaving only the two keys, still shining in the door. "Are we missing a key?" Aika asked, her face bunching up in a puzzled expression. "Please don't tell me this means that we have to go back out there," Roy complained. Glad as he was for the amazing reward, he didn't much feel like going through all that again just to receive the final item needed to open the door. "I don't," Aika began, but she was interrupted when a bright flash of blue engulfed them. There was a rushing sensation, and when the world came back into view, Roy and Aika found themselves in a new area, this one covered in marshy ground, tall stone outcroppings, swaying grass that reached up to their shoulders, and an oddly cloudy sky. "Great," Roy muttered. "Another challenge." "Hey, don't be so grumpy," Aika said, bumping him with her shoulder. "At least we get to stay together this time." "Yeah," Roy sighed. "I guess you've got a good point." He turned back to examine their surroundings and briefly wondered in which direction they were supposed to go. However, his question was answered a moment later, as the same blue light suddenly began tracing its way across the landscape, disappearing into the tall grass, and presumably heading to their eventual destination. "Well, at least the trial's being nice enough to guide us," Aika said, her voice still sounding quite cheery. "Come on, I'm sure there's a whole boatload of excitement up ahead." That said, she snatched his hand in hers and began dragging him along as she headed into the tall grass. Roy wasn't quite as optimistic, but there was little he could do to fight her strength. Besides, he couldn't just stay here and hope they'd be fine, or that someone would come to pull them out. It had been a full week, and no one had shown up yet, so by this point it was fairly obvious that they'd have to make their own way out, or not make it at all. That didn't mean he had to like it. If anything, this odd landscape made him feel even more uneasy than the last part of the trial. There, at least, there had been a pattern, as well as a wide-open view. Here, his vision was obscured by the tall, swaying grasses. Not only that, but his spirit sense felt oddly muffled, as if someone had pulled a heavy veil over his metaphorical eyes. Aika simply walked along, humming softly to herself, and seemed perfectly content with where they were, regardless of any danger. And strangely enough, Roy felt comforted by that. Aika was not only stronger than him, but she also had far keener senses than he did. If she was not worried, then he should relax as well. If there was any danger, she'd be able to give them ample warning. Roy couldn't have known how wrong he was, and when the attack came, it caught them both by surprise. The creature that exploded from one of the nearby pools of water had a mostly canine shape, appearing more like a bulky hound than a wolf. Its face was almost flat, its eyes were twin pricks of red, and its overall size was quite alarming. The oddest part of the creature was that it was made entirely of water. It was surrounded in a sheen of blue essence, though its body was murky, containing sediment, floating pieces of grass stalks, and any other debris that happened to be littering the water.
The creature was larger than even the largest hounds Roy had seen, with the exception of the three-headed skeleton hound they'd faced a few months back, being nearly 6 feet at the shoulder and looking to weigh some 800 pounds. It was fast, streaking across the 30 or so yards in mere moments and forcing Ika to act faster than he could follow. There was a streak of white, and the hound was riddled with a dozen glowing white lances. Unfortunately, this didn't slow the creature, and it continued on its course, headed straight for Roy. His armorer technique sprang up around him just as the creature slammed into him. The force of the impact was immense, sending a line of fracturing cracks from Roy's center of mass, even as he was flung through the air. Gion, of course, chose that moment to begin talking again.
You know, if you weren't so easily surprised, this wouldn't keep happening.
Roy didn't have the time to snap back before he hit the ground, water splashing up around him and soaking into his robes. Despite his armorer technique not entirely failing, it seemed to do little in the way of keeping him from getting wet. Thankfully, aside from being a bit winded, Roy was unhurt, though the massive drain on his essence to keep his technique intact told him how much force was behind that simple charge. It seemed that the hound wasn't yet finished with him, and it was on top of him once more, even as he climbed to his feet, cracks in his technique filling in. Roy didn't waste an instant this time, using his shockwave and darting to one side. The hound ran past him, letting out a silent roar, the gleaming red spots where its eyes were narrowing as it whirled around. Ika slammed into it then, driving a powerful kick into its side. But just as with her attack, her body went straight through the hound without leaving so much as a scratch. The hound continued to ignore her, going straight for Roy with single-minded determination. Roy, seeing that he had little choice, struck back, forming a void sphere and hurling it at the charging creature. He had little hope of it succeeding, especially because Ika's attacks were failing, but to both of their surprises, it actually did work. The void sphere slammed into the charging creature, expanding for an instant and ripping a chunk out of its head. Even so, the creature didn't slow, its face filling in using part of its body mass. Roy dashed to one side using his shockwave and hurled another attack, the void sphere tearing a chunk from one of its hind legs this time. Once more, the creature recovered by using some of its mass to fill in the injury, but this time, Roy noticed the price the hound had to pay. The void sphere simply removed whatever it touched from existence. It worked by projecting thousands of tiny blades, shredding whatever was caught in its area of effect to pieces. The creature wasn't immune to the attack, as the blades would all but destroy the water's molecular structure, obliterating it as easily as something solid. The creature could fill in the injury, but it came at the price of sacrificing mass. The creature, fully enraged now, pounced upon him, flashing across the distance in a blur of blue light. It slammed into him once more, its teeth ripping at his armorer technique and sending wide cracks flaring across the multifaceted surface. His hand snapped up, ejecting another void sphere into its stomach, even as the technique failed. Roy had used the opportunity provided to use the second stage of the technique, and this void sphere expanded well over 3 feet, effectively ripping the hound in two. For just a few moments, both halves lay writhing on the ground, and Roy wondered if they would reconnect or if two small hounds would form and continue the attack. But thankfully, the creature stopped struggling, and its body simply fell apart, spreading across the ground like the inanimate water it was. "What the hell was that?" Ika demanded, squelching over to him. She'd been unable to do a single thing to help, as none of her attacks were suited to pure destruction like Roy's were. "Why did the creature only come after you?" "Beats me," Roy replied with a shrug. The creature had come after him, and only him, completely ignoring Ika, as though she hadn't even existed. The fact that she was completely unable to damage it sent a small thrill of fear up his spine. Neither of them wanted to voice their fears out loud, but Ika wasn't one to shy away from the truth. "Is it just me, or do you feel that you're going to be the only one tested here?" Ika asked solemnly. "I hope not," Roy replied. "But there's really only one way to test that theory." "To keep going," Ika said. "For both our sakes, I really hope that isn't the case." Roy knew that Ika didn't mean it to be insulting, and he didn't take it as such. He knew that she was stronger than him, but more than that, she hated to feel useless in a fight. And if Roy was the only one who was able to damage the creatures, she'd be able to do little more than watch from the sidelines and perhaps offer encouragement. Roy agreed with Ika. For both their sakes, he really hoped that wasn't going to be the case. 32. I'm really starting to hate this trial, Ika said, as Roy drove a glowing fist into a watery hound and blasted it to pieces. Yeah? Roy grunted as he spun in place, using his movement technique to cover the 10 feet between him and his other attacker, and blowing it apart as well. How do you think I feel? Ika's expression softened somewhat, and she had the good graces to apologize. I'm sorry, Roy. It just really bothers me to have to sit on the sidelines and not be able to help at all. It's extremely frustrating. They've been going at it for several hours now, with Ika being unable to do anything at all to help. The creatures have been coming more frequently as well, completely ignoring her and coming after Roy, as though he'd killed their mother and they were out for revenge. Nothing Ika did made any difference, and the one time she tried to assist by getting him out of the way, the trial had punished him by sending twice as many creatures in the next wave. Since then, Ika hadn't helped, seeing as she'd only made it worse. But that didn't mean she had to be happy about it. Roy blew out a long breath, wincing as he felt the muscle he'd torn in his upper thigh twinge uncomfortably. He'd overextended on an attack and lost his footing. The power of the blow had been so strong that he'd ended up injuring himself. Jian had had quite a bit to say on that. Mostly how the creatures didn't even have to do any work, and how Roy should just be given a knife and told to run with it. I feel like these creatures are getting harder to beat, Roy said, looking around at the ever-increasing watery landscape. I think so as well, Ika said, sloshing up to him. The water, which had once been contained to pools, was now calf-deep, making the fighting all the more difficult. It was nearing nighttime, though, and Roy still couldn't see an end to this trial. If there was still no end in sight within the next hour, they'd be forced to stop and try to make camp. How are you feeling? She asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. Tired and hungry, Roy admitted. Though he'd managed to recover some power essence from his fight, and his core was pretty much full, his stomach was not. He was very hungry, having finished all the fruit from his last island. Ika, much to her embarrassment, hadn't brought anything along either, having thought that she'd be able to find food once they were on land. Water was in short supply as well, as Roy didn't trust the murky water they'd been wading through. You should really take a break, Ika said. Where? Roy asked, gesturing around to the swampy area. The only dry sections are the stalks of grass, and we can't exactly— Roy trailed off at that as he thought about what he was saying. Can't exactly what? Ika asked, as Roy reached out and grasped one of the grass stalks. It was dry and hollow, crackling under his thumb and forefinger as he squeezed. He looked around then, noting the thousands upon thousands of stalks, and a plan began to come together in his mind. I think I might have an idea, Roy began as he rolled the plan over in his mind. Does it involve me carrying you? Ika asked, because I honestly wouldn't mind. Roy balked at that plan, quickly shaking his head. Though Ika seemed earnest enough, the idea of allowing her to carry him felt degrading. Not just for him, but for her as well. Not to mention that it was horribly embarrassing to even think about. No, nothing like that, he said. I think I might be able to make some sort of raft out of these, he continued, gesturing around them. They're all hollow, which means they'll be buoyant. If you can gather enough of them, I can fashion something to keep us out of the water for the night. Ika's lips parted in a small O shape, then spread out into a wide grin. I'm so happy that we're back together, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around his neck and giving him a squeeze. I'd have never even thought of doing something like that. Okay, how much do you need? I'm not sure, Roy replied, fighting down the flush of pleasure her praise evoked. We'd need enough to support both our weights and make it wide enough for us both to be able to lie down. I guess you should start with an armful, Roy said, holding both of his arms out in a circle to show what he meant. And make sure to cut them as close to the base as possible. Ika nodded a couple of times, then spun and dashed off to begin gathering the tall grass. Judging by how things were going, Roy suspected they'd have at least another week of trudging through this swamp. If they could make a raft now, they'd at least have somewhere to rest at night, out of the water. There was still the issue of rations, and while they could go for a while without food, they'd die without water. Luckily, Roy had an idea for that, and though the water wouldn't exactly taste great, they'd still be able to safely drink it. He leaned heavily on his good leg and felt the throbbing pain coming from the torn muscle. Something like this would hinder him greatly, but if he could just manage to relax for a bit and get off it for a few hours, he could focus his essence into the area to reduce the swelling. The creatures didn't attack unless he himself was moving, and a new pack was never within 100 yards of the last. He'd fended off some 30 of the creatures already, and had a feeling that they would only grow more difficult to defeat as time went on. There was a loud sound of sloshing water, and Ika skidded to a halt just a few feet away, a massive bundle of the hollow grass stalks clutched in her arms. "Is this good?" her muffled voice asked from behind the stack.
"Yes," Roy said, moving up to her. "Just hold the stack like that while I tie it off."
Roy plucked several stalks as he approached, rubbing them between his palms to rough them up as he twined them together.
"Keep holding it just like that," he said,
not waiting for confirmation before looping the grass string around the bundle and cinching it tight. He then squatted, wincing slightly as his muscles twinged in pain. He tied it tightly at the bottom, then pulled a few times to make sure it was tight.
"All right, you can lower it into the water," Roy said after he was sure it was secure.
Slowly, Ika lowered the bundle, showing far more care with the grass than Roy would have expected. Gently, the long, round bundle sank into the water, and Ika let it go. Roy pressed down on the bundle several times, making sure it would float, then carefully sat down, making sure his weight was evenly distributed. Seeing as the water was only calf deep, it sank all the way to the bottom, but Roy could tell that they'd definitely need more, especially if both he and Ika were going to want to sleep on it.
"We need at least 4 or 5 more," Roy said after a few moments. "Do you think you can manage them all on your own?"
"Try and stop me," Ika said, flashing him a wide grin. Then, before he could say so much as a word, she was off again, dashing off into the distance to collect a new bundle of grass. Roy thought she seemed a bit too excited to collect grass, but seeing as she'd been unable to do anything all day, she probably felt good to be needed for something. Though Roy hated to get up, he forced himself back to his feet and began collecting grass, forming them into longer and longer strands so he could cover the entire raft. He was quite pleased that his idea had worked, and could only hope that it would hold up for a few days. Ika would be able to pull this along behind her as they walked, so they could rest whenever needed. Ika returned within just a few minutes with the next bundle, and Roy wrapped it tightly before having her set it down. After she'd run off to collect another, Roy crouched, grimacing as water soaked into his pants, and began twining the longer strands between the bundles and tying them off. Like this, he and Ika constructed a raft some 5 feet wide and nearly 6 feet long.
"Think you can pull that along?"
Roy asked, though he already knew the answer. Ika simply grabbed up the trailing rope he'd braided and dragged the heavy raft forward with a single hand. "Yeah, think I'll be fine," Ika replied. Roy gave her a tired smile, then sat down carefully on the raft. It only sank a couple of inches this time, and he motioned for Ika to come join him. "It feels so good to be off my feet," Ika said, leaning back and lying flat on the giant grass mat. "It's a lot less comfortable than I thought it would be, though."
"Better than trying to sleep in 1/2 foot of water," Roy replied,
roughing some more grass between his fingers. "Yeah, I suppose it is," she said, staring up at the fading sky. "Do you really think we'll be stuck here for another whole week?"
"I really hope not," Roy said as he continued working. "But if the same pattern as last time holds true, I'm afraid we are."
Ika let out a long, loud sigh and shifted around a bit to get more comfortable. "What are you working on now?" she asked, propping her head on her palm and resting her elbow on the raft.
"I'm trying to make some kindling to light a fire."
"But it's boiling out here," Ika said, wrinkling her nose. "Why would you want to make a fire? And where would you even put it?"
"I'm sure we can find some flat stones if we dig around in the water for a bit,"
Roy replied distractedly.
"And as to why we want one, we'll need to make some charcoal if we want to drink this water safely."
Why would charcoal help with that? Ika asked.
No idea, Roy said with a shrug, but it's supposed to help filter out invisible bugs in the water and make it drinkable.
Really? That's so weird, she said, now toying with the lock of her long black hair. Roy set the small pile of roughed grass into one of the fruit shells he'd kept, then lay down next to her, folding his arms behind his head and allowing his legs to stretch out. They dangled slightly off the edge, but were elevated enough to keep them out of the water. You seem worried, Ika said after a few minutes of silence.
Aren't you? Roy asked. We have no food, and though we can technically survive, we'll grow weaker every day we don't eat.
I have confidence in you, Ika said, lying down next to him. The raft was pretty spacious, but with the two of them lying down, they were pressed shoulder to shoulder. Roy sincerely hoped that he wouldn't fall into the water in the middle of the night.
That's nice and all, but I don't know how well-founded that confidence really is.
Stop getting down on yourself, Ika admonished, swatting his arm. You're extremely capable, and will get us out of this alive. I'm confident of that.
What I don't get is why I'm the only one allowed to do anything, Roy muttered. Does this trial have it out for me?
Maybe we can ask Hermit once we get out of here, Ika suggested.
If he'll even listen to us, Roy said,
feeling a small flare of anger towards the man who'd so easily abandoned them. Come on, Roy, Ika said once again, starting to sound exasperated. You know he only left to save you, right?
Yeah, Roy grudgingly admitted. But as soon as we're out of here, we're leaving the Itachi clan behind us for good. I've had it with them, and have no interest in sticking around for them to inflict some new form of torture on us.
Ika wanted to disagree, but even she had to admit that shoving them in here and immediately separating them were hardly the actions of someone who cared. Even if the rewards were substantial, the chances of survival were slim at best. It was only through sheer determination and a whole lot of luck that they'd even made it this far. Roy felt her smaller hand slide into his and give it a small squeeze then. Ika didn't say a word, but Roy could feel the sentiment all the same. It didn't matter what he did or where he went. She would always stick by him, no matter what. The gentle rocking of the raft soon had him drifting off. Right before he fell asleep, Ika abruptly sat up, jostling the raft and shaking him awake.
What is it?
He asked, wanting nothing more than to go back to sleep.
Look,
Ika said, her voice awed as she pointed out over the water. It didn't take Roy long to see where she was pointing, as it was obvious in the surrounding darkness. The water, which had been brown and murky all day, now glowed with a bright, iridescent blue-green light, tracing along the trail they'd been following all day.
What do you think it means? Roy asked, eyeing the glowing trail.
I have no idea, Ika replied, hopping off the raft and into the water. But whatever it is, we need to go check it out. Though it was the very last thing he wanted to do, Roy rose, stepping back into the water as Ika lifted the trailing pole rope. Whatever it was, he dearly hoped it wouldn't try to kill them.
33.
Both the bear man and fairy stared as the man approached, his gaze flicking between the two of them and the pile of scattered corpses. Had someone been making assumptions, they would have thought Fairy had instigated the attack. After all, why would so many weak artists attack someone obviously stronger than them? The bear man was likely just passing by and happened upon the scene and decided to act. But it seemed that the man came to a far different conclusion, and was much faster than one might have thought.
So, bear man, care to explain why you've accosted this fine ferret woman with a gang of thugs?
The bear man, still clearly in shock from having had his attack stopped, and by a red belt no less, didn't say a thing. He merely stood there, watching the approaching man with a mixture of fear and anger.
No answer?
Asked the man, coming to a stop between them and cocking his head to the side. Now that he was up close, Fairy finally got a good look at him. He was tall, slim, and appeared to be quite young, but Fairy knew that was a common trait among powerful martial artists. The front of his black and white robes was open at the chest,
revealing the hardened muscle beneath. The ease in which he carried himself showed that he was clearly someone of high authority. Barry could pick some other things up as well, the more subtle details others might miss. Like, for example, how his hair swept up at the temple on one side, or the line of his jaw. There were some other similarities as well, and Fairy was quite certain that this was another member of Aika's clan, the Tande clan. Seeing as how she only knew of a single Tande clan member who was supposed to be a red belt, the logical conclusion was that he would be their clan head, Tande Kaeru. What the clan leader was doing all the way out here was a complete mystery, though.
Well, how about you? Care to give me an answer?
Kaeru asked as he turned to her. Fairy shrugged, then pointed at her throat and made a light squeaking sound.
You can't speak just yet, Kaeru surmised. Not a problem. I've always been quite good with languages. In fact, it's where I got my name from. But that's a story for another time. So please, tell me what happened.
Fairy looked to the bear man, who was still frozen but clearly looking for an escape, before turning her eyes back on the Tande clan head. She then began to talk with her mind, gesturing as best she could to try and explain the attack and what she was doing all the way out here. The longer she spoke, the angrier the man seemed to become, and by the time she was finished he was practically livid.
You mean to tell me, Kaeru said, whirling on the bear man, that you lured this innocent woman out here with the intent of killing her and selling off her pelt like a common animal?
The bear man, seeing that there was little he could do to save himself, simply shrugged.
This woman was easy prey, and humanoid beast pelts are far more valuable, he said, unapologetically. Your kind hunt and kill beasts all the time, so I don't see what the big deal is.
Last I checked, Kaeru said, the hunting of humanoid beasts and beasts who show signs of human intelligence is against the laws of this continent.
So, unless I've missed something, you were basically trying to kill another human being and sell their skin, which is way worse than killing a beast, as my kind does.
The bear man's muscles tightened, but he didn't otherwise move.
So, what are you going to do to me? He asked. Are you going to kill me?
If only I could, Kaeru said. While I do hold the title of Supreme, I can sense that there are those in this city who far outrank me. I can probably kill you without repercussions, but this seems like a perfect opportunity to introduce myself and turn in a criminal at the same time. Before the bear man could make so much as a move, the wall of water vanished, flowing around his back and pinning his arms in place before freezing solid. Fairy was completely awed by the spectacle and made sure to show the man deference as he turned back to her with an apologetic smile.
I hope you won't mind coming with me. I really do need a guide, and I'll need your testimony to lock this man away.
Fairy debated not telling him for just a few more moments before deciding that if this man was willing to save a total stranger, she could trust him enough to let him know about Aika. With a few more motions and squeaks, Fairy explained who she was, that she was on a quest in the city and traveling alongside Aika. The man froze when he heard Aika's name, his eyes widening just a hair.
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat that? He asked. I'm not sure I heard you correctly.
Aika of the Tande clan is here in Light City, Fairy repeated. You are the leader of the Tande clan, right? Fairy didn't know if he heard exactly what she said, or if it was the motions or noises she was making that he picked up on. Either way, Kaeru seemed to understand what she was saying, as his face broke into a wide smile.
That is excellent news, Kaeru said. We thought Aika had died in battle, but it seems she's been alive the entire time. Is Urusaru here with her?
Fairy shook her head, then inquired as to why he would want to know.
Oh, it's probably nothing, Kaeru said, waving it off. We haven't seen him in several months, but he has a tendency to just vanish whenever it pleases him. He'll turn up eventually, but for now, let's head to the main family's compound so that you can introduce me.
Fairy gave him a reluctant smile before turning her back on the alley
and heading toward the main family's compound. She was glad that she was still alive and happy that she'd get to see Roy again. She could only hope that this man wouldn't react the way Irusaru had, though if he hadn't returned to the clan since Roy had been forced to run away, Kaoru probably didn't know about all that had happened. She'd had an exceptionally long day, and Roy was probably starting to worry about her by now. She really hoped he was in a scratching mood because her ears needed some care, and Roy always knew how to scratch them just right.
Why don't you just kill the thing? You are supposed to be a sage, right?
Hermit resisted the urge, not for the first time, to obliterate the annoying and haughty martial artist where he stood. He'd finally learned the man's name, though after fighting alongside him and the others for over 15 hours straight, that was hardly a surprise. The cavern beast was advancing rapidly towards the city, and had reached Fourth Dawn Brown in the last hour. Its power continuously climbed, even as they all made a valiant effort to stop it in its tracks. If there was one upside to this beast's rapid advancement, it was that it had yet to learn to use chakra. While one might think that that would be impossible, cavern beasts played by an entirely different set of rules. They were creatures of pure chaos and destruction. Defying the impossible was what they did, which was why they were so dangerous. This creature seemed unstoppable. It had rampaged through half a dozen small towns and cities, all of which had been evacuated, as well as 2 major cities, not all of which had been cleared in time. Right now, they were on a direct crash course with Light City. Even from here, some 300 miles out, Hermit could feel them, the teeming masses all slumbering, blissfully unaware of the looming threat just outside their gates.
Hello? Are you even listening?
The man, whose name was Gaki, which in the old language literally meant brat, yelled up at him. The cavern beast chose that moment to break free of the tethers they'd snared it with and barrel right towards the man, mouth gaping open and ripples of distorted light dancing in its open jaws. Though he was sorely tempted to leave the man to die, Hermit's ideal simply would not allow it. He dashed forward through the air, covering the distance between himself and Gaki before he could so much as react. His foot lashed out, catching the man in a side kick and sending him flying. He was just in time as the blast of rainbow-colored light tore through the spot he'd been occupying, ripping jagged cracks in the air and tearing a furrow in the ground. Hermit retaliated, blasting the cavern beast in a spray of fire so hot that it changed from red to blue mid-attack, before turning a dark purple and then changing to be completely black. Normally, he might not have risked such a powerful technique, but the beast was wide open, and none of the others were close enough to be caught in the blast. The beast was also getting far too close to the city for his comfort. The cavern beast, which they'd since named Time Ripper, screamed a horrible scream as its sides were roasted and its face was engulfed in the burning black fire. It let out a blast of distortion, but Hermit's Reiki-fueled attack would not be stopped by something so weak. He could see the others gathered in the distance, but reluctant to approach due to the intense heat and power pouring off him. The beast turned, trying to shield itself, but Hermit just turned along with it, pouring more Reiki into the attack and increasing the stream of black fire to a literal wave. Finally, for the first time since the fight had begun, the beast dropped to its knees, roaring in pain and rolling on the ground as it tried to put out the searing black fire. Its sides began to char, its skin and fur crisping up as its blood boiled within. Hermit had been avoiding using this attack because of the potential damage it could do to the surrounding landscape and because of its after-effects. This area would now be completely uninhabitable for the next 100 years or more, the air tainted with a poison invisible to all but the most powerful. It would seep into the ground, infecting it for over a mile around. This spot would need to be roped off, and a wall would likely have to be built to keep intruders out. But by this point, Hermit knew there was no more time for half measures. The attack continued for the next couple of minutes until the cavern beast finally stopped moving. Even then, Hermit continued pouring fire onto its body, ensuring that it was well and truly dead before finally cutting it off. He breathed out a long breath, fighting to keep his limbs from trembling. Unleashing that much destructive force was extremely taxing, even for someone like him. It was astounding how long the creature had survived under his assault.
The amount of power he'd put into that attack could have melted an entire mountain to slag within seconds. This creature had managed to stay standing for 3 minutes, and had then taken another 2 to perish.
"Finally!" Gaki yelled, being the first to approach. "That took you long enough. And why the hell did you kick me?"
The death of the beast seemed not to affect him at all, his anger at Hermit seeming to still be at the forefront of his mind. Hermit's eyes swept over the remainder of their group. Geki was still alive, though injured, as were a dozen others. 3 more had died in the fight, bringing their losses up to 5. A further 7 were too injured to continue and had been forced to return to Light City for treatment. In fact, the only ones not sporting any injuries were Hermit and, unsurprisingly, Gaki, the idiot who did nothing but complain. It was over now, so Hermit could fix that problem without feeling too guilty. Gaki, like the idiot he was now prodding at the charred beast with one of his fingers, commenting on how weak it really was and wondering why it had taken Hermit so long to kill it. How the moron had ever become a gold belt was a complete mystery, but clearly the man hadn't done so because of any great intelligence. In all likelihood, it had more to do with his family's wealth than anything else. Hermit suspected the moron was near the end of his advancement regardless. The idiot in question turned on him then, his face livid as he gestured to his robes, which, while once pristine, now held a muddy boot print in the center of his chest where Hermit had kicked him.
"You're going to be paying for this, by the way," he said haughtily. "Do you have any idea how much this cost?" "Do you have any idea how close you are to death?" Hermit asked calmly.
"Are you threatening me?" the man asked, narrowing his eyes. "Do you know who I am?"
"I honestly don't care if you're Ikari herself," Hermit replied with a shrug. "You're an arrogant and spoiled child who deserves to be expelled from the clan. No one should have to deal with you on a daily basis, especially if you're this much of an asshole all the time."
"Excuse me?"
Gaki spluttered, his face now so red that Hermit had to wonder if it was about to explode in a shower of blood.
"I am Itachi Gaki, heir to one of the head families and 16th in line for the position of clan head. Now I suggest you take a knee and beg for my forgiveness before I have you killed for disrespecting your betters." Hermit had to wonder if this man was the stupidest person alive. Either that, or he was completely colorblind, had forgotten the events of the last 5 minutes, and had completely forgotten who he was talking to. Everyone here knew very well who he was, as he'd introduced himself upon arrival. They could all also see his belt, which marked him as a sovereign, not a sage, as the moron had called him. And if they were pulling clan rank, then the only person who technically outranked Hermit was Ikari herself, and even that was debatable, as Hermit was the older one, and therefore entitled to the role of leadership. There was a small movement behind Gaki just then, and Hermit felt his eyes widen just a hair. Gaki, thinking his threats had finally made it through, allowed an ugly smile to spread across his face. "That's right," he said, spreading his arms wide, even as the charred cavern beast rose behind him. "Kneel before me, and I might just let you Gaki was cut off as the cavern beast's mouth snapped shut around his torso, ripping him in half and ending the moron's life in a single bite.
"Damn it all,"
Hermit cursed under his breath, as Time Ripper's core burned with power, advancing to 5th dawn and restoring it completely. Even as they watched, new skin began flowing across the beast's body as it rose once again. It seemed that even with his death, Gaki had well and truly screwed them all. 34. Roy and Ika followed the glowing path for well over an hour, sloshing through the swampy water and looking everywhere for signs of attack. None came, and by the time the grass stalks thinned, opening into a small clearing in the swamp, Roy's nerves were all but shot. "What is that?" Ika asked as they entered the clear open space. The glowing path extended into a wide pool that seemed far deeper than the rest of the swampy water surrounding them. On the other side, Roy could see the grass stalks resume, but he was far more interested in the mass of trees standing in the center of the glowing pool.
"Let's go find out," Roy said.
sitting back on the grass raft and motioning for Ika to do the same. Though he wanted to help, Roy allowed Ika to do all the paddling herself, knowing that it was a way in which he could make her feel useful. He was also exhausted, so the prospect of not having to lie on his stomach and pull with his arms was quite nice. Ika had no qualms about doing so and eagerly propelled them forward towards the large tree. It was very wide, its base looking almost bloated, and its branches sort of stubby. However, as they drew near, Roy could begin to make out small dark shapes hanging from the tips of the branches. Now thinking he understood, Roy ran his fingers through the water, scooping up a bit in his palm and examining it. There wasn't so much as a speck of sediment, and when he took a cautious sip, he found it to be cool, clean, and fresh. "I think our food and water shortage problem has been solved," he said with a grin. Ika flashed him a quick smile before concentrating on getting them closer to the massive tree. Only once the bow of their grassy raft bumped against the wide trunk did she sit up, craning her neck up the length of the tree to see where all the fruit was growing. "Can you make it up there?" Roy asked as she examined the smooth bark. "You better believe it," Ika replied, stretching one way then the other. "I'll be back in a few seconds with dinner." Then she was off, leaping upward and running along the wide trunk. Roy had no idea how she was doing it, but figured Ika would let him know as soon as she returned. He watched her lithe figure reach the branches, then dash out onto them to gather the fruit. He had to admit that he was impressed as she flitted about, gathering everything in reach before turning to come back down. Roy had been wondering how she would manage such a feat, as her arms were laden, and there wasn't really any way for her to climb. His question was answered a second later as Ika simply jumped, turning a perfect backflip mid-air before landing in the water with a much smaller splash than he'd been expecting. "Are you all right?" Roy asked as she broke the surface a few seconds later, now completely soaked and laughing. "Yeah, I'm fine," she said with a wide grin. "I needed a bath anyway." Roy just shook his head, grabbing her hand and pulling her back onto the raft with him. He had no idea where her endless optimism came from, but wherever she got it, Roy wished he could as well. No matter where they were, how frustrated she became, or how dire their straits, she never stayed angry for long. No matter how down he was, she always brought him back up, and her bright smile was extremely infectious. "Look at these," she said, holding up one of the fruits as she swept her long, and now soaked, hair out of her eyes. "Don't they look great?" "Yeah," Roy replied, half distracted with his staring at her. She looked so beautiful, the light of the glowing water reflected off her smooth skin, and her smile seemed to light up the night. Everything about her was just perfect. "Roy?" "What?" Roy asked, giving himself a shake as he realized he'd been staring, and Ika had been talking. "Do you want one?" she asked again, a small smirk pulling at the corners of her lips as she held out one of the gleaming blue fruits. Yeah," Roy said, reaching to take the proffered food. His fingers briefly brushed against hers as he took it, and Roy felt an electric tingle run down his spine as he did. Ika gave him another smile, then lifted her own fruit and took a large bite, her teeth sinking into the soft fruit and sending a small spray of blue juice across her chin. Roy snorted out a laugh as she removed the fruit, leaving a blue stain across her lower lip and chin, earning him a raised eyebrow. In answer, he tapped his own chin a couple of times, then took a bite, resulting in much the same thing happening to him. Ika grinned as he pulled the fruit from his mouth, revealing blue-stained teeth, which made Roy laugh even more. "Your teeth are all blue," Ika said, laughing now as well. "Yours don't look any better," Roy replied, taking another bite and still laughing. The two of them carried on for the next few minutes, eating, talking, and laughing. They both could feel the stress and anxiety of the last day melting away. About an hour later, they were on the other side of the glowing clearing, both lying on their backs, pressed shoulder to shoulder as they stared up at the night sky. Roy had a full belly, though he did feel a bit sick, and was happily dozing as his body relaxed. Ika was pressed close to him, and though they weren't exactly cuddling, he could feel her fingers intertwined with his. He didn't know how it had happened, nor when, but at some point it just had. Nothing had been said aloud,
but somehow Roy felt they'd grown closer. And though he wasn't the best at reading people, he was certain that Ika felt the same way as he did. There was still a lot of uncertainty, as neither of them had any experience in this area, but Roy was content to take things slowly, and holding hands like this was a perfect first step in his opinion. Besides, doing anything more without announcing his intentions first would be wildly improper, going against all the rules of propriety that most in Buryoku lived by. He felt Ika's fingers tighten a bit, and smiled to himself as he squeezed back. Though today had been exhausting, right now, Roy didn't think there was any place he'd rather be. Roy cried out in pain, the air exploding from his lungs as the seven-headed hound slammed into him, cracking one of his ribs and sending him sprawling. "Get up! You're almost there!" Ika yelled, watching from the sidelines and unable to so much as offer him a hand up. Groaning, Roy forced himself to his feet, feeling the water sloshing beneath him and the slippery stones trying to steal his balance. The massive, watery hound charged him, tendrils of water pulling off its sides and whipping out towards him. It had already shrunk down a good deal, having lost over half its mass already, but Roy had collected several injuries, one of which was severely slowing him down. His knee nearly buckled as he rose, wanting to twist and give out, but he forced himself to remain standing and trace the line of his terrain technique. The golden lines of the constellation traced a jagged pattern in the air, right as the hound leaped, exploding in a series of loud bursts and showering him in small droplets of water. Roy braced himself for the impact, but thankfully, the hound's body simply fell apart, collapsing into the water, and letting him know that the final fight of this section of the trial had come to its inevitable end. Ika let out a cheer as Roy sagged, appearing at his side in a flash and pulling his arm over her shoulder, heedless of the blood. "You did great, Roy! I'm so proud of you!" she exclaimed, pulling him over to the raft and allowing him to sink back onto it. "Let's hope it was worth it," Roy groaned, wincing as he sat and began immediately cycling. "You know, if you could just keep that armorer technique active for more than just 2 attacks, this wouldn't keep happening," Jian said. "It's not exactly my fault that these creatures are so strong," Roy replied. They'd traveled through the swamps for a full week, just as Roy had feared, and he'd been the only one who'd been able to fight the entire time. And while that was great for his training, it was completely exhausting, both physically and mentally. His advancement was making some great strides, and his core was nearly bursting with essence as he neared the 4th and final dawn of Orange Belt. The only problem was that he still had no idea how to form ki, nor how to advance to green once he reached that point. Roy thought he'd be more worried about this, but he'd been far too busy staying alive to even think about advancement. "I'm sure it was," Ika said, prodding at his side and feeling for broken bones. Though Roy didn't really feel like letting her fuss, he was far too worn out to argue, and besides, he really did need someone to check him over, especially his knee. The hound had barreled into his leg pretty hard at the beginning of the fight, and it caused it to bend inward. There hadn't been a break as far as he could tell, but hyperextension was still quite painful. As Ika was feeling around his knee, checking for torn muscles, there was a light rumbling sound. Both turned just in time to see a large chest rise from the water where the hound had fallen. It looked the same as the last one, with the exception of a clearly defined latch and no lock. "Looks like we've found our last key," Ika said, after rummaging around for a few moments. "Anything else?" Roy asked, hopeful that he might be rewarded after going through all that on his own. "Yeah," Ika said, digging around in the chest for a few more moments. "Looks like a couple of small boxes, but nothing besides that." She rose, the glowing blue key in one hand and 2 small wooden boxes clutched in the other. Judging by the box's size, they could only contain one thing, and when Ika flipped the latches to reveal 2 pills, he was hardly surprised. The first was familiar to him, the light, fresh smell of the healing pill almost making him cry. But the second glowing golden pill was a complete mystery. "What is it?" he asked, popping the healing pill into his mouth and immediately beginning to cycle. "I don't know,"
Ika admitted, staring at the pill for a few long seconds before handing him the box.
Gian?
Roy asked.
No idea, the Dungeon Core replied. But go right ahead and take it. What's the worst that can happen? I think I'll put this thing away until I can get it appraised, Roy said, wisely closing the lid and stashing the box inside his robes.
So what now?
Ika wondered, looking around for some way out. Well, now, Roy said, pulling his legs up onto the raft, we can get some sleep.
But it's not even 6, Ika said, her brows furrowing.
If the same holds true as the last time, the path should be clear in the morning. Besides, I'm exhausted and could actually use the extra time to rest.
Ika's expression softened at that, and she placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. You go to sleep, then. You've earned it. I'm going to stay up for a bit, so if you wake up and need anything, just let me know. Okay?
Yeah, okay,
Roy replied, giving her a smile. He could feel the sincerity in her voice and knew that she meant it. This week had been as much of a challenge for her as it had been for him. He could hardly imagine being forced to watch her fight dangerous creatures without being able to do anything to help. Even with the knowledge that he'd only get in the way, Roy would want to do something. And the fact that Ika had handled it as well as she had was a testament to her character. The last thing he saw before closing his eyes was her smiling face, and the last thing he felt were her fingers, curling around his hand and squeezing lightly. He felt oddly safe, and coupled with his exhaustion, Roy was soon fast asleep, dreaming of finally escaping from their watery prison and back into the real world. 35. A gentle but persistent shaking woke Roy from a peaceful slumber, the first he'd had since entering the second trial. He opened his eyes, blinking blearily up at Ika, who looked to be wide awake and ready for the day. She was always up before him, though he had no idea how she always looked so chipper in the morning. The sky was overcast and gray, making Roy feel even more lethargic than he already was. "Good morning," Ika said, her beaming smile making Roy feel just a little better about having to wake up, though not by much.
She can't be human, Gian grumbled. No one is that happy in the morning. This coming from a Dungeon Core who used to eat humans, Roy replied, though secretly agreeing with him. I've eaten enough humans to know that this isn't normal, Gian retorted, having to have the last word. Not wanting to start his day by arguing with the Dungeon Core and getting annoyed as a result, Roy simply let it go. He sat up slowly, near blissful at the lack of pain, and stretched his arms out to the sides, yawning widely. "Notice anything different?" Ika asked, her voice carrying a hint of a teasing quality to it. "Did you change your hair?" Roy asked, still rubbing at his eyes. "Well, yes, thank you for noticing, but that's not what I was talking about," Ika replied, though by the sound of it, she was quite pleased he'd mentioned it. It was kind of hard not to notice, as she normally wore her hair in a long pony with perhaps a few loose strands framing her face. Today, she'd done it differently. The pony was higher, and her hair, instead of falling down her back, hung over one of her shoulders. Some might have thought that it had just fallen there, but Ika was very meticulous about how she kept herself, and this was a noticeable change. Roy blinked a few more times. For some reason, the fogginess just refused to leave, and finally saw what Ika had been alluding to. "Land!" he said excitedly, noting that the swamp had cleared up. Before them stretched the same path as before, but this time, Roy knew where it would lead. "Yup," Ika said, holding out a hand to help him up. "And you know what that means." "We can finally see what's on the other side of that door," Roy said, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet and arching his back. There was a loud series of pops as the stiffness he'd accumulated overnight was forced out, and he let a sigh of relief slip past his lips. His injuries were all gone, but muscle stiffness was still something he had to deal with regardless. "Do we have any food left over?" he asked, just as Ika held out a fruit for him as if she'd known he'd ask. "It's the last one, so you'd better enjoy it." If we're stuck here for another week-long challenge, we can expect to find more food, he said, giving her a nod of thanks.
The two of them set off walking, leaving behind the grassy raft that had kept them mostly dry for the past week. Roy munched on the blue fruit, which he still could not recognize, as they walked, wondering what could possibly be behind the stone door. He hoped it was a way out, but in all likelihood, it would probably be another week of trials. "So, how close are you to Fourth Dawn?" Ika asked.
"Another couple of days," Roy replied. "Unless we get into another fight, in which case I could probably be there today."
"And much longer until green after that?"
Roy shrugged. "With the way things have been going, I'd say that it won't be long. Each time I move up, there's only so much I can do. My core is as big as it will get right now, and advancing has never been easier. If I were to go back to the Shaw clan, they'd probably welcome me with open arms. They'd probably even let me adopt their name, and perhaps even name me as Shah Korgo's successor."
"What are you going to do when you return?" Ika asked. She knew how he felt about his old clan, and though she didn't like the idea of vengeance to the degree he wanted, she would still support him. That was the way of the world. If someone wronged you, you just had to become stronger to be able to wrong them back.
"I honestly don't know anymore," Roy replied, taking another bite and chewing thoughtfully. "There was a time when I wanted to see them all burn and to raze the clan to the ground and stamp the Shaw name from history. Now, though, I'm not so sure. I still want revenge, but I don't think wiping them out will really make me feel better." "Killing the Beast King and Supreme of Cloying Darkness will make me feel better," Jian said. "How about we go do that?"
"When do you think you'll go back?" Ika asked, oblivious to the dungeon core's complaining.
"Definitely not any time soon," Roy answered. "I'm not strong enough to take the whole clan if I have to. The clan head is a green belt, so I'd probably lose any physical confrontation."
While Ika didn't entirely agree with that assessment, she just nodded in agreement. Roy was far stronger than he realized. The fact that he hadn't really fought any martial artists at his level in quite some time meant that he constantly underestimated himself. But it was always good to err on the side of caution, and thinking you were weaker than you actually were was a great way of staying out of trouble. They walked for the next couple of hours, the clouds vanishing and the sun finally breaking through. It was warm and muggy, but Roy was content. No monsters attacked, no martial artists were demanding respect, and he was in good company. The only thing bothering him was Fairy's absence. He was sure she must be going sick with worry by now, and hoped that she hadn't gotten into any trouble. Jian had assured him several times that she was fine, though he couldn't directly communicate with her. He could sense her core, though it felt sluggish for reasons that he couldn't explain. This only worried Roy more, as images of a drugged and unconscious Fairy continuously flitted through his mind. Ika was doing a good job of keeping his mind elsewhere, chatting about possibilities of advancement and how he might start forming his own ki. This was another thing that bothered Roy, as every time ki was mentioned, he felt a small tickle in the back of his mind, as though he should know what to do, but couldn't quite access the information. The entire incident where he'd used ki was still a total blank, but he was confident he would regain those memories at some point. Whether that was today or next month or even next year, he couldn't say. Roy knew that he wouldn't be content with just sitting around and waiting, and as a result, had spent a lot of time trying to find some way to form his own ki. He hadn't been successful thus far, and his frustration with the subject was beginning to mount. Ika had also hinted that there were other requirements to qualify for the Green Belt test, though she refused to say what they were, claiming that he had to figure this part out on his own, otherwise the green Torii gate would not appear. "There it is!" Ika said, snapping Roy from his wandering thoughts. The two of them had been silent for the last 15 minutes, while Roy reflected on different ways he might be able to form the gaseous essence packed into his core into ki. He hadn't been paying much attention to the path ahead, allowing Ika to guide them. In hindsight, he realized that it hadn't been a very smart move on his part. When in enemy territory, one should always be aware of their surroundings, no matter how safe they felt. He gave her a sheepish smile as the massive stone door, still shining with 2 of the 3 keys needed, stood in the middle of the path. They approached warily, Ika pulling the key from her robes and pausing for a moment before handing it over to him. "You earned the key, so you should unlock the door." It didn't really matter all that much to him who unlocked it, but seeing as she'd made the gesture, it would be rude of him not to take it. "Here goes nothing," Roy said, taking the key and holding it up to the door. When the key was roughly a foot from the stone surface, it flew from Roy's hand, sinking into the third empty slot. Both he and Ika stepped back as the doors began to shine, blue light tracing from all 3 keys and lighting up previously hidden seams. A wide circle was formed around the 3 keys as a single line traced down the center of the door. A loud whirring sound filled the area as the circular piece of stone began to spin, and the doors began to open. If either of them had expected there to be any grinding, they'd have been wrong. The massive stone slabs inched open without a sound, the only noise coming from the still-spinning stone circle. It stayed connected to the right-hand door, while the left sported a cutout in the shape of a half-circle. The strangest part was that Roy couldn't see so much as a single latch or seam to indicate how the doors had been kept closed. But when he really thought about it, it only made sense. This entire trial seemed to be a construct. So doors made entirely of ki or chakra or some higher form of energy wouldn't exactly need seams to seal themselves. The doors finished swinging open, giving the 2 of them their first view into the world beyond. "And of course there's more water," Roy muttered as he beheld the new sight. "This water looks different," Ika said, taking a step forward. "I'm getting a strange feeling from inside. Maybe this is the last trial?" Roy shrugged, but followed along after her. His spirit sense had been closed off due to their last week and the fact that he couldn't really feel anything. He now opened it wide and finally felt what Ika was talking about. Unlike the other parts of the trial, where water essence had been abundant yet not overwhelming, here it was. There was so much essence that Roy almost felt like he was drowning until he reined it back in. There was a loud and grinding crunch from behind as Roy stepped onto the damp yellow grass, and both he and Ika whirled to see the doors slam shut behind them. "Well, that was unnerving," Roy said as he tried to calm his racing heart. This place was seriously eerie. It reminded him of a damp forest clearing on a moonless night, but without all the trees and the moon, for that matter. A heavy mist clung to the ground, spreading out before them and coating everything, making visibility a bit difficult. Roy supposed that was the cause of all the water essence in the air, though he wasn't about to open himself up to all of that again. Small strips of stone spread out in patches, interspersed between wide, shallow pools of water. Unlike the swamp, this area was mostly stone, and even with all the fog, Roy could see the silhouettes of mountains in the distance. The area felt less open than one might have thought, though. Roy didn't know why, but he got the feeling that it was a lot smaller than the places he'd been in the trials thus far. Perhaps it was because of all the low-hanging clouds, or perhaps he had the feeling of being inside, due to the doors they'd just come through. Either way, he didn't like how this place felt, and wanted to get out as soon as possible. "Let's get going," Ika said, her voice sounding oddly muffled in the utter silence. "I don't like the feel of this place, and the sooner we get out, the better." Roy couldn't agree more, and together they set off at a light jog. Neither of them were idle, keeping their gaze on a constant swivel and looking out for danger. After more than 30 minutes of jogging, they hadn't seen so much as a thing. Roy was growing more and more nervous, and the distinct feeling of being watched began to prickle across the back of his neck. Every time he turned to look, there was nothing there but the water and fog. "I think I can see something up ahead," Ika said, breaking the silence for the first time since they'd first entered. "What is it?" Roy asked, squinting through the fog and trying to see what she could. Ika's eyes were far better than his, so he had no luck in piercing the thickening mist. "I think it's a Tory gate," she replied. "Let's speed up a bit. I've got the feeling we're being watched." Roy nodded, glad that he wasn't completely paranoid and hadn't been imagining things. They both activated their movement techniques, Ika making sure to keep pace with him and not leave him behind. It took less than a minute to reach their destination at their speed, and they both came to a skidding halt, sending sprays of water into the air. "That's definitely something," Ika said, eyeing the towering torii gate.
I'll have to second that, Roy replied, craning his neck upward.
The torii gate towered over 100 feet tall and was a light blue-green color. To either side stretched utter blackness, the water and stone simply vanishing up against its smooth surface. The opening in the torii gate was likewise blocked. However, it was sealed by a smooth sheet of stone, one that had a single circular impression in its center.
Do you think we need another key? Roy wondered, turning back around and scanning their surroundings.
Without a doubt, Ika said, unslinging her staff and looking around. The entire world was horribly silent, the fog continuing to billow about. To Roy, it was oppressive and terrifying. He hated knowing that there was something out there that he couldn't see, and that it was most likely going to attack them. His fists began giving off a soft glow as he allowed power essence to flood his body. White light began wisping off Ika at the same time as she unveiled her core, allowing her power to burst forth. Roy took comfort in that, allowing more of his essence to leak out, wrapping his entire body in a misty approximation of his armorer technique. As though on cue, the water began rippling, small movements at first, but growing ever more violent as the seconds passed. Small droplets began to rise into the air, and Roy felt his muscles tense. He had a feeling that this would be their final and most challenging fight in these trials. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to run. All the two of them could do now was just stand and fight the hardest they could.
36. And what clan are you from again?
Asked one of the guards at the main family compound. Barry noticed that while they'd moved to intercept them, the guards all reeked of fear and uncertainty. Their stances were also very respectful, which was only to be expected in the presence of someone more powerful.
The crater,
Kaeru said.
And what are you doing in Light City, seeking an audience with the Sovereign, no less?
The guard asked.
What I'm doing here is my own business,
Kaeru replied evenly.
As for why I'd like to meet the Sovereign, why, to offer my respects, of course.
The guard hesitated, and Kaeru pressed his advantage.
There's also a relative of mine that I'd very much like to see. She arrived here early yesterday morning, along with another 2 men and this fine ferret behind me. Perhaps you remember them?
The guard visibly balked. Clearly, the others had left an impression upon him, and quickly stepped aside.
You are free to go see the Sovereign. I can't guarantee that you'll be given an audience, as she's a very busy woman. We can take the prisoner off your hands, though. I mean, if you want.
He was quick to add.
I think I would like that,
Kaeru said, thrusting the shackled bear man into the guard and marching forward.
Come along, dear fairy. It's nearly morning, and the others must be worried sick about you.
Fairy scurried quickly after the man, only taking a moment to hiss at the shackled bear man before entering the compound. It was silent, everyone presumably asleep as they headed for the main palace. Fairy could smell something strange in the air, though it was faint. Something was distinctly wrong, but she wasn't entirely sure what it could be. The feeling faded as they approached the palace, and she simply dismissed the feeling as being imagined. She had had an exceptionally long night, after all, and was quite tired. No one guarded the entrance to the palace as they entered. It seemed that the mere knowledge of the Sovereign living there was more than enough to deter visitors, so Fairy and Kaeru simply strode right in.
Wow, I can really feel something from down that hall,
Kaeru mused, seeming awed by the Sovereign's power. Fairy could only nod and squeak. Being unable to sense power on that scale, she'd simply have to take the man's word for it. One thing that she did notice upon entering was the distinct lack of 2 scents, Roy's and Ika's. She sniffed the air a few more times as they walked, trying to see if she might have missed them somehow. After that failed, and after she failed to find them with her other senses, she voiced her concern to Kaeru.
Not here, you say?
Repeated the Supreme, rubbing at his chin.
I wonder where they could have gone.
At that moment, the doors at the end of the corridor swung open, and Ikari herself, the Sovereign of the Itachi clan, strode out to greet them. If you're referring to the 2 weaklings my foolish brother tried to pawn off on me, you're out of luck. They've been gone for over 2 weeks, and if they aren't dead yet, they soon will be. Kaeru's brows furrowed at that. He was clearly surprised at the unexpected appearance of such a powerful martial artist, but was puzzled at the same time as to how they could have been gone so long. Time works differently in the trials of water, Ikari explained, pulling a small metallic disc from her robes and turning it between her slender fingers. So, while only a couple of days would have passed out here, 2 entire weeks have passed in there. And what exactly is this trial of water? Kaeru asked. I'm not surprised you're interested, Tande Kaeru, head of the Tande clan. You are a water artist, so you should be. If Kaeru was surprised that Ikari knew his name, he didn't show it. His lips hardened into a straight line, though. If what you're saying is true, and I'll have to assume it is, you've sent a member of my clan. And Roy! Barry squeaked, indignation and anger pouring off her in waves. And Roy, into a set of trials that they couldn't possibly beat. Is that correct? I never said that, Ikari said, now running the tips of her fingers along the outer edge of the trial key. But you implied it, Kaeru said. Ikari shrugged. What am I supposed to do about it? It's not like I can just take them on. Not that I would, even if I could. If they wish to be the disciples of a sovereign, then they need to earn it. Send me in after them, Kaeru said flatly. I beg your pardon, Ikari replied, seemingly affronted by this weaker man's demands. You heard me, Kaeru said, tightening his belt. You sent a member of my clan in there to die. As clan head, it is my responsibility to go in after her and make sure she makes it out alive. How quaint, Ikari said, eyeing the man from under hooded lids. And what can you offer me in exchange? I don't know what a sovereign could find useful, Kaeru said. I don't really have anything to offer. Oh, I can definitely think of a few things. But fine, we'll make a deal. 1 favor. That's what you'll owe me if I send you in after them. Kaeru didn't hesitate even for a moment. Done! Now send me in! Ikari quirked an eyebrow, but when he didn't back down, she shrugged once again. Very well. Enjoy your trip. She tossed the metal cylinder to the floor before him, and a whirlpool burst forth, flowing up around his ankles in the span of just a few seconds. Fairy had jumped back instinctually, not wanting to get caught in the water. But now she tried to move forward, to join Kaeru and follow him to find Roy and Aika. I'm afraid there's no space for you in there, Ikari said, sliding out of her shadow and blocking her path. The 2 of us are going to have a little talk soon, but until then, I think staying in your room is the best option. Fairy began to sink then, the shadows around her writhing up to swallow her whole. She struggled, tried to resist, but for the first time in her life, the darkness did not heed her command. Don't be afraid, Fairy, Kaeru called. Don't fight it, just go. I promise I'll find them and bring them back. Just stay here and stay safe. Fairy wanted to fight and struggle, but the earnestness in Kaeru's voice convinced her to stop. And for the first time ever, Fairy instilled reason over instinct and allowed herself to be swallowed by the shadows. The last thing she saw before the darkness closed in was Kaeru vanishing into the whirling pool of water. All she could do now was hope that they didn't just make a huge mistake. I don't think we're going to be able to stop it in time, Geiki said, as Hermit landed on the ground for a short break. Hermit eyed his younger brother critically, noting the multitude of injuries spanning his entire body. It took a lot to injure a brown belt, but this cavern beast was monstrously powerful, and if left unchecked, could pose a serious threat to not only them, but to the remaining 4 scions as well. As much as I hate to admit it, I believe you're right, Hermit replied. I think it's time you all left to get Ikari. With the 2 of us working together, we should be able to stop this beast. Geki bristled a bit at that, but calmed quickly as he saw the wisdom in Hermit's words. 2 sovereigns fighting a beast would kick up a lot of power, the type that neither he nor any of the others gathered here would survive. I believe we are close enough to the city that Ikari will agree to leave, Hermit continued. I'll stay here and try to slow it down. Make sure she understands the severity of our situation and how many lives have been lost already. Geki nodded solemnly, then turned and gave the order to leave. The remaining martial artists, who had been engaged with the cavern beast, immediately broke away without complaint, not that Hermit could blame them. He'd been going at it for the better part of 2 days now, and from what he'd understood, they'd been fighting even longer than that. Best of luck to you, Geki said. No matter our differences, I hope you succeed, if not for your sake, then for the sake of our clan. Hermit gave his brother a nod before turning back to face Time Ripper. The cavern beast had grown slightly since it had eaten Gaki, and its power continued to increase at a rapid pace. Light City was only 100 miles behind him, and nothing stood between the city and their current location. As Geki's presence faded, Hermit straightened his back, removed his belt and upper robes, and proceeded to stretch his back and neck. The gray belt vanished as he released it, fading from existence until the next time he called upon it. Hermit craned his neck from one side to the other, hearing a series of crackling pops. He eyed the approaching beast and took deep breaths as he ramped up the flow of Reiki through his body. He could feel the presence of the other martial artists vanishing quickly into the distance. They were still too close for him to go all out, but far enough away for him to ramp up his power exponentially. All right, beastie, Hermit muttered, widening his stance as his body was surrounded in a brilliant and burning orange-red light. Let's see what you're really made of. 37. Is that thing a water golem? Roy asked, as he and Ika watched the water droplets pull into the air, flowing towards a single point and beginning to take on a recognizable shape. No, Ika said grimly. If it were just a golem, we might have a chance of winning. No, that thing is far more dangerous. Water shot from the ground then, ballooning some 15 feet upward and taking on a somewhat humanoid appearance. The creature's eyes were 2 spots of white, standing out amid the gray-blue water. A massive pair of arms, each tipped with 3 pointed fingers, extended from its shoulders, and its torso extended all the way down until it touched the water. The water itself swirled and roiled as it flowed over the creature's body, making it appear like the surface of the ocean, but without disrupting the creature's features. Then what the hell is it? Roy demanded, as he felt an immense amount of power begin to radiate out from a central point on the water creature. A water elemental? Ika replied. Roy felt his blood run cold at that, and his eyes swiveled back to the creature, which continued growing larger by the second. You're joking, right? Elementals aren't real. They're supposed to be a myth. Elementals were far more dangerous than golems for one specific reason. Unlike a golem, which took someone else to animate it, an elemental had a core, much like a beast. Unlike a beast, however, elementals were literally made of essence. Elementals were just that, the pure element. They were a manifestation of essence, one that was free-thinking and could act as it saw fit. When he'd been younger, Roy had read about them, but all the stories had pointed to them being made up. I'm afraid not, Ika said, taking a firmer grip on her staff. They're all too real, and it looks like we're going to have to beat it if we want to leave. Roy gritted his teeth as he turned his attention back to the elemental, which had now stopped growing enough to allow its features to become sharper. It turned its white eyes on them, invisible brows pulling down and giving the creature a much more menacing appearance. A wide crack formed on the lower half of its jaw, and the elemental opened its mouth. A loud, gurgling roar, sounding like the crashing of waves on rocks, echoed through the silence. A bright blue spot appeared in the center of its chest, shining through and lighting its body from within. It was immediately obvious that this was where the core was located. Not that it really helped their situation. Roy could feel the power emanating from this creature and knew it was entirely beyond him to defeat. He wondered if he even had the strength to damage it, let alone just staying alive. See what you can do from range, Ika said, as light essence began wisping up from her skin. Whatever you do, don't get close. Then she was off, dashing at the creature and summoning her light lance. The white projectiles appeared midair, flashing towards the elemental. Without fail, they were all aimed for the creature's only weakness, its core. The water elemental would not go down so easily, and raised an arm to intercept. The liquid comprising its arm widened and flattened into a shield, and though Ika's attack punched into the appendage, they didn't make it all the way through. She dashed to one side, summoning her light saw, the white blades whirring along with her staff as she drove it forward into the elemental's body. Water sprayed across her as a hole was torn in the elemental, not that it did much good. She was forced to dance back as its arm came slamming down, sending a spray of water into the air from the point of impact. The elemental turned on her, the space where the light saw had cut, filling back in as though nothing had happened. And unlike with the hounds from before, its body didn't lose any mass. Rather, it pulled water from its surroundings, healing the wound and leaving it none the worse for wear. A glowing golden spear impacted against its chest, detonating and ripping a small hole there. It wasn't nearly large enough to expose the core, though, and filled in even faster than Ika's attack had. She darted to one side, swinging her staff hard at its midsection. If she could cut off its source, even for a second, she could blow the elemental's body apart and get to the core. Unfortunately, the elemental seemed to understand this as well, and moved to intercept. Its huge arm came down again, blocking the attack, but this time it countered, tiny droplets of water firing from its fingertips and slamming into Ika's armorer technique. They hit with far more force than one might expect, but Ika knew the power of an elemental, especially one with a green-level core on the brink of advancement. The only advantage she had so far was that the elemental didn't have any reserves of ki. As the battle went on, it would have plenty of time to make some, and if she didn't defeat this creature before then, she and Roy were both doomed. Roy watched Ika engage again, feeling his frustration mounting as he summoned another void sphere and hurled it at the elemental. Though he'd understood the sentiment over the past week, it was only in practice that he finally understood Ika's frustration. Though in his case, it wasn't that he couldn't attack the creature, but rather that he simply wasn't strong enough to harm it. This, more than anything, made him feel like the weakling he was.
Come on, put your back into it, Gian yelled as Roy hurled another void sphere at the elemental. Don't you think I'm trying? Roy snapped.
He was trying, putting as much into each technique as he could and throwing second-stage techniques. Still, he seemed unable to do much more than minimal damage to the creature at best. It was extremely obvious that this wasn't a fight he could win, or even make much difference. This was exacerbated by the fact that after giving him a passing glance, the elemental merely ignored him as an annoyance and focused all its energy on Ika. He couldn't really blame the elemental. After all, if he were fighting a martial artist and an ant started biting him, he'd probably ignore it as well. At his level of strength, the ant couldn't even leave a mark, let alone cause him pain, so why would he bother? Just because he should just give up and let Ika fight didn't mean he would, especially not with Gian shouting in his mind.
It's only essence with a core. How can you not beat that thing? Because, Roy said, hurling another attack, it's way stronger than me. That's hardly an excuse, Gian replied. Everyone is stronger than you.
Roy ground his teeth together as he began tracing his terrain technique. The elemental, while large, seemed to be quite slow, and the flurry of attacks Ika had launched was beginning to stir up some power essence. It gathered slowly, hampered by the overabundance of water essence in the air, but within a few seconds, Roy had pulled together his constellation. Instead of aiming it at the creature's entire frame, he focused it on a single area, trying to make it into a full circle around the elemental's core. Golden light flared as the technique locked in, and a series of explosions rocked the elemental's body. Steam billowed up into the air, obscuring his sight, but Roy could sense Ika increase the speed of her attacks. Flashes of light showed from within the cloud, but just as Roy was getting his hopes up, a shower of glowing blue water droplets shot from the steam and slammed into him. Roy was hurled backward, his armorer technique shattering in an instant as the droplets of water tore through him in several places. His back slammed into the stone barrier blocking the Tory Gates exit, leaving a smear of red, before Roy fell back to the ground, landing hard and remaining still. Ika felt her heart leap into her throat as Roy went down, blood pooling around him from the multitude of holes in his body. She silently cursed as the last of the injury closed around the core, leaving her best shot so far at taking the thing out nothing but a distant memory. As much as Roy's attack had given her an opportunity to win, Ika dearly wished he hadn't. Up until that point, the elemental had been ignoring him. However, when Roy managed to rip a significant portion of its defenses out of the way with his surprise attack, the creature had struck back. She'd tried to take advantage of the opening, but as soon as the attack had gone off, she'd been forced to break off and try to intercept it. Ika had only been partially successful, which was why Roy was now bleeding out near the trial exit. She could still sense his core, which meant that he was alive, but she couldn't tell how much longer he'd remain so. She dared not break off her assault on the elemental for even a second, because if she did, it would be able to gather the necessary power to take her out for good. Roy being down, while inconvenient and nerve-wracking, wasn't really such a big deal as far as the fight was concerned, but if she were to go down, they would both die. "Just hang in there, Roy," she whispered, then darted in to attack once more. Her staff whirled, blurring into a powerful series of strikes as she tried to pin the creature with her containment technique to give her an opening. The problem with the elemental was that it would simply detach any trapped section of its body and simply pull more from the surrounding water to reform itself. Right now, her main focus was on the core, but instead of attacking from the front, where it could mount a real defense, she was trying to dislodge it from the back. The issue with that plan was that the elemental knew of its weaknesses and moved to compensate. Each time she struck the area, it would immediately spin into a vortex, multiple fists striking out as it spun, knocking her back. The first time this had happened, she'd been caught completely by surprise. Now, she darted back as quickly as she attacked, avoiding any counters in the process. However, this presented her with another problem. If she couldn't follow up, she'd be unable to get to the core. A single strike, no matter how powerful, didn't seem to be able to penetrate the elemental's defenses. The only way she'd managed to open it up was with a series of consecutive attacks. But seeing as the creature closed up as soon as she struck, she was stuck in a seemingly endless loop. That didn't mean she'd be giving up, though she now suspected that this creature was not meant to be taken down by a single opponent. Though not entirely useful in this fight, Roy's single attack had been the closest she'd come to getting at the core. Unless something changed soon, this fight would end both of their lives. She would eventually tire, while the elemental would continue gathering power from the water essence in the air. Ika darted forward, tapping into her precious stores of ki for just an instant and driving the staff into the elemental. A much larger hole was blown in its back, but it still wasn't enough, as it wasn't a proper technique. The creature's retaliation was swift and brutal, though this time the spinning fists were accompanied by a rain of water droplets, all stinging against her armorer technique and sending small cracks across its rainbow-colored surface. She landed, skidding in the ankle-deep water and coming to a halt, only to pull together her terrain technique, the rainbow halo. A ring of multicolored light formed in a circle around the elemental, then pulled in tight. The idea of this attack was to literally tear someone in half, but the elemental's toughness came into effect once again. Though the technique did cut into its watery hide, it was able to resist being cut in half. Its powerful arms bulged, and after a moment of effort, it shattered the technique. Ika had used the split second that it was busy to come back in for another attempt, and her light saw buzzed along her staff as she tried to slice the creature in two once more. A flattened arm slammed down, intercepting her attack once again, and its other arm swept around, blurring as it approached and slammed into her, cracking her armorer technique and sending her flying. Ika hit the ground, back first this time, and breathed out to avoid having the air knocked from her lungs. The impact was painful, and her armorer technique cracked even further. She didn't have the same essence reserves as Roy, and knew that she wouldn't be able to keep the technique going for much longer at this rate. She had to finish this now. Otherwise, both she and the bleeding Roy were done for. 38. Roy swam in an endless world of black. The only things that accompanied him here were the pain of his injuries and the glowing golden sphere representing Jian. He was vaguely aware of the fight happening in the background, but there was little he could do to help. He'd been injured too badly, and while none of said injuries were immediately fatal, one of the water droplets had nicked his heart. Each beat was painful and caused more bleeding, and Roy knew that he would die if he wasn't healed soon.
How many times are you going to allow this to happen? Jian asked, the golden core pulsing in anger. How many times have you nearly died already, only to be saved by someone stronger?
I don't know, Roy responded, unable to look upon the core. He honestly couldn't keep count anymore. There were so many times where he'd been forced to rely on others, only standing up for himself when there was no one else around. And even those fights were not always a success. His first test for Orange Belt was one good example of this, and the time he'd been forced to face the savage buck, only to have Aika swoop in and save him at the last minute, was another. So much of his time as a martial artist had been dedicated to training that he might have thought he'd grown stronger. But no matter what he did, it never seemed to be enough. He was always too weak, too insignificant to so much as help, or even be able to just take care of himself.
You're dying. Again, Jian exclaimed. How many times are you going to do this before finally standing up for yourself?
It's not like I haven't tried, Roy responded. Everyone else is just so much
stronger. That's hardly an excuse,
Jian snapped.
If you're not strong enough, then you have to become stronger. Why else do you think I push you so hard? Why I never give you a moment to feel good about your pitiful accomplishments? Because I know what real power looks like, and until you've reached the point where you can truly stand on your own 2 feet without needing your hand held, I will continue to do so.
To say that Roy was shocked would have been an understatement. Never would he have imagined that Jian's constant displeasure, ribbing, and insults were anything more than what they were. He'd just assumed that the dungeon core was sour about the fact that his enemies were still alive. He was always reminding Roy about that fact, after all. However, it seemed that Jian had had an ulterior motive all along, and it was designed to keep him pushing forward. Sure, it was a bit misguided, as positive reinforcement was better than negative in his opinion. But Jian was a different entity entirely. He had different ways of doing things and a different way of thinking. He saw the world in a way Roy could not, and was apparently pushing him towards becoming a great martial artist.
I'm sorry, Roy said simply. I'm too weak. No matter how much you've pushed me, this may very well be it for me. I can feel myself bleeding out. My concentration is shot, and pretty much all the important tendons that allow movement have been damaged. For all intents and purposes, I'm an even worse cripple than I was before. No, you're not, Jian said. Your mind is still working, which means you are still alive. If your brain works, then you can breathe. And if you can breathe, you can cycle. The knowledge you need is locked away in that brain of yours, so stop making excuses and do something.
Roy's entire body quivered with the force of Jian's command, essence running wild for a moment before calming once again. Jian was right. He was still alive, and if there were ever a time to remember what he'd forgotten, it was most definitely now. Roy began to concentrate, pushing his mind back to the day he'd first used Ki and injured himself so badly that he'd nearly died. He forced his mind to replay his memories. He recalled walking up to the gates, heading into the compound, and entering the room where the Sovereign was holding a meeting. The blank wall stood in his way here, but instead of backing off this time, Roy threw his will against it, battering against the barrier for all he was worth. Golden light suffused his body as he pushed against the mental block, knowing that salvation stood on the other side. Weakness was not allowed in a power cultivator, and Roy had allowed himself to be weak for far too long. No matter how many times he became fed up with his weakness, he never became strong enough to really fight back. Even now, should he face his old enemies in the Shaw clan, he'd lose, without a doubt. That knowledge and the ideal he'd sworn to, the one where he would free all those who were oppressed, finally gave him the strength he needed. With one final push, Roy shattered the barrier and was engulfed in a sea of memories. He suddenly remembered the battle of wills between Hermit and his sister, the way they'd all been driven to the ground, and his unknowable need to see his friends. He remembered the feeling of pressure as the essence in his core was pushed down until it formed into a single shining drop, followed by the searing pain of using that drop of power. He remembered the feeling of using it and the immense surge of strength that single drop granted him. Even if he used all the essence in his core at once, it could not measure up to the sheer might of the key, and Roy knew without a shadow of a doubt that he could now do it again. The process of forming key was so simple that he was shocked he hadn't figured it out already. Pressure. That was all it took. Power essence demanded that brute physical force be used, so it only stood to reason that exerting enough pressure would form the gaseous essence into the water-like key. That wasn't all he remembered, and even as the memories of the key burnout faded, Roy found himself once again standing in this very same space, except now a very familiar figure was standing with him. "What are you doing here?" Roy asked in confusion. "In fact, where is here, and what am I doing in this place?" Azure gave him a wide smile.
"It's good to see you again too, Roy, and I am doing well, thanks for asking."
"That's hardly an answer," Roy replied.
"Very well," Azure said, rolling his eyes. "We are in your subconscious, a place where your mind has fled to escape the pain of your body. That," he said, gesturing to the cracked golden core, "represents your friend Gian and what you did to him when you used Ki without having a core body. I am here because I need to tell you something very important."
Roy's mind was still feeling quite muddled, but now that Azure had said it plainly, some of the details began to come back to him. "You mean that golden droplet I used was Ki?" he asked, trying to focus through the fogginess clouding his mind.
"Indeed. Now please, no more questions. As I mentioned, I do have something very important to tell you, and your mind is becoming more muddled by the moment."
Roy wanted to ask more questions. He always did when this mysterious stranger came around, but he could feel the truth in the man's words and simply nodded.
"Good," Azure said. "Now, this pertains to your advancement to Greenbelt and obtaining your core body. While most martial artists have to face the reality of their existence and come to terms with it to trigger the test, along with impressing the spirit of their path, you will need to do something else. Your core is a special one that came from the outside rather than being formed through natural means. Because of this, you will not only need to impress upon the spirit of power that you are deserving, but you need to impress upon your core that you have the strength needed as well. Without giving Gian the confidence that you can push on, you will not trigger the test. As I can see it now, you're fairly close to impressing your spirit. All that really needs to be done is an impressive showing once you've reached Fourth Dawn for your test to be approved. You've already come to terms with your existence months ago when you found your ideal, so all you really need to do is impress that core. I can't tell you how to go about doing that, though. It'll have to be something you figure out yourself. A word of warning. Do not tell him that this needs to be done. You need to genuinely impress him for it to work, and if he has prior knowledge that he needs to be impressed, every one of your actions will carry that thought along with it."
Roy nodded, trying to remember all the man had to say. He had to impress Gian enough for the core to believe he was worthy, which was easier said than done. Gian was never impressed, so whether he told him or not wouldn't make any difference. Still, if this was his only way to Greenbelt, then he would figure something out.
"One more thing before I go," Azure said as the world began to fade. "Watch out for the enemy who pretends to be on your side. Things aren't always as they seem, and if you should find yourself in the hands of that particular enemy, do all you can to escape, because if you should be captured, your life as you know it will be forfeited."
Before Roy could ask what he meant, Azure vanished, and the world faded into blackness. Roy came back to himself with a gasp of pain, feeling the burning in his muscles and the horrific clenching that came with each heartbeat.
"Did you do it?"
Gian asked. sensing that he was finally lucid once again.
Yes, Roy replied. I did. Then you know what you have to do, right?
Roy grunted in the affirmative and began to concentrate. He could hear the fight much more clearly now as Ika collided with the elemental. He couldn't focus on that, nor the agonizing pain from his bleeding body. The strength was seeping from him quickly as blood continued to flow from the holes the elemental had punched through his body, and he knew he had to act fast. His senses spread out to his surroundings, latching on to the power essence generated by Ika and the elemental's fight. There was a substantial amount now, and Roy pulled on it for all he was worth. His lungs painfully pulled in air, forcing his ribcage to expand and exacerbating the pain in his body. His arms and legs both remained limp, his body unable to move due to the severed tendons. His eyes, likewise, stayed closed as he fought through the agony and pulled the essence into himself. He'd already been close to the fourth dawn, but now he really pushed, pulling as much essence as he could into his core and forcing it to expand. The pain was horrific as the core, which was made to stretch and expand slowly, was forced to move far faster than intended. His chest was on fire now, and Roy found that he was having trouble breathing. Yet he persisted, pushing for all he was worth to force himself forward. So many times he'd been too weak to do anything, but this time would be different. He would fight, no matter how much it pained him, and no matter the suffering he would have to endure. Roy had never had much in his life, and now that he had a friend, someone who had the potential to be something more, he didn't want to lose them. A ragged cry tore itself from his lips as he forced his core onward. The core contracted then, forcing the air from his lungs and making him feel as though he were suffocating. For several long moments, Roy lay there, his body locked in place and lungs seized up. Then his core expanded, sending waves of power essence flooding through him as he advanced to the fourth dawn. The pain immediately lessened, though the bleeding still had not stopped, and his muscles had not completely healed. That was fine, though. Roy hadn't thought a single advancement would heal severed tendons and close the literal hole in his heart. What it had done was bring some of the connections back, which was all he needed to enact the second part of his plan. This was going to hurt, and on a level he had only recently recalled.
Are you ready?
Jian asked, as Roy took several deep breaths.
As ready as I'll ever be, Roy replied. Good. Let's begin.
39. Roy concentrated on his core, on the thrumming golden sphere of power, and more importantly, on the gaseous essence floating within. Gathering himself, he began to press down on the essence with his will, forcing it to compress down even further. At first it was quite easy, as the small area of essence he was concentrating on began to contract, packing into a tighter space at the center of his core. However, as he continued pushing, he began to feel some resistance. That wasn't about to stop him, and Roy continued to push. Sweat beaded his brow as he concentrated on further compressing the essence, but when he reached a certain point, the essence would no longer give, no matter how hard he pushed.
Try using more essence instead of just your will, Jian suggested, sounding a bit exasperated.
Roy, not really having the time or patience to argue, did as he was told. Snagging more essence with his will, he layered that over the denser sphere of essence and began pushing down on that. Much to his surprise, it actually worked, the essence in the center beginning to glow a bit brighter as he pushed. Eventually, the essence he was using to press could not be forced down anymore, so Roy simply layered on more essence and continued to press down. He wondered if the process would be this difficult and lengthy every time, but quickly remembered that while he was forming ki, he wasn't yet a green belt. Once he had the requisite body and strengthened core, he should have less trouble getting it done. For the next few minutes, Roy continued to work, trying to blink out the noise of combat in the background. Twice he felt water surge up around him and had to hold his breath until it receded, but aside from that, he was undisturbed. Finally, Roy began to see some results as the small, shining spot began to grow more solid. He quickly layered more essence over the sphere and pressed down with all his might, and then finally, it clicked. A shining golden droplet formed in the very center of his core. Roy let out a long breath as it finally formed, feeling the power contained within that small point. He took quick stock of his core, noting that that tiny drop of ki had taken nearly 5 times as much essence to form, and that was after he'd already refined it.
I can see why Aika is so sparing in her ki usage,
Roy said, as he examined the tiny droplet from all sides.
You should have less trouble after taking that pill, Jion said. In fact, you already are having less trouble. Do you have any idea how long it would have taken you to form this ki at your level otherwise?
No idea, Roy replied, bracing himself for what was to come.
A lot more.
Not exactly a real answer, Roy said, taking a few quick breaths. Then he tapped into the small drop of ki and channeled it through his body. Roy had been expecting many things to happen, horrific pain being the foremost among them. But with the addition of 3 more dawn and the pill to strengthen his channels, he was hoping the damage would be less than it had been. The pain was most definitely felt, Roy's entire body lighting on fire from the inside. He only kept the ki going for a single instant, not even close to how much he'd used last time. But it was enough. Despite the horrific and burning pain in his channels, Roy's body reacted to the ki, his severed muscles knitting mostly together, and the holes in his body sealing up. The patches weren't pretty, but they were enough to put him out of immediate danger.
Damn, this hurts,
Roy groaned as he pushed himself back to his feet.
You're up, though,
Jion said.
You should be glad that your weak, squishy body was strong enough to withstand that.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Roy replied sourly. His body felt like it had been burned from the inside. His channels were all raw and painful, and the areas where he'd been bleeding smoked slightly. All in all, he was not a pretty sight, but Roy sincerely hoped there would be healers to fix him once they got out of here. A roar from the elemental brought Roy back to the present, and he turned to see it pushing Aika back. She looked to be in bad shape, blood dripping from her right arm and from her temple. She was also favoring her left leg, and Roy could see a dark patch spreading along the side of that pant leg. She was badly injured, and though Roy knew there was little he could do to hurt the elemental with essence, he probably could with ki. He didn't know any techniques, so it would all come down to him basically summoning the ki and blasting the elemental until he ran out. All he could do was hope that his body was tough enough to survive the experience. Aika dashed around the elemental's side, trying to hit a blind spot, but the creature reacted with lightning speed, belying its massive bulk. Its arm transformed into a massive blade, and only a hasty block on her part saved her from being cut in half. Aika's injured knee flared in pain as she skidded back through the water, sending droplets high into the air as she fought to maintain her balance. She'd been attacking this creature for nearly 10 minutes on her own and hadn't made any headway. If the elemental had a limited supply of water, she could perhaps have worn it down. But in here, where the supply was limitless, or at least so great that it might as well be, there was only one way for her to win. The problem was that the elemental knew that and guarded the core zealously. She swung her staff as the creature charged after her, its bulk gliding over the surface of the water. It was much faster than it had been before, the elemental finally showing its real speed instead of toying with her. A barrage of light lances flew at the creature, slamming into its upraised arms but not really doing any damage. Aika used the opportunity to pull around the creature's side and tried to cut it off using the light saw. A massive fist intercepted, the whirling blades of the saw slicing it neatly in two, but being slowed before they could hit the elemental's main body. For her attack, she suffered a hard blow to the side of her head that sent her reeling, followed by a spike of pain in her side as the elemental attacked with another shower of water droplets. The only thing that saved her from being punched full of holes was the fact that the elemental had pushed her back too far with its last attack and had misjudged the difference. She skidded to a halt, breathing hard as blood dripped down her side. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had such a difficult fight, and never before without some sort of backup. Even when she trained in dangerous dungeons in the Tande clan, she was always accompanied by someone who could save her, should the need arise. She was currently on her own, facing down an enemy that was many times stronger than she was. She had little choice, as Roy was out of commission. A flare of power from where Roy was lying caught her attention, and she turned, briefly, to see his body practically burning with golden light. The intensity was far too great for it to be essence, so there was only one thing it could be. Aika felt a spike of fear as she remembered what had happened the last time and tried to make a run for him, to try and stop whatever he was doing. But the elemental had different ideas. Even as she tried to run past, it moved to block her path, throwing an arm out and sending a hail of water drops that she was forced to try and bat away. Her staff blurred into motion, spinning in a circle of light as she knocked all the attacks aside, then countered by thrusting the staff forward and using the second stage of her light lance, Spear. She'd been holding off on using this one as a final trump card, as it was the only real piercing attack she had with some serious power behind it. Light flashed across the distance, slamming into the elemental's exposed chest and boring straight through. However, her aim was thrown off as the elemental, sensing what was about to happen, shifted to the side. The lance of light essence burned through the area where the core had been an instant before, shaving the corner as it passed and dissipating into nothingness. Aika cursed, thrusting the staff again and trying to hit her mark. However, now that it knew what to expect, the elemental could simply move out of the way by following the line of her staff. Because of this, the second attack missed entirely, going wide, and the elemental retaliated, whipping both arms towards her in a scissor movement. She vaulted into the air, twisting her body back and over as she avoided the scything blades of water. One of them came a little too close, cutting a painful line across her scalp and causing blood to begin running down her face, obscuring her vision. Aika landed in a crouch, her legs nearly buckling as her injured knee flared in pain, and tried using another rainbow halo. The light essence bunched up around the elemental, squeezing down as it tried to cut it, but to no avail. Aika was on her last legs, and she knew it. She only had a single key technique for movement and a single technique for attacking. Unfortunately, her key version of her light saw, being a physical technique, demanded that she make actual physical contact, and thus far, she'd had no luck. The only thing she'd been using it for was speed, not that it was really helping her all that much. Her leg was pretty badly hurt, slowing her down a great deal, and each step shot painful spikes up through her legs and into her hip. She wasn't sure if her hip had been damaged as well, but the swiping blow that had buckled her knee may have done more damage than she'd initially thought. The elemental advanced, its arms pulling back into the massive limbs they were before. Its body shone with bright blue light, the core in its chest glowing brighter and brighter. Aika could feel the key forming there and knew that at any second this creature would be able to attack her with far more force. Aika tested her leg, feeling how numb it felt, and realized that she wouldn't be moving at any great speeds until she got it healed up. There was no avoiding the incoming attack. Aika squared her shoulders and pulled the staff tighter to her body. She gathered what little key she had remaining into her staff as a wildly improbable plan took shape. Her staff was made from the bones of a beast, and thus could channel both essence and key. If she were to hurl the staff while it was charged, she might just have a chance. The problem with that was that there was no way the elemental wouldn't dodge. Luckily for her, it seemed that Roy was finally back on his feet, though judging by the way his legs were shaking and his core was fluctuating wildly, it might not be for long. She could sense the buildup of ki, even before it really registered in her mind. Aika only had an instant to cry out, to try and get him to stop, before Roy did something really stupid. But as Roy's body was engulfed in golden ki and he exploded forward, she realized that it was too late. Whether Roy would survive or not was entirely up to him, and all she could do was try and take advantage of any opening he might give her. There was no more room for half measures. Their lives were both on the line here, and if they didn't give this last attack everything they had and more, neither of them would be leaving this place alive. 40. Oddly enough, the hardest part about channeling ki was the actual act of channeling. Having used the gaseous essence since he'd started out on his path, Roy was unused to the slow speed at which the much heavier ki moved. Worse than that was the agonizing burning pain from his channels as he forced something down them that was not meant to be there, at least not yet. But that didn't deter him. Aika was on her last legs, and he was little better. If they didn't act now, they were both as good as dead. "Your control will be shaky at best," Jian said. "Make sure you're within striking distance before calling it out." Roy nodded. Feeling the burning intensify as he gathered himself, he bounded forward, his feet sending up sprays of water as he dashed towards the elemental. He was focused entirely on Aika, not even bothering to look back at him, which gave Roy the chance he'd need to attack undeterred. His breathing sped up as the pain increased. He was pulling the slow-moving key up to his right arm and could feel his body burning from within. It was horribly painful, but it wasn't going to stop him, at least not yet. Aika's staff flashed out as she sent a barrage of light lances at the elemental, only for the massive creature to sweep them away like driftwood before a flood. The elemental was clearly charging up for a big attack. Even if Roy hadn't been able to sense as much, it would have been obvious, given the fact that its core was glowing ever brighter.
"You only have one shot, so make it count,"
Jian said, as Roy dove forward, summoning the golden key into his open palm. His skin immediately began to boil and blacken, the overwhelming power of the small sphere of ki burning his unprepared body. Then, the elemental whirled, its hands sweeping out to catch him in a powerful backhand. Roy's hand snapped down, ejecting the small sphere of ki, even as he was hurled back, the feeling of grinding bones prevalent in his chest. He hit the ground, sending a wave of water up behind him, and letting out a wheeze as blood bubbled up around his lips. His body was well and truly trashed, leaving him limp and dying. But he'd accomplished what he'd set out to do, and even though he couldn't see it, he could sense Aika's attack land home.
"I have to admit,"
Jian said, his voice sounding oddly sober,
"after all the disappointments, I never thought you'd make it this far. Even if you die now, you've accomplished something that should have been impossible, and for that, you have my respect."
Roy grinned at that, a bloody grin that showed red-stained teeth. He'd finally done it. He'd gotten the dungeon core to admit that he was impressed. By this point, though, Roy knew he was beyond saving by normal means. There was only one way in which he could recover. So, despite wanting to do nothing more than lie back and fall into the warm embrace of slumber and eventual death, he forced himself to remain awake. He could still breathe, albeit painfully, and if he could breathe, he could think. If he could think, he could channel. And if he could channel, he could create ki. Aika watched Roy's approach with bated breath. It was clear by the way he was running that he was all but done. She could see the damage he was doing to himself. I could sense the roiling ki inside as he pushed it through his body. The damage was immense, but not so much that it would do irreparable damage. The elemental had its eyes locked on her, and she knew she needed to keep it that way. As Roy closed the distance, she unleashed a series of quick attacks, sweeping her staff in an arc to send several light lances towards its core. The creature defended, obviously, and all while continuing to charge its attack. Roy was almost upon it, summoning a brilliant speck of gold in his open palm and leaping towards the creature's unprotected back. Then, the worst happened. The elemental spun, arm blurring as it slammed into Roy's unprotected side. The crunching of bone was so loud that Aika was sure his internal organs had suffered as well. She felt her breath catch as the moment seemed to stretch on forever. Then, Roy's hand snapped down, likely whipped that way by the momentum of his charge and sudden stop, and slammed into the elemental's arm. The explosion of force was massive, rocking the entire area and blowing the elemental's arm off to the shoulder. It reeled back, other arm flailing as it tried to recover, and in that instant, Aika saw her opening. Despite the fear she held for Roy's well-being, she focused everything she had left into the staff in her hand. It glowed white as her ki flowed into it, suffusing the weapon with power. She then pulled her arm back and hurled the staff directly at the elemental's unprotected back. At the same time, she dashed forward, summoning her containment technique and holding it in place right before the activation. Just as she'd expected, the elemental, despite reeling from Roy's explosive attack, turned just enough to avoid the attack to its core. However, Aika had predicted that, and thus had aimed slightly to the right. The elemental's other arm was sliced off as Aika's staff blurred through the shoulder, leaving the elemental all but defenseless for just a split second. Its other arm was already reforming, the creature turning to face her, But it was just a second too late. Aika let out a yell and slammed her palm into the elemental's unprotected chest. Her containment technique injected into its body and wrapped around the core, cutting it off from its surroundings, including its power source. Without preamble or showmanship, the elemental's body collapsed. The core, now held in Aika's containment technique, dropped neatly into her open palm. She let out a long, shuddering breath, then sagged, allowing her shoulder to drop but forcing herself to remain on her feet. Roy was lying near the exit, and the glowing core in her hand was the obvious key. Limping over to the indentation, Aika slammed the core into it, releasing her containment technique at the same time. The water around her surged briefly, but as soon as the core was placed into the stone, it fell back down, remaining still. A bright blue glow began to spread across the stone, flowing outward from the core and painting it in bright light. Aika staggered back, moving to where Roy still lay on the ground. "How are you doing?" she asked, crouching down next to him and wincing at the pain. In answer, Roy simply shook his head, seemingly unable to speak. It was clear by the way he looked that he was in very bad shape. His entire side was caved in and soaked in blood, his right arm hung limp and blackened at his side, and his entire body looked to be cooked from the inside. And still, he seemed to be channeling essence. He was probably doing this to keep himself going until they could find a healer, though judging by the way he looked, Aika knew it was far too late for that. She wasn't going to let that show, not after all he'd done. "Well then, I'd better get you up so we can leave this hellhole," she said, forcing false cheer into her voice. She leaned down, sliding her arms under his armpits, and straightened, hoisting him halfway off the ground. He let out a low groan as the bleeding in his side intensified, but there was little Aika could do about that. Roy was much taller than her, and the only way she could carry him was in a position that would undoubtedly hurt his ribs even more. Aika herself would also be covered in blood, but she didn't care about that. Roy had saved her life with his last attack, and she wouldn't dishonor him by leaving him here to die alone. She grunted, feeling his knee flare up as she got a good grip under one of his knees, hoisting him onto her shoulders. It was a very awkward carry, especially seeing as he was so bulky and she was so slim. Her shoulders barely gave her enough purchase to keep him in the air, but Aika did what she had to do. The stone covering the exit vanished in a flash of light, leaving a swirling rainbow portal in its place. "Just hang on for a little longer," she whispered, feeling her heart breaking as she spoke. "We're going home." Roy didn't respond, remaining limp as he continued to bleed all over her shoulders. Aika trudged forward, water splashing beneath her steps as she walked directly into the rainbow light. It was different than exiting a dungeon, because as soon as she stepped into it, her body locked into place, and the world around her began to move. Rainbow-colored light flashed around her, and Aika began to feel a rushing sensation, as though they were moving at great speeds. Then a shock ran through her body, and she screamed as her core was forced wide. Light essence poured into her, forcing her core to near bursting. Twice she felt herself advance, then had her core stuffed to the brim. The rushing sensation continued, and Aika felt as though she were about to vomit. But it wasn't over. The essence in her core began to change, turning to ki, even as more essence replaced it. She did vomit when that happened, emptying what little remained in her stomach into the rainbow light. She could feel Roy twitching and writhing on her shoulder, but was physically sick once again as the rushing continued. Then, all at once, it stopped, and Aika found herself standing in an empty room. She swayed on her feet for a few moments before finally toppling to the ground, dropping Roy in the process. She lay there, groaning and trying to recover from the horrific experience of having her core violated like that. It was completely stuffed with light ki and bursting at the seams. She had a feeling that if she looked down, she'd see a green belt, complete with 5 blue stripes. Despite the pain, blood, and dizziness, Aika knew that Roy didn't have much time left. She needed to be with him when he died. She needed to hold his hand and tell him how she felt. Aika couldn't allow Roy to die without the knowledge that someone loved him. He knew she cared about him,
but never in his life had he experienced what love truly was, and Ika was sure now about how she felt. They'd spent so much time together, learned so much, and had been so many places. He'd shown her a world she could not have imagined, and displayed the honor and bravery of those 10 times his rank and power. Someone like that did not deserve to die this way. Not alone. The world swam as Ika forced herself to her hands and knees, feeling her stomach roil once again. There was nothing left in her stomach, so she ended up dry heaving for several moments before her equilibrium returned. Tears were threatening at the corners of her eyes, yet Ika did not allow them to fall. There would be time for mourning later. Now she had to honor what he'd done. I can't let this happen. I need to be strong. For Roy, I need to... Ika lifted her head, and her thoughts came to a screaming halt. She stared for several long seconds, wondering if she were imagining what was standing before her. 2 shining torii gates, one green and one blue, stood side by side. It took her brain several more seconds to realize what this meant, and when she did, a strangled cry left her lips. She staggered to her feet, feeling the tears coming now, despite her best efforts to keep them at bay. Roy was lying on the ground, his limbs splayed awkwardly at his sides and his eyes closed. His chest rose and fell, though judging by how shallow his breathing was, he didn't have much time. We really have to stop doing this, she whispered, as she kneeled next to him. Roy didn't reply, as Ika smoothed his hair back. Then she leaned down, placing a kiss in the center of his forehead. I'll see you on the other side. A single tear fell from her cheek, landing on Roy's face before Ika grabbed him and hurled him through the green gate. The joy she felt when the gate vanished almost robbed her of her ability to think straight. However, she knew that she was in a bad spot, too. Despite her core being stuffed with ki, she was close to dropping. But with the blue torii gate shining before her, she knew that she would be all right. Even if she weren't ready, even if she failed, the trial would heal her as she entered. And when she emerged, Roy would be waiting here for her, completely healed. It didn't matter to her if he passed or failed. The fact that he'd be alive was more than enough. With that thought in mind, Ika limped forward, entering the shining blue gate. Had she gone just 10 seconds later, she'd have heard the explosion. But nothing of the real world could enter the trials. Not even the screams of the dying. 41. Drive it towards the squalor sector, Ikari yelled, as she and Hermit danced about the cavern beast. To say that things had not gone well would have been the understatement of the century, and Hermit would know, because he'd been alive for many. His efforts to curtail the beast on his own had been mostly unsuccessful, and even once he was joined by Ikari, they hadn't been able to stop it before it reached the city. With so many cores and essence for the creature to feed upon, it had ignored them upon reaching the walls and merely barreled straight through. And now, they were busy trying to keep the beast from rampaging through the most populated areas by driving it away. Hermit slammed a powerful blow into the cavern beast's side, sending it reeling. It toppled sideways, crushing a building and roaring in anger. The waves of distortion that rippled through the air sent cracks spreading across the sky. The beast was growing in power, now near the peak of brown. The number of people it had killed upon entering the city, and in the minute he and Ikari had needed to come back after being teleported away, was staggering. Thousands had been devoured, feeding the cavern beast's endless appetite and propelling it forward in power and destructive capabilities. Even now, as Ikari slammed into it, darkness reiki cloaking her body, Hermit could feel a wave of low, burning anger towards his sister. She could have warned the people to evacuate, gotten them to at least move deeper into the city. They'd had ample warning, well over an hour, which would have been more than enough time to clear the area. Instead, she'd allowed her pride to win out, and thousands had paid the price. When this was all over, the two of them were going to have a serious talk about the price of leadership and gross negligence. The sheer callousness in which she treated the lives of their clan members, people she was supposed to protect, was appalling and went against everything he stood for. For now, they had bigger problems to deal with. Ikari's attack
drove Time Ripper through the streets, demolishing a dozen buildings and killing several more people who were still evacuating. Much as he hated what she was doing, Hermit couldn't fault her for the direction. They were now trying to do damage control, which meant that the lives of a few were no longer as important as the clan as a whole. Even if they had to wipe out the entire Squalor sector to do so, he would, and without hesitation. This entire mess could have been avoided if Ikari had simply come out with him to deal with the cavern beast. Then, it had barely been above Brown, and the two of them could have destroyed the creature together. No one would have had to die. But politics had kept her in the city. She dared not abandon it for fear that one of the other sovereigns took it as a sign of weakness and moved in to claim it as their own.
"Your entire system is broken," the core said, as Hermit slammed into the creature and sent it flying once more. "You don't have to tell me things I already know," Hermit snapped. He didn't mean to be rude or lose his temper, but the massive loss of life weighed on him in a way it never had before. Though his core remained pure, burning with an orange-red light, he felt as though it should be bathed in crimson, coated with all the blood of the innocent people he could not save. "Honor demands that you do all you can," the core said, "and as you can see, your core and body remain whole. You have not sacrificed your ideal, no matter what you might think. Do not shoulder the blame for others' mistakes." Hermit grunted in response, then rolled to one side as a blast of distortion ripped through the air. Ikari was caught in the blast, though her armorer technique soaked up the damage without leaving her with so much as a scratch. Time Ripper got back to its feet, shaking rubble from its body as it glared up at them. "This is taking too long," Ikari muttered. Then her core flared with power. "No!" Hermit yelled. But it was too late. The conqueror technique of a sovereign was unleashed in a cloud of darkness. Powered by Reiki, all who stood within its path were turned to dust. Thousands more died in an instant as the technique was unleashed, and though most of its power was directed at the cavern beast, a good deal washed back into the city. Death Mist was Ikari's signature move. Clouds of darkness billowed from her body, destroying all in its path. As an essence technique, it poisoned the lungs of those who inhaled it. When used with Ki, it poisoned their entire bodies, and with chakra, their cores. When used with Reiki, her mist turned anything living in its path to dust, and the range of the attack could blanket entire territories. Hermit used his own conqueror technique then, the bright fiery light burning away to counteract the poison and stop the spread. His technique was far different than Ikari's, and much more destructive to property. A massive section of the city wall vanished in an instant as he attacked, engulfing the 1,000-foot wall in a violet fire for an instant before it was blown outward. The backdraft of the powerful attack sucked Ikari's mist out along with it, sending it to ravage the surrounding plant life instead of the people here. He'd been forced to use his essence technique, as using Reiki would have destroyed the entire city and everyone in it. "What the hell was that for?" Ikari demanded. "I almost had it." "And you would have killed hundreds of thousands in the process," Hermit said grimly. "You couldn't even be bothered to drive it all the way to the Squalor sector as you yourself ordered only a minute ago, and unleashed an attack that would have devastated half the city." "They should be honored to die for their clan," Ikari said. "As should you." Before their argument could escalate, the cavern beast attacked, blasting the air with its distortion beam once more. It had emerged from the attack with a good deal of damage, but was still very much alive. Half of its flesh was eaten away from Ikari's attack, and judging by the darkness Reiki eating its way to the core, this beast didn't have much longer before it dropped. Still, Hermit knew that if it weren't put down, it could very well recover. An advancement now would not only heal it, but it would make it more powerful than either of them. Cavern beasts did not play by the rules of regular people, and their strength was comparable to a natural disaster. If you had the power and resources, you could stop it, but once it gained enough momentum, all you could do was get out of the way and hope the damage wasn't too great. Ikari shot him a glare before her body was cloaked in burning darkness, so bright and yet so dark at the same time that it hurt his head just looking at her. "We'll talk about this later," she yelled, then dove down and slammed into the beast, driving it out through the hole in the wall and into the area beyond.
Hermit watched for just a few seconds, feeling the hot anger that once defined him trying to bubble to the surface. The old him, Hakai, would never have taken a threat like that lying down. Ikari had gone far too long without being challenged, and the power had gone to her head, so much so that she saw others as nothing more than insects to be crushed underfoot at her pleasure. He could sense neither Roy nor Aika anywhere in the city, though he could feel Fairy in the main compound, hunkering down in a small underground room. He didn't know what Ikari had done to his students, but as soon as this beast was dead, he was going to wring the truth out of her. If this was how the clan was now run, perhaps they would be better off if the Herald clan came in and took over. "You have to do something before she decides that the beast is taking too long to die and launches another mass-scale attack," the Corps said, snapping him from his thoughts. This, more than anything, tempered his anger and brought him back to reality. "Yes," he replied, "she cannot be allowed to kill anyone else." Hermit's body was engulfed in a burning red and orange light as he used his own full-body technique, this time tapping into his Reiki. It was time to end this, once and for all. Doragon, adopted member of the Herald clan, slunk through the deserted streets of Light City. Sounds of fighting and powerful techniques echoed from the distance, but in this section of the city, where the citizens felt safest, there wasn't so much as a sound. The knowledge that the Itachi clan now had two sovereigns was troubling indeed, and something that his own sovereign needed to know. For now, though, he had a mission to complete, and there was no better time to sneak into the main family's compound than when all their members were occupied with evacuating citizens to the deeper parts of the city. Doragon had spent the last several days in the city, covertly gathering information on new arrivals. He'd also heard about the 3 strangers and a beast allowed entrance to the main compound. Even stranger, according to those who liked to gossip, was the oddity of one in particular. He was a large man who was built in a way that was foreign to this part of the world. If they'd ever seen someone from the Herald clan, they'd have recognized him immediately, or at least placed his birthplace in the vicinity of Mount Moor, the homeland of the Heralds. If Leroy had been here to see the Sovereign, he suspected that she would have known, though why they'd been allowed entrance at all was a mystery in and of itself. Still, Doragon wouldn't sneeze at his good fortune, and with Light City under attack, he now had the chance he'd been waiting for. Slipping silently through the open gates, he slunk towards the castle, scenting the air as he went. All he could smell at first was the smoke and death from the opposite side of the city. But as he neared the castle, something else tickled his senses. Blood, and of the sort that smelled very familiar. Doragon felt a small thrill of fear at that, and immediately picked up his pace. The blood smelled fresh, and carried with it the tang of desperation and fear. Could Leroy have been killed in the attack? Or did the Sovereign dispose of him before running off to fight the cavern beast? If so, if the Sovereign's son was dead, Doragon knew his life was good as gone. There wouldn't be a place in the world he could hide from Harold Duncan, especially once he became a scion, which was only a matter of time. Doragon burst into the castle, inhaling deeply as he searched for the right direction. The scent of blood was stronger now, and coming from right down the hall. He dashed forward, already fearing the worst, but when he dashed through the slightly ajar door at the other end, he found only a pool of blood. He sniffed the air a few more times, noting that a second scent was now very prevalent, this one extremely familiar as well. Well, well, well. What are the odds of that? Doragon wondered out loud. The son of the Sovereign had somehow come into contact with his old friend's daughter. Aika's scent would have been recognizable anywhere. He'd been around her enough to recognize it immediately. She'd been quite young when he'd left, and he knew that she'd be a young woman by now. For many, a single pool of blood and no people would have been quite worrying. But Doragon noticed drag marks, as well as a clear trail of blood leading off in another direction. Both scents vanished as soon as they reached a certain spot, and experience told him that this was a sign of a test. The real question was where they'd been up until then, as their scents simply appeared only in this room. Doragon shrugged to himself at that and sat down to wait for their return. He had a quick escape planned,
and was sure that Leroy could fill him in on all the details. And, if Ika should happen to return first, he could have the pleasure of killing her while he waited. A wide, predatory grin spread across his lips as he thought of torturing the old man with the knowledge of his only remaining blood relative's death. Today was a good day indeed.
42. Roy sat bolt upright as his body was instantly pulled back together, the shattered and broken form healing in the span of a second.
Gian? What just happened? Roy asked, looking at his surroundings. He'd been semi-conscious when he was hit by the elemental and couldn't really remember what had happened after that. I believe we are inside the trial for your green belt, Gian informed him. Ika got us in here after all, Roy said, feeling a grin spread across his face. He would have to make sure to thank her when they returned. He'd already lost count of the number of times she'd saved him, and while he might have resented her once for seeing him as weak, now he was just grateful. So it seems, though I don't exactly know where here is. It was only then, once Gian pointed it out, that Roy really began to look around, noting the very familiar landscape. Don't you, though? Roy asked, getting to his feet. After all, this was where you spent your entire life. Wait, do you mean? Yes, Roy replied, looking around at the tall trees and familiar twisting paths. It seems we're back in the Waterwood. Roy felt oddly conflicted about being back here, even with the knowledge that this was a test and therefore fabricated. The forest looked exactly as he remembered it, down to the last tree and blade of grass. Not that he'd really be able to tell if something that minute was out of place, but still. So, where do we go? Gian asked, as Roy turned a slow circle, gaining his bearings. Back to the clan, I guess, Roy replied. He could feel his core thrumming and full of essence, and in the very center, a bright sphere of ki. There was far more there than he could have gathered on his own, but at some point, he'd felt his body become flush with essence, pushing him to the brink of advancement and adding to his meager supply. Whatever this test would entail, he was fairly confident he could handle it, even if he had to fight the entire clan. A test was never so hard that he couldn't pass, so even if the whole clan came for him, they'd be much weaker here than they were in reality. Roy began to walk, heading down the all-too-familiar path on his way back to the clan. He passed several flags, all planted in the ground, marking the areas he'd gathered gravel for the clan's cultivating pools. As he made his way through the woods, his memories came rushing back. These were memories of a life long past, a time when he'd been a sad excuse of a human being, and was miserable as a result. He was just passing by a familiar stream when something flitted by, running in the opposite direction. Roy felt his breath catch in his throat as he turned, seeing a much younger version of himself running through the woods, pack slung over a shoulder and a look of determination in his eyes. Is that you? Gian asked, as Roy watched his younger self pause at the stream, then leap straight in, heedless of getting his clothes wet. Yes, Roy replied, watching the small boy pulling himself from the stream. But both of your legs seem to be functioning just fine, Gian replied, clearly confused. That's because I wasn't always crippled, at least not in the physical sense. I think I know what I'm going to have to do, Roy answered, turning to follow the brave but ignorant child. And that is? Gian asked. Face my greatest fear, Roy said. The monster that haunted my dreams for years. The boar who shattered my leg and crippled me for years. Gian didn't say anything in response, and Roy was glad he didn't. The last thing he needed now was pity. Taking a deep breath, Roy set off after the smaller boy. He could already hear others in the distance, the Shaw clan chasing down their favorite punching bag. In retrospect, he realized that he did indeed owe them his life. After all, had they not followed him, the boar would undoubtedly have killed him years ago. Had they chased him for the right reasons, he might have even been grateful. However, the Shah's intentions for saving his younger self were less than noble, and Roy remembered the weeks of punishment he'd had to endure after the attack far too well. He followed his younger self for several hours, and after trying and failing to get his attention, Roy realized that until the actual fight came, he was just an observer. This wouldn't be easy, especially when having to witness the actual act and the moment in which his already horrible life became even worse. The forest began to darken, and soon Roy was tailing his counterpart closely as the boy stumbled through the thick underbrush. Roy recognized this area well, noting the massive tree stump up ahead where the boar would be rooting around. The younger Roy, too preoccupied with getting away, didn't notice as he stumbled past the large stump, hand slapping the boar's flank and getting its attention. His attention was only caught when the boar let out a squeal of rage, and he turned to face it. Roy was forced to stand on the sidelines and watch as his younger self tried to run. The small boy dove to the ground as the dark boar charged past, slamming into a tree. The smaller Roy backed up quickly, scrambling back towards the tree trunk as the boar turned, shaking its head and snorting loudly. He could see the fear and panic in his eyes as the boar faced him once again, white tusks gleaming and red eyes glowing in the near darkness. Roy wanted to do nothing more than jump in, attack the boar, and save his younger self from years of misery and ridicule. As much as he wanted to, he knew that there was nothing he could do. The past was the past, and no one had the power to change that. The boar charged, letting out another squeal of rage, and the small boy tried to dive to the side. His foot slipped on a loose stone, and instead of clearing the charge, the boar slammed into him. There was a crackling sound of broken bones as the boy's leg was caught between the charging boar and the tree trunk, bending the wrong way and sealing his fate. Small Roy fell to the ground, screaming in pain and clutching at his leg. The boar shuffled back, shaking its head and snorting loudly. It pawed the ground a couple of times, preparing to charge the defenseless boy, when a figure dressed in flowing robes came dashing out of the darkness. Roy recognized the much younger face of Shah Korgo, who'd still been an orange belt at the time, and in the process of being trained as the next head of the clan. He slammed into the boar, sending it tumbling end over end, its hairy black body disappearing into the darkness. Instead of chasing it, Korgo merely crouched next to the young Roy, eyeing him critically. "This is what happens to weaklings when they leave the protection of the clan. Perhaps next time you'll think twice about running away." Korgo motioned then to one of the other two who'd come along with him, and they'd hoisted him up, still bawling, over their shoulder. There was no kindness in their eyes. There was no compassion and no care for how they treated the injured youth. "Should we go after the boar?" asked the other boy. "Leave it," Korgo replied. "It's a shame it didn't finish the job, but we can't very well kill it, not after it taught the freak here such a valuable lesson." The other martial artist snickered, and together the group headed back to the Shaw clan, deaf to the wailing Roy's cries of agony. "That was horrible," Jian commented as Roy watched the group go. "That's the Shaw clan for you," Roy replied with a shrug. Strangely enough, he didn't feel the same burning anger as he had a year ago. Perhaps his time away had just numbed him to the fact. Or maybe, just maybe, he was growing out of his thirst for vengeance. Roy immediately dismissed that notion because, while he may have been content to stand and watch the events of the past unfold, he still burned with an inner fire to see the Shaw clan destroyed. Roy stood where he was, watching the retreating backs of his former clan members as they disappeared into the gloom. Had this been real life, he suspected he'd have done something. But as it stood, they weren't part of this test. The real challenge was trotting back into the clearing and was growing larger as it neared. The boar had its eyes trained squarely on him now, those two beady red spots boring into him as though they could see into his very soul. Seeing as this was a test administered by some unknown entity, that may very well have been the case. The boar was now around 6 feet at the shoulder, muscles bulging and rippling as its body lengthened and widened. The tusks grew longer, jagged and serrated.
extending out a full foot and curving to wicked points. Its hide grew even darker, the wiry hair on its body taking on an almost metallic sheen. Its legs now bulged with muscle, and its hooves widened and darkened to the size of small dinner plates. The worst part about it was its core, swelling and growing until it clearly reached Greenbelt, and a small speck of black darkness key burned in its core. The boar snorted, expelling a dark cloud from its nose, which made its eyes, already red and glowing, appear even more frightening. "You always bring me to the nicest places," Jian commented as Roy spread his legs out into a fighting stance.
"At least we stand to gain something this time,"
Roy replied, feeling his heart rate increasing by the second and a sheen of sweat break out across his brow. It had been one thing to face this boar when it was manageable and relatively small. Now, though, when his childhood nightmare was staring him down and had the ability to do some serious bodily harm, Roy was far less confident, especially seeing as it was so much stronger than him. While the difference between Fourth Dawn Orange and Base Green might not have seemed like much, in reality, advancing to Green brought with it a strength that those stuck at Orange could never even imagine. Roy, thanks to his early use of Ki, did understand. He understood that he'd be facing a beast with abilities far beyond his own. This was a creature with the power to crush him, utterly and completely, while being mostly safe due to its much higher damage resistance. Becoming a Greenbelt didn't just unlock the ability to safely use Ki, it also came along with an entirely new body, one forged in Ki to reinforce that ability. A Ki-strengthened body wasn't so easily damaged as one made of simple flesh and bone. While Roy's armorer technique might hold up well, it was nothing in comparison to Aika's bare skin. She could take more punishment without suffering so much as a scratch, while the same attack would shatter his technique and might very well kill him outright. "So, how are we going to handle this?" Jian asked, as the boar began slowly circling, acting more like a predator that had cornered its prey than the plant eater that it should be.
"Fight really hard and hope we don't die?"
"Well, normally I'd disparage such a simple plan, but seeing as we're not exactly flush with options, I'll let it go this one time."
"Gee, thanks,"
Roy said sarcastically. "You're welcome." While this might normally have aggravated him, Roy found himself smiling instead. Some things never changed. No matter the circumstance, Jian would always act a certain way, and that was somewhat reassuring. The boar let out another snort, black smoke blowing from its nostrils. It then did the very thing Roy had been waiting for. It pawed at the ground 2 times, the scrape of hoof on dirt audible in the still night air. "Well, here we go," Roy thought, widening his stance and raising his hands. His armorer technique flared across his body, golden triangular plates tracing a pattern across his skin. Then the boar lowered its head, let out a loud squeal, and charged. 43. Roy braced himself as the massive hog came charging towards him, blackness billowing behind it, and hooves thundering against the ground. He began channeling essence into his arms, legs, and back, preparing 2 techniques at once. The boar drew near, lowering its head further and speeding up, leaving Roy with less time than he'd anticipated to enact his strategy. Not having much choice, Roy used his shockwave and stepped hard to the side, golden light trailing his body as the pig's tusks passed within inches of his chest. As he did, he planted his back leg and struck with a powerful punch from the Unaru Kuma. His exploding fist detonated as it slammed into the boar's side, ejecting a bubble of force and throwing the massive creature's back end to the side and spinning it all the way around. Roy's follow-up came from beneath, his second blow catching the oversized pig beneath the chin. There was a loud squeal of pain as the second attack hit, Roy straightening from his crouch and putting his entire weight behind the punch. The boar's head was rocked to the side, and Roy followed with another strike, this one an elbow right into the boar's jaw. The beast twisted at the last moment, and Roy's elbow slammed into its shoulder instead, doing minimal damage, even with the power of the exploding fist behind it.
The boar bucked its head, and Roy retreated, taking a big step back that carried him 5 feet away. He was lucky he'd retreated when he had, as the shadows beneath the boar shot out in all directions, shaped in long, sharpened spikes. Roy grimaced as he noted that his attacks had done absolutely nothing. Still, he knew that this wasn't an impossible test. All he needed to do was keep a calm head. The boar vanished, sinking into the ground and momentarily disappearing from sight. Roy froze, looking around for some sign of the beast, only to have it explode from the shadows of a nearby tree, tusks flashing in the pale moonlight. Only Roy's reflexes, coupled with his still unnamed armorer technique, saved him from being skewered. Though he was safe, it was a closer call than he would have liked. A red-hot line of pain traced along his left forearm as the tusk sliced through his technique, leaving a red streak that was several inches long. The attack hadn't been designed to shatter the technique, but rather to cut through it. This made it that Roy's technique started to replenish itself slowly, while he had to throw up a shielding technique to cover himself. "This isn't working," Roy said, taking a breath to calm himself. "This thing is too tough, and I doubt it's even shown us half of what it can really do." "Oh, it definitely hasn't," Jian replied. "Just think about what you're missing. How can this fight be made easier for you?" The boar vanished into the shadow of another tree, coming out to his left. This time, Roy was expecting the attack and dodged to the side, slapping the boar's wiry hide and ejecting a blast of power essence. It wasn't a technique, so it didn't really do much more than annoy it, but it gave Roy no small sense of satisfaction. "Those vanishing attacks are too unpredictable," Roy replied, taking a quick glance down at his bleeding arm. The cut wasn't all that bad and was already scabbing over, but that didn't mean he'd be able to keep dodging this beast's attacks forever. He knew it would be impossible once the beast started to actually take this fight seriously. "So, pin it down." Jian's words hit Roy with the force of a charging boar. Figuratively speaking, of course. "A containment technique," Roy realized, dodging once again as the boar charged past. It missed by a much smaller margin this time, and judging by the gleam in its small red eyes as it turned back towards him, Roy had a feeling that it wouldn't be missing its mark again. The boar vanished, and Roy dashed in the opposite direction, using his shockwave to get some distance. He heard a squeal of rage from the boar when it completely missed what was supposed to be a sure attack, as he dodged behind a tree and suppressed his core. The only way he was going to beat this thing was if he could pin it down long enough to get in a few good shots. It was still debatable if he could win once he did, but the trick to beating the last test was by being able to attack multiple opponents using the constellation, and it only stood to reason that this was the answer here, too. He could feel the familiar presence of power looming overhead and could sense the displeasure at all the dodging and running he was doing. But for once, Roy couldn't bring himself to care. He didn't have the strength to face the boar head-on, so he'd need to use all the tools in his disposal to win. Spirit of power be damned. Before he could so much as begin to formulate a strategy, the boar came charging past, squealing its rage as it searched the dark forest for him. Its eyesight must not have been that good, as it ran completely by him without stopping. He resisted the urge to breathe a sigh of relief, as that might have given him away, and instead concentrated on the essence of a containment technique. He racked his brain for an answer to how it could be visualized and how he could accomplish summoning one of his own. The containment technique, in essence, went against power as a whole. Trapping an opponent so you could beat them fell more into the purview of earth or wind. Seeing as Irusaru had been a grandmaster, he'd clearly mastered containment techniques using both essence and ki. Now the only question was how Roy could trap someone in a way that wouldn't buck against his path. A loud crashing sound brought him out of his thoughts, and Roy quickly crouched as the boar came charging past, its body streaming blackness as it ran around in a blind rage. It passed without seeing him once again, and Roy turned his thoughts back to the technique. He'd seen several so far, but all had been used by those on differing paths. They all had the same end result, though, which was to trap an opponent or limit their movement. Roy crouched lower as the pig charged by, still trailing black smoke and squealing loudly.
He wondered if it would tire of the exercise soon and simply settle down to wait for him. Somehow, Roy doubted it.
Do you have any ideas on how I might use a containment technique? Roy tried.
He was desperate enough to risk the wrath of Gion's trash-talking, if only to help him with some ideas. How about you stop looking at the technique from the angle of trapping and holding someone, and rather focus on what application of power you tend to use most? Gion said, surprising him.
Well, that much is pretty obvious,
Roy replied. More than anything else, he applied force and momentum to his techniques. His exploding fist displaced the air, and the force of that expanding air was what caused the explosive damage. His shockwave focused on throwing himself forward with explosive movements, and his constellation used a similar theme to the exploding fist. The only techniques he had that didn't focus entirely on force and momentum were his void sphere, which focused on destruction, and his armorer technique, which just protected him. Roy's brow furrowed as something tickled at the back of his mind, but at that moment, the boar came charging past once again, screeching its displeasure. However, as it passed, Roy finally noticed that the trailing black smoke was not dissipating as it had before. Rather, it seemed to be growing heavier, cloaking the ground and clinging to it like a heavy mist. Roy could sense the darkness essence mixed into it, and only had time for a brief flash of panic as he realized what was about to happen. The boar came to a skidding halt some distance away, its body glowing with black power. It then performed a maneuver that Roy would have thought impossible, gathering itself up and leaping straight into the air. The golden energy of the shockwave outlined Roy's body as he shot from his crouch, running for all he was worth to escape the attack, but it was too late. The pig landed, and with a rushing sound like that of wind, hundreds of black spikes shot from the ground. Roy felt several slice into him, cutting the side of his leg, ribs, arms, and chest. A line of pain flared across his left cheek, but Roy didn't stop running. He was bleeding from dozens of smaller cuts by the time he cleared the full area attack just 4 seconds later, his entire body throbbing and stinging. Roy looked back, seeing that all the trees in the area had been turned to splinters, having been shredded by the massive attack. The only reason he wasn't dead now was because he'd been caught in the tail end of it. He was shocked at the sheer amount of damage the boar had done. More than 100 yards around the attack had been completely destroyed. The boar turned on him then, gleaming eyes locking onto his ragged form and narrowing just a hair. There was no longer anywhere to hide. The boar had effectively destroyed all his cover, and Roy would be forced to fight the creature out in the open. The squeal reached Roy just an instant after the boar exploded forward, its body turning into a dark cloud as it rushed at him. Not having much time to really do anything, Roy simply did the only thing he could think of. Power essence poured out of him in a massive wave, turning into the same swirling sphere he'd formed to keep the water away when fighting the last creature on the islands. The night sky was lit with brilliant golden light as the sphere expanded, Roy pushing as much as he could into the bubble before the boar arrived. Of course, a little something like a big gold bubble wasn't going to stop the beast from attacking, and the boar charged straight into the swirling bubble. Roy braced himself as the tusks came through first, followed by its head. His brows furrowed as the boar continued coming through. Am I imagining things, or is the boar moving really slow? He wondered. After 3 more seconds had passed, and the boar's chest poked through, Roy realized that no, it wasn't just him. The boar was indeed moving much slower. Not only that, but the smoky cloud that had surrounded it was vanishing as it came through. Then it hit Roy all at once, and he realized what he'd done. Back when he'd been fighting the creature underwater, he'd just assumed it had lost momentum and power due to coming out of the water. However, now that he really thought about it, the creature shouldn't have lost access to its essence, just the ability to move quickly without being tracked. Roy felt like smacking himself for not figuring it out sooner, but he supposed that it was better late than never. He stepped forward, gathering up power essence into his fists, then proceeded to unleash a barrage of punches right into the boar's unprotected snout. The pig screamed and thrashed as it tried to escape the entrapping bubble, its body continuing to slowly inch forward, but there was nothing else it could do, aside from struggle. Each time its head moved, Roy simply adjusted his angle, continuing to rain down blows upon the nightmarish creature.
The exploding fist increase built power with each blow. After the 10th hit, the creature's head started to be rocked side to side, and after the 15th hit, he started to see some actual damage. The boar's squeals of rage turned to screams of pain as Roy's 16th blow struck, flattening its already flat nose and sending a spray of blood into the air. Roy's next punch landed in its right eye socket, and he felt the bone give beneath the punch, shattering with the force of his magnified attack. The boar squealed again as Roy drew his fist back for another punch, this one aimed at its throat. Blood was freely streaming from his sliced-up arms and legs, droplets flying in the air and coating the beast's dark hide, so it was covered in equal amounts of his blood and its own. However, as the next punch came flying in, the boar seemed to calm for a moment. Then its body flared with power, shattering the swirling wall of Roy's newly realized containment technique and causing his attack to go wide. Roy stumbled, letting out a curse as he felt all the power and momentum he'd built flee in an instant, leaving him with not nearly enough strength to defeat the boar. Worst of all was the fact that the boar's eyes were no longer just a burning red color. They were now trailing the same wispy smoke, curling away from its eyes and giving it a far more menacing appearance. It wasn't the new look that really frightened him, but rather what it signified. New as he was to the use of ki, even he could tell that the beast had finally decided to stop playing around. Roy had injured it, something the beast hadn't thought possible, and as a result, Roy had done something far worse than making it angry. Roy had made the beast afraid, and when wild animals were afraid, they became far more dangerous. 44.
On the bright side, at least you figured out a containment technique,
Jian said, as Roy was sent hurtling through the air. Roy landed on his back, the armorer technique, which was now splintered and cracked, finally shattering under the stress and vanishing into motes of golden light.
Wow,
Roy groaned as he gasped for air.
Aren't you an optimist?
I do try when I can, Jian said, false modesty all but dripping from his voice. The boar came charging after them, and Roy could only roll to the side, ejecting a burst of power essence from his hand to flip himself out of the way as the beast tore through the area his head had been moments before. Razor-sharp spines now extended from each of the boar's wiry hairs, and several of them sliced into Roy as the creature passed, adding to the numerous cuts and bruises he'd already accumulated over the course of this test. A blast of essence threw Roy into the air, saving him the need to take his eyes off the boar as it turned back to face him. He landed painfully on his feet, then ran to one side, using the shockwave. His essence was starting to dwindle, Roy having used more than half his total capacity already in trying to kill this thing. He was never more grateful to Hermit than he was right now, as he knew he'd have long ago failed this test had he had any less to work with. In fact, he'd probably still lose, unless he came up with something quickly. Judging by the way Power was remaining silent, simply observing, Roy didn't think he'd be advancing unless he defeated this creature first. Though he'd been able to win by advancing in his first test, his second had only rewarded him upon completion, and Roy had a feeling that it would be that way from now on. After all, the first test was always the easiest, though Roy didn't remember the fight against the mutant Sha Koya to be all that easy. Focus! He chastised himself as the boar flashed past, ripping a jagged tear in his robes and nicking his side with one of its tusks. Roy spun, tracing an outline around the boar as it turned to face him and set off his constellation. As he'd feared, the beast wasn't even fazed, despite the massive series of explosions that targeted all the pig's soft spots. The only way he'd been able to hurt it had been by building up the requisite power and momentum using the second stage exploding fist. He'd lost all of it as soon as his attack missed, and that had been his best chance. The boar charged again, and in a desperate attempt to slow it, Roy used his containment technique again. Essence rocketed out of his body in a sphere, and the pig was caught mid-leap. Roy didn't have much time to celebrate, as the beast flared its ki, shattering the hold and coming back down to the ground to continue its charge. Roy blasted essence from his hand, throwing himself out of the beast's path. He managed to avoid being cut by the bristling hairs, but that technique had cost him yet more essence. Of all the techniques he had,
The containment was by far the costliest. He was sure that if he took the time to develop it properly, he could cut the cost down, but time wasn't exactly something he had at the moment. The boar turned again, and Roy dodged, now starting to feel the distinct displeasure of power starting to bear down on him. "What the hell do you want me to do?" Roy finally yelled, looking up at the sky, anger boiling in his chest. "Nothing is ever good enough for you, is it? You're never happy. This is my third test, and I'm starting to sense a trend here. You're the one making these tests so impossibly hard, so either help me or get the hell off my back." Roy dodged once again, barely avoiding the massive boar and suffering a new set of cuts across his stomach. He didn't mind, as he could sense several new emotions from the presence above: anger, shock, and annoyance. "Did you just yell at the spirit of your path?" Jian asked with incredulity. "So what if I did?" Roy said, purposely speaking out loud so that the spirit of power could hear him. "That spirit is a total asshole. It constantly acts like I'm not good enough. How about it comes down here and fights this damn boar on its own, while I sit up there and turn my nose up at its efforts?" The boar let out a squeal of rage, its body exploding into blackness as it began burning through its ki far faster. "Yeah, go ahead. Make the test even harder so that you can lord your ever-present snootiness over me," Roy yelled, using his shockwave and rocketing out of the way of the charging boar. "I bet you're not even a real spirit," Roy continued, as he felt the roiling anger of the presence growing. "I bet you're just some overweight, lazy old man who gets a kick out of watching other people suffer, and all while setting impossible challenges for them." This time, Roy finally got a reaction, though it was not one that he'd been expecting. The boar, which had been charging, froze mid-leap, its body suspended in the air as though it had suddenly turned to stone. There was a massive explosion, accompanied by a flash of golden light, and suddenly, Roy found a glowing golden figure standing before him.
"First of all, there was no need to be so rude,"
the golden figure yelled in a very petulant, childish, and very female voice.
"And secondly, I am not some old, ugly man."
The bright light faded to reveal a girl made completely out of power. She was small, standing at around 4.5 feet tall. Everything about her glowed with many different hues of golden light, from her face to the robe she wore to her long hair that reached to the ground. Her large eyes showed her outrage, her lips were pulled into a frown, and her small button nose wrinkled in displeasure. A pair of long pointed ears extended from the sides of her head, marking her as clearly not human. Not that he didn't already know that. "So the spirit of power is a little girl," Roy said. "It's no wonder everything is always so impossible."
"I am not a little girl,"
yelled the little girl, stomping her foot.
"I am an ancient spirit who is tens of thousands of years old. You better give me some respect."
"Oh, I'm sorry, great spirit," Roy said, lacing his words with as much sarcasm as he could muster. "Would you like me to bow and kiss your feet? Perhaps offer you some tea? Maybe fetch you a nice meal? You are a great and powerful spirit, after all, so it's the least I can do." The little girl seemed flustered for a few moments, staring at him wide-eyed. Then she did the very last thing Roy thought she would do. She blushed. 2 dark patches of gold appeared on her cheeks, and the spirit took a couple of steps back.
No, that won't be necessary, really,"
she said, holding her hands up and averting her eyes. What the hell? Roy thought. Well, you probably shouldn't have been so forward as to offer such intimate services to the spirit of power, Jian said. What did you expect her to do, take you up on all those offers? But Roy began, before realizing that just like Jian, this all-powerful spirit, the manifestation of power itself, couldn't understand sarcasm. That realization took all the wind out of his sails, and Roy's shoulders slumped. Look, I'm sorry about what I said, Roy said to the still blushing girl.
I'm just frustrated that nothing ever seems to please you. I didn't even know you could manifest like this. I just thought I was yelling at some abstract concept and wouldn't get any response."
Well,
the girl said, clearing her throat.
you should learn to be more respectful of those who give you your power. Spirits have feelings too, you know.
Well, now I do, Roy thought.
Anyway, the spirit continued, now that you can clearly see that I'm not some old man and you've apologized, I'll be on my way.
Wait, that's it? Roy asked, as the girl's body began to glow once again.
Why else would I have come down here but to defend my honor?
She asked, the glow fading back to normal.
I don't know, Roy said. Maybe to offer some kind of explanation, like why these tests are so ridiculously hard, or why you never seem to be happy with me?
Well, I thought that much would have been obvious,
the girl said, placing her small hands on her hips.
You're always running away like a little coward instead of fighting like a martial artist. Stop running, and I'll stop getting angry.
Your tests are impossible,
Roy snapped back, some of his earlier fire returning.
No, they're not,
she snapped.
None of my tests are impossible, just hard.
Really? Roy asked. Just hard?
That's exactly what I just said,
the spirit replied, looking at him in confusion.
Right, no sarcasm. Then tell me how I, an orange belt, lacking the ability to use ki and lacking the same core body as that boar, am supposed to defeat it.
Why would I tell you that?
The spirit asked.
That would defeat the whole purpose of the test. Your human is very silly, you know that, right?
This question was clearly aimed at Jian, as she switched her gaze from Roy's eyes to the center of his chest.
Wait, you can see me? Jian asked.
Of course I can see you, silly,
the spirit said with a snorted laugh.
You literally are full of me, so it's kind of like talking to myself.
I suddenly feel very violated, Jian said, sounding sick.
Oh, don't be like that, silly dungeon core. All power artists are full of me, so you're not the only one, the spirit said, waving her hand. Now I really do have to go. You have to finish your test, and I've made my point. I hope the next time you come in here, you won't be such a poop.
A what? Roy demanded.
The spirit just stuck out her tongue, blew a raspberry, and vanished in a flash of golden light.
Jian, what the hell just happened? Roy asked, blinking at the area the spirit had been occupying just moments before. I believe that the spirit of power just compared your attitude to feces, Jian supplied helpfully. Really, she does have a good point about you being very silly sometimes. Why, if I had a...
Roy was forced to throw himself to the side, losing the rest of Jian's insult, as the pig unfroze and continued its charge. All the aches and pains came rushing back at once as he came out of his roll and spun to face the beast. He could clearly feel the spirit watching him now, waiting for him to make his next move.
Fine, Roy muttered, as the boar pawed at the ground, then charged. I'll do it your way.
45. The smart thing to do when facing down a boar weighing nearly half a ton is to run the other way. Roy did the exact opposite of the smart thing and charged straight at it. The boar picked up speed, its eyes trailing smoke and its flanks heaving. Taut and powerful muscles rippled across its body as it sped towards him, outlined clearly under its tough skin. This beast was no joke and not to be taken lightly. It was far stronger than him, far tougher, and far more dangerous. Yet here he was, charging a monster that could squish him flat without a second thought. Truthfully, Roy would never have done something so recklessly stupid, but right now he was on a mission. He wanted to prove that the spirit of power had given him an impossible test by forcing him to charge this beast head-on, instead of doing the smart thing and attacking from the sides after dodging. Roy streamed essence from his core, now down to only a fifth of his maximum capacity,
and fed it into his limbs, strengthening himself and reinforcing his body as best he could. The shockwave activated just as he and the boar were about to collide, but instead of using its explosive speed to dodge, Roy used it to close the distance and throw the first punch. His fist slammed into the pig's nose at the same time as the beast's tusks began to pierce his torso. Roy was expecting the boar to simply shrug off the blow, for its tusks to tear into him, and for him to immediately fail the test. What happened instead was entirely unexpected. The boar let out a loud squeal, its rear end came off the ground, and its body literally flipped straight over Roy, the tusks leaving only the barest of scratches as it passed. The boar landed on its back some 6 feet behind him, slamming into the ground and rolling several times before coming to a halt. Roy blinked several times as he stared stupidly ahead at his extended fist. He remained in the same pose, legs braced, one hand raised to cover the side of his face, and the other extended straight out. Not for the first time that night, Roy asked Gian, "What the hell just happened?"
"You know, you really need to stop asking me things that are ridiculously obvious every time you receive a shock to your tiny human brain," Gian replied helpfully. Roy turned as the boar got back to its feet, shaking itself and snorting angrily, wondering if that had been some sort of coincidence or a total fluke. Well, he thought to himself as the boar snorted and charged once again, only one way to find out. Roy barreled towards the beast as it came for him, this time using the shockwave from the beginning and building up more momentum and speed. The exploding fist slammed into the pig's nose as Roy collided with it, and just like the last time, the boar was flung skyward, this time with a loud squeal of fear. It flew much farther this time, soaring well over 15 feet before coming crashing down once more. There was a very distinct crunching sound as the 1,000-pound hog slammed into the ground, signaling the breaking of bones. The beast let out a squeal of pain as it crashed, and this time, Roy didn't simply wait for it to rise once again. He charged the downed boar, allowing essence to flow into his leg as he swung it forward into a powerful kick. The already broken bones shattered even further as the shockwave-enhanced kick, coupled with the exploding fist, impacted against the boar's side. The boar squealed as its body was sent tumbling once again, blood spraying from its open mouth. Roy stayed right on top of it, continuously kicking as it stopped. By the time he was nearly out of essence, the boar's entire rib cage was a mess of pulpy flesh, shattered bones, and damaged internal organs. Roy approached wearily, his entire body throbbing and aching from the strain of keeping his attacks going for so long. Dozens of his scabs had reopened, leaving bloody trails to fall down his arms and legs. Even so, the boar was far worse off than him. It merely lay on its side, gasping for air with its eyes half-lidded. Now that he'd had a chance to really fight it, Roy finally understood the logic behind fighting the creature head-on. It was very front-heavy, so when enough force was applied to its face, forcing its front legs to stop, its back half would lift off the ground. He'd noticed as much at the beginning of the fight, when the blow, which would only have staggered a more balanced beast, completely spun it around. The result of his attacks, powerful as they were, had turned the boar's own massive weight against it. Landing from 15 feet wouldn't have been so bad for him, but he only weighed around 200 pounds. Take the boar's 1,000-pound bulk and add to it the force of its momentum, and suddenly the ground was hitting it far harder than Roy ever could. It seemed that the spirit had been right, and judging by the feeling of smugness practically oozing from overhead, she was feeling quite good about herself right now. Roy, for his part, simply wanted to end the trial. The boar was basically dead already, but until it was fully dead, he wouldn't pass the test. Roy walked around to the boar's head, looking down at the once mighty beast that had haunted his dreams for nearly a decade. It looked sad and pitiful, not at all like the terror from his worst nightmares. Roy took no pleasure in what he had to do next, but he knew it was necessary, so he did it anyway. Swinging his foot up into the air, Roy poured the last of his essence into the limb, then brought it crashing down. The axe kick, powered by his exploding fist, blew the beast's head to pieces, coating his foot in gore and finally bringing the test to a close. Roy slumped,
dropping to his knees and then his back, chest heaving and feeling completely drained. Health-wise, this was probably the least injury he'd incurred during one of these tests. Despite all the cuts and bruises, he didn't have a single broken bone, not even a sprain. And all the injuries were pretty much superficial and would heal on their own within a week. However, this had probably been the most physically demanding of all the tests, pushing him beyond what he'd believed possible. True, he'd come a long way since that first test, but the sheer amount of time and essence he'd used was staggering. Roy couldn't even remember the last time he felt this strained. Not even during training had he pushed himself this hard, though that had more to do with him collapsing of injury than anything else. This was just pure exhaustion. His core was completely empty, aside from the sphere of ki still present, shining brightly and untouched at the very center. As he lay there, the sky overhead began to brighten, golden light starting to swirl into a funnel cloud and gathering fast. Well, I did it, Roy thought tiredly. I managed to kill a green-level beast.
Yes, you did. Maybe you're not such a horrible failure after all,
Jian replied, as the sky grew brighter and brighter.
What's happening up there?
He wondered, as the funnel of power essence began to descend.
Your advancement, probably,
Jian replied.
What else could it be?
Roy watched the cloud descend, spinning faster and faster as the golden light grew more and more solid. It was only right before the cloud struck him that he realized what it was. But even if he'd realized it sooner, he wouldn't have bothered moving. The condensed funnel of ki slammed into the center of his chest, flowing into his body and flooding his core. The ki stored inside reacted as soon as the funnel hit him, and it surged outward. Roy's entire body locked up, his back arching and muscles tensing as the ki tore through his body. His lungs wouldn't move, his heart refused to beat, and it felt like he was dying. The funnel continued to stream into him, coming down faster and faster, pumping into his core and pushing it until it shattered. Roy couldn't gasp, couldn't cry out, couldn't do a thing, as black blood began streaming from the corners of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. It tasted coppery and bitter, though it didn't smell nearly as bad as he expected. His body had already been purged months ago when drinking from the power well, so the transformation now didn't really have many impurities to target. He'd been wounded in the fight, so the ki was pushing out any dirt that had gotten into the wounds, along with any small impurities he might have obtained during his time since drinking from the well, but it wasn't much. His core began to reform then, compressing down before solidifying once again, now shining far brighter than before. The transformation wasn't nearly complete, as the ki sank into his skin, muscles, tendons, and bones. They burned along his channels, reinforcing and strengthening them to handle the burden of the more powerful energy. Everything burned like it was on fire as the ki fortified him, strengthening every aspect of himself. However, even after all that, there was still plenty of ki left as the funnel continued pouring into him. Roy still couldn't move as the ki flooded his core, pushing and expanding where it could before spilling over and flooding his body once again. A loud groan left his lips as the ki burned through his body for a second time, reinforcing his lungs, heart, liver, and kidneys. It flooded back into his bones again, layering itself many times over as it looked for a way to burn itself out. When no more ki would fit in his bones, his muscles were treated the same. And when those were as flush as they could be, his skin was next. Even after all that, the cloud continued pouring into him. It was pumping his body so full of ki that he was afraid he'd burn up. His core was full to bursting, and it expanded as far as it could go. Advancement felt impossible right now, so he couldn't simply use the ki for that. But Roy knew that if he didn't do something to control it, it would tear him apart. Reaching for the ki, he began pulling it back towards his core. But instead of pulling it into the already overstuffed source of power, he began layering it around the outside, compressing his core down as much as he could. It was horribly painful, but something that Hermit had thankfully prepared him for. With each layer, he felt like he was losing more and more of his ability to breathe. The core resisted him with all it had, but as ki continuously poured into his body, Roy forced himself to stay focused on the task at hand, and not allow himself to slip up or fail. This part was too crucial to his future advancement and would assure a smooth advancement all the way to Red Belt. His core continued to shrink, growing brighter and brighter as it did, until finally it began to absorb the ki pouring into him once again. This process continued for the next minute, Roy frantically layering and compressing the ki above his core and feeling as though he were going to suffocate. Finally, the last of the funnel cloud entered his body, and Roy pulled it into the loop he'd imagined, circling around his core and pressing it hard to its surface. By now, his core had regrown to 2/3 its original size, but the ki packed within was so dense and pure that it made him feel almost ill. There was also the fact that his capacity had nearly tripled, giving him an almost ludicrous amount of power. His core might have seemed smaller now, but in truth, it was far larger than it had been before, and stuffed to the absolute brim with ki. The light in the sky faded as Roy simply lay there, panting hard and feeling as though he'd been put through a furnace. His entire body was crackling with energy, and he felt like he could run for miles without tiring. Slowly, his muscles relaxed, allowing Roy the freedom of movement once again. There was a flash from behind him, and Roy craned his head back to see that a green torii gate had appeared, showing him the way out. Looking down, Roy could see his new belt. Shining a solid green, it told him that he'd finally done it. He was now stronger than anyone in the entire Shaw clan. He had no doubt about it. Corgo might have been a green belt as well, but with his power and reserves, he didn't think the other man would be able to stand against him for long. Roy's fingers pressed into the ground as he slowly sat up. Everything felt strange and foreign, the air tingling against his skin. The night didn't seem quite so dark, and the air smelled quite ripe. Slowly lifting his hand, Roy examined his fingers. They were clean, aside from the bit of dirt sticking to them, but didn't really look any different. All the aches and pains of his fight were gone, which meant that he'd been healed, though that much had been expected, as this was the end of a test. Placing his hand on the ground, Roy pushed himself to his feet. However, instead of merely getting up, he ended up throwing himself a foot into the air. He grinned as he landed on his feet, testing his balance and coordination. He threw a few punches, feeling the increased movement speed, as well as the sharpness and accuracy of his blows. Looking around for a few seconds, Roy located a tree outside the ring of destruction caused by the boar. Gathering up his legs beneath him, Roy took off at a dead run. The boost in speed was so unexpected that he fell, tumbling face first into the ground before he could catch himself and plowing a furrow in the dirt. "Yuck," he complained, sitting up and spitting out wads of dirt. Despite taking a face dive, Roy couldn't help but notice that it hadn't actually hurt. Before the transformation, he'd have at least felt something. Maybe not pain, but discomfort at the very least. Instead, all he felt was annoyed at having gotten dirt in his mouth. Walking over the tree this time, Roy pulled his fist back and lashed out with a powerful punch. His bare fist impacted against the tree with a loud thump, shaking the 80-foot-tall giant and sending leaves scattering to the ground. Examining his fist, Roy saw that no damage had been inflicted, and judging by the lack of pain, he'd done nothing he couldn't handle. Grinning, Roy punched the tree again, connecting with the solid thump once more. He threw several more punches, adding in a few kicks as well, before backing off. Now it was time for the real test. Taking a deep breath, Roy reached for his core, pulling at the ki and willing it through his channels. It responded far faster than it had when he'd only been at Orange Belt, flowing through his channels and flooding his body. There was no pain, no horrible burning, and no cracking of his core this time, just the feeling of immense power running through his veins. He didn't yet have any techniques, so he just used a basic enhancement, strengthening and reinforcing his limbs. Then he spun, slamming a powerful roundhouse into the tree trunk. Roy felt the impact radiate up his leg, though there was no pain whatsoever. The tree, on the other hand, was not so lucky. There was a loud crack as Roy pulled his leg back, lowering it to the ground. The tree hadn't been toppled by a single kick, but Roy could clearly see the massive indentation where his kick had landed, as well as the thin lines spreading across the trunk. Several more blows could probably topple this tree, but before Roy could decide whether he should try or not, A very irate-sounding voice echoed from above.
You passed the trial, so leave! Do you have any idea how much work it takes to keep these places clean?
Roy jumped, looking up and expecting to see the small golden girl floating above him. Instead, all he saw was a wispy golden cloud, already dissipating into the breeze. "Sorry," Roy said, feeling oddly embarrassed. "I'll just go now." Tucking his thumbs into his shiny new green belt, Roy did just that, heading towards the shining torii gate. Jian was still silent, but this wasn't unusual, especially after a test. His entire structure had been reformed to handle Qi when his core body had been formed, so he wouldn't be surprised if Jian were silent for several days. Not that he really minded. Having some peace and quiet for once would be nice. Roy turned, taking one last look back over the wrecked clearing before stepping through the open torii gate and back into the real world. Aika was likely waiting for him, and he couldn't wait to show her his newly acquired power. However, it was not Aika's familiar face that greeted Roy as he exited the gate, but rather that of a stranger with burning red eyes. "Ah, so you're the first one back," the man said as the gate vanished. "It's a shame, as I wanted to go with the girl. But you're the real reason I'm here in the first place, Harold Leroy." Roy froze, his eyes immediately moving down to the man's belt, purple, with a single red slash on one end. No matter how strong he felt now, he knew that there was no way he could win if he had to fight. Worse, the man knew his name, which meant he was most definitely here for him and had not mistaken him for someone else. "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" Roy asked, feeling his shoulders tightening up. "I am Doragon, adopted into the Herald clan by your father, the sovereign of callers, Harold Duncan, and I'm here to bring you home by any means necessary." Roy froze, his eyes going wide with shock and disbelief as the information washed over him. There was just no way he was... The man appeared beside him in a flash, his hand clamping down on his arm as he retrieved a shining rainbow-colored stone from his pocket and crushed it in his hand. The world flashed with light of the same color, just as a blue torii gate appeared and Aika walked out. He only got the briefest glimpse of her, their eyes locking onto one another's for a split second, before the world around him dissolved into rainbow-colored light. Epilogue. Aika stared at the spot that Roy had been in just seconds before, feeling her heart sink all the way down to her feet. Roy had been snatched from right under her, again. She wanted to scream in frustration, to rail at the world for continuously doing this to them over and over again, but she knew she couldn't. She had to contain herself. She had to figure out who had taken him and why, and most importantly, where. The joy at having passed her test to advance to Blue Belt was now nothing more than a distant memory as she stared at the blank space, knowing that she might never see him again. Aika allowed herself a single moment of self-pity before she hardened her heart, forcing down her emotions and straightening her back. She could sense that Hermit was far away, somewhere in the heart of the city, but aside from that, she couldn't feel much else. Her eyes flicked to the doors, which were ajar, leaving her a way to get out. Fairy was being confined several stories below, so she would be going there first. But after that, she'd be going directly to Hermit. He had a lot to answer for, especially since his bringing them here had cost both her and Roy so much. They had gone through all that pain, all that suffering, and she'd felt the joy of throwing him through that gate, knowing he'd be saved, and now she had to feel the rage and uncertainty that came with him being taken right before her very eyes. "I'll find you," she promised, "no matter how long it takes." Then, Aika activated her movement technique and dashed from the room, heading to free Fairy from her prison. Tande Kaeru stood in the center of a boiling ocean, facing down a massive kraken. He'd entered this place nearly 2 days prior and hadn't so much as sensed the 2 people he'd come in after. Something he suspected was part of these trials. He could have felt animosity towards the Itachi clan leader, but in truth, it was his own fault for not asking if he'd even be able to find them.
But now that he was here, Kaeru knew that he couldn't simply leave, at least not yet. This entire world was packed with water essence, more than he could likely find anywhere within 10,000 miles. The creatures here were strong, as well. They were strong enough to challenge even him. Kaeru pulled his arm back, summoning a massive lance made of water and pulling on the molecules until they froze solid. His hand flashed forward, sending the massive spear directly into the mouth of the kraken, sending a fountain of blood and ink spraying into the water around it. There was no way he could leave. Not yet. The mystery of who inflamed the Beast King into starting a war that devastated so many lives in the crater was still fresh in his mind. Whoever had orchestrated that attack had to be stopped, not only for the sake of his clan, but for the entire crater as a whole. Their way of life was at risk, and he could clearly see how much stronger those on the outside really were. His clan needed him to be far stronger than he was currently, which meant training and more training. Kaeru was already the strongest Tande in the history of his clan, and he planned to keep that title, not by assuring that others could never reach his level like those petty power-mongers of the past, but by continuing to grow too quickly for anyone else to catch up. Hermit stood in the sky with his arms folded over his chest as he watched his sister directing martial artists in the carving up of the dead cavern beast. There were more than 1 million people that had died in total, and her only concern lay in fetching the core for herself. It was typical of her to claim the prize, even after so many had worked to bring this thing down. Her argument would be that she had brought the beast down, so it was hers by right. The fact that she'd also killed 500,000 of her own people in the process wouldn't even register. Hermit could feel his disgust for the woman growing by the second as he watched her yelling at the martial artists for not moving quickly enough in uncovering the core. He could see thousands of people lying dead in the streets, their homes collapsed, and fires raging through the city. People were desperately trying to stay alive, all while his sister was busy with her prize. Absolutely appalling, Hermit said as he turned and rocketed towards the closest of the blazes. I would tend to agree, the core said, as the fire, which was threatening to spread to nearby buildings, was immediately snuffed out as he passed. What are we to do? He asked. She is past redemption, yet wields all the power. Would the honorable thing to do be to depose her? And if so, would I even have the strength to do so? I don't know what to tell you, the core replied solemnly. This is a decision you must make on your own. What does honor demand in a situation like this? And is there someone else more suited to the role of leadership? I know you do not want that burden, but if not you, then who? Hermit didn't know how to answer that question, so he remained silent. He took wide loops around the city, putting out fires as he went. He knew he couldn't help everyone. He simply didn't have the ability to be in more than one place at a time, and right now the biggest threat to their city was the spread of fire. Luckily, there were others around to help. Those who were not close enough to the actual fighting to be dragged into Ikari's irrational demands that the cavern beast's core be freed before they go do anything else. As he flew, Hermit witnessed hundreds of martial artists helping those in need. They were pulling their fellow citizens from collapsed buildings, removing rubble, and carrying the injured towards the infirmaries. This was a bit heartwarming, and reminded him that not everyone in the Itachi clan was as horrible as his sister. His loop finished as he came back around, having put out all the fires. Ikari was standing next to the body of the beast, and in her hand was clutched a gigantic rainbow-colored core. It was easily twice the size of her body, yet she held it aloft with no great difficulty, admiring its smooth, glassy surface with obvious greed. A core like this could give her that little push she needed to keep advancing, propelling her enough to perhaps make it to the ranks of the Scions, something which she had, up until that point, believed to be impossible. Hermit had to admit that the core was a sight to behold. It was the only one of its kind in all the world. Every cavern beast had a different type of core, though they all shared a single similarity. Anyone could absorb the power from their cores, regardless of which path they were on. Ikari, as though sensing his eyes on her, looked up, her lips pulling into a self-satisfied smirk.
The core was engulfed in darkness, and when the cloud vanished, it had gone along with it. Hermit had known his sister for long enough to know where she'd sent it, and it was the work of only a couple of seconds to locate the sphere of power in her palace. Hermit was about to withdraw his attention when he felt the familiar presence of Aika. She was stronger now, apparently having advanced to Blue Belt, which was astounding in and of itself. Fairy was with her, but Roy was nowhere to be found. Hermit's eyes swiveled back to his sister, and he wondered what she'd been up to while he'd been away, fighting the beast to save this city while she sat pretty upon her throne. It didn't matter anymore. Hikari had to be stopped. But right now, he needed to find out where Roy was. So turning away from the corpse of the huge beast and his gloating sister, Hermit headed back towards the palace at a breakneck speed. He ran into Aika and Fairy just as they were leaving, both of them looking distraught and angry. "What happened?" he asked. He listened carefully as Aika told her story, inwardly cursing his sister for her tactics and getting around their deal and nearly getting the two of them killed. The trial of water was meant to be completed by 3 people of equal advancement, not 2, where one was a full belt ahead. Had Fairy been there, they'd have had a much easier time of it, but it still would have been all but impossible for Roy to complete. The fact that the two of them had managed it was a testament to how powerful they were becoming and how strong-willed Roy had been to not give up. However, when Aika got to the end, about a man and Roy vanishing in a cloud of light, Hermit almost lost his composure. "Take me there," he said. "Now." Aika simply nodded, turning back towards the open doors and dashing inside, Fairy following close on her heels. Hermit already suspected what had happened, though he didn't want to say it out loud. However, when they arrived in the room and he sensed the lingering residue from the exit gate, he knew that the worst had come to pass. "It seems that the Herald clan has finally come to claim him, though why they'd have gone through all the trouble to fetch him is beyond me." "Wait, what?" Aika asked, more than a little stunned. "You know where his real clan is?" Hermit let out a long sigh, but nodded all the same, knowing that Aika would be less than happy that he'd kept this from Roy. He'd always wondered about his real family, especially after being raised by the Shah, who treated him horribly due to his deficiency with essence. Still, those in the Herald clan weren't exactly the nicest lot, and Hermit hadn't wanted Roy to become mixed up with them. "We're going after him," Aika said, daring him to argue with her. "So it seems," Hermit replied. His dismantling of the Itachi clan leadership would have to wait. Roy was his responsibility, and honor demanded he go after him. But so long as he was here— "Go pack up," Hermit said, feeling a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "I'll meet you at the gates in 5 minutes. There's something I need to get first, something that needs to stay out of the hands of the undeserving." The cage shattered in a splintered pattern of bright light, and Tandai Irusaru found himself in his body once more. He was so weak that he could barely move. His body was emaciated, nothing more than skin and bones, due to his lack of nutrition over the past few months. His throat felt more like sand than anything else, and he felt himself fading fast. There wasn't so much as a speck of power in his core. The stores of essence and ki dried up to keep his body alive. That was fine. There was always more power if one knew where to find it. Irusaru extended his spirit sense, scrabbling for the few scraps of essence in the air. There was a lot of wind essence, that much he could tell, but among all the green, he could feel something else. As the wind battered against the stones that littered this land, they created the same effect as waves crashing upon a beach. Power essence crowded in the areas where the wind impacted the stone, and Irusaru called to it eagerly. The first trickle of essence was immediately pulled away, consumed by his dying body as it searched for any source of energy to keep itself sustained. However, as the stream grew steadier, Irusaru felt his strength slowly returning. It would be many days before he had the strength to walk again, but he would walk. His prison had been shattered, and Dorrigon would be none the wiser. A dry cackle escaped the madman's dry and cracked throat. Soon enough, the entire world would feel the wrath of the monkey. Roy stared into a world of colorful light. the grip on his arm being the only sensation he could feel, aside from the very obvious rushing of wind. He assumed that they were in some kind of high-speed tunnel, though how they were traveling so fast was beyond him. The shock of hearing that his father was alive, and even more, a sovereign of a clan, was too much for him to handle. Sure, the way this stranger had grabbed him wasn't exactly nice, having alluded to wanting to kill Aika for some reason, which was why Roy was now so conflicted. He wanted, more than anything, to see the man he'd yearned to see his entire life. He wanted to find out the real story as to why he'd ended up in the Shaw clan. At the same time, he remembered the warning issued by Azure about trusting those who seemed to be on his side. There was a reason the man had given him that very specific warning, and it was for this moment, the one happening right now. There was no way for Roy to know how Azure could have known what would happen, but the man, although mysterious and frustrating, had always shown himself to be on his side, from saving his life in the trial of beginnings to handing him a special weapon of his own, the odd advice he gave from time to time, and finally, the knowledge of how to advance to green. Roy debated what to do for several long moments as he stared into the light. He blinked, trying to clear his vision as there was a small flash of color. Roy wasn't sure if the light was playing tricks on him or not, but he could have sworn that he'd seen a flash of brown and green through the bright light. He thought about that, realizing that if this were indeed a tunnel, it only stood to reason that he could get out. The only thing holding him back was the grip on his arm. Roy looked to the man, trying to gauge if he was paying attention to him, but the whiteness surrounding them blanked out most of his features. Roy's other arm twitched, thinking of the best way he could break the grip. If the other man, it said his name was Doragon, couldn't see him, he could probably move other parts of his body without being detected. As Roy prepared himself for what he was sure was a very bad idea, he briefly wondered if he should just go along to meet his father. Then again, it was entirely possible this man was lying, and he was being taken somewhere to be interrogated and killed. Not giving himself time to think, Roy acted. His right arm came down, palm slapping over the top of his left fist. Then he yanked hard to one side in the direction of the man's thumb, using the weight of his entire body. The man, not having expected the sudden and violent movement, found his grip easily broken. He only had time to issue one, "Wait!" before Roy hurled himself to the side, slamming into and through the tunnel of light. The world came back into focus in an instant, and Roy found himself falling from nearly 50 feet up. For just a moment, he panicked. Then, his training took over. Power Ki blasted from his hands and feet, allowing him to right himself and slow down. He still hit the ground pretty hard, rolling a few times to absorb the impact before regaining his feet. His head whipped up, just in time to see a tiny speck of light, presumably the tunnel, vanish into the distance. It was only once he was certain that the man wasn't following him or close by that he finally began to examine his surroundings. All around him was nothing but barren, blasted ground, dust being thrown up into violent twisters by powerful gusts of air. The entire area was cloaked in wind essence, the green power drifting, twisting, and flowing all across the blasted lands. Roy couldn't be 100% sure where he was, but he had heard the name of a place that sounded like it would fit this area quite well. The Wind Blight. Roy spread his spirit sense out as far as he could and unexpectedly came across a massive gathering of power just a couple of miles away. Squinting out in the direction from where it was coming, Roy couldn't see a thing. He wondered, just for a moment, if he might be imagining things, but the cores of thousands of martial artists wasn't just something that one could imagine sensing. He had no idea if the people around here were friendly or not, but he did know one thing for sure. Aika and Fairy would be coming after him. With or without Hermit, they'd find a way to track him down. And until then, it was his job to keep himself alive. If that meant going to a place filled with strange martial artists, then so be it. Roy was no longer the weakling he had once been. He was strong, powerful, and confident in his fighting skills. Harold Leroy was also apparently the son of a sovereign, so he had the blood of powerful martial artists flowing through his veins. He began walking, heading toward the distant gathering of power essence. The wind whipped around him, tearing at his robes and hair, yet his belt, shining green, remained untouched, sitting calmly around his waist
and proclaiming for all to see that he was strong. Techniques. The tools of the martial artist. All martial artists will train various techniques over the course of their lives. While there are 9 overall technique types, they can be broken down into 2 categories: body and spirit. Body techniques focus on enhancing the martial artist's physical fighting power, enhancing strength, speed, and defense. Spirit techniques focus on enhancing the essence-based attacks, focusing on distance, terrain, and containment. There are 4 each of body and spirit, with the 9th technique being a combination of them both. All those who manage to combine their techniques into a single one have earned the title of master and are considered to be true martial artists. In addition, each technique can be improved upon a total of 5 times, increasing their power and potency, as well as cost and risk to the user. These improvements are called stages. Body techniques. Control of the physical self. Physical. These affect the body directly, strengthening blows or lending them special properties. They're great in hand-to-hand fighting and are most useful to those following a more martial path. The downside to these is that the user must make physical contact for the techniques to work. Movement. These affect how the body will move. This technique can increase speed, flexibility, dexterity, and so on. These techniques cannot directly harm anyone, but they can be used to bolster one's own body and techniques. Armorer. These affect how the body will stand up to damage. They're one of the most important for any martial artist, as they provide the bulk of their defense unless they manage to reach green. While yellow belts gain a certain degree of immunity to physical harm, it is nothing compared to what one would receive at orange. Even that is a pale imitation of the immunity gained at green. The downside to these is that the more punishment that is taken, the more taxing it will be on your essence reserves. Full body. These techniques are the culmination of all 3 body techniques combined. These techniques will lend the martial artist the aspects of all 3 of their body techniques, multiplying their effects many times over. You should not attempt to use it until all 3 body techniques have been thoroughly mastered. One slip-up can end in disaster. Spirit techniques. Control of essence. Projected. These techniques are used to control essence, projecting it outward and forming an attack. They are most typically used for range, but some martial artists have been known to use them to enhance physical techniques. The downside to these techniques is that it requires a lot of concentration and leaves the body vulnerable to attacks. Terrain. These techniques are used to control essence outside the body, affecting the terrain itself. The martial artist uses their will to control the ambient essence and bend it to their will. This technique can be used even if the martial artist has no essence stored within their core. The downside is the risk that the martial artist will lose control of the essence, causing it to run wild. Therefore, it is suggested that the core always be at least half full when attempting to use one. Containment. These techniques are used to control others, or more precisely, to either capture someone or contain powerful attacks. These require an extreme amount of control and concentration and are normally slow to form. Full area. These powerful attacks are the culmination of all 3 spirit techniques combined. The martial artist would reach out to the ambient essence, then combine it with their own. They would then use their containment technique to hold it in place and trigger a technique that covered a wide or targeted area. Like the full body technique, this should not be attempted until all 3 spirit techniques are mastered. Master level technique. Mastery of body and spirit. Conqueror. This technique gives one full control over their body and environment. They combine the uses of all the others and demand a massive amount of both essence and control. This is the mark of a master in the martial arts.